I'm just turning on the YouTube now. 14-day login bonus. So that's what is that? 3, 6, 11. I'm brave for 16. 260 licensed journey points over the course of 2 weeks. That is not a lot by me. Alright, let's get a move on. Let's not waste any more time. Try to find a match. Ooh, nice. I do want to try, like, maybe not on this account, but once I get to Legend on this account, which is my main account, and I start playing on my alt, I do want to try Vanguard Bell on Charizard X. Just because, thing could be pretty nice. I would replace Weakness Policy and put the Bell instead. Because the thing is, if you're playing Charizard Jungle, like, the thing about it is you need crowd control to activate the effect of the item. And obviously, when you're playing Charizard X, you don't get that until at least level 5, which is the bare minimum, because you get your Fire Punch at that level. Um, when you're playing the jungle, you pretty much almost get immediate, like, the potential to use it immediately. But when you're playing Charizard in the lane, it's just like, yeah, it's the same thing. You get it at level 5, but that could be a very long time as a Charmander lane. Back is killing me. I wanna, like, I've been thinking about buying a memory foam mattress, because I feel like my mattress is just killing my back right now. I just want to sleep on a fluffy marshmallow. Oh, right, it's... I keep forgetting that it is Groudon instead of Kyogre, so the positioning of the camps is actually different than it. Like, I'm so used to the blue buff being there after playing on the Kyogre map for so long. Oh wait, bro. Huh? Hey. How is it that we like? The remake is whatever that happens, but how is it that we queue up immediately and we lost the lobby? Oh wait. Okay. I mean, at least the very small consolation is that when I last played solo queue, I was basically world rank. Actually no, I was under the 1,000, so I was in like the 900 range when I finished my day one session. I played what 9 games, went 7-2, and then by the end of the stream or when I stopped playing, I was like ranked 900. So at least when I come back, which is at least for a little while before UCS starts, my world ranking is 10 times that. So at least like that basically just means in a nutshell, people have been playing. Now, how many people? There are what 9,639 counts ahead of me, but that's also not strictly. If only Unite had a decent sized player base again. I mean, anybody that plays this game probably wishes the same thing, but at the same time, some people still want to play Unite, but they can't justify themselves. Like, they can't justify coming back or continue playing it when every update that affects this game in any capacity is just so bad. And that's mean is just bad. Woo woo has going on. I was really hoping to squeeze in some matches, but lost the lobby. Aha! When you complain, good things happen. Press A. Press A, everyone! Quick! Quick! Press A! Press A! This is the only lobby in North America. Press A! Oh, thank God. Okay, well, we traded our solo queue game for a 3-stack game. Now that is already concerning, but I pray the matching name Call of Duty clan over here can, hold their own. That's where I'm at. I want to play, but I hate how Timmy keeps playing in everyone's face. That's just the unfortunate reality that we live in right now. Like, I think the worst part about everything is the fact that everything that's whatever you can think of with regards to Unite that's currently happening right now, there's nothing there's nothing that the player base or the community can do as a whole that will essentially change anything. It's basically everything is on the dev side is what I'm trying to say. Like, yeah, we can choose to play the game or not play the game. That's in our control. But then everything else is just like it's all on the back end. And it's up to the people that manage this game to make any sort of change. Besides that, we're just in it for the ride. Better for us. Amazing to me that my trio is losing top lane this badly. These Buzzwolves holding it down. Look, you know what's so crazy is the fact that the Sylveon on our team leaves lane within the first minute of the game. Literally, you can look at the VOD. They, after not even a full minute passes, they leave the lane to go top lane. Then they eventually come back after feeding top lane, and then come back bottom to feed again. Like make up your mind, brother. Like, it's too early in the morning for, like, someone like you to be just, like, having a midlife crisis about what it is that you want to do in this game. Yo, good morning, Ronan. How's it going, man? yay. Trios. Trios.
You're in trouble!
Let's see if we can get our Unite move off one more time before Groudon. Huge experience. Got my level 14. Go back, farm. We're gonna hit level 15 for Groudon, and then hope for the best.
You can do it!
The points themselves are not that important. Like, I don't really care that much. At the end of the day, it's gonna come down to whether we win the team fight or not, unless someone's flipping. If you're wondering why I'm doing that, it's because I want their jet timer to overlap with Groudon. So now we have a 4v5 advantage, and I'm just
The final stretch! Don't give up!
forcing the hand. Of course, someone goes AFK at the worst possible time, which is right before... Like, bro, are you serious? Like, the fact that you're Nice. Alright, you guys know the drill. I'm just gonna play some ads while we're getting ready for our next match. Thanks for hanging out on this Sunday morning. Appreciate it. Hopefully you guys enjoy the stream.
You win!
Very possible with why I got united by 1 4 times last week as Delphox. Oh yeah, I mean, for even without Energy Amp, I feel like you just get your Unite move back way too quickly for the Unite move, which I believe is the strongest in the game because of how much it does. First, how's it going, X? The problem is right now is that they didn't drop any balance updates for the new season. Not that it usually not that it makes much of a difference as a whole, but like something would have been better than nothing. So essentially, if you were playing last season, it's the exact same. It's the exact same season. The only difference is Zapdos is here, and even then, I personally don't know how good it is because I haven't played since it got released, and I'm probably just between Charizard Y and Zapdos. Like I'm gonna still ban Charizard Y if it's draft, but also I'll probably want to ban I'll probably want to ban Zapdos just because I don't want to deal with it. Plus, I get that satisfaction of knowing that people spent money and they don't get to play it. That Buzz was eating pretty good, considering they were down in the bottom lane in a 2 versus 1, and they ended up getting ahead. I mean, good on them. All right, so if you're just tuning in recently, or you're just turning on the stream, good morning, everyone. Obviously, I'll be playing a little bit of SOLOQ just until UCS starts, which should be fairly soon. Like technically already started, but they're doing the offline matches right now, and I don't really care to watch those. So I'm waiting for the live broadcast to start. I'm gonna watch EU. I'm gonna watch Latam. I'm gonna watch North America. I didn't watch any of it yesterday. I think I caught like half of one match because I just happened to briefly just like see where things were at, and then I ended up turning it off. So I'll be watching today for the majority, if not all of it, and then after that I'll do a sponsored segment for Marathon, and then I'll probably end stream after that. So it's gonna be a fairly long stream. A little bit of SOLOQ, UCS, and then sponsor stream. Then we'll end stream for the day. Any water park sim? I'll play it at some point, but not today. I ended up watching LCS instead yesterday. Did you complete Resident Evil 9? Yes, I did. It was a great game. I think out of all the Resident Evil games I played majority of them. It would at least make the top 3. It would definitely make the top 3. I am gonna play it again too, just because I did enjoy it enough to have another playthrough. Plus, I want to unlock some other stuff. Yeah, I'll probably do a second playthrough sometime this week. So what are you guys doing this weekend? Like, enough about me. What did you guys do this weekend, or what do you guys got planned for today? Working, eating, sleeping, going out clubbing? Gonna go out on a grand nature adventure? We have just we just made the halfway mark for our Mega Gyarados. Hey caramba. Oh my god, bro. Like, I don't know if you guys can tell, but when I'm doing that, the UI is lagging so much. God damn, bro. Like, like, if it wasn't for the queue popping, I think I would have just got stuck there. I don't even have time to collect my thing. There we go. For the missions. Oh my god, of course he would have done that. Tiger Blue is just like someone you don't. God, man. Every time I see this person, it's like they're just one of those giga trolls that you'll probably see. They are one of those people that plays too much and learns so little.
Ready, go!
Please remake the game, I beg. That'd be so nice. Like, this should have been a fucking remake, man. Two people are AFK right from the get-go, and then Tiger Blue is always just AFK. Like, I want you to pay attention to the Palmite, because every time they die, they take like 20 fucking years to decide whether they want to play the game or not. Such a piss-off. guy's literally AFK, brother. Why do you do this every single fucking game? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, what? Like, this guy's brain is fucking lagging. Like, every single fucking day, every instance, there's like... I'm so tired of fucking seeing you. That's the worst part. Look, again, dead and then AFK. He does this every single fucking game. Doesn't matter if it's my team or, like, the enemy team. Just every single time they play Unite. It's such a joke.
You can do it!
How's it going, Benny?
The final stretch! You're on fire!
Fuck my life, man. Fucking useless team. Like, holy fuck. Like, I don't even know why Intellion's trying to fucking split push or defend against a Meowth by themselves, only to be fucking useless the entire game, on top of this Pawn being dog shit the entire game. Every single fucking game they will ever play, they're just fucking bad. You don't believe me? Look at their profile. Over 15,000 games of being a useless fuck with a barely positive fucking win rate. And of course they have to inflate their fucking stats with fucking bot matches and standard battles.
You lose.
Like, god fucking damn, you're useless. Like, You do nothing the entire game besides sit in a fucking lane, not knowing how to farm, which is why you're level 11 going into the 9-minute fucking mark as a ranged attacker. You do nothing the entire fucking game. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, you don't group, you don't do damage, you don't contribute. What are you good for? On top of the fact you don't score. You have no value. Now I gotta wait for this dumb fuck over here to get into a game, and then I'm gonna miss the fucking lobby because there's only 9 people playing on North America at any given fucking time. Welcome to this dog shit fucking game, ladies and gentlemen. No one plays this shit because you gotta deal with dumb fucks like this. Oh, another person that plays way too much and learns so fucking little. Don't even get me started on the fact that there were 2 people AFK right at the fucking start, and then they didn't do anything the entire game. Like, I'm sorry, do you guys have such a short fucking attention span that you have to AFK the moment the game fucking starts? You chose to load into a match of Pokemon Unite, you chose to fucking play the game, and then all of a sudden, oh, I forgot that I'm playing the game. That starts literally like a minute fucking later. Fucking idiots. Think you have Overlord in your lobby? Oh. How's it going, Shadow? We lost the lobby again. Can you blame him though? I'm playing Pokemon Unite. A 3-stack game. Yippee! Got ads for Unite and YouTube? Damn, bro. The algorithm is real, and it's catering to your love of the game. Zapdos! Guys, am I gonna get clapped by the Thunder Chicken? Let's find out. Look at this credit card swiper. You can't have Zapdos on the second day, or sorry, the third day of the season, I think.
Ready, go!
The DNA clan? Bro, I know them from Call of Duty, man. We go way back. Come on, man. no, it's the SOLOQ. Fuck! I forgot I had full heal.
Don't give up!
Like, where the fuck are the rest of my teammates, man? Are you guys just perma AFK top lane the entire fucking game? Like, 3-stack with no fucking brain cells, man. Like, I get it. You want to go top lane, okay? Don't sit there for the entire fucking game and do absolutely fucking nothing.
You can do it!
I'm gonna save the red buff for last. Okay, well, I'll get my Unite move passively. And there you go.
The final stretch! You're in trouble!
Like, we have 3 AoE fucking Unite moves. There's no way we should lose this. Any... There you go. But let me give you a piece of advice, guys. Wiping your credit card doesn't fix your inability to play the game. Why is it, like... From a rational point of view, why is the Zapdos by themselves basically in my jungle? They're over here when they died. Like, please explain. There's no logical, like, reasoning that you can give me from a analytical perspective that will explain that, besides the fact that you're bad at the game. That's it.
You're on fire!
Like, that's why, like, it doesn't matter, like... The main reason why I don't play Pokemon Unite as much as I do is not because of licensed journeys, not because of matchmaking, or like, that's part of it, but like, not because of licensed journeys, not because there's no balance update, it's because the players just fucking suck. Like, yeah, there's a ginormous list as to why you shouldn't play Pokemon Unite, but for me, the number one on my list as to why this game fails, it's the player base. Plain and simple. I understand it's a casual game. Obviously, this is a lot of people's first baby MOBA. But it's like, bro, like, after 5 years, it's like, I already... Like, I was already tired of a lot of your... Like, when I say a lot of your, I mean, like, a lot of the community's...
5, 4, 3,
disgusting
2,
gameplay.
1.
So, like, it hasn't changed in any
Time's up.
capacity.
You win.
It's a wannabe Overlord? Overlord has fanboys slash girls in Japan? Damn. Crazy. Did anyone watch UCS yesterday? How were the games? Besides the usual cope. Were there any good matches that I like? Were there any matches yesterday that were actually worth watching, or nah? Okay, so our first pick, Ben. Well, hmm. Oh, Dignitas for CG. Damn. The problem is they don't want to learn. I mean, that even without you saying that, I feel like people should know by now that that is just the norm. Like how like not okay, this is not directed just towards the randoms. Like I'm sure you guys, as in like you guys in the chat that play the game or used to play the game, whatever. I'm sure at some point along the way of your Pokemon Unite career, you've played with people, whether it be friends, family, randoms, whatever. How many of those people do you that how many of those people do you know or like played with or play with or past or present tense actually review the games that they play on the regular? Probably not many. I'll say that much. I'm not obviously there. I'm sure there are some people, but that's probably a very small percentage versus the people that don't. Ocean on Zapdos, though, that is very interesting choice. Their team comp is annoying, though, I'll say that. Wigglytuff, Espeon, Revenant, they got a lot of crowd control. I don't want to go full heal, but when I can see this team, I have to respect it, whether I want to or not. Wigglytuff is just annoying. So just in regards to that comment, so the real Comfy bot, or like Comfy bot, although someone owns the account, although someone as in a real person owns the account, it's a bot that plays. It's like a script. It's not actually like a real human being. I just learned. I actually just learned that that skill of Zapdos, it's still like it lasts even after they die. So that's a. Fuck my life, bro. Dude, that's like I didn't have full heal for that, but that was fucking annoying.
You can do it!
Bro, like, what the fuck, man? You do know... Why are you just getting here? Like the Eldegoss doesn't unite move. Decidueye wasn't even there. Then shows up only to throw one single Spirit Shackle and fucking miss. Like, you ever play League of Legends and you see that fucking jungle meme of Lee Sin missing a, like, going out of the jungle and missing a fucking Q? Or, like, throwing a Q out and then just walking back into the jungle? That accurately depicts my fucking Decidueye. Like, they do fucking nothing. And they took my blue buff, yay.
You're in trouble.
Gengar united and Wigglytuff united. I think I just force it. I have full heal again too. Cinderace, you're not gonna get your Night move back. You can take my red buff, whatever.
The final stretch. Don't give up. You can do it!
You should win a team fight? No, because our damage dealers do negative fucking damage. They're too scared to even do anything.
What a goal! What a goal! What a goal! What 5, 4, 3,
Wait a minute. Isn't Xyle Kira from like Latin America? What server is this? No, at the bare minimum, guys. At the bare minimum, the game will still be in service at least until after Worlds, because it's not like they're gonna just turn off everything before that happens. So what? Worlds is in August, I think, or September, August. So bare minimum, the game stays active until August, and then we'll see from there. Yeah, so that would mean at least until August. Mid-August. Bare minimum. Yes. So fucking dumb. What's wrong with you, maggots? Yeah, the Surfetch. Or sorry, the Farfetch. They literally stole the first camp, or like they leached experience from the first camp because they hopped over the wall. Then they go to the lane and die like a fucking idiot because they're just stupid. Like, you people are so fucking stupid that it makes no sense. You get level. Okay, let me break it down for those of you that may or may not understand. So they tax my jungle, which is the Zatu, and they miss every single piece of farm going to lane. You do realize that you taxing that farm, but missing every piece of lane farm going to the actual lane itself, it still yields the same fucking results. You're still, like, if you leech experience from all those bundle bees going to lane, you're still gonna be level 3. You taking the Zatu is the same thing The only difference is you're putting me behind. You people are fucking stupid. You like the lack of brain cells makes no fucking sense. I just want to point out one thing. So the Blastoise and the person, so the Mindyana, by the way, they were the 3 stack that I won against, like, not last game, the game before. This is also the same person that threw the game on their part because the Zapdos was in my jungle. So they ditched their 3 stack to go to duos.
Ready, go!
Bro, this like, what are you guys doing? I'm so confused. Like, did you not call bottom and then you're going top lane? Like, oh, like I I can already tell you that level 5 from Zapdos is way too fucking strong. That shit looks insane, damage-wise. One piece of farming.
Don't give up!
fucking kidding me, man? Yo, King Sosa in your fucking duo, you need to get the fuck out of fucking rank, man. I'm so tired of seeing you dogshit players. Like, I can tell you, the reason why you're losing is not because of the person you probably kicked out or didn't want to play with you. You two are just fucking lost. Like, are you streaming right now? Like, that's the real question. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man.
What a goal!
Holy shit, dude.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up.
You know what's worse than a shit player? A shit player that streams this game. Because God fucking forbid you fucking show people how bad you are and then they start playing like you. They played no differently than when I played against them literally 2 games ago. The only difference is they were on my team this time around. Hey, how's it going, Sly? I hate what they did to this game and the fact that it had so much potential. Well, late now. That potential is squandered and gone.
Ready, go!
Oh my fucking god, I forgot about this stupid move thing. Fuck. That shit is so stupid. What canceled my fucking move? Oh my god, dude. I'm already fucking pissed, man. I forgot about this one move bullshit. I forgot to set my move.
trouble. The final stretch.
Oh my god, I fucked up. This is... I think I just gotta start pulling.
You're on fire. What a goal!
Like, obviously, so...
What a
Just
goal!
piggybacking off of what you guys were talking about. Obviously, unless you work for the dev team, or the people behind Pokemon Unite itself, you will never know why they do the things they do. You can only speculate and assume. But the way that they're handling Pokemon Unite right now,
What a goal!
it just gives the perception that they are doing everything that they possibly can to milk the game for whatever they can, because they know, or like, they probably think that Unite's shelf life is about to expire. Now, whether that's true or not, obviously, no idea.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Unite devs made a big decision lately. I wouldn't say like big decision. The most notable thing that has happened recently, which they tried to justify as good, is the whole one moveset thing. So if you haven't been playing Unite recently or you're not keeping up with news, basically every license that they release going forward, instead of having a collective total of 4 moves, the new releases are only going to have 2 moves. So essentially, think of it as Mega Evolution Pokemon. You know, they all have one moveset. All the future Pokemon that get released, they all have one moveset. And they're locking the second moveset behind a feature that is not in the game just yet. But they also outlined in the most recent notes that there is going to be a system that has to do with that second moveset. And as for Pokemon that are already in the game, so if the Pokemon that have 4 movesets in the game, you have to select your moveset before the game starts. Which I totally forgot about. Like, I'm playing Mimikyu right now. So if we're using this game as an example, I was planning on going Shadow Sneak and Shadow Claw, but I forgot that you need to set your move in the lobby, like, after you select your Pokemon beforehand. So I only had one option, which is select, like, it automatically chose Play Rough for me. Because I didn't save my moveset. Why? Because they're trying to make it easier on new players, but they were trying to make it easier on new players and inexperienced players, but I feel like they made a problem for no reason. Like, it was a very trivial problem. I wish it was a setting than a forced option. That would be a good compromise. Like, if people want to have this one moveset thing, fine. Let them do let them do them. But like, I don't want to. I don't want to have to do this every single time I'm playing a different Pokemon. So, but when do the devs ever compromise? Will the second moveset be purchased separately? We don't know as of right now. That would be the assumption. That would be the assumption, but it hasn't been confirmed. The only thing that they've mentioned is that there's going to be a new system for second moves, but I don't know what that system is. Like right now, people are just speculating. It's not just me. A lot of people are of the mindset that they're gonna paywall the second move. Whether that happens or not, I don't know, but we will see in the very near future. Now, like this is completely hypothetical, by the way. If all you need to do to unlock that second moveset is to like play the game, then I don't have an issue with it because that would just encourage people to play the game more to get that second moveset. Now, if that's not the case and they charge money for it, then obviously I have a big problem and I would say fuck these guys. I'd probably just stop playing. Well, but that also only matters, or that's only a big deal if you're looking to acquire new Pokemon. So, like, let's say for example, you're someone that say for example, you are someone that wants to play one of the new birds that are coming out. So let's say you want to play Articuno, and you want to unlock that second move set, whatever that may be. Like, it only matters if there's an upcoming license that you want to play. But like, if you're only gonna be playing like old Pokemon, you still have that second moveset, but you have to pick your moveset before the match starts, which is annoying as hell. I think we got time for like 3 more games before UCS starts. So, depending on how quick these matches load in and whatnot, got like 3 more matches to play, hopefully. The Pokemon Unite broadcast has ads on. They always, well, I have Turbo, so I never see ads, but like, don't, isn't that always the case? I don't think so. Like, I, if you have a Twitch channel, like, if you're a streamer, there's no turning off ads. I'm not trying to like argue for them. I'm just saying, like, if you're a Twitch streamer or you have a channel, there's no channel on Twitch that doesn't have ads. Period. You can only like, you can have the bare minimum, but every channel has ads. Even like people that are not partnered, affiliates, whatever, or non-affiliate. I think maybe non-affiliates. I don't remember, but no, you can't turn them off though. That's the thing. Like, every channel has ads. That you can only have the bare minimum though. I think it's like 15 seconds or 30 seconds. Like I said, I don't check or whatnot, but like, every channel will always have the bare minimum. Imagine they release skins that give you more attack or something like that. Don't give them ideas. We already know the devs lurk in this chat, getting ideas off you guys. The skins are called held items. Yo, it's real comfy bot. Real comfy bot with that gold ribbon. God damn, bro. This is also a reason why I'm like scared to play rank. Well, there's 3. I personally know of 3 real comfy bot accounts or comfy bot accounts. I know there's at least 3 that play specifically comfy, and there's Zerabot now.
Ready, go!
Oh my lord, bro. All that time just to get a remake. I've gotten more remakes today in like the last week. Okay, be honest, guys. Like, for those of you that are, hanging out in the chat right now, are any of you guys still playing Pokemon Unite, or are you guys done as well? Like, you guys still play, or like, are you guys just done? Obviously, I still play, but compared to before, my playtime has significantly dropped. But I still play. Dunzo, rank motivation drop for me? Playing it just for the one mon I like, I'm nearly done after the one moveset strategy.
Ready, go!
Didn't even give Latios move effect during... Oh, considering Pokemon Anniversary? Wait, did Latios get a skin? Oh no, I got the Battle Pass, right? Yeah, I got the Battle Pass. Oh my god, bro.
You're on fire!
They cleaned up, it's fine. Anyone getting Pokopia? Probably not me. I've never played... okay, so... I've never played a game like Animal Crossing before. Like Stardew Valley, Animal Crossing, all those cozy-like type... Like, all those cozy type of games, I've never played any of them. I've seen the games, but I personally never played them. I feel like if I didn't play Minecraft, I would consider picking it up just to try my hand at it. But considering that's not the case or the reality we live in right now, as in I don't play Minecraft, I feel as if I would play it for a little bit, try it, and then I'd probably just stop playing it.
You're on fire!
And that's the only reason I'm not getting it on my end. Because my cozy game is Minecraft. Although it's not like that genre, like for me, Minecraft is cozy. Like if I don't want to do anything, if I just want to chill, I play that. And I just build stuff. And that can be very time consuming enough as it is, depending on what I choose to do at that given time. My question for you guys, though, so obviously this is very subjective, but do you guys think that game is worth $70 as it is right now? Like, based on what you've seen, if you've seen anything. Because they did show some gameplay on Pokemon Day.
You're on fire!
Fantasy? I've never heard of that game personally. What's it about? Actually, you know what? I can just literally just look it up right now. Not like I'm in the game.
You win!
In the meantime, I have to wait for Comfy Bot to get into a match before I even queue up because I don't want to see them on either side. Matt feels so naked without bushes. Google Fantasy Life. Okay, so there are two so the moment I Google search it, there's two Fantasy Life. Fantasy Life by itself and Fantasy Life I, the girl who steals time. Which one am I looking at? I'm assuming just Fantasy Life, right? Because I've not heard of either of these games. So, Fantasy Life or the girl... Oh, Fantasy? Okay. The girl who steals time. When I see pictures of it, the first I get like RPG but Animal Crossing vibes from this game. That's like the first thing that I can picture when I see some pictures of this game. I hope you're doing okay. Haven't watched a Pokemon Unite stream or played the game in months. How's the meta these days? Saw the bird trio on Pokemon Day. Um, it's the same old, man. You're quite frankly, you're not missing out on much. The meta is okay ish. It's not the best. It's not the best, but it's not the worst it's ever been. Obviously, the devs are making some very questionable changes, which is obviously affecting the vibe on how people are perceiving the game, I guess. So, I mean, you know, Same old, same old. Alright, I'm typing and not talking in case people have ads. At least people know what I'm saying.
Ready, go!
I mean, that's what they were trying to do. So they were trying to make it easier on new players or inexperienced players, but they made a new problem that affects veteran players, regardless of skill. They just made it inconvenient. top lane is getting bullied. Holy moly. Oh, you walked all the way bottom just to turn around and walk back top? Like, what are you doing, man? Come on. Guys, can someone do me a favor and check to see if the Pokemon Unite main channel went live yet? Are they live yet or no? Not yet. 'Cause I'm just playing solo queue until they go live, so I can just chill. Not yet. We start in 1 minute? Okay, bet. Bet.
You're on fire!
I'm in a 1v5, by the way. Literal 1v5. Oh, shit, dude. So let me correct you. 1v5, pulled 2 Unite moves, killed one of them, and it still feels like my team is doing nothing. KO 3 of them in a 1v3. Well, 2 of them are low already, but still.
You're on fire!
I'm gonna hold this buff until like 2:30. Unless one of these guys tries stealing it, then I'll take it, but... Like, the reason I'm doing this is because I want this red buff to last as long as I possibly can, like, once Groudon spawns. Because the red buff makes a big difference on Charizard Y. So, like, 2 of them are dead, I'm still waiting. Like, there's not much going on anyways. I'm not gonna fight. Okay. When I see one of my teammates get close, that's when I take it, because I'm afraid they're gonna steal it. And if they steal it after waiting all that time, then it's just, like, a really big win.
The final stretch. You're on fire.
Okay, one person's back happening, the other one's farming. I still have full heal for Cerulege, so I'm killing. And with 3 people dead, I'm just gonna start pulling this, even if I'm doing it by myself. They added solo mode to Unite? Yes, they added solo mode to Unite, but if you're not sure what that game mode is, it's literally just you versus bots. Don't think of it as bot mode. That's it.
You're on fire. What a goal. What a goal.
So from my understanding though, although I'm not playing it myself, I don't remember who, but it was when I was playing Resident Evil. Basically, if you're a new player or playing on a new account, it is a good way to get licenses.
Five, four, three, two, one. Time's up. You win.
Okay, well, we get another dub. That's good enough for me. Alright, time for lame UCS. Boo! 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 Sorry. One, two, three, 4, 5. We're 12 and 5. Why did they try to surrender? If I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt, it's because they're doing it for fun because they know we're gonna win. But in the off chance that they're really stupid, then they think that we lost because they died, and they feel like they're the main character, so that when they die, the game's over. Wait, they're not live? I thought they were live. Hold on. Hold on. Animo. They're late. They're late to their own stream. The YouTube says they're scheduled for 11:45 a.m. 11:45 a.m. That's 7 minutes ago. Typical. I can't believe it, guys. I took my day off work to watch these guys, and they're not even punctual. Yo, that's time fraud right there. Oh. Considering they should be starting now, I imagine that I don't have time for another game. So I'm kind of just refreshing my Twitch tab just to see if they pop online. Surely they'll show up eventually, guys. Surely. I should probably complete my missions while I can. I always forget to do. Claim. Research. Oh, that shit is so laggy. Oh my god, I can't even move my thing. The stream starts in 6 minutes. Crazed Nell, how's it going? Okay, well, if you guys are just tuning in, or, popping into the stream, hopefully you're having a good morning. It's still technically morning for us East Coasters. I'm literally just waiting for the official broadcast to go live so I can watch UCS. We were playing SOLOQ up until now, and for the most part it went okay. It could have gone worse, could have gone better. And then I'm gonna watch UCS, probably all of it, depending on how I'm feeling. And then after that, I will do my sponsored segment for Marathon. Basically a shooter game that everyone's been playing recently. Like, there's the open beta, or like an open, like, yeah, basically a beta server that dropped for the weekend, and everyone's playing it, or everyone was trying it out. So I figured I'd try it out and do a sponsor segment for it, play for like an hour or two. And then by that time, because, Pokemon Unite's gonna go for an awfully long time. By the time I'm done the sponsor segment, it's gonna be really late, so by that time I'll probably end stream. But there isn't too much going on right now. Besides the fact that they're taking forever. Oh, they finally went live, guys. They're live. They're live. Wait for this grade A production. Woo! My god, we're gonna have so much fun. Wow. Sick. Then fuck it. Oh, they actually, I just realized they actually got some new They got some new music. Bro, one of the things that bugged me while I was during the intermission was the fact that I had to listen to the in-game Pokemon Unite music every single time I was waiting. And that would drive me nuts because I hate that music. They actually got some different music. Oh my god. I'll probably get tired of this soon, but at least it's something different. Oh, you know what? I forgot that they were doing that. So, okay. So, what I'm referring to specifically. So, it's now the Groudon map. By default, every time they play a best of 3, the first match is going to be Groudon. The second match is going to be Rayquaza. Always. So I honestly forgot that Rayquaza was a thing in UCS, because it's been so long since I've seen it. I actually have to play a match on Rayquaza just to see what's different about the map, because it's been so long that I actually forgot. Is it? Oh, I don't remember. I think I'm just, guys, I think I'm just old now. I genuinely just think I'm old and my brain is just whittling away. Guys, is it bad that I actually remember the Pokemon music? Or sorry, let me be specific. The Pokemon Unite music, that I actually can hum it. Speaking of getting older, how's life been treating y'all? It would be much better if it wasn't winter here for like the last 3 months. Alright, I'm tired of winter weather. Period. Like right now, it's still cold outside. It was snow. We had like a snowstorm last week. We had a snowstorm the week before, and then it just carries on for several days at a time. Besides that, I'm good. I'm tired of snow.
Have you ever had your back to the wall? Never had the odds against you stacked tall. Never felt like you were about to fall. One wrong move and you lose it all. We can win the day if we unite. Come on. Hey, we can win the day. What just happened?
I'm gonna deafen myself so I don't have to listen to that.
Oh my goodness, this is
I think that's like no. I will deafen myself until this is over, and then I'll put my earbuds back in. I actually can't hear anything right now. And I that's my choice. I refuse.
Hey, we can win the day if we unite.
Hello, trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional Leagues Week 3, Day number 2. I am Kirk, your absolutely fraudulent cowboy.
Yo, where's
He,
Spriggles?
And alongside me is the forecasters that we've had yesterday that we're going to keep riding through the rest of
Damn.
the weekend with.
Spargle's retired, guys? Is this the end of an era? He's gone? He's done so?
Zoinks, how you feeling about this weekend?
Wait, was he there yesterday?
I've been having so much fun this weekend. I love
Guys,
that we
I
are
need to know.
halfway through the season now, so we've had a chance to see every team play against every team now at this point.
It's a
in
cover-up. He
Major
quit.
League and
He's
it's
retiring.
rematch time. It is going to be so exciting to see teams get a second chance to take
Oh,
down the
really?
rivals
Okay, my bad.
or keep up that run of dominance. This is
Damn.
a really exciting time
Unfortunate.
for regional leagues right now.
Definitely heating up for sure.
They
So-
lost
First
-2
time covering the
production
regional league,
value.
Certainly not a stranger to PUCS. How you feeling about this weekend?
-2 for Spriggles, and then -1 for his mustache. She's muted! Production, she's muted. Oh my god, it's Jover.
Let's go. I'm doing good. All right. So just saying that I'm very excited because yesterday we had some banger matches that were very important for the
That's honestly so
standings and
funny.
just for the health of
She looks so
the
excited, and then
environment that we have
she
in
looks so
every
excited, and then
region.
the entire
We
time
had
she's just
Blue
muted.
versus Evil Geniuses. We had Force Gaming against CACM yesterday, which were incredible to watch. So I'm super excited to what we're going to be seeing today.
I am very excited that we can.
Okay,
hear
I have
you on
one
top of
simple
all the
question,
wonderful
guys.
action that you just
Is
completed.
Surfetch allowed in this
For those
tournament?
that
Yes or
don't know,
no?
Kella was bragging before the stream started.
Like, do
today.
we have
She
any
has not
Pokemon bans
yet
by
gone to
default?
sleep, so running
Was
on
Surfetch allowed? Any
absolutely
Surfetch
zero
yesterday?
sleep here. Kello, how are you going to make it through the weekend on no sleep? And is the energy of the matches what you're expecting to carry you through?
Look, what can I say? I'm a robot. Beep boop, beep boop. But no, I am really excited. We had an incredible first half to the season. I'm really excited to see these rematches and whether we're actually going to end up seeing some upsets because we had a few upsets yesterday.
It was definitely nice to catch some upsets yesterday as well. It felt like a breath of fresh air almost in these regional leagues. And of course, rounding out the team that we've got today is my friend Wonder Chef Shevsky. Talk to the kid.
I'm back, I'm here, I'm slightly better, but I'm still going to be in the tall grass, so I'll be bringing you the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional League.
Are they
Week
desync?
3,
Yo, this guy's
Day 2
lagging.
Off-stream matches
What?
for the European... No, actually, we're going to start with the...
His mouth is not matching the audio. It's pre-recorded. Caught in 4K. This is pre-recorded.
And I'm excited. They were really good yesterday, honestly. Some of the best, I think, off-stream matches that we've
Look,
had.
his mouth
So
isn't
hopefully
even
we
matching his
continue.
words. Yo, guys, it's a ruse. I knew it. I knew this was pre-recorded the entire time.
Of teams that can, it's certainly the ones we're watching today here in day 2, and we have some highlights from that day 1, regional highlights. To kick those off, we're going to go over to Kello and talk about a match she selected from EU that she'd like to highlight.
Yes, as we head over to Europe there, 2 out of the 3 matches from yesterday we had on broadcast did end in a 2-0. But it's these matches here, Los Catacados versus BH3, where they were 1 apiece. But it really came down to BH3 having absolutely no bar of it. They just went full aggressive, going in with an early composition with running double evolutions and a spectacular and clean team fight where none of their members ended up going down. And Resu on this Glaceon was an absolute powerhouse. But
Oh
because
my
of that
God.
win against Los Catacados, they do end the first portion of our regional leagues undefeated.
Bro, if your
at
team
7-0.
that hasn't, like, no disrespect intended, but like, you're a team that's you're the top 8, one of the top 8 teams in your respective region. You're going on to week 3 and you haven't picked up a single win. God damn, bro. Like, when do you guys, like, are you allowed to quit mid-league? Like there's no chance of qualifying, so just like, well.
Looking forward to LATAM. So, Soph, walk us through Force Gaming CACM Esports, a great match from yesterday.
Totally was, Kirk, and honestly, it was such a pivotal match for us to watch and get just how these two teams are going to be playing as a little bit of a teaser for the ACL finals, since they are going to be present in Japan. And it was a series that went to game 3. It was very par on par, even scores all throughout the series, and this game 3 in particular showed how Force Gaming was so good in isolating the prime targets of CACM on that Miraidon, on that Glaceon, and being able to score quite a lot of points alongside this defense that was also very necessary for them to really seal the deal. So the standings right now include
What's the reward for this tourney? So,
only dropping one single
because you
game
haven't
for
been
the
around, I'll
series
mute it for a
on the
second just
record
because
of
they're not
7.
talking about. So, unlike before, it's not a tournament. It's like a league format now. So this year they changed it from monthly tournaments to a league, and some teams were invited to partake while others had to qualify to participate. So now you have the top 8 teams from every single region competing in a league format. Every team's going to face, every other team, I think, like a total of 2... No, sorry, I think it's like a total of 4 times across the duration of the league. And I believe the top 2 people like the top 2 teams of the league at the very end of the playoffs qualify for Worlds, I think. And there is prize money on the line, like there is a prize pool, but I believe top 2 teams qualify for Worlds, while the other teams have to find an alternative means to qualify if they are remaining active. Do they pay for your plane ticket? I believe so. Yeah, for your ticket itself, I think they cover the cost. But everything else is not included, like, you know, your hotel and all that. And
Really big
Aftermath
teams in
still
Root and
0-7.
Great momentum from Lunex Gaming. We'll see if they can maintain that through today as well. But we have already had some matches go down in EU, and who else to bring coverage of those than our man in the tall grass, Shefsky. Honestly, banished to the tall grass, it feels like at this point. So, Chef, talk to me about these off-stream matches, which, from what I've heard from you so far, might have been kind of duds.
Well, little bit. And yeah, I'm here 2 days in a row. I'm a little bit like a Snorlax. Gotta find a Pokemon flute and wake me up because I'm definitely taking a nap between these. But no, these ones were, I think, a little bit more obvious. Of course, we had Gem de Poulet going 0-2 in 2 of our off-stream matches, and then Avalanche going 0-2 in another one, which unfortunately those teams, they just haven't quite found their footing. They got their back to the wall, but they can still win the day if they unite, I guess. But they're gonna have to really work for it because we're already in the second half. There's not that much time left in the league, and that does mean that a few of our other teams
I think there's
have
what?
pushed up a little bit further in the rankings. BH3 Esports will.
Who's the favorite to
by
win
the
for
virtue of
NA?
being
So
the
Root
first of the
Dignitas
day,
is the
be our
favorite for
first
NA.
8-0 in the entire league,
When it
and
comes
that
to
has been a
EU,
strong, consistent showing from them. As
I
well
think
as
the fan
Volcon's
favorite
now
is
up to a
Team Peps,
4-4,
if I had to
and
give an
Los Avocados
opinion.
up to a 4-5. So those were
But
all
like
really
you
good
also have like
teams,
BH3 and
which brings us that
Komai.
kind of middle ground,
People
even
want those teams to
closer,
win though
and
as
it's now
well. But I
kind
think
of
out
up
of
to
all the
Engage
teams,
to
I
try
think
to
Team
catch
Peps
up,
might be
I think, to
the
rest of that pack.
fan
You were
favorite.
completely
Because they were
right.
the ones that
And
also
if,
won
we're talking about Engage, I think now's a great time to show our
UIC?
full match schedule for today, because Engage specifically has a real tough road ahead of them. First off, to kick off our day.
But either way, they're going to Worlds
undefeated
anyways.
BH3. Team
They
Peps
qualify for
once
Worlds by
qualified
winning
against
EUIC.
Volcons, trying to capture
So
some of
even
that
if they were to
EUIC
go
magic
like
that
lose
they
every
have.
single match
But
going
look at
forward in
Engage
this
again
league,
against the
it
second
doesn't change the fact
EU
that you'll still see
Komai
them at
at a
Worlds.
7-1 record. Jumping into LATAM, we've got our world champs trying to keep a streak alive here. Peru squares up against undefeated Force Gaming. CACM Esports against Stamina Esports. CACM Land Monsters trying to convert that into an in-home performance. And of course, the undefeated Force Gaming, they hope to be going against Tuesday Esports to round out LATAM.
So what's
And
stopping
just to
them
rip
from
through
throwing
the rest of
matches
our
for extra
broadcast
pocket
schedule
money?
for NA, Lunex Gaming keeps the momentum going against Citadel Gaming. EG,
I mean,
to see
in
if
the
they can
in
square
the
things up to
hypothetical
7-1,
in the
catch
hypothetical
Root Dig against
situation
Extinction, and then Root Dig IX rounding
that they
out
do that,
our day.
I mean, the
So
risk is
tons
getting
and tons of great matchups
banned
here for
from
week 3,
from
day
competitive,
2
but
in our broadcast schedule. But at the top of that
if
list,
they ignore that,
is
then
your
of course,
undefeated
technically
BH3
nothing.
Esports against Engage, which means I gotta send 3 of these nerds packing. So Kello, Soph, and Chef, get on out of here, because it's the Zoinks and Snacks show. The Unite Mics are taking over to kick off here in week 3, day 2. Zoinks, what can you expect out of this matchup? I mean, can BH3 be stopped?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question mark. Obviously, they're undefeated in match record. They're dropping maps here and there, which is obviously an important factor, something that may Engage might have an opportunity to kind of steal
They
something.
get a better
but
seed for
it
winning
is
the league
so
too.
tough to
So you
steal
get
a
more
win
money,
off this
the
team.
better your
BH3
seed is, yeah.
Esports, especially online, have been phenomenal. We've gotten at multiple chances.
So obviously,
to talk
at the
to
end,
Utah
you want to be
about
at least
squad
top 2.
interviews, whether it's
Because that's the whole point of the
pre-show or
league.
at the event.
Well, like
Talking a
qualifying
lot
for
about
Worlds
the
is
new
more important
additions
than
of Rezu
a little
and
bit of
Wims,
extra
and
prize money,
my
unless
word,
you
have they been living up
are
to
in
the
financial need of that
incredible
money, to be
performances
fair.
from this team. Feels
But
like they are such
obviously,
amazing
the end goal for all these competitive teams
and
is
the way
to
they
get to
fill a
Worlds
lot of
and
different
win
roles
Worlds.
makes this team
So I would say top 2 is more
dangerous.
important than,
4th in EU and 14th globally ranked in
you know,
terms of damage per game.
placing
One thing I want to
3rd or
out,
4th
I
or
don't know
whatever.
how Kranix is holding that Tinkaton, but it looked ridiculous. Let's get into
Hammer forward.
yeah, what crazy work. Miffle, Volko,
So yes, the higher you are, the more money you get
to try to
in terms of prize
lure
pool.
the teams into false sense of security there. Aslan, Greg 22, and Hiyori Engage, like you had seen and
At
mentioned
the top of my
before,
head, I don't
have
remember how much
slipped
though, if
out
I'm
of
being
that
honest.
top 5. Excuse me, Chef mentioned slipped out of that top 5, and they have a tough set of matches today to try and claw their way back into the upside of those standings. We'll see if Miffle, Volto, Aslan, Greg, and Hiyori can get it done. But again,
Alright, we're just chilling,
it's
guys.
gonna be
They're
a
doing a
tough
lot of
climb. So what
mansplaining
can
right now, a lot of
Engage do to
yappuccinoing.
try and take down
So obviously,
the
this would be a good
undefeated
time to go
BH3?
go to the restroom, get a
Yeah,
snack,
in
stretch.
terms of
I'm gonna
Engage,
stretch right
it
now as
feels
well.
like they
No, I
have the pieces
have no
in a
excuse
lot
not
of
to
ways. They
stretch
just
when
have
they're
the
literally-
full puzzle in some of these situations. They have some incredibly talented players. I think Volto has proven themselves over years to be one of the best EU carries that we have on the top side of the map. But then also Hiyori has just been this lights out all-star in moment to moment. Aslan's been one of the defenders this season that's really been impressing me. But all of these being said, it feels like in any given match that Engage is playing, it's one of these players rising to the occasion and popping off. What I'm looking for Engage is a true lights out match where they're playing coordinated, all of their star players are playing to their potential, and I think that's the only way that they're really going to be able to take down this BH3 team.
That's a great point, Zoinks. Let's take a look at these bands. Mega Mewtwo Y, Blisty, Blastoise, Mega Charizard Y, Psyduck, Lapras, and of course, we are starting on the Rayquaza map here in week 3. So we're going to be
I don't even know who that is. Nachos? Who's Nachos?
Yeah, exactly.
I read nachos and I was thinking of
Maybe
food.
tuning into the regional leagues for the first time in each of these weeks, a different boss monster will be locked in for map 1. After that, it will be loser picks either draft side or map. But here we go into our draft. Mega Gyarados being available does not surprise me that it's an early pick. It is a bit of a surprise to see Engage actually opting for that Mew selection. Pokemon like Mega Gyarados and Mega Lucario are still available, but not for long. Volto going to pick up that option, and Hiyori is going to pick up a Mimikyu. Very early pick of a central area carry Pokemon.
It's not often that we see both Mega Lucario and Mega Gyarados make it into game here, but Engage and BH3 are electing to play with some high octane selections. Eldegoss quickly locked in. Utah hovering that Blaziken, a Pokemon that did get nerfed.
I still don't know who that is.
Overheat, right?
Why are they
It's
banned?
resistant, but even with then starting to see a lot more
Like,
plays,
depending
people
on what they
realize
did to
it's
get
still
banned,
pretty darn good. Aslan, you mentioned
I
the
may or
team
may not be
covering that
sympathetic,
Snorlax and
but
Miffle rounding
most of
out
the time
with
when people get
Darkrai,
banned, they
a
did
Pokemon
something
that to
stupid
me
that they
has
shouldn't
been
they
very
probably
hit or
shouldn't
miss.
do. So
And Reisu grabbing a Glaceon
for me,
from
I
the
really
other
don't care that
shown
much.
yesterday as well.
Yeah, especially from this player. I think in that whole highlight package we were
That's
watching
my
BH3,
question. I don't know
just
anything about
locking
that
up
person
insane Glaceon plays
until you just mentioned them. So my question would be, why are they banned?
Aslan Snorlax, I talked about how this defender player has really impressed me. This is by far their most played tank in the regional leagues up until this point, which I do like. And also, Nice, you mentioned that nerf to Blaziken, the changes to the unstoppable factor of overheat. Well, now Snorlax's block can interact with that Pokemon. So no longer is it overheat in a proper position a surefire way
Count
to secure
sharing?
some of these objectives. If Aslan can play a very individualized
I mean,
defense on that all-rounder,
I don't
we
feel
could
bad.
see some maneuvering in some of
You're
these
doing
range fights
something
and
that you know you
potentially
shouldn't be
get that
doing.
Major secure threat out of the way.
Am I sympathetic?
I've
No.
said this before, I'll say it again. When Glaceon is in that gutter position is when Glaceon is at its best. We don't want to see an Icicle Spear Glaceon taking over the game, forcing bans.
Oh yeah, okay, so that's
forcing to be
that.
first picked, right?
It makes
But
sense
when
as to
it
why
can
they're
be
banned.
flexed into as kind of that gutter option, to me that means it's in a good spot. And really credit in the world for BH3 for identifying that and selecting it in moments where they can find that it does have that upside and can bring value. Evil Genius is another team that has been bringing Glaceon as well. Engage your purple team, BH3
Let me move my
Esport, your
camera.
orange team. Let's get into it. Match number 1 of day number 2 of week number 3 of the regional leagues.
Well done. Yeah, I think you nailed that. Without being a mouthful, I think you absolutely crushed it. One interesting thing here, Doomsex, that I don't even think we even talked about it because I didn't even notice it. We're seeing a support Mew for the first time.
There have been people that
we've seen
account shared in the
much
past.
Attacker Mew these days with how powerful that mage-style Pokemon was looking like, but
So,
now we are seeing a bit of a
There have
flex.
been people in the
Engage
past
bringing
that
a bit
have
more
account shared,
firepower,
and
but
I think
also
the penalty was
utility
1
that
year.
Mews can have access to.
Yeah, Greg22.
I don't know if
gonna be
it
picking
varied
up
or
the
not,
Mew
but I
here
think
for
it was like,
Engage. And it's a look that they did
1 year.
yesterday against was it Peps, right, to cut off
good point.
Zante from being able to take Mew. So we'll see if they can have some success with it today. And they fell a little short as we have the Icy Wind Glaceon ready to go. A page out of Evil Genius's book, like I just mentioned.
Yeah. And just wanting a bit more burst damage to contend with Darkrai, right? You only going to have limited opportunities to even do damage to that Pokemon. You want to make sure you're hitting them with some big bursts. Big exchange from both these teams. A 4-for-4 player rotation at the bottom side. Don't see that all the time, but the way Magikarp has been treated in the buffs and patches these days and how good these players have gotten to getting to the Gyarados stage, it feels like the days of punishing early game Magikarp not as frequent anymore. And as I say that, there it is, the Gyarados evolution already here for Kranix.
That means Kranix out-secured Volto on some of this stuff, which is tough to do, especially in the face of a Lucario. So all the credit in the world for Kranix to getting this thing online, and a knockout here would just be worth its weight in gold. Can't quite close it out, but using that opportunity to get the Bunnelby for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Kranix is absolutely crushing it.
It's honestly mind-boggling to me how people allow Gyarados to level up so quickly in a competitive match.
Old habits die hard, I suppose. Already rotating.
Like, especially against the Lucario lane. Like, what?
Yeah, there's no shame in their game here. They're willing to scrap.
And then they just get
Not
bullied
often
in the lane
you see
phase.
this many even-numbered fights break out. We saw a 4v4. We saw a 3v3. Nice little boosted auto Solar Beam to check BH3 just a little bit.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be careful about some of these exchanges, but they do have the backup of Sazero on this Eldegoss. That Pollen Puff healing, of course, can hit multiple targets, and a little bit later, apply some damage reduction.
Going straight in is the Mimikyu looking for a target, but no, they're dispatched of because Kranix is just too big. Lucario falls as well, and that means that it's all BH3 here.
I don't really care that much, man. Like, I gotta be honest. Like,
behind a Gyarados this early,
my curiosity is sated. I don't care.
Yeah, I mean, this is so phenomenal for BH3 Esports. They're winning in a landslide way on the top side. Bottom side, though, Engage gonna be rallying for this fight around the Registeels. They rotate towards it. Snorlax looking for prime position.
Bro, there's a there's a 3-level gap between Gyarados and the Lucario. And not only is it a 5v4 bottom, but they're still losing.
That's exactly what you want from that, but I'll tell you what, they're securing bodies too here.
Like, you play Lucario for the early game and getting shit on this badly. Yo, drop this guy from the team, man. Either you gotta play like it, give him the benefit of the doubt because it's the first match of the series. But if they play like this in the future matches, that would be my indicator that something needs to change in that top lane.
And they win the team fight on the bottom side as well. Engage struggling to get their Darkrai and Mimikyu to dangerous level gaps of where they can actually earn some of these KOs against.
Like, if they want to, they could brute force this top lane, and it looks like they're going to. Darkrai's bottom lane. So it's a 5 versus 4. Not to mention, 2 people have Unite moves on the side of BH3.
The backdoor by the Gyarados, already a Unite move, catches the Mew. Heavy Slam's gonna pop up a couple Regieleki hits and all that. Aslan goes down. KO streak of 3 there for you, Tao. And now that's another goal zone gone. 293 to 57. Yikes.
Yeah, at 530, that tier 2 being gone is so scary for a lot of reasons, but maybe first and foremost, that will be at least 2 more Regielekis in this game that will be threatening the home goal zone if BH3 can pick them up. Engage in a really difficult spot. They're still choosing to play really coordinated play as 5. They could steal this KO. Miffle takes down Eldegoss in the one-on-one in the Nightmare Dimension. That's just a support, not a lot of EXP back.
No, not much at all here. I mean, I guess the levels were kind of close, so maybe it's more than we think, because that's just how far behind Engage is. Here comes Kranix finally joining the flight. Tons of damage on that Darkrai. The block is there to stun Kranix a little bit. This would be a quality knockout, and they get it. Okay, Engage is feeling themselves a little bit. Mew gets into the fog there to help Miffle get that knockout. Greg22 keeping an eye on this Regice. They would like the team-wide experience here. Another Glacial stage set. Regice is getting ripped. Miffle is very low. Miffle is down. Megu is creating space, and the chase is on. Reisu wants to deal all the damage with Sazero taking the objective, but it's Megu getting credit for all these knockouts here.
Like, I don't know.
Just can't hang.
Yeah,
They're
it's
wasting
just
so
gonna
much
try to
time right
buy
now.
A little bit of time at this point. Block away Megu a bit if you can, but honestly, at this point, defending your central area might be what you need to focus on the most. Another Regieleki spawning in at 410. Looks like Krenix will probably be able to clear that one individually. First, they're just going to check the tall grass everywhere they can in case Engage wants to push up for that fight. BH3 have a few ways they can keep the advantage. The points lead is looking ridiculous for them, but they can also just keep the EXP by taking fights.
Engage looks so lost right now.
MiMiQ, of course, once the Mega Gyarados Unite is used, now we have all that damage and all those stats cascading on the heads of Engage. Cannon is out, Mega Lucario is live, but they're not even looking to fight. They're trying to retreat. They puff through the wall to get away, trying to bait them into the Darkrai, and that leads to a knockout, which is a good one. Can they get a good follow-up here? There's a 3v3. Low on HP, however, is Engage, and they decide to walk away.
Yeah, I was talking a little bit before about how we were kind of choosing to keep
394 to 77. And keep in mind, it's Rayquaza. So I think I made a mistake. Because it is week 3, they're starting off with Rayquaza and then the map changes.
All the time in the world that they were able to buy, however, that was
like rotates.
experience that went to the side of Engage.
So that makes it even worse because out of all 3 objectives, Rayquaza is the bulkiest out of the bunch. And when you're down this, like when you're down this many points going into the end game, it's either you need to win it's either you win a team fight or you flip the objective. But flipping
duel of this end game team fight is going to be the
is slightly more difficult because Rayquaza has more HP.
Huge amounts of burst damage. The problem is BH3 Esport have this Eldegoss to constantly give the support. So if the Mimikyu Darkrai don't net a KO, BH3
at least Lucario caught up in levels. That's like the one thing I can probably say that they have going for them. The problem is that even though they caught up in levels, they lost lanes so badly that the damage is already done. Like you're down over 300 points in a competitive match. It is insane.
Be Rayquaza because it's the one that gives them the best chance here out of the 3 that we have the option from. But it looks like we're already kind of scrapping early, putting tons of damage on Aslan. Volto has to retreat. Miffle's nowhere to be seen. Solar Beam is there from Greg22. Hiyori's running away as Miffle's trying to get some sort of Darkrai flank. Back to the middle is BH3. Chunked is Rayquaza just a little bit. Into the Dark Pulse is Miffle, and they have to eject button to try and retreat. Rayquaza's already at half zoinks. Engage needs to find their way in. Pulled into the Nightmare is that Gyarados. Can they get a knockout? They go underground, underground sea. That's blue and black energy if I'm not mistaken, and they're trying to use the blue to take out the black right now. Now we're moving through, and the fight is roaring forward. Still putting the pressure on. Miffle's still not down, which is impressive in and of itself, but now the dominoes are starting to fall, and the first player is Volto. Cotton Cloud Crash gives everybody on BH3 more power in the tank to keep fighting here, and they're just buying time. There's a minute left. They feel good. They're going for the rip. They've got multiple.
They don't have to do anything. They literally just win if they wait it out.
Yeah, the Eldegoss Unite boost pops, and Krenix doesn't receive any of the healing, but still makes it safely away.
Mimikyu was waiting the entire time,
onto this Rayquaza, and BH3 a bit undecided,
and they chose literally the worst time to go in. They chose to go in 1v5 by themselves with Unite move. Like, I know they're pressed for time, but if they were going to go in, they need to go in when the team was going in, not after by yourself. Now they're trying to flip, but even in the hypothetical situation that they managed to somehow, by the good grace of God, get Rayquaza, they're so far down that it wouldn't have made a difference.
With 15 seconds left, that might be the only highlight we're talking about here in the late stages.
They actually got top lane diff so damn hard. Like, it was not even close. I've never seen a Lucario lose that badly to a Magikarp lane in a 2v2. That to me is insane.
Team here in EU is crushing it in game number 1.
Definitely showing why they're undefeated. If they're playing like that, it's going to be tough
to put things into perspective.
570.
Not only did they lose, so I think it was Lucario, Mewtwo versus the Magikarp and whoever else was laning. Not only did they lose the 2v2 lane, not only did they allow Magikarp to evolve early, not only did they lose the 5v4 bottom lane after Lucario rotated to try to help bottom, they lost the fight, lost the objective. they just didn't control. Like, they managed to get like a kill here and there, but goddamn, it was bad. That was painful, man.
And the Glaceon, but even with the Kranix being stuck by a block from the Snorlax, they're still able to get away. Yeah, and you called it out. They're winning this fight kind of 3v4 against Engage just due to a absurdly strong level lead at this point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Glaceon was level 15, moving through. I mean, just great work.
Yeah, so Dorkamus, there is a new item in the game right now. It's called Vanguard Bell. And what it does is basically you need to have, like, it needs to be used with someone that can use CC. Every time you land your CC on someone, you heal for 8% of your maximum HP.
Yeah, I really like it into the Darkrai in particular for the reasons I mentioned during the draft screen. But yeah, what a cough. That'll be a full ratio of 16.
It is kind of busted, yeah.
It's ordered, but
it's also a 5-second cooldown as well,
also,
which is why it's really good.
In terms of damage, I did want to give that.
So it's a 5-second cooldown.
If there's any silver lining for Engage, it was,
and you heal for 8% of your max HP, which is why it's really good on defenders.
The one absolutely crushing it in this game. Eventually, it felt like BH3's strategy kind of pivoted a bit to instead of Rezu and Kranix and Yutao kind of triple damage dealing, it's let's let Yutao and Rezu play the side game, and let's just let Kranix run it up mid, and Rezu will clean up what's left.
No, you're exactly right. That's one player I wanted to highlight. I mean, Kranix's early game,
like, it's one thing to lose to a Magikarp lane, but it's even worse when you lose to a Mega Gyarados lane, because unlike regular Gyarados, it's even more unforgiving when you let a Mega Gyarados get ahead early, and it also scales better in the late game.
And then you just have these
because it has more sustain and more damage than regular Gyarados.
Through closing out these knockouts or supplementing other knockouts here, as we see 7 knockouts, 9 assists, and a cough of 16.
I really do like the energy amplifier as well on this build. Glaceon's Unite move so phenomenal. With either moveset, obviously it has some pretty huge synergies as long as you're sticking within that Icy Diamond. But Rezu just making it look like an extra cannon that they get to throw at the opposition at any given time is looking really great. I love some of these big major damage dealers tripling down, if you will, on the late game. Another Pokemon like Ceruledge or something where it's all about that Unite move. You may as well put the amp on it. Good stuff. Going into map number 2, Dupes, next we are going to be moving away from Rayquaza and instead flexing into the Groudon map. So Engage are going to choose to stay on that first pick side of the draft screen, but BH3 Esport electing to move away from Rayquaza and instead enter to the pit of Groudon.
So you mentioned that you really liked from Engage that Darkrai, specifically Miffle's Darkrai. What else does Engage need to shake up here? They are in the same draft position. We are on a different map. What priority changes can they make here to maybe give themselves a chance?
Top lane.
Yeah, I think we're just kind of going all in a little bit on the Speedster Assassin style of builds, right? We're playing Play Rough Mimikyu and the Darkrai and kind of relying on the support Mew to be that upfront poke damage. I don't mind that situation, but if we wanted to go a little bit more in the conservative realm, I do think a Pokemon like Latios could be a consideration for Greg in that spot, which would give you access to Dragon Shear to really support some of these major carries. And I also think the support sticking in tandem on the top side of the map might be a better investment instead of really trying to force the 4v4s early in the bottom map, path.
Taking Vaporeon out of the equation here, which means Engage does have the opportunity to redo their draft the same way, and they said, you know what, Mew wasn't the problem first picking that. But now
they might take Mega Gyarados on the first rotation
both options here
and a defender.
BH3.
Like, they have their choice of
somewhere that I'm sure Kranix would like to be if they have that opportunity.
Do you think there's ever a world where that Lapras ban last game was supposed to be a Vaporeon ban?
Yeah, I knew it.
I was pretty shocked to see that one.
So the thing is, like, one thing I do like about this draft specifically is the fact that both Vaporeon and Blastoise are banned, and obviously they're the S tiers of the defender class right now. So naturally, when they're both banned, you have to default to either Crustle, Snorlax, or Slowbro, and Umbreon. So because they're because they're orange side in this case, and they have second pick, they have their pick of the litter of the defenders. And then not only that, they just pick the fucking top laner that just rolled over the enemy team last game. So the thing you have to look at this time, like you have to pay the first game, just give them the benefit of the doubt that it was just not their game. Like obviously it went very, very badly. This time around is you have to make sure that that top lane doesn't end up the same way, and you have a 3-level difference at first objective. Because if you look at the last match, Lucario was literally down 3 levels when they went down bottom to help. If you have a level 6 Mega Lucario and a level 9 Mega Gyarados that wasn't even part of that 5v4 bottom objective, you have a real problem. Because not only are you losing the 5v4, but you're just allowing that Gyarados to continue snowballing in the top lane.
Rezu will get the first central clear on this Glaceon, and we'll kind of have to exchange.
Russell's not running.
Bit, but either way, BH3 Esports competition looks fantastic again. Engage, I'll give them the credit. They're sticking to their strategies. We'll see if they can get
actually, I don't know.
Run at it here in game number 2.
At first, critical step number 1. You gotta have Volto win.
Why aren't they
early
banning
game,
Mega Gary?
right?
Because they probably feel like
Mario losing. To
I'm
a
sure they
Machop
probably
or
feel that they can
Magikarp
deal with
in the early
it,
game.
but
It is
contrary to
favored.
what they
That is
think,
the Pokemon
they
is
did not
supposed
deal
to
with
do,
it
is
properly
win
last
that
game.
stage of the game and then use that pressure and that advantage.
Is Vanguard
to
Bell
get your
banned?
team
I have no
going.
idea,
And if
truthfully.
Volto,
I do not know.
Struggles there, the whole
It's only
team's
3
gonna
games?
struggle.
Yeah,
That's what we
exactly.
saw
All the
game
more
one.
reason why
So
they have
the
to
first box to
come
me,
out of the
and
gate
Engage
swinging
needs to
rather
check here in
than
game number 2.
lose one game and then hope for the best the
I'd
next
love for
game.
Greg to kind of backpack with them up there this time around instead of doing the whole triple down to the bottom immediately early. I know Lucario in days of old used to be that solo path Pokemon, but still, in these days, it is a 2v1 against a Magikarp and a Gossifleur. Like, I'm not saying it's the hardest challenge in the world, but still, I do think having that Mew for backup would make things a bit easier. Let's get into it. It looks like Greg will be accompanying at least Hiyori in the central area to start things off. As Engage, you're going to be your purple team, and BH3 Esport, your orange team.
Yes, Azaro was sent on a mission at the start of last game.
So if
on
you
that
look at the
invade,
jungle on the
so
side of Engage,
definitely
they're actually double
making sure
jungling.
that Hiyori gets online quickly to keep the game going right now, to be quite honest. But what does that do?
Yeah.
That leaves Volto struggling up top already, as you can see those those orange pips from BH3 smothering that gold zone early.
Yeah, already pushing forward and getting some very important scores in. I believe Utah running that Mega Gyarados this time around. Here are going to be put in just a couple of points, get their few stacks as this 4-player push on the bottom side. We'll see a repeat, but this time BH3 Esport a bit slower on the rotation. They won't be joining this time around.
Yeah, but the K opener is going to go to Kranix on this Machop, and I'll be honest, I hate how Engage is playing this. I'm not going to shy away from it. I think they've already given up the goose here, given up KOs downstairs. They're not slowing down anything that's happening upstairs. Volto is struggling a little bit. I mean, we've got the Magikarp.
Oh my god, it's happening again.
And of course, the
Lucario died in the 2 versus 1, and the Talonflame, or the Fletchender to be specific. Lucario died in the 2 versus 1, and then now we have an early Gyarados again, at least by competitive stand. Like, by normal standards, 130 is still relatively quickly for a Gyarados evolution.
Advantage in this attacker-esque role on the top side, but now the central area is no longer a safe space either, as Eldegoss and Gyarados pushing towards the Fletchender a bit on the top side.
Not only that, but they double jungled, sent 4 people bottom total, like collectively, and they still managed to give up a kill.
EXP as they are off to the
Their early game macro is just all over the place,
on the
man.
map because this is Groudon, where it does not exist.
then
in
Volto's
the
dying
raid
again.
As you mentioned in game 1, it will
Hinting
be a
for
factor
stacks. It's
here
like-
in game 2. And are the teams
I don't
gonna
think he was
play
trying to get a
around
kill.
is
I
the
think he's just trying to get some
question. We have
stacks on his
a couple
Lucario.
Players floating around. It looks like Engage at least is showing presence, but BH3 is the one smothering our Reggie Drago. Half HP, and Aslan is going to babysit as Sazero collapses as well.
Yeah, and that will be an easy take. So Engage understanding they cannot take this fight right now. If you get KO'd at this moment of the game, BH3 Esport probably gets their Unite moves on even earlier, and Darkrai looking like a tough spot for them to be in. But either way, we do have, eventually we'll get KO'd. That Machoke picking up a very important one against their path opponent.
Yeah, that was our observer saying, "Children, watch your eyes," because we saw that Machoke on a sprint towards Miffle and cutting us off from that vision, that horror. that is that look, because that was a swift KO.
So it's also
indeed.
worth mentioning that it's also worth mentioning that Crustle went X Scissor instead of
enough after the day
what's it called? Stealth
Reggie's
Rock.
still roaming pretty far. Yeah, it's gonna immediately leash. Anytime Reggie's
So they have
too
that-
far away from its starting point, or really any objective, it will
Just
return
upfront
to its
crowd
starting point
control
and
if
fully
they're-
regain its HP. Big push by Aslan.
So let's see like that
It was
right
a
there.
good attempt by Miffle, but it was sussed out by BH3, and with the snap of your fingers, 3 players down. Reisu taking over yet again. This Darkrai has too low of HP, can't do anything, and that's going to be a big.
So I just wanna point out this
26
time,
point over. My math is correct, which means.
So not only did the same thing happen, like top lane fed the opposing top laner, but not only that, because now they're focusing so much attention on the top lane, Yutao on the Machamp has gone level 9 ridiculously early. That for a 6-minute 45-second Machamp is really early for a Machamp. Generally, for a silent Machamp in a competitive match.
I mean, good look for Volto though. That's a knockout they need.
Generally speaking, when it comes to
struggling in levels here, I mean, the
level 9
support is
evolutions,
kind of
if you're
right
playing
at
lane,
parity with some of the
ideally
big
you would like
tiers
to be
on
level 9 for
Engage,
first
and
objective, but that's
acceptable
not
conditions
very
here if you're
realistic, especially in
engaged right
competitive.
now. They need to
645
eat
for
those
Machamp
yellow
is
dots. They need
really
to try
early.
and focus on their side of the map, but
And it
that
would have been more
submission is
impactful
not
if they
gonna
didn't get
allow
caught
them
out in
to
the jungle,
escape.
but-
Quick knockout again.
Yeah, very impressive. And, oh, by the way, my apologies. I did miss the player swap there at the end. Utah has been playing Machamp this entire time, but either way, we're back up. The Mega Gyarados.
Mega Gyarados just 1v1 Mega Lucario in the top lane, by the way.
Likely roam for some extra
And not
points.
only that, because they
You know, I
died,
think
they
I'm
score
pretty sure I said
40.
Kranix 100 times too, so we're all good. Nice little cross chop secure. Talonflame sweeps into
Like,
the
they're
wall.
losing top and bottom at the same
Surprisingly
time.
Here, as that is just what we're accustomed to. Taking to the skies and going to crash land, eject button, maybe make it out. Heck no, not today. Regieleki goes back to its point and it starts walking again as Miffle is low on HP. And this would be a crazy knockout to let the support core get here if you're engaged. Heavy slam coverage by Aslan is going to buy them just enough time to stick on the pad and keep that Regieleki down.
So Miffle does go down pretty late in that way. They're trying to fight that 1v3. They did get the KO on Glaceon a little bit earlier, which is impressive. They were able to bring them into the
I
nightmare
don't like
zone,
their
get the
decision.
1v1
So,
fight win.
on the side of
I was a little
Engage,
interested to
I
see
don't
what
like their
happens
decision
because
to
Resu did attempt to use the
prolong
Glaceon
that
right move
lane.
in that one-on-one
They lost the
battle
Regieleki,
and
but it
kinda
wouldn't have been
tried
the end of the world if they just let it walk.
them survive.
Because it would have been 20 over 18, overcap at 2 points, and you would have got some farm. Now, because they put it too low, and it wouldn't break the goal, now they're stuck in a prolonged lane phase, not being able to farm because the enemy team is just so much farther ahead.
Dark Pulse is through. Miffle's deep, dragging another character into the nightmare here. I believe it's the Eldegoss that has to scrap 1v1 here. And if they're going to make it out, it's going to be crazy work. Dark Pulse is down. Talonflame does finally clean up the grass type. Aura Cannon shoots through. Meanwhile, Regirock is taken, so that's going to make it easier for this BH3 team to scrap. Talonflame is way deep downtown there, and the chase is on for them. As here comes the Mega Gyarados, going to spin up on pad, look to fight. Dark Pulse through, doesn't deal a lot of damage. Nice little power-up punch, close combat combination. Half HP on Kranix. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to tie them off with that HP, which means they get to tie off these KOs on Engage. Huge unite.
There we go. Okay, I said before, all flourish, no finish. This time, Utah making sure to get the job done. 2 KO streak with that cross chop. Big critical hit damage.
That's a 32-point cap, 32-point overcap on the bottom lane, by the way. So because they didn't let that goal break, they allowed Gyarados to score there. Bigger overcap and more experience on Kranix.
To walk down the path towards the next goal zone.
I would say the only thing that's different from the first match is the fact that the point lead is not as bad. But in terms of levels, they're bleeding levels right now.
Casually attempting a 1v2 in the top
In terms of levels across the board, they're doing worse than game number 1.
It's going to be A-okay. Here's the fly.
But the point differential is slightly better. It's still bad, but at least they're not down 300 over 300 points.
Themselves for the better of the team.
Yeah. Mega gets 2 of them trapped in the rock tomb. Rezu making the decision to say, I'm level 14. I can get
I mean,
one of you, but I am going to choose the one with the lower
BH3
HP
are
to
the number
ensure
one
to get the
team.
knockout. So impressive stuff.
So
from
it really
Glacio.
just
We're
goes to show the
15
skill
seconds
difference
away from
between
the
these two
final stretch,
teams
BH3 Esport,
and how
yet
badly
another
Engage are getting
commanding
pummeled
lead,
into the
and they
ground.
also have commanding position
But
around the crowd on pit right
a
now,
lot
off this corridor.
of the
Rezu
things
going
that
as
we
far to try to
see
take with the blue buff, and I believe they are successful. No blue circle
could be
underneath them.
avoided if
Rezu just
Engage
highway
made better
robbery out here.
decisions.
And then Megu on top of everything is playing so far forward. They got hit with a full force solar beam, and I didn't see their health bar move at all. Not a great look here for Engage if they're using this Mew to try and lay in some early damage. We do have a Talonflame flank score here that's going to help evens things up. No, it's sussed out by Utah, and the chase is on downstairs in our picture-in-picture. Volto at half HP, Aslan running cover. In the Dark Pulse is Megu. Pollen Puff barely tops them off with HP.
Yeah, and Megu still has Unite. Like they haven't even felt the pressure enough to even rubble rouse in some of these situations. Engage having a really tough time getting this poke damage in, especially with Mew on the outside looking in. Nice solar beam though, and Krenix will have to retreat back to the rest of their team. But the clock is ticking, Doobsnacks. We're almost at a minute mark.
Freeze dry, icy wind, glacial stage, or a cannon. But the Mega Lucario has to use that move and reset. Big Dark Pulse, Cotton Cloud Crash is going to top off 4 players. Huge one right there. Nice heavy slam. Flame sweep into the wall. No surprises there. Putting down the block here as the Mega Gyarados works back through. Dark Pulse again.
Lucario was trying to flip by themselves and then they just die.
Are they gonna make it out alive?
Like that Lucario player, like I'm sorry, but the Lucario player on the side of Engage is just not it.
Moving back through is
Not only did they
Utah,
use their
gets
Unite move
suplex
defensively
and a
because they were about to
knockout
die to
subsequently.
Glaceon,
Ground
but then as
is
soon as
starting
they
to
come
get
back, they
on.
go into the pit, try to
Sazerac is
force
going
flip
for a
by
cheeky
themselves.
Hundo burger, and
Not
so
only
is
can
Glaceon.
they not do that
I was gonna say
in this
scoring
match
becomes pretty
specifically,
important all of a sudden.
but they got
They
caught
can
out as well.
put together some nice little
like
back
all the
taps,
skill
but it
cooldowns
might
they
just
used
be
was on the
a
Groudon,
shy
and
of what
then
they need, especially with that Glaceon getting the Hundo burger on that top side.
It's
There's
over.
only 15 seconds remaining, and Engage is going to need a
This
miracle
was
to
a
come back
painful
in this
series
one.
to
And
watch,
with Mega
but
being
at
stalwart
least
on
they
that
only
tier
went to 2
2,
games.
I
That's
don't
that's
think they're gonna
the
find it, Doobsnacks.
the
This
upside is
time
it's only
gonna
2
come
games, so
down
at least we
to
go into the
BH3
next series
know the
sooner.
result from the beginning. 2
But
to
goddamn,
0
that
over
was
Engage.
painful, man.
Incredibly well played bell to bell for BH3 Esport. Engage, on the other hand, they've got some work to do, both on the draft screen and on the execution front as they get into the late stages now of our regional league. There's not a lot of time left to fix what's going on here for Engage as they're going to drop to a 3-5 record zones.
That's just what I was going to say, Doobsnacks. Same brain here for the Unite Mice crew. As I was going to say, we are the second half of the season, and a lot of these matches are going to quickly become must-win if Engage wants to make it into the playoffs.
That's
and
funny.
outside of that relegation tournament. They want that opportunity to play for a spot at Worlds. Getting a little bit easier with the EU team already securing it at EUIC, but Engage currently is on the outside looking in. The opposite couldn't be more true, though, for BH3 Esport, as they are flying ahead, yet to receive a match loss. And very quickly, we're going to be talking about how BH3 might secure their spot in number 1 uncontested very soon. But Rezu getting another incredible game here with this Glaceon. Only one thing, so the cough will be unaffected. We really got to fix that math, but still a 13 cough.
Yeah, 13 cough out of Resu. I'm taking a look at Utah, though. 9 knockouts, 1 assist as well. Great work. But take a look at Sazerac to round off this team. 15 assists. Sazerac was everywhere the action was, making sure that
I don't
those
know.
feints remained as low as
I don't know.
possible. If you
So
look across
I don't
the
know if it
board,
was because of
they
game
didn't go
1.
down too often
So in
here
game
that
1, they
second
lost
game.
to 2v2 just straight up. But then in game number 2, instead of 2v2ing, they left Lucario by themselves. And they sent 4 people bottom. I think they thought that they could get a lead that way, but not only did they not, but it ended up
and it felt like the only thing that was shutting down
becoming the
Engage
same
in some of these
situation of
moments.
top lane getting absolutely
Again,
destroyed.
extra small bone to Miffle on the Darkrai with almost 80,000 damage. I think really leaning into the power builds of that Darkrai was looking good.
I don't know.
In the end, not good enough. BH3 Esport
It's like a macro and individual thing.
13 cough.
13 cough cannot be.
But they just got straight up outplayed.
denied, to be quite honest. I want to point out the amount of wild Pokemon Reisu was taking. 37, you know, is a decently high number compared to what we see sometimes out of these central area players, and that's why the heat map reflects the way it does. Reisu was not allergic to getting back into their side of the map, getting that easy experience, and then ripping into these paths to do some damage.
That's a great point. Yeah, I think on average we see a lot of central area players getting 31 to 33, something like that. So picking up even just a few more extra wild Pokemon, and not all the time, but sometimes we did see the snipes of the enemy central area Pokemon. Those were pretty huge. So amazing work from BH3 Esport. Engage obviously got some work to do, but we got a task for all of you at home to do as well, and that is to do with NAIC, which is coming up very, very soon. Reminder, you can sign up for
Reserve your hotel for NAIC, guys. Don't forget to scan your barcode, guys.
We want you to be staying
Buy those
comfortable.
hotel rooms
So check
now.
out the hotel
Sorry, reserve those
information
hotel
here.
rooms.
Pokemon bkmn.news/NAIC26 hotels, or just scan the QR for the easy route to go check out the hotel deals in partnership with an amazing event at NAIC.
NAIC is a terrific event, of course, in New Orleans. Booking early is going to help you not only guarantee your spot, but of course, relieve the stress of trying to figure things out at the final second. And I know you Pokemon players out there love to wait till the last second to try and get stuff done. So we're trying to help you 4 months early, 3 months early. Use the QR code, get yourself sorted out. Don't miss an awesome event.
A little too late for New Year's resolutions, but I'm saying this is the year Pokemon players get ahead of it and get their hotels on time. But everybody, up next, we're going to have another EU match here for the regional leagues. It'll be Team Peps, newly Worlds qualified, versus the scrappy Volticons Unite. They want that trophy too. I cannot wait. We'll be back on the other side of this break with more regional league action.
To celebrate Pokemon Day, Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno will be joining the fray.
Oh, Engage are playing again?
The magnificent power of the 3 legendary bird Pokemon comes together. Soar stylishly into battle. You can participate in the event to unlock their Unite licenses. And even more Pokemon are scheduled to be added. Don't miss what's coming.
Electro Volleyball World Tour? What does that even mean? Alright guys, well we got 4 minutes until the next series or the next yapping starts. So go stretch, go get a snack, go to the restroom, do all that stuff. I'm gonna go get a snack during this brief intermission, so I'll be right back guys. You're not missing out on much. Thank you guys for hanging out on this Sunday afternoon or morning, depending on your time zone. I will see you guys in just a bit. Obviously, I'm still streaming, but I'm gonna go look for a snack really quickly while we're in intermission. I'll type in the chat too. Looking for a snack. Intermission. Wait, I beat the timer? How? Is it really less than 4 minutes? Okay, bro. Those are so...
Hey everybody,
Alright, I'm
Chef
back, guys.
here, still trying to find my way out of the tall grass. I've been stuck for a day and a half. Somebody please send someone to find me. But in the meantime, I'm going to bring you some of the matches that I've been able to see over here in the tall grass, including starting with, I should say, Latin America with Infamous and Stamina Gaming. Some amazing teams that we've seen some great stuff from. But unfortunately, this one may have been a little bit of a one-sided match. You can see here the comps, and I want to just show off one play near the end of this one, and we're going to immediately go into the slow mode, I think, for this clips. Now, before we even start, I just want to point out here, you can see a pretty huge lead for the side of Stamina. Levels, points, everything's quite good for them. NESUS is a level 15 Scyther, and that's really all that I think anybody needs to say. But look at this positioning for Mufasa, about to get jumped on, literally, almost by Cebus. So this is a really unfortunate situation for Infamous. I think they did an amazing job of initiating here. So they jump in exactly where Mufasa is. They land the Icicle Fang, but look at this. Kira jumps in at the exact spot where they get pulled by the Dragon Rush, and they're now both being attacked. And while we see both Unites being popped, the Unite comes out from the Snorlax, giving the shield to Mufasa and allowing them to escape both of these Pokemon, chasing them with their Unites that they cannot stop. So it was a really nice engagement, but the fact that we accidentally saw Kira jump in and then was able to use their Unite to make everybody survive meant that they unfortunately used a lot of resources to not get any KOs, and then that did end up leading to a pretty clean team fight cleanup. Sometimes, you know, you get an extra target in there and it's not the target that you want, so that does mean that after this, it was a pretty easy defense. We actually don't even get to see a Kyogre take because they were just so far ahead, and that was a win for Stamina Esports, taking the set 2-0. So a little bit more one-sided. We have a few more other one-sided matchups off stream, but we'll get to those a little bit later because I've got to find my way out of this tall grass. I am lost. I'm running out of food, and hey, maybe Kello and Soph can find somebody to send me some assistance, but they've got a match, so I'll let them take that one away first. So see it to you two.
So, can you see Chef anywhere? I mean, he must really be good at hide and seek, especially in that tall grass. But thank you so much for that highlight of the first match from LATAM, Chef. But we are not finished yet here with EU. We still have our second match to go. So, we have Team Peps up against Volticons Unite. We are heading into that second portion, so this is going to be a rematch between these two teams.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, the second part of round robin has started all throughout yesterday and today in a little mix and match of those matches, but majority of the teams are getting into this second round robin. So Team Peps, the current UUIC champions, composed by Klaus, Zante, Potato, Bruv, and Mav, are on a 6-2 record on third placement of the standings so far.
Yes, and up against them is going to be Volticons Unite. Now, as I mentioned, this is going to be the second time they're going up against Team Peps. Volticons did end up losing earlier on 2-0 to them, so this is their chance to make a comeback. But they are currently rank 4 on the leaderboard with a set count of 4 wins, 4 losses. But we have Tibby, Snow, Chara King, Fizzy, and Daddy Leon. I absolutely love watching their team. They're actually really fun, but averages 264k damage per game. I'm guessing that has to be collective total. There's no
Try my best not to buy
player that
plushies.
does that much damage,
I feel as if the moment I start buying plushies,
you said and
I'm just gonna start buying them all.
me as the
like I've only have 2.
264 is
I have a
the
Disguised
total for
Toast
the whole
plushie
team.
because I
will
just liked
give
it,
you that.
and then I got a
And
Minecraft
that makes
plushie.
them
But
the
like,
first most damage
literally,
in per game
the only
in
reason I got that
EU
Minecraft plushie is because of Kimmy.
a lot, and it makes sense that
And she
this
had to
match
like
is just
twist
so
my
exciting,
arm
considering the baggage that we know that the Team Peps players have,
and take me
and now
kicking and
with
screaming
Volticons
to
also
convince me to
performing
get that
pretty
plushie.
well, half of the standings right, not exactly beating the best of the league so far, but definitely still getting some wins here and there that can make them feel a little bit, afloat. So this win, if they can get it, would be huge for how they're going to be in the placements. As we get into the draft of our first game, Voticons will be on the purple side getting first pick, and Team Peps on the orange. A reminder that Rayquaza is the first map of every single series today.
Yeah, just like we had yesterday, headed on into day 2, but we already have 2 Mega Pokemon off the table here, Mega Lucario and Mega Charizard Y there, but the second lot is going to be a Mimikyu and a Scyther Sizzle pick as well. I feel like we usually see this ban normally in LATAM. We don't really normally see a Scyther pick in EU, so this is quite interesting.
It really is. I agree. I think it's a signature pick there. And Ben, focus for Latam, but EU also getting the hang of this Pokemon. Now, with the round out of 2 defenders in the bench, we have the Mamoswine plus Blastoise. Both of them have been very good so far. In the regional league, Volticons has an opportunity here to potentially get a Vaporeon first pick, or a Psyduck could be a good option considering they have been pretty valuable.
Fuck, I don't have any
but
methods.
the Crustle is the one that was hovered, although Mewtwo Y is that first pick.
Yeah, a last switch up there with Charizard locking in that Mewtwo Y, one of the other megas that we have seen on the ban table from time to time, but I feel like it has had a pretty consistent performance so far in the regional leagues. But on the other side, we have Cerulege, and you mentioned Psyduck would be a great first pick, so Marv is going to hop straight onto that supporter.
It's such a good one. Sidekick is a great ability for that displacement, and we
I have a
seen
plushie. Someone give me a
lot of Solos
Rowlet.
being
That's
very
not even your
well
favorite
played across all
Pokemon, isn't it?
regions
Mew?
in the West. I
They
believe
don't
this is
know
a
you,
good
Mac.
combination that they have going
They
on.
need to get you a
But
Mew
Volticons
plushie
now
first, then
going for another
Rowlet.
Mega with a Mega Gyarados plus a Trevenant on their roster, so they really want to get that engage in, be on top of Team Peps. Meanwhile, Bruv has selected that Crustle.
Psyduck is in the game,
trying
man?
to
Oh
get
yeah,
some
it's been
space
in the game for a
away
while.
From that Mega Gyarados.
The newest
and the Mega
Pokemon in the
Mewtwo
game is
Y, so
Surfetch.
that backline can be safer. And
We got
speaking of
Psyduck,
backline,
we got
their attack
Vaporeon, we
ability
got Surfetch, we got Zapdos.
Zante on the Mew is so
We got
trusted. They have had some incredible
Mega Charizard
supports
Y
with that Solar Beam Mew in the past. So I'm really excited to see Zante rock this Pokemon.
Trying to think of
once
what else
again.
came
it's just
out
a question of what
in,
are
like, the most
Volticons
recent
going
order.
to use to try and counter. And I feel like Talonflame, if Snow ends up going the Speedster, which they do, is such a great counter into that, especially with that fly to go and avoid those moves, but then dive on and deal with Zante in the back line.
Oh, and speaking of dealing with somebody, I think Garchomp is a great pick here for Team Peps, as that all-rounder having that Dragon Rush can get people either closer into your squad so that you allow
like playing?
to do as much damage as possible.
What's stopping
or
you?
Even using that Dragon
If you
Rush
like
to get
playing,
people
go for
away
it.
from you and protect
I won't try to
that
convince you
backline a little
otherwise.
bit more. Just like you mentioned, with such great backline access the Talonflame has with Fly, or even the Dive, it's something that they need to be playing around really well. I am so excited about these.
Besides the
compositions that we
Talonflame,
have here, Kelly, but
which I'm like
they're
on the
super
fence
different
about,
from what we have been
I do
seeing
like
on
Volticon's
Meta
team comp.
in general. So I would say that these two teams are
They got good scaling. The question is, like, do they make it to late game?
Tried and trusted, but also just Pokemon that they're comfortable with. We've seen Potato play a lot of Garchomp. We've seen Zante play a lot of Mew. I know these aren't exactly top meta Pokemon at the moment, but it's getting that comfortableness within them, but knowing the limits to these Pokemon as well. I feel like these players really have that down pat.
Oh, they do.
You know what
They
I just
do.
realized?
And to be honest, the
I
stuff
just
is
saw
very
that the
fresh.
Pokemon
It's good
Unite
to be on
Latin
something that you're
America
very
channel was
comfortable with.
live.
So that makes
But what's
quite a
the
lot
point of
sense to
covering
me.
the same
I am
matches
excited to
just in a
see
different language?
how that
Like, wouldn't it have been
top
better
is
to
gonna be
use,
going,
like, you have
because having that Mega
not only
Gyarados, that is
Latam, Brazil
definitely
as well.
one of
You have
the
two separate
focuses
official
that
channels
Team Peps will
covering
have
the
in
exact
trying to
same
get those
matches.
levels
Wouldn't it
as
have
soon
been
as
better to
possible?
cover the
And we
matches
get
that were
into
like off
game one,
stream,
Volticons as
or
your
like
bubble team
even
and Team
just
Peps
to expedite the
as your
process,
orange.
like the other
Things are
regions?
about to get exciting on this best of 3.
Yeah,
Seems like
interestingly
such a
enough, we
waste.
have a double central area there with Mew going and helping that Charcadet. And I guess that's, even though neither of them have that experience share, they are going to get that 65-65 experience split between them. So just trying to get online ASAP. But up in the top path, Gibble and Psyduck are really putting the pressure onto Volticons Unite.
Yeah, and like we were mentioning, it's just something that you gotta do. Although here on the bot side, they are very interested in securing these early birds because there is a jungler rotation with Daddy Leon here and the Charcadet as well, just trying to get this EXP as quickly as possible. Zante will be helping them out as they look to be a little behind, although that Fletchlander is in the central area. They are going to come back here for bot side to collect these birds. But now already being a Cerulege, this is a much better standing point for Team Peps. They're not going to overcommit though, just take the DXP and get away.
They get the XP, but look at them. They already have 3 level 5s over on their side, including that Cerulege that has now evolved, but Mew, which now has access to go and switch up those moves. So I feel like this was an interesting strategy to see come out into play, and it seemed to be working in their favor, considering up in the top path, we have a Magikarp still that has yet to evolve.
You see, this is what should have happened in the previous series, by the way. Like, this is what top lane is supposed to look like when you're facing a Magikarp, not feeding it within the first minute of the game and it becomes a Gyarados. Like, look at the contrast between Series 1 and Series 2 and how these guys are punishing the fact that they have a weak lane. It's not even like that they're like it's not even like that they have an exceedingly strong lane. Like, they're playing a Garchomp lane. It's not the worst, it's not the best either. But it doesn't change the fact that they're doing a good job of starving out the
It's
Magikarp.
interesting to see where these members end up prioritizing. I can see Volticons Unite. Looks like they're collaborating down bottom.
Indeed,
Like, that's what people in general should be doing to a Magikarp. Not dying to it, not allowing it to free farm, just literally.
Reggie Drago spawning. Oh, actually, they was already taken. I didn't even notice who took it.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Oh wow. So we were definitely very focused on the fight scale. Did you catch that?
I know we have to look for a chef in the tall grass, but we need to look for who has this buff because, to be honest, I don't even see a ring around any of these players up here on the top path. But looks like we have a rotation from Volticons Unite with 4 members up there, leaving the Trevenant down bottom. But they have
Talonflame, bro. They missed their fly and got caught out too.
That did allow Volticons
God damn, that is depressing right there.
Have their Gyarados online at that level 6, and some opportunity to take down this Regieleki if they choose.
Team Pep's trying to go for world domination right here. They beat all the teams at EUIC and now they're going back to their region to kick some ass.
Having that lead, going to the bot side, taking that Reggie steal as quickly as possible.
Like, if you're Spanish, they're taking the chancleta and just beating these guys with it. Which is basically another way of saying they took the sandal and just starts beating the asses of the enemy team. Like, they're getting punished for doing something they shouldn't have. They're getting grounded.
Yeah, definitely got to maximize on those overdunks earlier on because that can really make or break when it comes down to the final stretch. Otherwise, Chari is caught in between 3 of those members of Team Peps, quickly taken down.
They're already in Worlds? Yeah, I know. Because they won EUIC, they qualified for Worlds.
Ooh, and it looks a little dangerous here for Fizzy on this Trevenant, getting that Haley back up.
So even, like, it's not going to happen, but they could lose every single match going forward in this regional league, and it wouldn't make a difference because they're still going to be at Worlds.
There's the flame sweep, getting one person at least, getting some damage with the X Scissor as well. Onto the wall, that Talonflame will go down. That Leon almost getting shut down as well with that disable. Now Marv on pad, Dragon Current getting Brav onto the air with that Horn Leech as well to push Marv away from the pad. They are managing to get a good defense. Now Zante has arrived too, but Volticons having shut down at least one player.
Oh my god, chompy chomp chomp. Look at that Gyarados.
They are on enemy pad as they continue pushing forward. 1v2 with this Mega Gyarados so close to taking down Zante, but they are going to have to go into the other side of the map, straight back to the Pokemon Center.
I think they may have swum too deep into the deep end, unable
Bro, what is Talonflame? I swear to you, this Talonflame must be lagging. The way that they are playing, they have to be either trolling or lagging.
Which means they get chopped on down.
Oh, and the damage from the poke there coming from Mew is helping Team Peps quite a bit as they are setting up for this bottom. Reggie X's with a rubber rouser on 3 members of Volticons, allowing for Zante to do as much damage as possible, but Cloud has just joined the party. There's the Meteor Storm as well. Actually,
Ooh, the snipe from Gyarados.
Allow for Volticons to steal this objective and win the fight, as well as pushing out for this pad.
Yeah, it's only Zante here left on the Mew. It looks like they're just going to leave this pad alone, let Volticons go and take that, and now take the points lead. 191 to 154 as we have 2 minutes left until that final stretch. And gotta say, Volticons Unite, they are seeming to catch up in levels because now they have those 3 level 11s on the side and the 2 level 10s.
It's a lot of damage that they have accumulated there because of those levels. As soon as they get the level 13 with the double plus moves, though.
Gyarados again. God damn, bro.
Secures this Regieleki.
They're 2 for 2 on objective snipes. Or secures, I should say.
Potato will take one down alongside the Mew, as they are still able to not just take down Regieleki.
Like, it has more. The objective itself is not the end of the world. It's more important the fact that they're in a numbers disadvantage and they're getting the objective.
To Team Peps, as they do have
like, if you're in a 4v3 and your team has the 4, you would probably expect that
a lot of wild Pokemon left on that mini map.
your side should get the objective, but that has not been the case.
Talonflame coming out with a last-second flame sweep to try.
Why is no one banning Mega Gary? I can't answer why. I think it's because, well, it did get nerfed compared to it was before. Compared to how it was before, it is notably weaker.
Getting retaliated immediately,
but
with the
I also feel like a lot of people are just not respecting it.
Seconds for bottom range to spawn here, as Team Peps has
they probably think, oh,
their position.
We can deal with Mega Gyarados, like no problem. But then when it gets fed, it becomes that problem.
Yeah, it is still quite close, and well, yeah, that's the risk, right?
To be fair, though, Team Peps did a good job in the early game, but they allowed this Gyarados to just get so many levels. So now it just feels like
being able to lurk in that tall grass, while the rest of Team Peps are shredding down this Regirock. Talonflame flies up, but is unable to secure, and that buff ends up going over to Team Peps.
Oh. With Cerulege just on the mark for the last hit on the Reggie, it just means that for final stretch, they're going to have the extra buff, and it will allow them to have an even more successful fight show if they play this correctly. Now, with Rayquaza on the board, we are going to see if Volticons can maintain the slight lead they have accumulated, how they're going to commit to this fight, because, Kelly, it's pretty close.
I can see on the minimap the Talonflame is lurking in the tall grass. Potato.
Still a very close game.
That Rayquaza, enraging it, drawing in Volticons Unite. Talonflame, Potato looking for their mark to make a dive as Tibby ends up getting hit by that on that Gyarados.
And this fight is pretty messy, but Potato is trying to do something as they get taken down, actually, by that Wood Hammer. Unleashed by Fizzy to get them close to Snow. But look at the damage from that Psyduck onto the Talonflame, almost taking them down. The Speedster is almost knocked out, but not before they take Zante with them. Now with a 1v1 here, Tibby will guarantee a knockout on that Cerulege. Still pushing. Volticons has the numbers advantage here, and an almost team wipe, because the only person standing on Team Peps is Bruv.
Yes, they still have a Rock Tomb. Considering Volticons are shredding it down, it's really just going to come down to this timing. But Chari is aware of the threat. Is going to go and hit them and stun them, allowing Volticons Unite to go and secure the Rayquaza, gather those shields, and keep this lead against Team Peps.
206 will transform into a lot of high numbers as soon as they take down these goals. Going for that Wood Hammer onto Clouds as Team Peps is forced back into their own home base, trying to defend against a very huge 550-point lead.
Wow, Lee.
I won't lie to you. Like, okay, at the end of the day, guys, just a reminder, Team Peps is qualified to go to Worlds. So, like, in hindsight, it doesn't matter. But in this game specifically, I don't even want to call that a team play, because Garchomp went in by himself. Psyduck and Crustle weren't there, and they didn't unite move until after 2 people died.
Can they do it twice in a row?
You know, I'm gonna open another tab, hold on. Just so I can look at the VOD. Because I don't think I can rewind on this channel, can I? No, I can't.
would
They
be
don't
a
have the
very-
rewind feature on. Don't worry, guys. Don't you worry.
Both of
I
these.
got this.
The objectives and everything like that. But at the moment, there were a
as team extra buff, and it will allow them to have.
Okay,
an
so this is the
even
last 2
more
minutes of the game. We
successful
don't gotta
fight
watch
show
the.
if they play this correctly. Now with Rayquaza on the board, we are going to see if Volticons can maintain the slight lead they have accumulated. How they're going to commit to this fight, because Kelly, it's pretty close.
I can see on the mini-map the Talonflame is lurking in the tall grass. Potato has nudged that Rayquaza.
Okay, so let me like break it down. At least like I'll look at it from my perspective. Obviously, I can only really assume. So honestly, I don't have a problem with this because it's not like Garchomp plans to do the Rayquaza. All they're really doing is trying to get the enemy team to take the bait. Like, and they're Garchomp too, so they can just sustain any damage that Rayquaza or anyone does if it's like trivial amounts of damage. The problem comes afterwards. It's like I don't really know what
Raging it,
happened
drawing
here.
in Volticons Unite.
So
Talonflame-
Garchomp decides to turn on the enemy team by themselves, and I don't think the rest of the team was ready for Potato to go as hard as he was going right now.
L-
So like
Potato-
Garchomp is literally by himself, and you got to keep in mind, unlike everyone else, not everyone has the luxury of Dragon Rushing, Dragon Clawing into the enemy team, then popping Unite move. Like this is Potato right here, and then you have everyone else either cut off or zoned off by literally the enemy team, right? Like these are 1, 2, 3, 4. So if you want to call this a team fight, whatever. Like I'm not gonna argue semantics, but at the end of the day, he's literally by himself. Not a single team member on his side is in a position to help him on this hard-ass engage that yielded basically nothing. But let's keep it playing. I mean, obviously, we'll keep on
They're marked
watching.
To make a dive as Tibby ends up getting hit by that
There's the Mewtwo Unite move.
And this fight is
I also want to point out that he did at this point, he didn't get a single kill. He got Mewtwo kind of low, like Mewtwo's at slightly over half.
pretty
And then they
messy,
die,
but
by the way.
Potato's
So now it's a
trying to
5
do something
versus
as they
4,
get
4 versus 4. So in case you guys didn't see, and I'll rewind it literally like 10 seconds so you can
looking
see.
for their mark to make a dive as Tibby ends up
So
getting
after
hit
Garchomp
by
goes
that
in, whoop-de-doo,
on the
whatever.
arrows.
Mewtwo almost gets away, but then you can see right here, Cerulege literally popped their Unite move on one person, which is the Mewtwo Y. So that's the person that Potato got relatively low. They're in their Mega form as well.
And this fight is pretty
So basically, the biggest two Unite moves on the side of Team Peps are gone now because they tried to go for a really aggressive play.
messy, but Potato is trying to do something as they get taken down actually by that wood.
And then at this point, I also want to mention, Psyduck just united and Crustle still has their Unite move, so they weren't part of the team fight, if you want to call it that. Like, they're still trying to, like, play it relatively slow, play passive. But then now, because they lost two of their members, well, not two, but because they lost Garchomp, because Cerulege already united, at this point, they have no choice, because if they don't Unite move here, they're probably going to die sooner rather than later. Talonflame goes aggressive, they live with a slither of HP, and they get the Mew.
Not before they take Zante with them. Now with a 1v1 here, Tippy
So Cerulege is dead, Garchomp is dead, Mew is dead, Mew died to the Talonflame. And then at this point, the game is pretty much over. Like, although technically it's still going, the fact of the matter is, Team Peps are down 3 members. Volticons are going to start pulling the Rayquaza. Even if Crustle managed to go back cap to put them slightly ahead, because they're not down by much, alright? Like, they're down less than 100 points. So, if Crustle went to go score, it may put them ahead slightly, depending on how many points they have. But the problem is, if you go to do that, then they get Rayquaza for free. So they stay to try to contest the objective. Garchomp comes back up after diving 1v5.
Yes, they still have a rock too.
And then at this point, just to paint the picture, once again, it's a 2 versus 5. Literally, 2 versus 5, and they have no reliable secure whatsoever. Plus, the only way Garchomp gets into the pit is by Dragon Rushing, Clawing, comboing into the pit. And they're trying to use that for their secure.
Considering Volticons are shredding it
Here
down,
we
it's
go,
really just
crossball eject buttons and X scissors. still
going to
relatively
come down
healthy.
to
And then, of course, Garchomp goes in.
time.
And then at this point, they get crowd controlled by the Rayquaza.
But Chari is
Talonflame
aware
secures
of
it.
the
At this
threat.
point, it's over. Like, even before that, I knew it was over. But after the fact, once they get Rayquaza, it's 100%
To
over.
go and hit them and
Like, unless literally all 5 people in the enemy team go AFK and stop playing, the game's done.
allowing Volticons Unite to go and secure the
I don't know. I like Potato just went full throttle, running it down in the last 2 minutes of the game. But you know, it happens time to time. Anyways, they're in the draft for the next match.
We might see the Blastoise as well followed up alongside the Megas, Mega Lucario, Mega Charizard Y, and Scyther Sizzle that was already banned too. So this might be a Mega Gyarados first pick, as it is confirmed here 14 Paps, so their priority on heavy damage, and this team will have to go around getting the Magikarp evolved as quickly as
Mega
possible.
Gary for the side of Team
I guess
Peps.
that's key. Getting that Magikarp up and run.
So instead of
into
banning
that
it, this
Gyarados form as soon as possible.
they
because
decide to
really,
first
that's where
pick it
gets
this
its
time
power
around.
Spike. But Volticons Unite, what are they going to choose to go up in the top half?
I missed the
up
first
against
match.
this
How
Gyarados?
Peps
And,
lose?
Okay,
I would
Cinderace,
like
I
to
would
say,
expect
at least in my
Water pick,
opinion,
but as a first
Potato on the Garchomp through the last team fight.
Was this intentional?
I am
Cinderace?
speechless. Well, okay, so we're gonna wait to get a confirmation from production if this was a slip of the thumb or if this was an actual pick. But Kelly, I'm with you. If you are going to pick Cinderace, probably pick it after in fourth or fifth pick, so that you're not gonna get countered. In the side of Team Peps, you have a Mewtwo Y that was selected. There's the Bruv Mr. Mime as well, which is very, very exciting. Plus a Tyranitar. Now 1% encounter rate, even less than the Cinderace in this league.
Look, I'm looking at this draft and look, hey, they could just completely be cooking here, catching us off guard. Or this could, it's funny how we see a Pokemon and then we instantly question it. And when it's like, what, is this real? But yeah, seeing how squishy Volticons Unite are with their team composition, the 2 attackers plus
Bro,
the speedster being Meow.
That is
and
a
the only
thick
sole defender.
ass team comp. Gyarados, Trevenant, even Mr. Mime, Tyranitar, holy thick. Like, they got the booty on that team, because goddamn, how are you going to get through all that freaking
Technical
front
issue
line?
with one of the players, they could not select what they wanted, so everybody just picked something random, not to reveal their strategies, but to just continue.
Like, their
with
early
their
game
draft,
is
so they are
ass, to
able
be fair.
you know,
Like, their
start
early
the
game
game,
sucks, but
wait for
their late game is,
time
oh
to
god.
actually get into surrendering and wrapping up the match, starting the lobby once again. So bear with us, and thank you so much for your patience while we get this sorted out. But Kelly, the only thing that we can actually talk about would be the Mega Gyarados. Aside from that, the other picks were like, nah.
Yes, I think we're going to throw, well, not all the picks in the bin, but you know what I mean. I feel like we'll still see some of these come out to play, like this Mew or even this Trevenant, but Mega Gyarados. I believe in terms of the encounter rate, it was 82%. If it's not banned, it's usually generally picked on up.
Oh, I
know
think,
in terms of that Magikarp phase.
So they're remaking the lobby, I think. So it might not actually have been a T-Tar pick. I think they're remaking the lobby.
Game in case you do end up getting shut down as a Magikarp earlier on.
And I would say a good pairing could be getting a Crustle on your side if the Blastoise is not banned.
Yeah, so I
Blastoise,
think they're remaking the
but
lobby
then you allow more
and
space and control for the Gyarados to go in and get the damage, because it has to really
maybe
go
someone
in deep
disconnected.
into enemy backline
Something,
to
I don't know.
actually make that presence that Mega Gyarados can have it in the damage department. And we know as well that these Pokemon, these 2 defenders, are great setups. But we were talking about encounter rates, so let's talk about win rates. This is very interesting. Mega Gyarados, as much as it was picked, is not the highest win rate. Instead, it is Galarian Rapidash with 80%.
While Galarian Rapidash does have 80%, look at the amount of wins that Mega Gyarados have. 79 wins in comparison to 16. I feel like 66% is still quite a decent win rate. The fact that 4 of these Pokemon are under that 25 win mark, whereas Mega Gyarados and Crustle, they're really up there. And this is just a real demonstration of how Mega Gyarados is not only doing in the competitive scene. I feel like Mega Gyarados, even on the ranked ladder, has just been absolutely wreaking havoc.
Oh, it has. And continuing here, the win rates as well. Oh, all right. So it confirmed a 7 and 12 win rate, like you were mentioning there for that Pokemon, Kelly. But the rest of the squad here, so your 7 to 12th placement by win rate, we have. Okay, so this is a graph that includes the whole league. So from January until now. No, what I mean is from January until now. Umbreon is here, but it's not allowed in this weekend. Umbreon has been played throughout the league, but don't be confused. Umbreon, as much as it is powerful, there is a bug that was what made them unable to be used this weekend.
I was going to say, I don't think we played
Umbreon got
59
banned.
matches here this weekend. I mean, it's been a lot of matches, but not that many. But yes, as we move on over, we have our top Pokemon by encounter rate. So Blastoise rocking the top there at 96% with 297 encounters. So yeah, this is another one of those Pokemon where if it is not banned, it is getting selected. And likely if it isn't getting banned on out, it is in that first pick position because it is just so viable in the composition right now, in the meta right now.
It really is. It just allows for so much control and so much space creation, I would say. I love to see these Pokemon coming through as alongside
96% on Blastoise.
We think of the Megas and we think powerful.
That's how much
so
you
strong,
see the Pokemon when it doesn't get banned. I guarantee you the 4%
and that's kind of
that doesn't account for the encounter rate is when it's getting banned.
Mega on this list and even in higher placements than the Megas makes me very happy. So
or is that included in the
encounter
encounter
We're gonna
rate?
start with a remake. The bans will remain the same because the draft was working up until then, and that includes the first pick of Mega Gyarados 14 types.
Yes, picking up that angry fish. I know it makes me angry to go up against all of these Megas as well because they are just so nasty to deal with. But you know what? We do have Volticons Unite locking in a Mega of their own, being that Mewtwo Y, and the first pick that we had last time, the Mamoswine as well. So I'm, I guess, surprised.
Blastoise and Megazord Y needs some serious. Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
100%.
Mamoswine, it does have a later game in comparison to that
I
Trevenant
agree
who has evolved at that level
100%.
5. But I feel like as a Swinub, wondering if we're going to end up seeing a potential invade from Fizzy here.
It's very possible. It's very, very possible. But it's something that we can take into consideration. The fact that having Zante on this Mew, once again, they can go into Central to help out any potential invades that come through for...
Okay, so yeah, the Tyranitar...
The final composition for
The
Team
Tyranitar on the
Mega
side of Team
Gyarados,
Peps,
Trevenant, Mew. The Mr. Mime
the
was
Tyranitar was
indeed
not
the proper
correct
pick,
because
plus
it's
a
Blaziken now.
for Cloud.
I know we ended up having a Mr. Mime yesterday in the LATAM region.
Oh, wait.
Frank played that on.
Oh, I think they just
with,
did a new draft as well, because
Damage,
didn't they have Mewtwo
Mr.
Y
Mime,
as
but
well?
On the other end,
So
we
yeah,
actually
it's
have Bruv with the
Mewtwo. Sorry, it's Mew instead of Mewtwo Y and Blaziken instead of Tyranitar.
Along with that
And now
Resident
Volticons have
Guardian
Mewtwo
first
Y,
insert,
and they
so
also have
more of that self-sustaining type
Airledge, I
build.
think. I don't remember who their other pick was.
I think in that sense, we'll probably end up still seeing them run that light screen confusion. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm interested because, like you said, the damage Mr. Mime that we saw in Latam is a little bit different than maybe we could see here from Bruv. Bruv is usually, they can be aggressive with these picks, of course, but they're usually very team-oriented, trying to get good setups with the screens, and considering the build, it could be more of a healing Mime in that sense, and especially because they know that Zante was super targeted in the previous game. They need to get even more protection and even more space for Zante to feel comfortable on the Mew and not just completely focused on as soon as they appear out of tall grass.
I know earlier on we were talking about Pokemon that players are comfortable on. I feel like Bruv, Mr. Mime, just those two, match made in heaven. Bruv is when I think of Bruv, I think of Mr. Mime. I know they don't
Yeah,
play
I
it
do
all the
too.
time. I think the second one would be Blastoise, is what they're known for. But
Yeah.
Bruv, I feel like has just pushed Mr. Mime to the absolute limits and knows this Pokemon inside out. But as we head on into our second match of the day here, Team Peps over on
That's
that
'cause no one else
side,
plays Mr. Mime.
Volcacoms Unite on the orange
It's-
do have that one.
it's just
point
common
to their
sense
name. It's just a matter of whether they can take down Team
that
Peps,
when
who they
nobody else
defeated
plays the Pokemon,
by
it's
winning that
it's
first
easier
half
to
of
remember the
regional
one
leagues.
person that does play it.
Yeah, and we start this one.
I would say the
with
exception is
that
this
slide
season.
that
I
you
feel like a little bit
mentioned
more
going
people try,
into the
like a
enemy
few more
central
people picked up
as
Mr. Mime and started
Fizzy
playing it
will
again,
try to
but
get any sort of steal here from Klaus, not able to convert it in the end as you have Bruv approaching there on the central area. So Fizzy has to disengage, but they did still try to get it with their ability, at least from range, but they weren't able to do so.
Neat little dash over the wall to get away from that Phantom. Didn't end up coming out with any prizes this time round, nor really any delays, because Team Peps are straight onto that tier 2 pad and emptying out their AOS energy.
Yeah, 30 points already scored here by Team Peps. Now Volticons will have Daddy Leon a very low HP, but there's no range. The X speed will save the Vaporeon. But there's a confusion that we were thinking about for the Mr. Mime. It is going to be that build that we see from Bruv in this game. But interesting here how much aggression Team Peps is trying to do.
Oh.
And Volticons retaliates on top side just as quickly.
Yeah,
The
they're
Magikarp actually got the
retaliating,
level up, but
haven't
I
managed
think
to
they
dump
died
any further
mid-evolution.
points besides those 11
Or
earlier
like,
on. But yeah,
they died as
talking
soon as
about
they
Mr.
finished
Mime,
their evolution
confusion
animation.
makes sense, especially
Which is a
considering
little
they
unfortunate,
have
but at least they got
Cerulean,
Gyarados, so it's not that
Zacian,
bad.
And that Mamoswine coming towards them as those melee Pokemon. It's
Not the
just
fastest-
a way to create
Not the
some space, not
fastest
only for
Magikarp
themselves,
evolution we've ever
but
seen,
also
but
for
less
their
than 2
team to
minutes
be
is
able to
still
get that
pretty
pushback.
decent. Now they can
Definitely.
focus
Reggie
on-
Drago spawning as we speak, and this
Just farming until length is
Fizzy
over.
will be taking some damage on the bot side, which will allow Team Peps to get in a good position for this Regidrago that has just roamed to the bot side of the map anyways. Klaus is there, so Arcicure with Overheat is confirmed, but Shari also potentially going in for a steal. Very nice zoning from Marv with that Woodhammer to deny them any entrance in Central.
Yes, definitely. The job of the defender, get those stuns, allowing your Secure to get those secures, especially considering Blaziken no longer has that unstoppable, it has that hindrance resistance. So you want to just provide that extra layer of protection, but otherwise these second lot of birds are going to spawn up in the top half.
So that's something a little bit
Zacian gets
different,
rushed
actually.
on down by this Gyarados,
I'm so
this
used to
Vaporeon
seeing
defend, but
Zacian
unfortunately,
players
they just
go
cannot
Metal
get on
Claw
their
in competitive.
No, they can't, and there's a couple
That-
of games that are going to be scored here.
I'm actually a little surprised to see someone running Sacred Sword for once.
Done by Team Peps as they're
Like, I want to say like
accumulating
90%
with
of the
Regi
Zacian
squad,
players that you see
we
in
can
competitive run
ascertain
Metal
that
Claw.
Team Peps will take this Regi,
But you don't see Sacred
Regi
Sword as
steal,
much anymore.
While on the bot side, Volticons will take Regieleki.
Yeah, so a trade for trade there.
Like your
in
DPS,
terms of these objectives.
if you're playing a
but we
team
have this top
composition
half
and
left on
Zacian
eight
is
points.
one of
I
those
can see
primary
30 points
DPSs,
on to Zante here, which is going to
if you
end
go
up being
Sacred
a
Sword,
34
your
overall
overall
there.
damage
But
suffers
meanwhile,
significantly.
Regieleki is marching towards tier 2 of Team Peps.
But in the trade-off
On
is
the
you have
central
more
area
setup
here, Bruv
potential
takes
for
some damage
your
as
team
Volticons
with
were
a
trying
double
to
stun.
steal at least a couple of wild Pokemon. Score now is 132 for Team Peps against 97 for Volticons. So not that
I think it's
much of
okay,
a difference, but
because they have a
the
Mewtwo and a
Regieleki
Ceruledge,
was
so it really
taken
just
by
depends on
Volticons. It forces out the
whether
Mega
these
Gyarados
two
to stay on
can
the bot side. There is
put out
a
that damage that
kerfuffle
is needed to
happens
win a
here in the
fight.
central area, but Daddy Leon
But the
knows
way
they
this lane
can't
phase is
overextend.
going,
Kerfuffle. I really like that word. That is a great word. Kerfuffle. What
It's
does
a-
that mean?
It's a Dub's next word, and I love it.
Huh? Oh, so it just means a little bit of a fight? But
Yeah,
but
like
what?
scrappy fight. A scrappy fight. yeah.
Scrappy fight. Okay. Yeah, interesting. That's a fun word. But meanwhile, as we pivot over to the top path, we have Team Peps being able to empty out some AS energy into the top tier 2, leaving that on 54. Daddy Leon making sure to protect this bottom tier 1, being left alone, and just to provide some vision for where Team Peps are planning to go next. But no one's in sight down there.
Yeah, so they decided that this is not the post they want to keep for the moment. They might have to rotate with 20 seconds for the top Reggie, and that is a
Okay, we
really
got both
Reggie to
objectives
spawn.
spawning at more or
They
less the
want
same
to
time.
potentially
The question
contest
is whether
Snow and Cherry
Volticons
up there.
slash
Bruv has
Peps,
also
either or,
keeping some
are going to
of that
commit to a
vision
team fight.
enabled there for Team Peps as they are positioning themselves. That is going in with the Earthquake. Now Snow will be caught in that wall. Wow, what a showtime by Bruv, and coming in once again with the confusion, dealing heavy damage themselves. The Phantom Force will slow them down. There's the
I mean, it was the 4v4, but
in the end, they do
Volticon's just completely caught out of position, and by them I mean
using that teleport at the perfect moment.
their
but
ledge
there's
and
still
what's
no
his face
match
getting
to
caught.
Marv's Woodhammer to send him back to the Pokemon Center. In the end, Marv does end up getting chopped on down by that Ledge, which means Team Peps have to go and retreat.
It's scary here. Volticons are regaining space. There's still 10 seconds for Reggie Drago to spawn and plenty of Eos energy to be taken around the map. Very quick on the trigger. Team Peps will guarantee this Reggie Alecki, although this could be the end of the Mega Gyarados. Now Klaus is in the middle of 4 members of Volticons, and that means a 2 KO streak for TB on this station. Going for Marv, might make it a 3, and things are maybe looking to stack up better for Volticons.
Those are some big kills for Zacian. Zacian just got a big influx of experience
of the defender. You've just got to try
off that little power play.
Waste some time of the opposition, even if you end up taking that KO. Otherwise, Gyarados diving underwater, looking for a target. They managed to knock up 2 of those members.
Oh my!
Get sniped from the sidelines on Zante, and this is Team Pep's chance.
I'm gonna be honest with you. The Ledge specifically on the side of Volticons looks so lost right now.
3 as this Mamoswine and one of the other members, the Zacian, ends up getting knocked out too.
And it's such a good moment here to use their Unite moves before their final stretch. They know that
like brother held his like.
To use it for the
I hate when people use their Unite move defensively, but they're still going aggressive at the same time. Like if you rewatch like the last instance of all those guys getting picked off, Ledge was at like 10% HP when they popped their Unite move, but even then. It's not like they're using their Unite move to run away. They're still going in, and then they're dying on top of that.
14 Peps against 97 only for Volticons.
It's like a pet peeve of mine
it's
that
not only the points, but I feel like
it's like a panic Unite in a way, because they know they're about to die, but they're trying to go for some Hail Mary at the last second, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day.
Getting that attack and special attack buff, heading on into that final stretch. But look at this aggressive positioning by Volticons Unite.
Yeah, they gotta be careful though, because Fizzy is getting punished. They're gonna get taken down immediately by the Blaziken, and we know Overheat can finish people off so
Gyarados doesn't have Unite move right now.
Space here.
Oh, they just got it back.
Central area, still a couple of seconds to go for that Groudon to spawn.
All right, this time around, the game is a little bit more one-sided in terms of points. Like last game, it was a bit closer. This time around,
they're just zoning out Volticons Unite.
Peps have a very definitive lead.
Not down, but away from the rest of the team fight.
Yeah, Mr. Mirage has to be used there to get
Oh!
away from damage. Marv is pushing people away.
Nice juke from Ledge.
But the other side of the map is just Volticons coming out on top.
No.
There is just so little HP on this Rulage, but Team Peps is not able to capitalize. Volticons were really sturdy on that fight.
One thing I am noticing is Zacian.
I don't know why they're waiting so long. I think they should just start pulling. Like, I know Blaziken's there, but it's a 5 versus... Oh, it will be a 5 versus 3. Waiting for Mr. Mime and Gyarados to respawn might be their undoing. There's Blaziken.
We have that Trevenant needing to retreat, and they're going in for
Oh, no! Oh, my God. They waited too long, man. And what's even worse, because they waited so long, like Gyarados and Mr. Mime are up to get that Groudon buff as well. They needed to start pull. Like, I know they were low HP, but Vaporeon also has the heal. They need to start pulling when 2 people were dead. Like, worst case scenario, they lose the Groudon still, but it would still be a 5 versus 3, and maybe they can, you know, get like transfer the buffs over to them.
Unite to climb, even if they manage to get some KOs and some buffs, because I feel like they just don't have enough AOS energy on hand.
They really don't, and this duo here of Bruv on the Mr. Mime
Yeah, it's
and
over.
Zante on
Okay,
the
but
view.
like going
It's
back to the
just so-
VOD because I have it open over here. Oh, let me just refresh.
May haven't managed to.
And we know
This right here,
Zacian is able to zip on through, but they quickly get beamed on down, not down, but
okay, so Saralege pops their Unite
away
move,
from the rest of the team fight.
pulls the showtime for Mr. Mime. The Mr. Mime is setting up for the Gyarados,
yeah, Mr. Mirage has
but they Phantom Force over the wall. So you're using 2 Unite moves on Saralege, and not only that, you're not getting the Saralege either.
there to get Zante
And then they come back,
damage. Mob is pushing people away, at least that defense
and then it allows them
on the
to get
outside
those
of the map
kills,
is
or at
just
the very
Voltron
least,
coming out on top.
like-
There is just so little HP on this Rulage.
and then Saralege has to reset, but it's a 4 versus 3. Like, yeah, they're going back to base, but
Team Peps is
at this
not
point, they
able
need to start pulling.
capitalize. Volticons were
like
really
Mewtwo could have started
steady on that
auto-attacking by themselves, and then it still would have had enough time for Saralege and Mamoswine to come back.
But Team Peps, they have gone to retreat, knowing that 2 of their members are down. They don't need to shred down this Groudon. It's up to Volticons Unite to bring the fight to them, and they are definitely doing that. As we have that needing.
Yeah. Also Zacian's Unite move was slow. Like you can see right here, like Groudon's already gone and Zacian is still in their Unite move animation. So that doesn't even like that didn't even count. You guys have to remember, if you've ever played Zacian before, the more you charge the Unite move, the slower the animation is gonna be. So because they charge it to max, it takes them longer to hit that skill.
Oh, the rip immediate, but it's stolen back there by
And
the
then
Blazing
that
Team
happens.
Peps.
Oh god. Well, at least it goes to a game 3. I mean, you know, it's a somewhat competitive. Like it's closer than it was. In the first series was kind of like bleh, but
And if necessary,
this time around,
they'll
it's
be
a little
using
bit
their Unite
closer.
moves to
I don't
keep
mind.
their attacker standing. Now we know the next map.
Where the snacks
No,
at? I
you
just
good?
finished my
Yeah.
snacks, man.
You're right.
My snacks are done, though.
We
My
know the
tummy is
next map
full,
will
at least for
be
now.
a Kyogre, Kelly, which is a little different from what we had yesterday.
Okay, I am loving this. The fact that we had Rayquaza as our first game, second game we have Groudon, and now we have Kyogre. We're getting the ultimate trio here. All the variety. I love this.
Full spread. We got every single objective, every single of those Pokemon. I love it too, because I would say that every map adds a little bit of a different approach on how things should be played. So not only is a Kyogre map, Volticons, they have decided to pick a purple side, so they get the first pick.
Oh, it'll be interesting to see whether we're going to end up having any switch up in terms of our bands this time around, knowing that we are on a different map, but also having Volticons in that first pick position. I know with Team
Struggling
Peps
with my
going in
new
that first
phone
pick
keyboard?
position last time, they ended up banning
What's
their
wrong with your
Psyduck
keyboard?
and their Crustle. So are they going to end up selecting those in the ban table, or maybe leaving them off considering they're now in that second pick position to pick them up for themselves again?
Like I said, Orange side has that little bit of a spice with yourself being able to get the last pick. You can get counters, and that allows for a lot of flexibility and a lot of great strategies that can be built on top of studying your enemy and just realizing what is their plan of action. So in this game, once we get into draft, I'm thinking that I'm not going to see those Pokemon banned by Volticons on purple side, and considering Team Peps is on the orange, they might pick them again, although I think they have a lot of versatility up their sleeve to not have to pick the same exact thing.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. A lot of these players have been playing in the UCS for quite some time, so they definitely have a large Pokemon pool up their sleeves to go and fall back onto if needed. But there we go. Straight into draft. Our bans have been locked on in. No Crustle or Psyduck are on the ban table, but we do have Mamoswine finding their way out. This has a 0% ban rate, so I'm very surprised. But yeah, we called it because Crustle, Team Peps in that second pick position, they're gonna lock in that Crustle for themselves.
I'm gonna be honest with you, seeing a
I'm just
Mamoswine
stunned with
ban,
the fact that Volticons chose first
instead
pick
of a
purple
Gyarados,
side,
like a
and
Mega
their
Gyarados
first pick was
specifically
the
banned, just
Trevenant.
seems so weird to me.
That is interesting, I will say.
Wait, what was their?
Not
They
usually
also
what I
first
think
picked
about when I think of
Trevenant,
a
I
first pick
think.
priority, but
Oh, I can't even
you do
rewind
you,
this shit.
Volticons, you
Oh, I'm going back to the VOD for a second. I need to see the pick order again. Like, what'd they pick?
Team Peps at the end is
Have been playing in the up their sleeves to go and fall back
So they banned Mamoswine and they first picked Trevenant.
onto if needed. But there we go, straight into Drake. So a very
Okay. Choice.
and there going and locking the Trevenant and the Mew, knowing not to ban these, instead locking them for themselves, because Marv on that the Trevenant last game.
If you guys
was
want to call
such
Leon
nuisance
your
to deal
daddy,
with,
be
and
my
even with
guest.
Zante
Right?
on the Mew, take it away instead of banning it out. But
That's a your
we get
choice.
some
I refuse to.
Zero.
I refuse to even acknowledge their name.
Snow picking up the Speedster. We love.
We do. We saw them on the Talonflame on the first game of the series, and I just get a lot of Latam highlight package flashbacks with the Zera aura on the screen. I know that Matt's at Worlds for Aegis Flames last year was just incredible, so I want to see that same high level of gameplay on the Zera aura. I find it nice to have this Clefable on the side of Volticons, allowing for even more of that healing, which forces quite a bit of that cut healing now granted by Brav and Zante with that Infesting Sense.
I'm very curious whether we're going to end up seeing a Follow Me or whether we're going to end up seeing a Gravity Clefable. I feel like Gravity, especially going in to a Mega Gyarados,
They got a
to go
Zeraora.
and try and slow them down in their tracks,
Zeraora.
or even a Klaus here with this Blaziken. But I feel like either moveset could end up working out, right? Use that Follow Me, draw the attention to them, allowing those damage dealers to dish out that damage.
Absolutely, Kelly. Personally, I think Gravity to me is the choice, considering
I'm gonna
like you
open
said,
up the-
not only the Gyarados, the Blaziken.
So after this series, I'm gonna close these tabs and open up YouTube. So that way it's easier for me to rewind back and forth. I don't like that they don't have the rewind setting on this channel. So I have to have a second tab open just to see the VOD.
Moonlight just healing so much.
In this regard,
That also
YouTube is
means
better,
Team Peps
so I
with
can
their
actually
first
rewind
instance,
more
they have to
conveniently.
get really in there to deny that healing. As we get into our game 3 of Volticons
Hello's collection
tonight
is
on your
insane.
purple side and Team Peps on
Bro,
your
do you know how much money that is on the wall, man? You guys see plushies. I see dollar bills, man.
And that Zacian, and
Like,
I
she
can
is
see
a
on the minimap
Pokemon
we are
fanatic,
going to be
goddamn.
getting another invade, this time by Dwebble, Marv on a Team Peps, just to go and try and slow down Snow. But I feel like going up against a Zeraora earlier on, that is going to be one tricky Pokemon to deal with, which clearly they're already at half HP.
They are. The focus band is popped. There is your rock slide. Okay, so they're able to at least get your jump pad away. Marv does survive that push, and that still accomplishes the goal, which was delaying the enemy central. Bot side, though, with a 4-person push, Zante takes a KO, and Team Peps is going to push for scores in stacks on this pad.
Yeah, knowing that the Zeraora was still in their middle section, finishing off the rest of their wild Pokemon, allowed them to just get in some little dunks, but they are quite low as we have Volticons Unite, closing the gap and taking some of those birds for themselves.
Chari's already doing so much damage on the Electroballs there for the Mew that, like you said, Team Peps was chunked down, but soon we are going to have the...
I think Jag was telling me. I think it was Jag that was telling me that I needed a plushie, like a Pokemon plushie. And I only have 2 plushies. Alright, and they're not even Pokemon related. One's a Minecraft plushie, which is like the creeper that you see at the top, and then at the bottom, I have a disguised toast plushie. I feel like if I start buying Pokemon plushies, I'll start buying more than necessary. So I try my very best to not spend money on things that I personally feel are unnecessary. And even then, like I was telling them that even when I got that Minecraft plushie, like it took so much like convincing for me to get that.
Knockout 1-for-1 on that trade, and a note that doesn't have to do with anything. I just think the Kyogre map is just so beautiful.
It really is. There is so much luscious tall grass. I feel sorry for Chef,
I
who is
like.
lurking amongst
I want to be
them,
honest with you,
because
and this might be like an unfair comparison.
I know,
But I feel
know,
like
it's just gonna be lost forever. You're gonna
collecting
be missed on the early
plushies,
chef, but
or
I
like
hope to
poke,
see you
like
again
okay,
soon.
if you start buying
With some more
plushies,
reporting
it's like the
on B
equivalent.
stream.
Oh my
my
god, yo, that
Look at
Zerapole was
Wolfswitch
scary.
Bullby's no
Oh, never mind.
huge plays. Although that was the case, the
Okay,
side
I was
that
trying to
goes
say it.
on top is still Team Peps with a
Buying
2-player
plushies is
streak
almost
for
the
them.
equivalent
Yeah,
of
I
like
know you guys are
collecting trading
finalizing any
cards.
KOs
But it's not the
with
same
them,
because
but
obviously
it's
you're
that
not gonna be
huge pull.
reselling
Still, being able
plushies.
to pull 3
But like once you start
members,
buying them, like you're just
with
gonna
that Volt Charge is absolutely
start
insane.
buying
It's just
more.
a matter of whether they can have that backup. But it's only this Mew down here allowing Team Peps to go and secure that Reggie Alecki for free, as Mew's just left to go and defend because, well, these two, they're looking at breaking this pad as Reggie Alecki ends up crashing in.
They were really trying to score before they had that Reggie Lackey getting into pad, but they are still going to get quite a lot of points, 91-12. But at the same time, Volticons were able to secure the Reggie Rock on top side. Now the fight starts here. That Follow Me from Daddy Leon to get people away, but they found themselves on the wrong side of the map, X speeding away.
Bro,
And
she
that goes
actually
Raven
calls
might
him
be
Daddy
shut down
Leon?
soon, or is it? There's still a
You're
chance
trying to
that
tell me
it's going
Daddy
on,
Leon is
but
not
Daddy Leon is still
inappropriate
standing
for
for
the E for everyone
Potato
stream?
takes the knockout. A good eject button here from Marv to get away from that Horn Leech.
I mean,
Why
Reggie
doesn't she just
Potato
refer to
even
him as
having to chase
Leon?
them that far into that central area is, going away some time. Nonetheless, they are still able to make it up here as these birds spawn. A bit of a kerfuffle, you could say, as members are trying to knock each other down, but Electro Ball ends up missing that Gyarados as they dive underwater.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
Utilize there another full switch. Now with the Darkrai going into the void, they're actually going to
Revenant
escape.
mistiming the Woodhammer there
And
actually
want
got
to
them
engage
killed.
Further, looking at their team
Because they tried to Woodhammer the Gyarados outside the Unite, like when they
Ooh, look at
got
this.
out their
So
Unite
some
move.
sideline
But they
plays
missed,
from
so then
Bob
that
there,
allowed the
knowing that
Gyarados to
Team
actually just
Peps
one-shot
had
them.
Most of Volticon's Unite preoccupied with a fight up in that top half, allowing them to just go in, get a little dunk in that bottom tier 2. So now they have that 100.
You know what's crazy? The more so I don't know if this is just an EU thing, because I haven't been watching as much competitive recently. But I don't know if it's just an EU thing. But the more games that I watch, the more I scratch my head. Because these guys don't like banning Mega Gyarados. And then I swear every team that plays against it seems to be having major problems against it. Like, I don't know if it's as bad in Latin America and North America, but like look at this Gyarados. And I'm not saying it's only them, like it's a team, it's a collective team thing. But it's like you're not killing this thing and it's literally just rolling through your team, and now it pops its Unite move and it's like, here you are.
Because this Reggie Alecki is knocking down this tier 2, but jump pads. Here comes Daddy Leon to go and protect as we have Fizzy pushing back this Reggie Alecki, really putting up the defense's wall.
They don't have to ban it if they don't know how to counter it. But that's exactly the point that I'm trying to make. Everyone that has gone against, like if we're using today specifically, everyone that has gone against the Mega Gyarados, like every team, no exception, they have been struggling against Gyarados in that specific match. It hasn't been banned. I think it's been picked in every single game.
But no, Volticons were able to get the shutdown, although it was contested. They get another knockout.
Oh, like, bro, they are. Umbreon's banned, by the way. Sorry. Umbreon is banned for the tournament because apparently it's bugged, so it is not eligible for play.
Will get some space to protect Team Pepsi.
That was coming from the caster girl, not Kilo, the other one.
This lead. We do have a Trevenant diving on into Brav, who is able to make an escape.
Yeah, Umbreon's bugged.
Yeah, it's just minute left until the final stretch. Team Peps, they have so much space control over this map, with Volticons Unite not having either of their tier 1s available.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. I didn't even know it was bugged until today.
This is a really scary sight for Volticons Unite with their
Yeah, get that furry rat out of my game.
Really
No one likes Umbreon.
The Team Peps have
Down with the
accumulated,
Dumbreons.
and so little time for the final stretch and 3 seconds to go for the Reggie Alecki to spawn. Nobody is interested in that one really, as both teams have get it on top side of the map.
hiding in the tall grass is Fizzy, trying to get some eyes on where Team Peps are hiding, but Darkrai has found them. They end up getting chunked down to half HP. Thankfully, Daddy Leon there is able to provide some healing with their Moonlight. 10 seconds left to go until Kyogre spawns on in, so...
And Kelly, Voticons have all the control here on behind this pit. Although
Oh, Trevenant, why? Oh my god, you don't need a Dumbreon when you got the Trevenant, man. Not like that, bro.
Here to find people in the tall grass. Zante as well will find Daddy Leon, will land quite a lot of damage, but Clefable is pretty tanky, especially with that Follow Me and the Moonlight. Now an explosion is what they get with their ability, but they get stunned in the meantime.
Yeah, and they end up getting knocked on down, which is leaving Volticons Unite in a really vulnerable position. They literally get walled on out by Bruv, unable to...
Oh, the tree's coming back in!
The Rock Tomb coming on in and working in Volticons Unite.
Oh! Oh my god, the Gyarados damage is real! It looked like a good engage, but then Gyarados just said, not today, brother. God damn, did you see the damage from that Dragon Breath? And it landed on everyone.
No objective has been taken down, and there's still a 200-point lead for Team Peps.
They need the Kyogre. They need to start doing it now. Like there's no other option.
Volticons Unite, they need to somehow make magic happen. Darkrai diving on under. They are going to make an escape, but we do have some pokes from Mew to go and chip out a little bit of damage from Team Peps. And here we go. They're attempting the rip.
Oh, and they go over the wall with the Showtime Breath. Will take down that Speedster, and that is a huge play by Team Peps.
It's over, by the way. Like it's not even close. It's over.
They are gonna get taken down themselves, and now it's Zante against Daddy Leon.
EU players, all right, here. Let me get guys. Let me give the EU region as a whole a piece of advice. If you can't deal with the Mega Gyarados, ban it instead of banning Mamoswine. All right, you ban the Gyarados. And don't ban stupid other shit that doesn't even matter. In what reality do we let Mega Gyarados through and ban a 0% fucking Mamoswine? Like, are you that traumatized by the fucking Ice Pig to the point that you don't need to see it anymore? Come on. If you rewatch every single game today so far from the EU region, and by the way, I'm pretty sure... No, sorry. The last, what? 5 matches? Yeah, 5, because this was 5. This was number 5. If you rewatch the last 5 matches, I'm pretty sure you have a 100% encounter rate on Mega Gyarados, and these people are getting shit on by the flopping fish in Finding Nemo.
Yeah.
That is all right?
With that Mystical Mirage, the pop, everybody was going low on Team Peps, but Kelly...
Like, I'm not saying Mega Gyarados... So... Just to be very clear, I'm not saying Mega Gyarados is a mandatory ban, because it's not. However, if you're losing every single time to the Mega Gyarados, then maybe you should consider banning it. Like, it's not even it's not rocket science, it's just common sense.
Position. But yeah. Zante,
like, this is why, like, bro, okay.
Match on this Darkrai with
like, I'm sorry, man, but, like, come on.
KFA there, and 64k damage dealt.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And we have so little feints on the side of Team Peps as well. We only have 1, 2, sometimes 0 on their teammates. And the spread of damage was also so very equal. 29% for Zante, 26 for Potato, 19 for Klaus, and even 12% for Bruv, as we saw sometimes that coming through. But
like, okay, let me hold on. I'm gonna close these tabs really quickly, so just give me 1 second, because I want to watch this on YouTube instead of Twitch. Just because they don't have the rewind feature on Twitch on this channel specifically. So I need to go to the YouTube channel so I can watch it there. Okay, there we go.
Oh, but look at this graph. Team Peps, they pretty much just had it from the get-go, being able to just stack in so many points earlier on.
I don't care about the chat,
to destroy both
starts that final stretch. Now, they were in a very bad situation. No, from Team Peps that we'll find this pit. Although
okay, starting from right here, by the way.
Hiding in the tall
And let me
grass
just make
is
sure it's at
physical for the map.
1080p.
Hiding in there is able to provide some healing.
Okay, by the way, the first part has nothing to do with Trevenant, by the way.
With them.
Sorry, it has. So the first part has nothing to do with Mega Gyarados.
10
This is
seconds
all on the
left to go
Trevenant.
until-
And I've been saying this for so long. So freaking long. But Defender players in this community have, like, positioning problems because they think they're fucking God. And they think just because they're playing Defender, they can do whatever they want.
Spawns on in, so.
And Kelly, Voticons have all the control here on behind.
Okay, what? Can someone explain to me why Trevenant is in a 1v4 by themselves on the opposite side of the like literally, if you look at this right here, hold on. We're gonna cut this into, like, just for simplicity's sake, pretend this is an apple pie, alright? Why are you on the other side of the pie by yourself? There are 4 people on your team here, and you are by yourself right here. Like, what are you doing, my guy? Like, question mark. Like, this is the, like, if you were playing a solo queue game here, your teammates would be spinging, check it out. Check it out. Like, even I'm scratching my head wondering, like, what the F are you doing, brother? Because this makes no sense. Like, I know you're trying to get vision because you're a defender and you feel obligated to, but, like, what good is getting vision for your team if you're getting caught out in the process? Like, I'm sorry, man, this is not rocket science. Like, why are the 4 people on your team not saying, Trevenant, don't go face-checking bushes by yourself because no one's there to help you? So even if you have the vision, if the 4 people on your team over here that you can see on the minimap are not there, what good is that vision gonna do you if you're getting caught out in the process? Like, Defender players in 2026, man, this is like, it's like, this is the 5th year of Pokemon Unite and people are still doing this shit, by the way. And then, like, let me also emphasize the fact that they're also very far behind. So when you put your team in a 5v4 position and your team is the 4 that's playing from behind, it's going to be very difficult for them to do anything when they're a man down in the last 2 minutes of the game. Alright? The Trevenant goes bye-bye. He's literally just waving from the grave right now. Goodbye, friends. Have a nice day.
No frontliner as this Kyogre hits them.
And then at this point, Team Peps can literally just AFK right now because literally they don't need to do anything because they're already winning by a significant amount of points, alright? Like, it's not the biggest lead we've ever seen, but it's slightly under 200 points, alright? Slightly under. So it's like, they don't gotta do shit.
To the stop side, Bruv will take a good stance here to find people in the tall grass. Zante as well will find Daddy Leon, who will land quite a lot of damage, but Clefable is pretty tanky, especially with that follow me and the...
So, I also want to point out, Darkrai united the Clefable, and Trevenant is just coming back from spawning. They're just coming back from the base. So by the time Trevenant comes back, Clefable's dead, so it's still a 5 versus 4. This is the problem. Every time they want it, like, they're pressed for time, but they can't do anything collectively because someone's always dead or not in position or whatever.
Is what they get with their
So it's still a 5 versus 4. Clefable's dead.
Yeah, and they end up getting knocked on down, which is leaving Volticons Unite in a really vulnerable position. They literally get walled on out by Bruv, unable to enter this.
Now, to be fair, though, Trevenant gets a decent engage. However, it's also worth mentioning that the 2 people that they're engaging on are the 2 least valuable players on the enemy team. I'm not talking about the players themselves. I'm talking about team composition-wise. Like, it's a support Mr. Mime and a defender Crustle. Like, yeah, even if you KO them, you still got a Blaziken, a Mega Gyarados, and a Darkrai to deal with. So yeah, it was a decent engage, but those are not the people you want to be focusing on. Alright?
Otherwise, we have.
And then here's where things go horribly, horribly wrong. Look at the... Okay, I want you to look at this specifically, alright? Before I even continue playing, look at the purple HP bars right here, and look at this guy right here, alright? This is the guy that they refuse to ban for whatever reason, because they think, don't worry guys, we don't gotta ban Mega Gyarados because we can deal with it. And that's pretty much every EU team that I've watched so far today, by the way.
And working in
Look at this!
Leprechauns Unite
They were full HP!
favor with that
They already lost one, and the other two are running for their lives, praying to God that this guy doesn't eat
That
them.
mystical mirage that was used by Zante is just very, very well utilized.
Oh,
Not
God
Zante,
damn,
excuse me,
bro, this was
but
just
by
sad.
you. It is just really good.
And then at this
But
point, the
there's
game's
still
pretty
1
much
minute
over.
on the clock.
Like, who are we
No
kidding? At this point,
objective has been-
they have used every single Unite move that they had at their disposal, and they got nothing left in the tank. This is basically a car that doesn't even have wheels. Like, it's literally just the rims, and the car ain't moving.
taken down, and there's still a 200.
But they're
point
desperately
lead
trying
for Team Peps.
to push the car over
Set
the
from
hill
Marv onto that cross
to the nearest
considering they
frickin'
were quite low.
Mr.
Both
Lube or
teams
whatever it
united
is you
to
guys use for
somehow make
frickin' a
magic
mechanic shop in
happen.
your place.
Darkrai diving on under. They are going to make an escape, but we do have some pokes from you to go and chip out a little bit of damage from Team Peps. And here we go.
And then
There's
now,
taking the break.
woo! Everyone's dead! Oh my god!
We'll take down that speedster, and that is a
Okay, so we got Komai versus Engage next. We saw Engage earlier today, and they got giga clapped. I kid you not, like, that's not even an exaggeration. I'd be surprised if they weren't traumatized after that first series going into this next series. So they're playing twice today on broadcast. So, hopefully they recovered. You know, they had one best of
Welcome back,
3
everybody.
intermission.
I'm still stuck here in the tall grass. I think I found my way forward just a little bit. Still, though, I do believe that I am in Latin America, as I've been watching some of the best teams in the world play. However, we did see another 2-0 off stream, and I want to show this one. Unfortunately, there's not really any other way to say it. A little bit of a questionable play as we go into DreamHack versus Peru Unite. Now, obviously, Peru, a little bit of a good team. You might have heard of them, but I do unfortunately kind of have to point out I'm questioning what led to this loss. As we can take a look right here, I'm going to pause it just to start things off. You can take a little look at the levels, you know, some level 11s as opposed to some level 10s and 8s on here. There's some level 12s across the board, but a slight advantage for Peru, as well as a 235 points lead over 131. That circle was extremely inaccurate, but I just want to point out that they basically have a pretty big lead. Now, I don't understand what's happening here, as we've seen them go in with a very aggressive Unite to push it tier 2 at the 3-minute mark, which just seems like a little bit of maybe an overcommitment. They do get 1 KO, but you can see a return here as we do see this Gyarados turn around and basically eliminate members from Peru Unite one by one. You can see a huge KO on their highest level member there. Now their highest level member is this Machamp, who also gets KO'd, and they just continue on. They score a bunch of points in this goal zone off the back of those KOs. They're actually defending up top against the Regieleki as well. So their levels.
I just want to point out right now, this is a different region, by the way. Another region, so this is Latin America North. And oh, what's that? They're not banning Gyarados, but they can't deal with it either?
He decided to push this really aggressive push on a tier 2 when you already have the lead. So I'm not really sure what.
So it's not an EU
caused
thing.
that
It's
first
apparently
to
it's an
happen, but you can
everybody
see what it
thing.
led to, which is this final team fight.
Now,
And
whether they
really
win or
there's
not,
else to say about it.
we'll
It's a very
see.
quick one. It's kind of one where everybody just throws everything together. And DreamHack now at this point has level 14, has level 13, and they just.
Oh, look at that, guys. Not only is it a level 14 Gyarados, which is the tied for the highest level in the game, but not only that, they Unite move and secure the objective. Well, well, well. What did we learn today? You guys can't deal with Gyarados as well as you thought you could.
This team fight.
But you're still not
they
banning
managed to
it.
Clean this one up very cleanly from a behind situation. Took great advantage, I do have to say, of the fact they were able to pick up those final KOs. Again, not exactly sure what Peru was going for with that, but they are going to have to fight back because they're now sitting at a 4-4 as our world champions. DreamHack's fighting their way back up. And I'm a little bit lost in that play. Just wanted to point out, though, how that one ended. Maybe someone else out there can give me some thoughts on maybe what they were going for, what they were trying to achieve with that one. But another 2-0 off broadcast. We see a lot of these 2-0s, and we maybe might even see some more. But I'm still going to be moving my way through this tall grass, so I'm...
No. Okay, no. So, look. I once again, I'm saying this for a second time. I'm not saying Mega Gyarados is a mandatory ban, alright? It's definitely not as strong as it used to be. However, all capitals, however, if you are significantly struggling against that Pokemon, maybe you should consider banning it, considering you're performing so poorly against it. And this is just based off of all the games that I've seen today in EU. And if you look at every single game played today, and I haven't been watching the previous weeks to be fair, but if you watch every single game today, every team that has played against Mega Gyarados, because it has a 100% encounter rate today, they have all struggled immensely.
I'm going to send it over to some casters that might help me figure out how to get through this, whether it's going to be Dupe Snacks or Zoinks or Dupe Snacks or Zoinks or Dupe Snacks. One of them. I don't know. Take it away.
Imagine playing Slowbro.
Them here in this instance, my friend. And what we're trying to help Chef through, I don't know if he means the tall grass. I don't know if he means that last sequence we just watched. I don't know if he just means in his life in general. Well, maybe in chat, you put your best guess, what you think Zoinks and I need to be helping Chef with, and then we'll do our best off broadcast to sort that out for you. Again, Zoinks, Dupe Snacks, we are here. I'm not going to repeat it 4 times like Chefsky did because we've got more matches coming up, and Engage has another tough one ahead of them in Komai if they want to drag themselves out of that bottom 3 in EU and try and get back into that top 5 spot.
Yeah, you mentioned it at the start of the day when reviewing the schedule. This is an Engage gauntlet that they have to go through. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. This is the squad that will be lining up against Team Komai on the other side. Obviously, a really phenomenal team. I was taking a look at our stat breakdowns between these two squads, and it's leaning all Komai. And basically every single category, they have the advantage, from slight to extreme, kind of across the board. Engage has been looking for a way to right the ship. So far today, bit of a tough start, but having 2 chances at it might be the big boon that they need in this next game.
They need to find it here, Zoinks. I'm going to be honest with you. A bit of a tough draft, tough execution when we saw it earlier today against BH3. But you and I specifically get to kind of carry their story through the rest of this day to see how they end our coverage of the EU region here on broadcast. We saw some less than ideal rotations, leaving Volto as that Mega Lucario alone in the top half. I'd like to see some adjustments there and some changes in draft. But they are going up against Komai Esport on the other side here, anchored by Adesu and Gatlu, and I think the brain behind it all is Gek. You add the 2 young upstarts and Toast and Narami, and you've got yourself a heck of a squad.
I completely agree. We had a few player stats that we were showing on broadcast the other day. Toast actually crushing it in a lot of those varieties. Average knockouts per game, average damage per game. Toast is quickly becoming one of the best central area players, even worldwide. So a player to be watching out for, and I think going to be one of the major factors that Engage is going to have to look to try to shut down if they're going to have an opportunity in this one. By the way, everybody, we've talked about the format a little bit in our coverage in day number 2, but in week number 3,
less yapping, more playing. Come on, chop.
Ruins, we'll be locked in as map number 1.
Not trying to make this a 24-hour stream.
And in this situation, Komai Esports are going to get that first pick. A lot of power picks that we've seen on our bans sheets, on our encounter rate sheets, but it feels like a mega Pokemon is always finding itself in that number 1 slot on that purple side.
Yeah, I mean, unless we go with the huge kind of mega geared bans that we started seeing near the end of day 1, right? It was almost like Mega Blastoise, right? And then it was Mega Charizard, Mega Lucario, Mega Gyarados, Mega Mewtwo Y, Psyduck. And after that, let's just see where we're at here. And you can see where those bans are. And that's 4 megas right in a row. And I consider Blastoise a mega Pokemon.
Mega Charizard Y at number 1 for bans. Lucario at number 2. Mega Lucario
is the real crime in the stats here.
Blastoise at number
Well, don't
3,
terrify me
Mega
too
Gary
much.
at number
Mega
4,
Blastoise ever gets
and
added to
Umbreon and
this game.
Psyduck.
That would be,
At
well, certainly a powerful
5 and
Pokemon,
6.
considering the state that Blastoise is at the moment. We have talked a lot about, though, that Psyduck ban does show up. It's a little more team-to-team dependent, I would say, but it is so powerful right now. Some changes to the Unite move has made this Pokemon extremely strong and even more annoying than it ever was in the past. So, Draft is going to be a very interesting phase of this game that we are going to be watching, because Engage, what we've seen from them so far,
It's literally the most broken.
A lot of Mew support picks. Aslan on that Snorlax. We'll have to see if Volto will be able to get the Blastoise in this game and move away from something like the Lucario, and there will be no Blastoise ban in our ban phase, Deuce next.
Well, it should be selected pretty quickly, in my opinion, there, unless they prioritize Mega Gyarados that much. But I think Komai in this instance doing Engage.
Bro, I kid you not. Like I'm saying this before the game even starts. By the way,
to allow him to have this.
If I see Volto, this guy right here, and whoever his lame buddy is, if I see him feeding the Mega Gyarados again, by the way, this is not the first time that they're playing today. This is the second time. They've already played a best of 3 series today. And if you rewatch that series, they fed the shit out of a Mega Gyarados not once, but twice, which is why they got shit on the first series. If I see this happen again, I'm literally gonna email their business fucking account and tell them to learn how to draft and stop freaking dealing with this Mega Gyarados if you can't play against it.
At a couple late game Pokemon, but extremely powerful. Powerhouses all over the place.
Okay, so you're Engage right now. Obviously, your air quotes shred damage is going to be coming out of that Mewtwo Y. It's kind of the best thing you have going to do that. And then you really need Hiyori and Volto to collapse and be successful in that front to back strategy. However, it's going to be incredibly difficult to battle through that Vaporeon and the Blastoise, as we mentioned. And I'm not even talking about Hydro Typhoons, just Surfs in general tend to squash the range within which you have to play, right? Komai Esport, your purple team, Engage, your orange team, and Engage really fighting for their league life here. Need to put together a big win against a good squad.
Shout out to Gatlu for picking attack first on this Gipple, by the way.
Oh, you know what's you know what's crazy? They lane swapped both of them.
Anyway, either way, now they're going to be contending. They will.
So Volto was top laning the last 2 games,
but with Narami kind of taking up space in the front,
and then they roll swap to bottom, I guess, or like lane swap. But Gyarados is also on the bottom now. Yeah, this guy can't get away from the Magikarp, man.
Build for the Vaporeon.
You know, honestly, maybe Gatlu just trying to go into hard mode a little earlier than necessary here, just to get it done. But a good pathing lane here for Narami and Gatlu early. We already have the rotation coming through. You can see, it's going to be Toast with the Wicked Blow Urshifu. Yeah, because it's so sick.
Yeah.
the red bear coming through.
Coming through with the flu. We love Toast Urshifu. Yeah, honestly, I'm a big fan. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Dark Bear in this situation. Gatlu in some danger. But
oh my God, it happened again, ladies and gentlemen.
Gatlu made it out of that situation.
Early Gyarados, and they get a kill. GG's, it's over. Yo, can we like fast forward to the last 2 minutes and see them lose?
The central area on the Sarah ledge at the moment in this matchup and trying their best to contend, but that will be a blue buff stolen away by Narami. This Hydro Pup Vaporeon allowing them to play from range, a bit challenging for the Sarah ledge.
Just being a menace here. Greg22 going to roll through for the support. Nice little Astonish stun, and that's going to be enough to send Narami packing. Come to think of it, you know, we do have Rayquaza map here, so that Wicked Blow secure on that big objective is going to be critical. Typically, we see Toast more on those speedsters type characters, which is where that Blue Shifu thought with the surging strikes comes into play. But a nice adjustment here, and it just shows
Gyarados is going top lane
that
now.
These maps bring to the table.
You can
Yeah,
see
that's
them
a
roll
great
swap.
point.
Sorry,
It
not
was
roll.
cool
They're
that we
going.
got
They're
that
lane swapping
interview
now.
there at the end of
So
the
originally it
day
was
number one,
Garchomp
where
top
it's
lane,
just
but now they're going bottom
it's getting
lane.
to the point where it's
Gabite
so
to be
hard
specific.
prep for all
And
three
Gyarados
of
is
these
in the top
maps
lane
and
now.
all the compositions you need to pick, and now even depending on one Pokemon, what moveset you're going to opt into. So a lot of challenging decisions for these top level players.
Well, the moveset flexibility is going to be taking a ding here as we're moving forward in the progress of just the game as it exists as a whole. Hyperspace Highway is open. Greg going to drag some players up to the top path with him. As Adesu is responsible for holding down that top path specifically. We've got a rotation from Narami coming up right now. Greg is paying attention, trying to secure some of this wild farm. And the Cerulege, Fiori, of course, there to close the door out on the Regieleki with the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's a bit of a path swap, right? So Adesu's starting in the bottom path and now in charge of defending the top path. But all they're going to be able to do is buy time, with Gyarados only at level 7, not having the opportunity to Mega Evolve, which honestly could put them in a position to 1v4. They are going to have to relent a little bit. So the good news for Engage, they get the Regieleki, and they're going to get a chance to stack up a lot. Very important for Volto's damage output.
Not banning Vaporeon always seems crazy to me.
Moving early.
Absolutely. Again, that big single strike Urshifu there, that red bear moving through with the nice Hollowware as well. The portal goes down, tries to stymie their wild Pokemon, secures there. Not going to be super successful in the face of that Wicked Blow.
Gatlu is pretty scary here. We have Registeel buff increasing the damage on an already level 9. Gatlu absolutely crushing it on the top side, out-leveling the Mega Mewtwo on the other side by a wide margin, but also has access to that Unite move, which is going to be so scary. Bit of a standoff here as Lidewise to the tricks, and Gatlu will pull one individual target. It's the Big Rock.
Yeah, because it
Meanwhile,
is.
we have a rotation up top and the push from Engage. It was
Blastoise and Vaporeon are... If you want me to put things in a tier list for simplicity's sake,
from this map. And now it's really
Blastoise and Vaporeon are S tier defenders, and then there's everything else in A and below.
As the Hyperspace Highway is open and Engage is going to try to adjust and rotate. Nice Infinite Cyber, that Mewtwo Unite to get a couple knockouts.
Yeah, I'm feel confident that that would get them the damage done. I wasn't sure if it would actually finish the KO, seeing as Narami did have the Aqua Ring healing up at the same time, but great call by Miffle. They get the KO as Len's struggling to get these points in, and if they get this score, they'll probably hit level 9, which gives them access to Rebel Rouser. Ooh, clean eject button, though, to dodge that Wicked Blow.
Well done here. Nice flank by Adesu going straight for that
Oh!
target, which is Miffle. And there you just saw the Urshifu Unite move, right? The uppercut to send him to the sky, and the Wicked Blow finisher there is a great single target delete button. And when you're that big on this map, you got a chance to delete a lot of things.
Exactly. Yeah, it's funny. A lot of these like Pokemon that we see at the competitive level, sometimes you get stuck with analysis paralysis on when you can use your Unite move, when it's going to be most impactful. And sometimes for Urshifu, it's like, I just want that Pokemon to be gone. So I would love to press my button and make that Pokemon gone. So great work on Toast, just pulling the trigger on that Ebon Fist and getting a great elimination to start things off. This is 2 for 2 Registeel. So again, that damage buff really favoring Pokemon with inherently high attack stats, namely this Garchomp from Gatling.
Yeah, now you have Gek up top by themselves, by the way. Hyperspace Highway is open, or we're going to force a rotation. We are going to go Rings Unbound, but Greg is eliminated immediately. So is Volto. And now we have a nice Dragon Rush combination there from Gatlu to get a knockout in tandem with Adesu. Those two have been working together for a long, long time, and it shows here against Engage as we're going to get a big 33-point over.
That's a quadra kill for Mega Gyarados.
Four-piece McNugget for Adesu.
Yeah, it was so funny. I mean, a bit of a quiet 4-piece from the Mega Gyarados, seeing as it was just buying time for the scores on the bottom side.
I don't know what's up with Gatlu today. Gatlu's playing like
the respawn essentially, and we're about to hit
bad.
that 3-minute mark of a Desu.
He's having a rough game with
the level 13
Garchomp today.
Point for the Mega Gyarados.
Not that it matters too much in the sense that the rest of the team is pulling the weight, but
level 11 Blastoise
doesn't look like Gatlu's playing that well.
Game at the top half of this map, and has not allowed many points to go in at all, has got to be frustrating if you're on the side of Engage. That Blastoise could have been theirs. Rather, they give the powerhouse Pokemon to Komai, and the water types are running wild.
Yeah, this is an ocean of value. I don't know. I can't make the water type thing work anymore. Gecko Kame is trapped, but again, a Blastoise being trapped is a bit of an over-exaggeration at any given point. Surf, Hydro Pump, the shielding, the crowd control. Gek has escape tools, crowd control tools, and honestly has a whole arsenal that they're able to take down their opponents with.
I mean, they got caught in a rock tomb. They got hit by 4 different players on Engage. Just surfed back to pad, grabbed a berry, walked back over pad, full HP, and helped take Reggie Alecki and rotate. Get out of here. What is this Pokemon, dude?
I don't know. We added the Vanguard Bell to the mix at the same time. So
I mean,
Blastoise feeling pretty strong. But here we go. Dusak's about to enter the final stretch. Reggie Alecki did land in that top tier 2, but no one from Kamai going to be over-rotating. Instead, defending the entrance to Rayquaza. Blastoise, one of the most important Pokemon in these final endgame fights with that Hydro Typhoon and their natural stunning ability. Adesu making a mad dash to get a free Hundo Burger.
Oh!
Land it!
I mean, this is going to allow the rip to begin, though, with Rayquaza. They get them down, and it forces Greg to go rings unbound, and they didn't commit to the knockout on Adesu, who gets to join back into the fray. Gatlu low on HP, Hydro Typhoon surf into their own rock tomb, and Engage gets pinned with the pressure of the water into their own rocks. Greg Miffle rotating back through. Rayquaza has leashed. Portal is down. Look at Gek going for the reposition, at least preventing Greg from resetting here. They try to dip Skirdu through the Phantom Force. That's not enough. Gatlu steps in. Gek gets credit. Miffle is trying to keep
Gyarados still has Unite move, so they can play aggressive still. As long as they don't get stunned, they can still Unite move for safety.
Rock Tomb is there. Dragon Rush in. Gatlu sees a target. We're eyeing them down with a Psy Shock. We're going to push back through. Big Ceruledge Unite does mark a couple targets, but that finally sends
It's
Daisy
over.
back up, gets Volta.
Game's
Going back through his
over.
Hiyori, looking for their target. They flip the script and back onto this defensive type tank Pokemon, and finally sorted by Mega Gyarados, because that Whirlpool from Narami that is topping everybody's HP off is just too much. That Aqua Ring.
Yeah, excellent work from Narabi playing.
Okay, the game's already over. This is what I was looking at. Surprisingly, this could have been really bad. I want you guys to look at this right here. So, you just need to pay attention to the Gyarados on the side of the purple team, Komai. Because what ended up happening is, they tried to go for a back cap because the Regieleki went in. But by the time they got there, the Regieleki timed out. And they almost got stuck. The problem is they didn't get the kill secure on the Gyarados, which makes it so that it doesn't matter in hindsight. They need to get the kill on the Gyarados right there, or
they get them down, and it forces Greg to go rings on.
And then like here, like I don't know what's going on here. So you have 2 people on the Gyarados, then Mewtwo decides to rotate, and then the rest of the team is like fighting 2 separate fights. Like you got you got Koopa uniting right here. This guy's over here. You're over here. Like I don't like. It looks like they're just all over the place. Like, it's like 3 different team fights at once, if you even want to call it that.
Go rings unbound, and they didn't commit to the knockout on Adesu, who gets to join back into the fray. Gatlu
And then they get our Shifu, but
into their own rock tomb, and Engage gets pinned with the pressure of the water into their own rocks. Greg Miffle rotating back through. Rayquaza has leashed. Portal is down. Look at Gek going for the reposition, at least preventing Greg from resetting here. They try to dip.
Bro, Greg's positioning this game, it's not even just his team fight, but Greg's positioning throughout the entirety of the game, his Koopa is just like so off.
Portal is down. Look at Gek going for the reposition, at least preventing Greg from resetting here. They try to dip Skirdu through the Phantom Force. That's not enough. Gatlu steps in. Gek gets credit. Miffle is trying to keep Adesu away.
It's a 4v4 right now, but keep in mind Urshifu's coming from the base, so it will be a 5 versus 4. You also have to keep in mind Engage are down in points, so they have to do something. It's not like they have the luxury of just killing. Rustle dies, Sterilege goes in, doesn't really matter. Gyarados finally evolves, or Mega Evolves. And at this point, it's just over. And then Mewtwo went to score, but the thing is, Blastoise is scoring as well. So they literally just trade caps and nothing changes in the overall scheme of things.
Whirlpool from Narami that is topping everybody's HP off is just too much. That Aqua Ring.
Yeah, excellent.
Furthermore, just want to emphasize right now, this is the third straight game today from Engage. Like, every game they played today, they fed the Gyarados early, and then it reaches the point that they cannot deal with it because it just outscales them, and they just play better as well. Just gonna throw that out there because I'm trying to prove a point
being a
or make a
standout
point.
star for them on that Mega Mewtwo Y, leading the lobby in damage. So certainly trying to do their best to put that damage in to allow Volto and Hiyori to close some of these knockouts. It didn't quite materialize that way though.
Yeah, that's true. It also, interesting heat map for Gek. Actually rotating between the paths quite a bit. Sometimes when we see these defender players, they really choose one direction and their goal zone is their responsibility, and they hang out primarily in that area for the majority of the game. Not the case with Gekko Kame on this Blastoise. Understands the value of the stuns they can provide are too strong to just leave to one area of the map. Instead, the middle of the map is their path. They took a vertical path instead of a horizontal one when it comes to the heat map.
Just the elevator up and down. And I think when you consider how the game went, it makes sense, right? Gek kind of starting in that bottom path. Finally, when Adesu did get online with that Mega Gyarados, or excuse me, when Gatlu got online up top, they kind of pulled the switch, right? So then Gatlu went down to join the fray along with Adesu, and then Gek was responsible for guarding that top goal zone. Less concerned about stacking once Gatlu was really in the mix. So great game one, of course, from Komai. What we have come to expect from a team of that caliber.
Guys, I promise you.
Still trying to find their footing here.
Look, guys, for all you
need to
EU
learn
teams
the
that are
lessons
struggling today,
from that first match against
I will
PH3.
I
You
will
need to
offer you
learn
guys
the
a
lessons,
free
from that first
coaching
game
consultation,
against
all right?
Komai, and we have to make stronger
Free.
adjustments.
The first one's
You
free.
can't
The
let
second one you
something
gotta
like
pay.
Blastoise get through.
Like, because
You
like
know, as
like
much
if I'm
as
gonna
Greg
invest my
loves
time
to
watching
play
you guys
and
play,
they're
I want to see like
comfortable
at
on it,
least
you
a
can't be
semi-competitive
first picking
match.
you in this format right
You guys are
now.
getting like
It's
giga
not the
clap.
difference maker between the teams that you're playing and yourself. We gotta find a different recipe here because what we're cooking is not working.
Is Le Poulet playing
I
today?
agree wholeheartedly.
Not on
I do
stream,
think
no.
draft is going to be the first part of the match that you can try to adjust, though.
They are not
And
playing.
they are going to be opting in.
This is the last-
The
that's the
first
three
pick
from EU.
selection again, and it will be Komai Esports choosing Groudon as the next map to follow up on. That's actually kind of interesting to me, seeing as we just saw the Blastoise of Vaporeon be so powerful. These heavy defenders.
They have. They've
healing
won one
available.
game.
Actually, love.
I
a
think
lot
they're
of the
1-6
natural
or 1-7.
healing available on the Kyogre map. They are going to.
They finally won a series. I don't know against who,
Very
though.
standard band so far. Komai has a chance to flex things up a little bit, but with Engage in that first pick position, this does have the possibility to be a Blastoise selection, dudes. Next, we'll see if Engage.
Oh,
wants to
in case you
shift
guys can
anything
see the
up at
bands.
this stage of the game. Or if
Oh
they're gonna
my
go
god,
with the
they
tried and
finally
true for the
banned
remainder
Mega
of this weekend
Gyarados.
to play.
Holla fucking
I think
Luya.
Komai's fine riding the
Their
lightning
coach
here.
turned
I
in-
mean, in game
Their
one, I
coach
think they
tuned
didn't
into my stream and
anticipate
finally
getting Blastoise
thought,
back and
wow,
were okay
Chan
with
is
it,
spitting
and
some
now that Engage
facts.
has
Ban the
first pick, They know
Gyarados.
they're almost guaranteed it. if they want it.
Holy. Maybe they'll
The
actually win a
question
game
is
today.
Komai willing to go there? And at this point, I don't see why you wouldn't. I don't understand why you would not lock that thing in. And it's the first thing they picked, unsurprisingly. Where is Adesu going to go? You do have the option to go with that Vaporeon once again if you
Wait a
want.
minute.
Yeah, no more Mega Gyarados any longer. Ooh, take a look at this, dude.
Damn, bro.
If Engage won't go off the Mew,
Letting
Komai
Blastoise
will do
through?
it for them, as Narami is going to pick up the more supportive Mew. Let's see what Engage.
All right, so I'll mute it here just because they're kind of just yapping right now. So they banned the Mega Gyarados. That's good. But it's very obvious, based on their last 3 games, they cannot deal with Mega Gyarados if they let it through. So that is that's what you call adaptation. They finally did something different. The problem I have here, and I'm not saying this is like a guaranteed L or anything like that, but I don't like the fact that they let Blastoise through and didn't pick it for themselves. So they let Blastoise through because they first picked Mewtwo Y. They could have gone for the Vaporeon because Vaporeon is still up, but they chose the Crustle, which I'm on the fence about, honestly.
from Desu, I mean, a Darkrai is one of the best answers to any auto attacker in the game, right? You'd love to do
Meowth is allowed, so Meowth is allowed, but I don't know about
Surf
Surfetch.
Hiding beneath the
I
ground.
think
in a different
Surfetch might be
dimension,
banned,
doing damage
and
to a Mega Mewtwo
Umbreon
Y,
is banned as
cannot
well.
auto-attack you. Is a
Oh,
good
and
little
Zapdos too.
engage
Zapdos,
attack,
Umbreon,
right?
and
So
Surfetch.
Pretty big burst damage though here in the Leafeon with X attack and the energy amplifier. And Volto is going to go onto their tried and true Buzzwole. Personally, I was hoping to see their Zarina a little bit, just kind of all in on the damage. But this is a Pokemon that can make some major waves in final team fights if you can land some of these big combos.
They're going to need to. They're going to need to here. Toast rounding out our draft with that SOLOQ. A Pokemon that has really been rising in stocks here, you know, ever since EUIC. And if you're from, if you're talking LATAM since the beginning of the year, right?
Yeah.
They've been all about this Pokemon. So it's nice to see some other regions taking pages out of other regions' cookbooks here. SOLOQ has looked solid. I think it's been one of the swingier Pokemons that have kind of became popular. You either watch and go, holy smokes, this thing is undeniable. And then you watch another game, you're like, oh, that wasn't awesome. You know, the Unite move doesn't hit a soul. You're on the backside of a nightmare. You get the break speed off of you. So we'll
What
see
could
how
possibly
Toast
go wrong?
delivers here. But if Toast is playing like Toast has been, it's going to be a pretty solid show.
I think it was Spraggles that was talking to me about SOLOQ one time, and I think they described it in the perfect way of why it truly sings at a competitive level. And it's kind of like a mechanically skilled player's dream come true. You have a Unite move that has a huge impact on the end game. You have multiple moves that either give you self-sustain if you time them well or plan them out well, and you also have the ability to dodge moves if you have solid timing on Phantom Force. So it's just like a lot of skill expression that's also doing well just in a balanced state of the game. SOLOQ, again, just a top-level player's dream come true. Something like Blaziken would probably also fit into this attribution. So very impressive that we've seen other players in other regions kind of rising to the occasion, finding this Pokemon, kind of learning the ins and outs of it. I don't get to see Palmot this game. I think that Pokemon's great, but it's all right. SOLOQ is another one of my favorites. So we'll see if Toast can crush it again on this Pokemon.
Here we go, my friend. Engage your purple team. Komai Esport, your orange team. Komai up a game here in our EU match number 3, game number 2 of week number 3 of the regional leagues at the Pokemon.
It's
Unite
very unfortunate. Like, it's going to happen to everyone, I think.
Get into it.
But it's unfortunate that
of the regional
Engage
league
had to
season,
play against
you know?
the number 1 and
Just
number
add
2
one
teams
more
of the EU.
clarifier. Why not? All right, Greg on the invade.
Like,
this
that is
time
a
around.
rough
We'll
schedule
take
for your
the red
first,
buff, so
okay.
nice, done
First
and
day
last
of
hit
the-
secure. So
Sorry,
Greg
second
gonna be
day,
feeling
second day.
great about that
How they
EXP,
play.
and will be able to quickly rotate to join Volto alongside Hiyori.
This is an opportunity for Hiyori to make a difference. You have this red buff on the Hoopa. You can A-press some of these players on Komai. They rotated quickly and well, but what are you going to be able to do with it? And as I say that, Hiyori is already gone.
Yeah, a quick rotation. I think going to try to maybe fake out Komai a little bit and attack in the bottom side of the map. It is easier to capitalize on if you got that Mega Mewtwo Y's worth of damage, but it will be 2-on-2 up here on the top side.
Nice Astonish Stun attempt there by Greg to keep Komai from taking too many of those Swablu and Altaria. We do have Mega Mewtwo Y online, going to be an A-pressing machine here. Toast going for the KO on Aslan. Are they going to be successful? No, they're kind of cut
that was
off there.
close.
Well
The Res
done,
Guard almost
as
got him.
Gek struggling as well. So nice
The
little
Res Guard
exchange here
clutched
for
up to the
Engage,
Crustle.
showing signs
Yeah.
of life.
I like that fake out play from Aslan. They were on 1 HP and then they kind of like jumped at Toast, who like sort of took a defensive step back to line up a better Bitter Blade, and that because they pathed backwards, it actually allowed Aslan to rotate back towards the goal zone. So there's like a tiny little interaction, almost face checking the enemy central area player, and it pays off in a major way. Nice little tap dance by the Crustle.
Great tap dance there. Nice stun on Darkrai. No real follow-up in that moment as things settle down quickly. We are on, I believe, Groudon map, right? So we're going to see Reggie Drago here being contested over a little bit, already being shredded by Engage, wanting that team-wide experience, and locking that down is a great place to be.
Great stun by Greg to prevent the Ledge, the only Pokemon who would have been able to contend with the last hit secure. Stuns them at the perfect moment, allows Leafeon a very easy pickup. So good work, good team play by Engage, and having a great start to this game as Aslan takes down their defender counterpart.
Good X-Scissor attempt to cut off Toast on that Bitter Blade and using that Phantom Force. However, it's not quite enough. It does bully them far enough away that Gatlu, if they want some of this Wild Farmer, have to get in danger. They pulled everybody with them back to pad. However, for that attempt, they are knocked out.
Yeah, Gatler trying to make some just bold calls, wants that level 7, wants to evolve into Blaziken as quickly as they possibly can due to this early game deficit that they're dealing with. For Engage, though, this is signs of life. There will be Reggie spawning on both sides. You do have a bit of a level advantage.
Yeah, Crossflow is running in speed
you
share.
got this Leafeon, who's already used their Unite move, but probably will have another one online extremely
defenders
soon.
in general usually tend to fall behind in terms of experience. Like, out of all the people on your team, it's either the support or
a lot of characters
the defender
sitting in the
that
top
tends to
half just to watch Komai
naturally fall behind because they can't farm as
quick
easily.
rotation through, and it's Aslan that has to babysit on the Crustler here. It's going to be Gatlu making.
Like, out of all the people on that team,
Regieleki is taken by Engage.
It's more than likely that either Hoopa or the Crustle is going to
I think Engage
be
probably
the
had a
lowest
solid
level.
chance at taking both, but just a little too patient, I think, on that first rotation. But it's okay. They
Is it
make
the
up
most
for it with an
optimal item?
extremely quick one, and they take
That's
down the
debatable.
Regieleki. Now, getting it into the goal zone is a different task entirely, especially with the Blastoise and Darkrai on the defense. Volto just hanging out to see if any player from Komai over-rotates. They try to steal a KO, but not being available this time around.
Yeah, just hiding in that bush, completely unknown in there. So they would have had a great opportunity to snatch a soul if it presented itself.
Well, whoever you were, Anonymous, thank you for the
we
gifted
grab
tier 1
the
sub.
Altaria, does
Appreciate
Gatlu,
it.
so they're trying to get back into the mix here. Level 9, not doing a too bad of a job catching back up. But
I also want to point out, guys, that
Hiyori has been
at
caught
least
up to
in
by
this
the Saru
game,
ledge. Toast is
Engage
on
are doing a
par with
much
them
better
now, which
job.
means the impetus
Like, they're
that
at the halfway mark, or they're about to
Hiyori
reach
has
the
on this
halfway
game has
point,
gone down considerably.
and they're up in points.
Especially because the Central Area Pokemon are respawning kind of as we speak for Engage.
And they're,
being
like,
so
they're ahead.
patient, and they want to force
Not by a
these
whole
team
lot, but they're
fights,
still
it feels
ahead.
Like instead of getting their level scaling, maybe
And they don't have to
online
deal with
upbeat
the
faster.
scaling
Actually, looks like
Gyarados.
Volto might be taking a little bit of the EXP, so a bit of a trade between the Leafeon.
So the
and
notable,
Buzzwole, bit of
there is a
pairing
noticeable
increase
difference
for them
between
instead of a
the
big
first 3
solo
games
carry
that they
looks
played
like
and this
Komai
one.
is putting
Now,
together
whether they
with
win or
Toast
not
on
is
this
an entirely
Ledge.
complete,
Will be a Desu.
entirely
Shinji
different
Dolls
story.
Outside of the Mega Mewtwo Unite.
Yeah, and somehow Darkrai pulled into the portal and getting a knockout there as Gek once they come back through. Buzzwole using their Unite move, that Swole Slam.
Oh,
trying to
double
find
kill for-
more
Oh,
targets.
the
Great
juke!
fight. Hydro Typhoon is there. Aslan is undeterred. Emerald 2.
Buzzwole actually juked the Hydro Typhoon with the Hoopa portal.
We're sending Mew into the fog here, looking for a target. Big
Okay,
solar beam
okay.
there. Gek providing separation with the
Volto
surf.
got tired of
Now
getting,
we have the Darkrai coming
Crustle,
through,
why?
going to work. Toast alongside a Desu doing some work, getting a knockout on Aslan, and for now, I think
not
the fight
feeding, you
is gonna
mean?
chill.
Maybe
Engage gonna see at
Gyarados
least
is their
3 players
kryptonite.
on the bottom side and decide
Maybe
they
they
can
have no
contend
choice
with
but to
both.
feed
So
when they see that
Volto takes
Pokemon.
that Hoopa portal in the midst of that fight, actually elects to not recall and rejoin the fray, and instead take jump pad to try to move up to the top side of the map, is where they're battling over the Regieleki as we speak. Unite move can't take it though. Doomsnax Leafeon secures Regirock.
Great secure by Hiyori for the team to get some of that team-wide experience. They do get knocked out for that effort, but I think that's an exchange that right now Engage is okay with, as they're trying to keep their head above water. They are treading, they are paddling their little feet right now, and the duck needs to keep working. You gotta keep those legs pumping.
They're doing a great job, at least so far. Mew the lowest level in the lobby for Komai, and Regieleki will likely be an easy take for Engage. So objective after objective, this one both a full sweep of the top and bottom Regis. Let's see if Engage wants to push this Regieleki farther this time around. They did relent on the push in the last time in favor of being more careful, but Volto's got one.
Great catch on Gatlu, the Blaziken, and now they're going to get the opportunity to A-press Gek. They try to trap him in the wall. Gek goes with the surf to go right back for them. They still get knocked out. The portal's down. Adesu's looking for a target here. Darkrai popping
It's
through the dark
231 to
Toast
0
on the
against
chase, Narami
Komai.
on the chase. They want a little bit more here. Good X Scissor out of the tall grass is going to send
Like,
Toast
where was
back
this
towards the rest of
Engage
their own team. Volta moving back
in
through,
their previous
big
3
portal
matches.
from Greg 2-2 to get the HP levels back up for Engage.
Like, they finally
And we've
decide
got
to wake up and
35
make the series
seconds
competitive.
until our boss monster.
Yeah, I mean, wow, Engage has woken up. 231
I like how
points.
the caster
Success
said the same thing.
on that bottom tier 1, and we even saw a little bit of back caps going into the tier 2, I believe, on the top side. Or sorry, no scores on the top side yet, but they did break the tier 1 there as well. So holding Komai to a goose egg in terms of scores so far. Komai struggling to deal with this newly powered up Engage esports.
You know, I love to see it out of Engage. I was a little concerned with that Leafeon. They just ticked over to level 13, and now we have our monster on the map. Groudon time.
Yeah, of course, this is going to be a major defining objective. A ton of extra damage to whoever secures the
I will
last
say I'm not a
Groudon.
fan of the Leafeon
But
pick.
of course, if you knock out a Pokemon with
Like,
that
Leafeon
buff, you
against this
can
team as a
steal it
whole
as
is just,
well.
like, really-
Yeah, Idesu with some forward positioning, but Idesu does have to face tank that side strike. Takes quite a bit of damage. Komai, though, catching up a bit in the points department with a clean Hundo Burger back cap. Engage, a little too concerned with defending the Groudon, are not able to defend against that one.
Trying to get a good flank on Miffle there and are very close to being successful and have a game-ending catch. Because if that Mewtwo Y goes down, we've got a lot of problems here.
Absolutely. So far, they are also going to be playing with a patience. You got Blaziken trying to earn a little bit more EXPs. We're getting to the minute mark where players will get warned of the point differential. Komai will have to know that they are behind by over 100 points and will need multiple game-ending scores to finish this off. Watch the Blastoise on the left side of your screen, though.
Portal is down. Azlay's going to choke. Oh, they tried to catch Azlay before they could reset. Get going. And we have the Mew into the fog here, so the fight's going to begin.
Oh,
Solar
Blaziken?
Beam is right down. We're looking for the
Oh,
portal.
Blaziken?
Buzzwole
Oh,
Flame's
Blaziken's
gonna get
down.
a knockout on Gatlu. We're going to go for the stuns. Greg is caught.
Ooh.
Huge Ceruledge Unite into the Hydro Typhoon, but it's still Komai that goes down.
It's over.
Jack gets dealt
It's
with.
over.
Now Greg 22
Engage are
goes
actually
down.
winning a
The
match
firepower
today.
is still in the
Goddamn.
hands of Engage.
It's happening.
They're looking for more targets. They're up on the scoreboard. They don't care about this Groudon. They're making Komai play for it. 25 seconds left.
We
and
got
Groudon
ourselves
turtling
a
up for
series.
defense.
They banned the
Yeah,
Mega
Ron
Gyarados
makes
for the
right
first
call.
time
They really
today,
defend this
and
goes
they
in
actually
because if
pick
those
up a
points go
win.
in, it is just absolutely doomed.
Now they gotta do
But
that one more
Desu,
time.
The only Pokemon available to actually fight against this Groudon just has not enough HP. Reminder, over 100 points separate these two teams. Even if this Darkrai could get that Hundo Burger, it would not be enough to change this result. Engage, force a game 3 out of Komai.
Great game out of Engage. Night and day difference from what we've seen from them all weekend long. Like you said, Engage waking up. Finally, you love to see it. And now they have an opportunity to send Komai to a 7-2 record and really make themselves seem like a force here in the EU region.
Yeah, Komai just kind of dropping the ball in a few places. It felt like Engage wasn't making any landslide plays, right? We only saw KO streaks of 2 sort of at max at any given moment. The scorings felt slow and methodical, but it didn't matter. I mean, it was a bit of a fall by 1,000 cuts in terms of Komai. And in the end, it is a Groudon not even getting KO'd in our final exchange, as Komai Esports did not find kind of that perfect opportunity to start these fights. Gatlu gets caught out by a Buzzwole and a Hoopa stun, and from that point on, it just sort of all gets cleaned up.
I'm taking a look here, and I think Komai is maybe doing too many favors for Engage here, and I'll tell you why in a moment, as Hiyori gets the nod here for our most valuable player. 5 knockouts, 1 assist, 1 feint. But really, Hiyori taking a good advantage of some early stages of this game and making sure that Engage can hang tough throughout the series of it.
Yeah, it's really important. And look on the side of Komai in terms of stats. You got the Blaziken from Gatlu getting knocked out 5 times in this match. There's a lot of EXP moving over to Engage. They're able to take full advantage of and keep that late game EXP lead. I feel like that one being a pretty important factor for this squad. Of course, as always, the damage factor is coming in spades from Miffle. 66,000 damage. Really impressive game from them. As always, we've been seeing it all day long in the Engage matches. So great work always keeping this team in it. And boy, were they in it in this game number 2.
Yeah, while Engage may have woken up, Komai was asleep at the wheel. There's no real valuable...
Always keep
Blaziken did 16k damage. SOLOQ did 18k damage.
Keeping this team in it, and boy, were they
on their side of this, and really that those 100 points were cheeky at best. Going for a back cap that honestly Engage could care less about. I like how they didn't overcommit on a chase down there. They just kind of let it happen and focused on their game. And you see Hiyori's heat map here. They were everywhere.
Yeah, that's a Leafeon heat map if I have ever seen one. Average EXP of 1238 per minute. So again, Engage is an interesting one, right? Because they are a team that splits their central area sort of depending on what Pokemon is at what level. For example, Volto's Buzzwole was picking up some experience there at one point. I'm sure Miffle's Mega Mewtwo Y was doing the same. So a little bit lower on the EXP front, but it don't matter. 5 KOs for that Leafeon. Very, very important in this series. Only ended with 5 times scored, so 5 stacks of the attack weight at the end game for Hiyori's Leafeon. But still, again, knockouts when they mattered most.
And secures when they mattered most as well. You know, Hiyori able to out-secure that SOLOQ Unite and that top path Regirock that we saw in that mid-game. Helped really snowball the level of experience that Engage needed to keep pace. Because for what it's worth, Komai was doing a great job in the experience department. Weren't scoring. The team.
I mean, it's not just that. Like,
honestly, just kind of wonky. But they were finding a way to not. Maybe.
Like, it's not just that. Like, if you look at Komai's team comp as a whole, now let me just preface this by saying, even team composition aside, in this game specifically, they just had worse macro compared to Engage in this game. Not only that, if you look at the team composition that Komai drafted for themselves, they basically have, like, in a very simplistic way to phrase it, they have an all-in team composition of just, like, majority of them are all damage dealers. And, yeah, you got Blastoise with a bit of utility as well as Mew. But at the end of the day, they want to get up in your face, they want to get picks, they want to do damage. And if it doesn't work out the first time around, keep in mind, in prolonged team fights, or if it's not happening right away, like at the snap of a finger, they have no sustain or utility. Like, they have no sustain in the form of heals, with the exception of self-sustain. So unless they're healing themselves with their own skills, either they need to get the kills immediately, or get an advantage immediately, or they need to recall and reset every single time they take a fight, because they don't have that defender or support that can heal their team. And then, like, there was never an opportunity that they can full on 5v5 confidently, because every time it came down to it, either they had one member that was dying, or one person was just really low, they were getting poked out early. And of course, like, with the exception of Mew, there's no range on their team. So it's very easy for something like a Mewtwo Y to outmaneuver and keep their distance against this team comp, especially in their mega form as well.
Be doing too many.
On to their second most comfortable pick will be the Hoopa.
Volto did look solid in the Buzzwole. Maybe the strongest game we've seen out of Volto this weekend was on that Buzzwole, so I like that. And look, we're going to get Narami. They queue up the Vaporeon, and I like it as the Toast is going to grab the Pawmot out from under Engage right now.
Yeah, I think we've all seen in the anime what can happen with a water type setting the stage and an electric type Pokemon following up immediately after. This is going to be very, very strong. Again, Pawmot, one of the best win rate Pokemon in the entire event. I know in this series it's not doing awesome. I think it's 0-1 so far, but Hiyori is going to go back to the Leafeon. So an identical composition in game 3, right? I think that's correct. After game number 2, yeah, I'm taking a look at it now. It is. So Engage going to be running it back, but Toast's going to make a small swap. Same with Gatlu. Mega Lucario in the mix instead of the Blaziken.
Yeah, so Komai making a lot of changes here. Toast, Narami, Gatlu, Desu, all going to be on new Pokemon here going into their game number 3. And Engage says, whatever, run it back. We won. Let's do it. So I think the only difference that I see here that is going to give Engage some fits is I think Hiyori's going to have a bit tougher time jumping into the top path and having like an immediate impact. However, It was really Greg22 on an invade with the Hoopa that made the difference in the early stages of the game, whereas you'd think it would have been the Leafeon. It was Greg stepping up on this Hoopa. So if Greg can eke out another red buff and make their way back to path without getting KO'd, I think they'll feel pretty good about the start of Game 3.
Yeah, that'd be huge. I think it'd be a big shift. One thing is interesting with the battle against Leafeon. I think there's been a bit of like talk about why play that Pokemon when you have something like Scyther that kind of in the stage of the game currently with the changes to Central area kind of makes that Pokemon feel a little bit better. However, again, comfort could be king here. So we have Gatlu on the Mega Lucario making their way up with Narami, but Narami actually have a quick pivot and maybe pick up a red buff to be a bit more annoying and, of course, defend against this Hoopa.
They immediately sussed it out, rotated, right? Wanted to make sure they got a couple of the Wild Farm in path so they could actually approach Greg22 with a higher level. Oh, and the berry going to be picked up by Narami there, so Greg22 has to race to their side of the map.
Yeah, you gotta get moving, try to give Volto a little bit of support. Ooh, Gatlu, hoping to get that Meteor match. Still would have been tough to get the KO. But Narami being up close and personal a little bit more this time. But remember, last game, they had such a quick score and stack that allowed them to evolve. This time around, still stuck in that EV stage.
Looking for it here, as now it's 3v2, and there's not much that they can do in the face of 3. Even Hiyori just being level 5. I said that the Mega Lucario
just watching some competitive Unite
better earlier. Big
villain.
The Swole Cell Slam, Super Cell Slam into the middle there for Toast to try and get some of the Swablu and Altaria.
Yeah, it's a lot of EXP for Komai, but they have yet to make a dent in the scoreline. Early days, of course, but that does mean that no early stacks have been getting into play for either our defenders or some of our damage carries. As Led try to get this cheeky 12 in. Again, that level 5, pretty solid for Crustle. Has to get the eject button forced out.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Danger. That Mega Mewtwo just hits so hard.
Mega Mewtwo, so the Mewtwo evolution timed out just as they needed that one final auto attack.
Was a Desu on that Pokemon. Rock Tomb pins them very well. Meanwhile, we saw Volto get a knockout on Galu. Galu struggling in game 2 and struggling earlier in game number 3. You live by the gat, you die by the gat, and that's what Komai's recipe is here today against Engage.
Yeah, and it could be just also strength of opponent. I mean, Volto just looking a lot more comfortable on this Buzzwole at the same time. But Gatlu, if they can't find a stack on the top side, they'll find another way to do so as they put multiple ones in and run interference for a second on this Mega Mewtwo Y to allow Gek to get some as well.
Nice Emerald 2-step, gonna get a quality knockout here, make it 2, and now we're putting the pressure on because Gek was eliminated as well as a war.
Big triple kill for Leafeon.
But
you also gotta remember, they united at 7:30.
On that Leafeon.
So they're not going to have that for the objective. It's just a matter of whether Komai wants to go for that 3v3, 4v4 and contest objective, or if they want to just give it up.
Face the wrath of these two teams' early game strength.
And really, it's Engage that's taking the level lead here. So while Komai
at the very least, Hiyori is
2 with the score, doing okay on experience,
taking advantage of that early game pick and actually making a difference.
With the levels here, but they're
like the thing that you don't want to see is someone picking early game Pokemon and not doing anything. That's the worst thing.
Engage has been in control in the early stages.
Curious to see where this Hoopa portal's going, and yeah, it will be Greg having to defend against 1v3 as Komai will be all rotating down towards, all of Engage will rotate down towards the Regieleki to go 2 for 2 on objectives. Komai, though, we're going to earn a ton of points on this topside goal zone.
Now seeing the information that Engage was smothering their goal.
That's unfortunate. If Buzzwole started scoring earlier, they could have broke that in time, and it would have pressured the tier 2.
Wild Pokemon farm that they can get for
I think that was like a... That was a little bit of an individual misplay.
Behind on these levels, so any way you can get it, you take it.
Kind of
they stood on the goal and then
was though to not go and contend with that.
I guess they didn't channel their score and then they realized
their own goal zone would break. Komai had a few players who had a level disadvantage. Big plays though for Mega Lucario here.
Big HP out of the Aqua Ring there, but it's not quite enough to save them from Mewtwo.
Leafeon dying to Mega Lucario like that in a 1v1 is really bad.
Gonna set up Narami to
because you have to understand, you just give up so much experience
for Miffle.
Is someone that desperately
Jeez,
needs it.
This Mega Mewtwo Y is just so hard to
nice.
stick with.
Do you see that reset prevention there by a base on the Mewtwo, forcing Miffle completely out? Rubble Rouser, eject, reposition, but Surf pins Aslan away from the rest of the team, going underwater. And is this going to be a defensive one? No, offensive only. No fear. With a little bit of shield to work with, we'll see what Adesu does. And unfortunately, it's just retreat.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Engage are starting to crumble under the pressure right now. They were looking good.
But the Hoopa portal is
Oh, yeah, they got top, they got bottom.
From Greg will not get the
And
kill on
then
Adesu.
now
So great play
they're
call
just
from Adesu, utilizing the
eating a
Echo to
lot.
exchange a knockout on the Mega Mewtwo, and then
They
of
need to
course,
get it together.
escape back to their home goals on
Like,
recall.
they were doing good,
Reggie spawning in on the top side,
but they're giving
no
up too
one
much
from
now in the
Engage to
form
be
of
seen.
kills.
Instead, they want to increase this points lead, play forward for information, attempt to get some scores, and send Reggie Alecki down this path.
Volto gonna see, I was gonna expect an attempt to snatch a Desu there with the firepower they had behind them, but no, the focus goes immediately to that Regieleki. We go rings unbound, and even that is enough to send Komai scrambling right now, Zoinks. Komai really knowing that they are behind on these levels, and they are struggling right now. Can they catch any targets? They eye down Narami for a second, but are unsuccessful.
Pretty big risk by Engage to send everybody but Hiyori up towards to defend that tier 2 and solo the Regieleki. Adesu's Gyarados was getting pretty close to within range.
Good catch on Miffle, tons of damage put down. The pad is there, but the reset is not taken out of the portal. So Miffle still on low HP. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit a soul, but the Surf is going to put them back into the action. Nice little portal there as things are looking to settle out.
Oh, Volto limit testing on this Buzzwole, and they'll get the KO onto the Blastoise.
Good convert for Volto right there. They thought they were down and out, but you can see just that bit of shield they get as part of that combination, enough to keep them standing against the formidable Blastoise.
Yeah, it's a scary spot to be, but Volto knows this Pokemon inside and out. Toast is going to have to take a dangerous spot about half HP, but Palmont real good at getting that back.
Tons of HP back as Aslan rips back through the portal.
Oh man, that was so close.
The Aqua Ring gonna top off some HP bars a very little bit.
The Hoopa portals are coming in clutch for Engage right now.
Honestly, if I'm Komai, I'm trying to avoid Engage. I want to get my wild farm off the map. They're gonna start with a team-wide experience that comes through Reggie Drago. If they can get it, Yori's gonna try and make a play on it and can't quite secure.
Yeah, Blastoise going to be secure in that one. So Gek has a good timed Hydro Pump. That is really a scary spot. And we've seen Hoopas take mid-map objectives time and time again. So they are always going to try to be in
This is probably the
control
closest
if they
match of the
can.
day
Now
that
the
we've
Reggie
seen
Rock
so far.
spawning coming in, and with all
Level-wise
of
across
Komai
the table,
esports here,
relatively
Engage
even.
gonna rotate towards
Points-wise,
that bottom side.
pretty
Adesu
even.
there for the defense. Same with Narami.
Yeah, it's going to be a good defensive stand here and allowing Regirock to be taken for free by Komai. A nice little buff for them as we're looking to scrap in the bottom path. Aslan is very low. Volto taking a ton of damage, finally
Buzzwole,
going
why?
down. And now Toast is looking to make this Palmont matter for the first time in this game. Finally, enough to bully Engage away, so the Regieleki here is going to go to Komai. No, they give up
it's
on
going to reset. It leashed, I think. So started just gaining a little bit too much HP. I was curious what Komai's going to want to do, but now they have to rotate up towards the Groudon. Engage preferring to play from the top side of this map. They want to enable Leafeon for a flank or a back cap, so they love this side of the battlefield. However, Komai with this double defender composition also kind of loving this situation. It's going to be tough for Engage to get within melee range.
Taking advantage of the rings unbound opportunity is Engaged with a back half of 100 points. Lots of damage down.
Oh!
The Aura Cannon. Gatlu is going to go.
Oh, they didn't get Gatlu. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
They're going to be successful. Top their HP back off. And that's 2 players down for Engage.
Oh no. Oh no. Leafy. Oh god, bro. Why?
They finally bully. Hiyori uses their Emerald 2-step. There isn't a great tool for them. Gek is just waiting for them to step out. And there they are. We have a Surf Hydro Pump.
It's over. It's over. Unless Hoopa steals, it's over.
Unless Greg can have a miracle play. No, they're stunned out. Can't even get close, dude.
Bro, not getting the Lucario there was a crime. They used everything.
At least one score in, but with this damage buff, it is so extremely strong. Got 2 players from Engage defending this goal zone, but there is the first of likely many. Hundo Burger for Narami. Komai in a strong lead.
Now they just have to hang tight, not do too much, and they'll be A-okay. They're up by over 100 points, so Engage needs to send somebody on that Hundo
That's
Burger
it.
mission, place
Dunzo,
the order for
Benito.
the fan, and then get
Engage
a
go
couple
down
extra
0-2
side fries
today.
there for 'em. If Komai's not willing to play, then Engage is going to have a tough time against it. As you can kind of see Komai
They
staging for some
overslept
cheeky
and they
back
woke up
caps
too late,
when
guys.
Engage makes their move.
That's
Yeah,
the
they
analogy
got
for
a
today.
lot of potential to make some scores happen. They also got a lot of potential to win some team fights. And Robbie is now going to have vision of 2 different players, and therefore we got multiple Hundo Burgers raining in for Komai. Great defense on this goal zone in our pip from this Vaporeon. Impressive stuff. Few small scores in from Engage, but that will be it. Komai Esports will advance to 8-1 in our regional league, and Engage, while making it close, are going to be dispatched 2-1.
Engage is going to see that missed knockout on Gatlu when they caught the Mega Lucario just so low on HP. Gatlu able to crawl that back up with, I believe, the help of Aqua Ring and maybe even a close combat. But look at all the damage on Gatlu here. You can see that's exactly where Engage.
Bro, Gatlu was so low. The fact that they didn't secure this kill is insane. Look at that. Look how low he is.
Go, the Buzz will go straight for them. And
But he still gets
the
out.
Unite moves come out to top off the HP, and Gatlu here. You can see that's exactly.
And this is the problem, though. So, like, they forced the team. So keep in mind, Engage forced the team fight, but Leafeon's backcapping. Like, Leafeon is not there, and they are a good majority of their damage, despite the fact that they are not
Where Engage is looking to go. The Buzz
the
will
best
go
endgame
straight for them,
Pokemon.
and you see the Unite moves come out to top off the.
Like, literally, by the time Leafeon shows up, the 2 other carries of the team are dead. Literally. Like, they're still
HP and
making
give
their way
that
to the
close
team.
combat an opportunity to
And then by the time they finally show up, 3 people are dead.
recharge.
This was just very poorly communicated. It was very poorly executed on the side of Engage. Like, I'm okay with Leafeon backcapping because they have a Hoopa. But, like, you don't engage before the Leafeon's ready. Because this is exactly what's going to happen. They chose to take a 5v4 and they lost.
Of course, Aqua Ring there in pocket as well is enough. And that after that, once you miss on that and you kind of empty the tank to not get that knockout, it makes it very hard for Engage to fight from then on out.
Completely agree. If Gatlu doesn't have that Regirock buff,
Each team on this Mega Mewtwo Y leading the lobby again in damage for the 3rd game in a row on this Pokemon. It's nothing to scoff at. But Komai enough to weather the storm here and prevent Engage of the crazy upset that what could have been.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. I think people cannot sleep on this Engage roster. Teams are going to have to do their homework, make sure they are prepared to face Engage and Miffle's attacker Pokemon. They are truly so strong, whether it's the Darkrai or that Mega Mewtwo Y. They have a lot of options for them in the draft right now, and they seem to be extremely, extremely strong. Gatlu sitting at a 2.7 cough. Looking pretty solid there. 1496 experience per minute. Very, very strong in that department for a Pokemon playing in the path with only 27 wild Pokemon knockouts in this matchup. So a lot of scoring, helping out with that EXP gain for sure. But Gatlu on this Mega Lucario doesn't get it often. A Pokemon that is banned pretty frequently. But when they do look really great on it.
Yeah, you compare this 3rd game to their game on the Blaziken in game 2 where they're a complete non-factor, right? No knockouts, really was getting taken down anytime they presented their chin. They're taking just the meanest right hook ever and getting sent back to the floor. So it's good to see Gatlu bounce back. And I will say, even in that game, they looked shaky in the first half of that game. I'm glad they were able to find their footing and turn it around, because Komai definitely needs Gatlu to be the positive Gatlu, not whatever game 2 Gatlu was.
I think we're going to be asking a few questions about what happened in game 2. Only a single score throughout that entire match. A little questionable, but hey, either way, Komai got it done in the end. I know a fan favorite from that region, moving on with a great match record at the end of week number 3. But up next, everybody, we're going to be moving out of Europe and into Latin America. I'm going to be starting with Peru Unite after a tough loss going up against Force Gaming, undefeated Force Gaming. It's going to be fun. A lot of Unite action yet to come. So let's get to LATAM right after this.
Alright, I wasn't talking because I had ads playing, so I figured I'd just type so you guys know what I was saying. Alright, in the meantime, guys, thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream and the matches. I'm going to use the restroom very quickly, so I'll be back before Latin America starts. Go get a snack, go get a drink, go stretch, go use the restroom, do what you gotta do, or if you want to just hang out, well, until I return, there's that too, alright? So I'll be back in a bit, guys. Just going to use the restroom very quickly.
I'm still crawling through the tall grass. It's been 2 long weeks, no food, no water, only matches, which have actually sustained me because they've been pretty good. But I'm here with the final match off stream of LATAM, and there is more, going to be way more on stream after this. But let's take a look at how Entity7 and Infamous Gaming played it out. And we have a couple replays. We can see here starting off with a 1-0 Infamous Gaming lead. I just wanted to show a moment in the game number 2 where we see a 19-second left, 50-point lead for Infamous, and a choice basically whether to split off or not to take this Groudon. Now you can see here basically the moment. I'm going to play at 25% speed because it's always sad to see somebody so close to landing with a jump pad and stopping a score. But
all right,
as
I
you can
have
see right
returned.
there, didn't quite
Return
happen,
from the
and
dead.
that score alone
Boy.
was able to push the lead ahead.
Yeah,
so that
boy.
one was going to tie it up. Entity 7 took it with a barely 50-point lead. Now going into game number 3, first I'm going to pause this right as we get in because we're going to start off really close to this Groudon take, but we are.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys, and this is strictly opinionated, my opinion to be exact. I miss the old UCS format. I miss seeing a bunch of different teams competing every month versus seeing the same 8 teams over and over and over again. That's just a me thing. Like, I think they tried to... So, the thing is like, this format is very similar to the League of Legends format. Like other esports MOBA formats, to be specific. But the thing is, Pokemon Unite doesn't have that infrastructure to make this league thing work. And the worst part is, because the skill gap between some of these teams is so apparent, it's very obvious that you have some teams that are like a cut above the rest. So when you see these teams play against each other, you go into these matches thinking, oh, well, you know what? It's like, we already know who's going to win. I'm not saying that's a fact. Like, you just get that perception before the game even starts. Now it's like, okay, well, you know, once in a blue moon, you might have that upset, but overall, it's pretty much
Last,
the same.
like 5 seconds of the game, or these 2 games, a very close set between these 2 strong competitors. I'm glad that we got a chance to watch those all the way to the very end. But that's just the end of the off-stream matches for LATAM. The on-stream matches for LATAM are going to begin, and like I've been saying for, 3 weeks now, they are awesome. So I'm going to continue forward. I think I'm actually out of LATAM. The tall grass, maybe. I'm crawling through it all the way up
Yeah,
to
go do your
America right
homework,
now.
you
We'll
slacker.
see how those teams do, but let's
You're
see
not allowed
these
back until you're
on-stream
done
matches
your
from
homework.
Kellen Soph.
Thank you so much, Chef, and I'm so excited to introduce day 2 of week 3 Pokemon Unite Championship Series LATAM region with Keller. And this first match of the day is just so exciting. We have lined up the undefeated Force Gaming on a 7-0 record versus the reigning world champions Peru Unite. So, Force Gaming with the squad of Leo, Soto, Kiluk, Falb, and Angel have dominated the regional league so far.
Yeah, they are the last undefeated team in a LATAM here. It's just a matter of whether they can keep this win streak going into the second portion of the regional leagues. But up next, they're going to be going up against Peru Unite once again. So first, when they did end up going up against each other, obviously 7-0, Force being undefeated, defeating the world champions there. Peru Unite, though, they're currently ranked 4th. So they're on that 4-3 set count there, but we have Zinus, Draken, Tempo, Kea, and Anemo. And it says Peru Unite's ranked 7th in LATAM in key categories: average score, KOs, assists, and damage. So pretty much just all-rounders across the board here, covering all of those stat bases.
And if you think about it, going for world champions to being ranked the 7th in many categories of regional league makes it feel like there was a shift in meta that really made a difference going into regular season. So I personally believe that Peru has been trying to get back on their feet into a better groove, and facing Force Gaming right now is a heck of a challenge.
Yes, so we'll see. They have a tough contender to go up against here as we head on into our first draft. Peru Unite in that first pick position, Force Gaming in the second pick. But we have multiple Megas banned on out, being Mega Lucario, Mega Mewtwo White, and Mega Gyarados. But this Buzzwole pick is a very interesting one. It only has a 3% ban rate.
Yeah, it's very interesting indeed, because I believe that alongside the Scyther Scizor, the Buzzwole is a specialty of Latam too, and it is a specialty
Oh my,
for
they
Brazil's
let
Force
Mega
Game
Charizard
Works.
Y
The
go?
other side of
God
it,
damn, bro,
Peru.
that shit is
So,
toxic.
With the first picks coming through, Peru
That's
Unite
not-
will
that's
choose
something
the
you don't see
priority
happen
on the
very often.
Blastoise. Very reliable.
I'm not.
defender.
It's not a
Meanwhile,
guaranteed
Force
win,
Gaming
but
will go for the
there's a
sideback,
reason
also
why
on
Mega
76%
Charizard Y is the
counter rate,
most
plus
banned
the
Pokemon in the
Mega
entire
Charizard Y.
UCS
Yeah,
period.
I guess this is why they ended up locking in this Buzzwole pick as their last selection, seeing that Peru Unite didn't end up banning out the Mega Charizard Y, so it gives them the opportunity to go and pick it up for themselves. Otherwise, Ceruledge, Blastoise, I feel like Blastoise currently has just been doing so well in the meta. Ceruledge has had its highlight moments for sure, and Eldegoss we see from time to time there, but one supporter I absolutely adore to see, and I know you absolutely love this supporter too, is this Alcremie.
Oh, I just love it so much. It's sweet, it's adorable, it's wonderful, and I'm so happy that it's back on the meta. Not actually back, because I don't think it was ever really meta, so for the first time, thank you, and welcome, Alcremie, to the meta of Pokemon Regional Leagues. The last pick of Force Gaming is a incredibly different one, considering how Blastoise has been super dominant. It is a Slowbro.
Yeah, Slowbro is one of those defenders that we don't really see utilized very much. I mean, especially considering it's only a 19% encounter rate so far. But I think its Unite move can be such a viable tool to use during those big team fights. It's just a matter of who do you want to lock that slow beam in. If you were a Slowbro, would you want to lock down a Ceruledge, a Gyarados, or maybe a potential Machamp running towards the team? Like, there's so many options there, so you only get that one slow beam every so often.
Yeah, very, very long cooldown on that Unite move for sure, Kelly. And I would say that from the people that got on top of you on the side of Peru Unite, that Ceruledge plus the Machamp are very good and juicy targets for that Slowbro once they have the Unite move available. And it's important as well for Force Gaming to recognize how to protect their carries. In this case, having Angel on the Inteleon, so squishy of an attacker, it's important to make sure that you're not just using the Psychic from the Psyduck and the other access tools from Slowbro to go into, but also to defend and prevent. Going into this game first, it will be Peru or Unite on your purple side versus Force Gaming on the orange, Kelly.
I also want to make a note as well. Peru Unite, this is their second set that they are playing today. We did end up seeing the highlights from Chef earlier on, where they ended up losing 2-0 to Dream Max. So currently on that loss, whether they can turn it around and stop the undefeatable force that is Force Gaming currently.
Unstoppable at the moment, only dropping one singular game, never dropping a series. Here on the bot side, Soto doing really well in poking out the enemy, trying to make them lose the experience and wild Pokemon early on to guarantee that this Swabble will get their evolution pretty soon.
Yeah, just have that Magikarp splashing about, looking to get these Bunnelbees. That way they can get their effort gauge built on up. But we do have those birds spawning on in. We can see up in the top half, though, both of those central leaders went up there.
They did, and it's a 3v3 on that 850 mark. And it looks like plenty of AOS energy was actually gathered by Peru Unite Ceruledge, while on the side of Force Gaming, that Charmeleon is a little behind in regards to points. But nobody really committing to getting any
Who's
points
gonna win?
scored at this point. So I believe that we're
If
not
I'm
seeing
predicting-
a lot of stacking
For
up
this
here.
game specifically,
Well,
I'll
there
say
we go.
Force.
First goal, first stack for Tempo there. Going to give them
I
that
say Force
Machoke
for this game,
evolution.
but-
So definitely getting those that
We shall see.
singular attack weight stack, very much needed. But I guess Force Gaming, they aren't actually running any stacking items over on their side. So they don't really need to make these risky plays in order to build up those stats earlier on.
Exactly. In comparison to Peru, who have 3 attack weights, that is something to consider. And they haven't been, well, they now have started to actually build those attack weight stacks. Now, with a very aggressive stance from Falb already on a Charizard, going into enemy central here, trying to steal anything, get some extra vision as they are joining. They're joined by Lel here in the central area with 30 seconds for both Regis to spawn.
I think that's the thing with Charizard. It wants to take it all. It wants to get online ASAP, reach that level 9. That way it can get its Unite move to go into that Mega Form. Otherwise, we did have an evolution from Inteleon, which stalled the KO for quite some time, but it wasn't enough to go and stop it. Nonetheless, we do have a Peru Unite going and breaking this bottom tier 1 pad before the first lot of Regis end up spawning.
Huge push here, denying that flux zone from Force Gaming on the bot side. Reggie still on 10%, going in, maybe gonna steal it. No, Peru Unite will still secure it. Headache from Soto to get them away. Seismic Slam will get them up into the air. Sarah just down. Now going after Xenus, and this Gyarados will follow the same fate. But Force Gaming didn't get the objective, but looking to go for a heavy push. There's Zone Ikea on this Eldegoss to try and defend, and I believe this zone is just about as gone.
They may have
Yeah,
lost the
left on 12
objective,
points,
but you
and
also
we
have to
can see that
remember
that 30 dunk is going to go
they get that much
by
more
that
they get that
Slowbro
much
as
more
well. So
experience
even though
because they're
Force
killing
Gaming
people
ended
that
up
are
losing
higher
that
level than them.
objective, the fact that they were able to go
Like that right
and
there
get
was
some KOs,
basically
but
all
also
just
break that
Charizard.
bottom tier 1 pad, they didn't end up leaving empty-handed. And you know what? We have a level 10 Charizard online now too.
Yeah, that is a force to be reckoned with for sure. So powerful that this Charizard is at the moment. So they need to gather those forces on the top side to defend. Now Tempo has to be careful. There's this, actually Telekinesis, very interestingly enough, going to the back line, and Josene's getting taken down by the Cerulege. While on the side of Draken and Kea, they're focusing on Leo, who has not been taken down. You will not deny the creamy. And now with this push, Peru with Regieleki on pad is going to score a lot. Now almost in an 100-point lead.
Gotta say, definitely some bold plays from Anemo there to go and use their Revenant Ren into that flux zone, but go and create some space for Peru Unite and that Regieleki to crash on in.
Slowbro just got Unite
they
move.
did end up getting KO'd. but I think
Charizard
that was
just
a
got Unite move at the
sacrifice
end of that
worthy for
last
the team.
team fight.
It definitely was. Now, with the rotation for the bot side, as 20 seconds remain for the next Reggie to spawn, Soto is gathering some information here around the map, while the rest of Force Gaming are focusing on that top tier 1. That is just really close to getting taken down. Will be left on 3 points, but nobody else has more to score. But with the Reggie spawning on bot side, they need to reconsider where they need to be heading next.
Yeah, we have Peru Unite knowing that multiple members of Force Gaming were up in that top side, getting in their dunks. They were able to go and clean away these buffs away from them. Otherwise, Kia does end up getting caught by a Telekinesis, trying to get on out as they are slowed on down. But thankfully, they do have that Pollen Puff for that self-healing. But Peru Unite, they've decided to go and dunk up in the T2, giving Force Gaming the freedom to go and take this Reg Ice.
Well, there you go. And with 13 seconds to go, Force Gaming can rotate to the top side and contest that one. But
I feel like Force are playing way too passive. They need to
that Peru has been
like group is 5 and like at least. Well, they don't need to, but like I would prefer them to see them fight the 5v5 at least once before the actual last objective.
Force Gaming is getting into the pit. Very low Regieleki might be able to steal it. No, it's
they can still take this fight.
Gets this one, and once again confirming
Gyarados United. Gyarados is bottom lane.
Popped by Angelzine, but it's gonna be all for naught.
Well, you know what? When there's so much tall grass around,
they
you've
go.
got to make sure that there is nobody lurking about. But here comes the Mega Charizard, eating that Blastoise into the sky. But they come back with a Hydro Typhoon and an escape as we have our Kremi going and healing up the Force Gaming team.
Yeah, and it's looking like they're healthy, at least for the moment. 1 KO for Force Gaming, as there's another member of Peru who is stuck in between the orange team. 3 points on this goal zone. Another knockout now on the Machamp. Anemo
Machamp,
is going to
well,
follow too. 2 KO streak for the Mega Charizard Y for
Machamp
Falb,
died before they could
and
unite
a
move.
huge 40.
If they united at that time, it still would have been
Once
like
again, Force
they
Gaming, even
would get their
though
unite move
they
back
ended
late,
up
depending on how much
losing
farm
the
the team gives
objective,
them.
they didn't end up letting it affect their momentum. The fact that they were able to go and get multiple great unite moves, pick up KOs, break that top tier 1 pad. Yes, they are behind in points, but in terms of these levels, they seem to be skyrocketing, considering there's Charizard at level 14, but Angelzine has also reached their benchmark at level 13.
That is crazy. We're not even on final stretch. And they are level 14. And they are level 13. The plus moves raining on Force Gaming as we are on bot side for the Reggie. Just spawning. Regice will give them a little bit more of that survivability for the final stretch. Still plenty of time to get their presence back on central area.
Yeah, plenty of time, and Peru Unite have decided
Lobro's
to
still-
go
oh, okay, they just
and
got it back.
hide. 3 members are in the same bush, but here comes Psyduck, ends up getting caught out by a submission, flipped on out, which means they have to pop out their side-eye, gets hit with a barrage blow, but they are still left standing. Unite moves are flying as Alcremie is going to utilize their Unite, but it just isn't enough to go and sustain them.
Yeah, there's still fight to be had though. Everybody's on very low HP. Peru Unite has 3 members standing, and 3 members on Force Gaming are the same, although the health bars are much healthier. And that was a very interesting, sneaky attack that they had. They found the Mega Gyarados, so only 2 members of Peru Unite are standing.
Everyone burned unite move.
Oh my goodness,
But,
Force
Force
Gaming,
need
that was a
this
scary
Rayquaza.
position to be in. But the
Inteleon's
fact that
up, but they're not
Soto
there just yet.
managed to survive that fight is insane. But here we go, round 2. Peru Unite are now back. They are still missing their Gyarados and no Unite moves on hand. Eldegoss quite low, able to heal it with a Pollen Puff, but they end up getting Flame down.
Yeah, Falb has so much damage right now on the level cap of 15 and whole control over Rayquaza. There's a nice Psychic by the Psyduck as well to get the Blastoise away from any potential contention. They're going to be chasing out. The damage on Falb is absolutely nuts. Force Gaming will get into this bot tier 2 pad, get the Humberburger, already looking for home base as they are building a steady lead with 40 seconds to go.
312 to 325, even though Force Gaming ended up losing some of those objectives throughout the match, it did not let them stop them in their tracks. Ended up losing multiple members during that raid fight, but they ended up having such a great bounce back time and time again.
Looking good here, Force Gaming still taking them out, and everybody that comes through on the radar is just charged into ashes. This foul
They went for
huge.
double support and
Well
defender
played from
comp,
Force
but they got
Gaming,
Mega
how they
Charizard
were
away.
able to turn that fight around.
Inteleon
Even
wasn't
though
even
Peru
much
had
of a
good
factor
sneaky
in that
attack,
last team
Force
fight.
Gaming comes out on top, still
Mm,
remaining
like,
the undefeated team.
80% of their damage, or
1-0.
90%, is coming from Charizard.
I have got to say, that is a clear reason why we haven't seen this Mega Charizard out on the field. The fact that they were able to get online and get those levels so quickly, I think it was
Besides the
like
fact that they
3-minute
didn't
30
ban
mark,
Mega Charizard
and
Y.
they were already at that level 14.
I think
If
I'm
anything, I feel like
the
moving
team
forward,
comp that they
this
drafted,
Mega
I don't like
Charizard
either.
needs to be
Their team
permanently
comp is
put
like
in
a
their
one and
table.
done
It's
Put
just
it
so
in jail.
powerful. Yeah,
comp
put
in
it
the
in
sense
jail.
that once they
No
burn their
good
unite
idea
moves,
card
they
for them.
don't
Pokemon
have
just
a
too
lot to
good right
offer.
now. Every
Do
time
not
we
pass
saw
go.
them,
Because a lot of these
No,
Pokemon are very
straight
dependent on
to
that unite move to make a
straight
difference.
to jail.
Like
Go
Machamp,
back,
very
fight,
unite move dependent.
and
Sterilage,
go straight to jail.
depending on your
The
positioning in the
amount of
game, in
damage
terms of
you
how
work
well
with,
you're
because the
doing,
idea of
or
the
how
Charizard is that you're doing
far ahead or
damage
behind you
all
are,
the time. Your attack
unite
is
move
letting them
dependent.
down. You're
Gyarados,
building that burn
unite
on
move
the enemy
dependent.
so that
Especially
your
since it's
attacks
it's
are going to
regular
be even
Gyarados,
more
not even
powerful.
Mega.
But every single attack was basically getting the enemies to half HP. No surprise, Falb is your MVP for the first game. Force Gaming is looking so strong. 301.
Third Y is
point
crazy?
score,
Yeah, why do you think it's the-
0 and 10 for the KFA?
Yeah,
It
that
is,
is
I think, the
absolutely
second most banned
wild from
Pokemon behind
Valve. And you know
Blastoise.
what? You probably wouldn't expect anything less, especially when it comes to this Mega Charizard. The way that they didn't even get knocked out once. Soto also had 0 feints on them, even though they were so close to getting knocked out during that final stretch. But great teamwork from Force Gaming there. I think Lel, even though they ended up getting taken down by the Akrami first, they did their job to go and replenish the HP, allowing the rest of the team to just go and survive and win the rest of that team fight.
It was very well planned to the just lead advantage, just the wild cards that this Pokemon is on anybody's composition. Just so powerful all around. And it's hard to see that Peru built such a good lead throughout the game. As we see here on the map, 100 points. They
Mac,
were
thank you so
very
much for the
close, and
gifted
then
sub
they
to
were
Jag.
100
I appreciate
points
that.
ahead, and they maintained the 100 points ahead. But final stretch with that level cap 15 Charizard, ugh, too difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and they were pretty much just eating the wild Pokemon in the top, in the bottom, but also their buffs as well throughout that whole
It's gonna
match.
black screen for a second,
really,
guys. I
look
just
at
need
the
to check
stat
something very quickly.
distribution Here.
You're not
If
missing out
there
much. The
is
game
an
hasn't started.
all-rounder out here, this Mega Charizard able to just pretty much do it all.
Very
They
quick.
took a lot of damage.
I know it's a black screen, guys. Give me
considering
literally
they're an all-rounder.
seconds or less.
Absolutely. And again, having a perfect KFA is just something that doesn't happen that often.
That's it. I'm
Especially
done.
when you had that many knockouts. It's 8, 0, and 10, which means that you had plenty of fights where 8 Pokemon were KO'd, 10 Pokemon were KO'd by other teammates, and you did not faint a single time? Huge.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite hard to take him down, especially when you have Lel providing some dollops there, replenishing that HP, but also giving it up to Soto. Even though they ended up getting caught out during that end team fight, the fact that they were able to go and use their full power Sai and slow down and reduce the damage that was coming at them from Peru Unite really worked out in their favor. So, you know what? I think, if anything, depending on where Peru Unite, if they're first pick, second pick, just ban the Mega Charizard. Get it out of here. It makes us cry. You don't want us to cry, do you?
I don't want
Do you want to cry? No?
Please, I don't want to cry. I don't want to cry, and I don't want to go to the tall grass with Chef. We're gonna be lost forever.
No, I don't want to be lost. I don't want to be lost in the tall grass with a Charizard. That's scary.
No, what? No, that sounds absolutely terrifying. Now, although we are talking about Mega Charizard Y, personally, Mega Charizard X, like just the design, always made me scared. As a kid, I would look at that and I'd be
Now the thing is, when you're first pick, you don't need to ban Mega Charizard Y if you choose to like pick it up. So in this case, like if Peru once again let it through, I'd be very like I would question the draft. But like this makes sense. You don't need to ban Mega Charizard Y if you're first pick if you plan on picking it first. Like either you force the enemy team to invest the ban on that end, or if you don't plan on playing it, then you just ban it yourself. So, Mega Charizard Y for Blastoise and Psyduck, obviously, they take the S tier defender. Psyduck is also picked up. I think Psyduck is still really strong and competitive, and it's really annoying to deal with, despite the fact that it got nerfed. Inteleon and Slowbro, I mean, Slowbro, you take away one of those Pokemon that can respond to Mega Charizard, and a lot of other Pokemon, so makes sense as well. What are the top 6 Mons you would ban? It depends on the team, though. That's the thing. Like, and also because you're taking, like, you. It's hard to say top 6 because 3 of the bans you don't control. Like, it's the other team that's banning stuff. But number 1, Mega Charizard Y. Blastoise, always up for consideration. But also, there's 2 things you have to remember. Number 1, 3 of the bans, you say top 6, but 3 of the bans you have no control over. Like, it's the other team banning, not you. It's not like I get 6 bans on my side. But, not to mention, it also depends on whether I'm first pick or second pick, and what the other team is banning. But, like, just in general, I guess, Mega Charizard Y, Blastoise, even Vaporeon. Like I like Vaporeon's annoying as well. There's the top lane pit. Like there's Mega Lucario and frickin' Mega Gyarados to consider for top lane. And then like there's some people that play a mean Cerulege and Mimikyu, so there's that as well.
Makes it difficult on, well, where does the central laner go and focus on? So I'd say a Nemo, they're likely to be in that central area anyway, and wherever they end up going, it's down to those members to go
The
and
bottom
help them
line
get those
is
stacks and not have to worry about what's
there
happening
are
in the
more
other path.
Pokemon that I don't want to deal with
and I feel
than
like
there are
a couple of power
bans. So no
spikes
matter
right
what
on
you
both
ban,
teams. Of course, we have
something that is considered annoying or something I consider annoying is going to make it into the
We're just
game.
going to deal with it. In this case, Force Gaming has to deal with it if they want to continue undefeated. That would bring them to an 8-0 overall record in the season. But as we get into this game, we are 1-0 up for Force Gaming, who are your orange team, versus Peru Unite, your purple team.
Yes, the team that is currently undefeated there. So whether they can do it again, I mean, hey, they don't even have any Mega Pokemon over on their side. So I feel like they're pretty confident in their skills to go and take on this Mega Charizard.
That is a huge play right there.
Was taken down here on the top side, which to me is very
Getting a
counterintuitive,
2v2 kill as a
considering
Machop
it's
and
just
scoring those
a
points as
Machop
well.
And the Gossifleur, what happened?
Well, Gossifleur is now that Eldegoss going and being able to put a little bit more pressure considering Falb has entered the fray here, being able to chip away a lot of damage, but thanks to this pad and Nemo,
You know what
is still
Pokemon
not
I don't
sitting
see is
on that,
like
Charmeleon, who's just
you know what?
watching.
The
and
Pokemon
waiting.
I don't
Man,
see
what's
anymore is
happening?
Suicune.
You know who's not waiting?
Like,
Falb
whatever
and
happened to that
Raichu.
Pokemon? I feel like no one plays it
Chaos
anymore.
down to a pulp there. They have so little HP, still waiting to become that Alcremie. Speaking of evolution, there's your Machoke as well, going for the Alcremie as we speak. The submission just to pull them and get the last hit, but as soon as the Nemo is there with Drake,
Yo,
and
Raichu value, okay?
Unite, falling really low here. Lel is going to take that surf to the face.
Oh my
God,
god, that's basically a triple kill.
What in the world was that power, that Pollen Puff healing?
Lel just being able to go and sustain them along
What
with
does
that
Suicune
Raichu,
even
that way
do?
They can go and finalize that.
It's an
KO.
all-rounder
Otherwise,
that throws a bunch
Slowbro
of
is
skills
gonna
at your
head back
face.
down into the bottom path.
And
We do
crowd
have
controls
Kaya
a
who
lot.
has finally reached that Alcremie. We do have an attempt from Machamp with that submission, able to get it on tempo. And here they come.
Yo,
using
top
the
lane
eject
getting
button
gapped.
to
What's
finalize
happening
that
here?
KO.
And not just that, eject button with submission, having the Pollen Puff on your head, you're just as safe as it can be. And by safe, I mean being aggressive and taking your opponent down, because what best defense than being aggressive yourself. Now, Force Gaming with that transition, go to Reggie Drago, will secure it with no contention.
Yeah, no contention from Peru Unite. Instead, they're just going to focus on their pathing, but there's no wild Pokemon in sight. Otherwise, up in the top path, it is a 3v2. Alolan Raichu trying to take them down, and they successfully take down the Zacian.
Oh, Alcremie!
This Charizard isn't really causing to be too much of an issue for Force Gaming just yet.
Yo, the fadeaway
They
kill
know
on the
exactly what to
Raichu.
fight
God
against, and
damn.
I feel like the key has been this.
That's what you call a
Raichu
support
to
diff right
foul.
there.
Once again, one of the players that has been a highlight for Force Gaming throughout this season. Very interesting how Force Gaming allowed the Mega Charizard Wire to go through because they knew how to deal with it.
Yeah, I guess it's when you've played it yourself, you end up unlocking its weaknesses and being able to take that into the match and know how to deal
Yo,
with it.
Raichu
But down
again.
in that bottom side, we do have
Raichu secured the Regieleki with their
being
Unite move.
secured
God
by
damn.
Force Gaming, and I believe they also ended up taking the top.
Bro,
Reggie
Peru
as well.
Unite are in shambles right now.
Interesting.
God damn,
Meanwhile,
what
Peru will
happened?
have this
This is
Regieleki
the world,
reset pretty
the world's
soon. Why is
team,
it not resetting? Hello?
the world
Good game?
champions, bro.
If it
They're
was
getting
by SOLOQ,
clapped
that
right
Regieleki
now.
would have
God
reset.
damn.
I'm telling you. It would have gone
Wait, what
back
do you
to
mean
the pit.
reset?
They lost
So
top. They're
reset.
losing bottom, and
Goes
4
out of
people were
range, and
bottom.
it starts healing back,
Raichu is
you know?
putting in work
It
today.
got secured. So it was heading towards the pad. I'm so confused. So, well,
Oh, it
wow,
was
there we go.
secured. I thought they were fighting it. Oh, I thought it was still up.
No, Force Gaming ended up taking it.
Ah, that's why. Okay,
They got both the Reggies. Oh,
true,
here we
that's true.
go. Yeah.
Right, Force Gaming will continue this push, like Kelly said, with
Yo!
opening up some of that space in this bottom T1.
Peru,
Now,
man.
a
How you
couple
gonna
of
fumble
points
with Mega
for the
Charizard
Old
Y?
South, but backline is Angel Z with a Hydro Typhoon, create even more space. Soto has the Pollen Puff on their head. Now with the Alolan Raichu taking some damage there.
They better be
With the
careful.
Switch, too,
Charizard's coming.
are gonna be surfing
Here he
around
comes.
and
Dun,
trying
dun,
to
dun,
get
dun,
even
dun,
more
dun, dun.
damage, as it does come through when the setup by the Psychic is there. Now, Anemo so low on HP, even just...
Why is he not uniting?
This Psyduck
Yo,
is
this
just
guy's
rolling
trolling,
the
bro. Who
Charizard
is
line.
that?
And Force Gaming just have...
Oh
everything
damn, bro! This guy
to
died
deal with
1v1 of a champ, comes back,
Unsung
sees 3
superhero
people,
decided
doesn't
with
unite
the
move.
whole
Holy
way,
shit,
able
dude!
to slay down the
You're making
Mega
it look like Mega Charizard Y needs a
is
buff. Get it
absolutely
together.
Incredible, but Force Gaming, they weren't able to break that bottom
Liquidation
T2
Inteleon? It is
T1
liquidation,
path.
yeah.
Nonetheless, they were able to go and secure so much of the wild Pokemon that ended up spawning down here that they now have double-digit levels across the board. Whereas Peru Unite, they're faltering behind, having 4 single digits. Well, now 3.
True. Not just that, Kelly. We're talking about Force Game with a 200-point lead, which is crazy to think about. Considering as well that both teams were here in the bot side fighting Regieleki. Now Regieleki is already up. The time is flying. And while that was happening, Force Gaming took top Reggie. Peru does trade it back with Regieleki. Soto has Fab here on the bot side to defend this one. Use their Unite move. Plenty of damage onto Xenus, but they are not going to be able to take them down. And Josine tries to get a nice flank, but it's not really dealing enough damage with that slow beam on their head. The Blastoise will go down.
Blastoise will go down, but I don't know if there was really much value for Peru Unite there, especially considering they didn't end up getting to push that Regieleki in. This bottom
Bro,
tier
if
1
Charizard
still
doesn't
at full
unite
HP
move at
90
any
out of
point
90
soon.
points.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
they
we end
finally
up
united.
having them
Holy
here
hell. Like, I was
going
about to
and
say,
dunking
bro.
an extra couple of points up in the top path, which means Force Gaming are now leading at 272 to 40 points.
It's so much compared to what we had game 1. Peru Unite was so ahead. Now on your picture-in-picture, it's a Charizard trying to fight a... Well, are they still standing? A Nemo? Excuse me? Okay. Soto will take them down, so it becomes a 1-for-1 there on the top side, Kelly.
Look, I know that was a team effort from the Blastoise, but Soto once again finalizing the KO on the Mega Charizard there. So, Psyduck,
It
I
would have
feel
been
like
better
that is Mega Charizard's kryptonite
It would have
there.
been better if Blastoise got the KO,
For
because
sure.
they definitely need some
It has
experience,
been very
but...
difficult for the Charizard so far.
I mean,
but
you got a level
those
12
KOs
Psyduck.
have been getting them to at least the level 13 mark, which is super important. Peru Unite is focusing on clearing out their own central, while Force Gaming is on the top side with plenty of points themselves. The Psyduck 2 exposed will go down, so maybe a little bit of a miscommunication between Force Gaming and Peru Unite.
Well, but we do have that Eldegoss being able to survive that liquidation as members are circling up in the top path. Depending on what random Reggie we're going to see up here, this could be very valuable for either team. But Peru Unite, they're going to take their losses. They're going to give this Reg Eye straight to Force Gaming, instead opting, I can see on the minimap, for that bottom
Alright,
T1
if Peru don't
push.
win this game...
Okay,
Next
I
series.
feel like the strategy makes sense here. They are so behind that they need to accumulate something until that final stretch arrives. But there was a KO that was secured there by Peru, which is really good getting into final stretch.
Wait, why are they going aggressive? Machamp is dead. It's a 5 versus 4. What are they doing? No, not like that. Oh my god, they're trolling, bro. They're actually... Okay, they got the Mega Charizard Y, though. Here comes Machamp. Machamp, unite! Cheap! Big value!
They managed to take the ground on, so let's give it up.
Yo,
for
Machamp
this
came
Machamp.
back with
They are unstoppable,
anger
killers.
management problems. Goddamn.
Yeah, they are unstoppable, especially in this submission, just threatening this Inteleon with their muscly arms, allowing this Raichu to
Honestly,
get 100
I won't lie to you guys,
points.
it's actually
91 to
impressive
504
how
points.
bad they made
Peru
Mega
Unite
Charizard Y
slowly
look.
trickling
I
back
kid you
in.
not. Like,
They have
it
that
looked
Unite
bad
move.
this game.
The thing
And it's
is,
not the
that is a lot
Pokemon
of
that's the
points that
problem.
you need to try
I
and
think it's
garner.
the strongest Pokemon in the
They
game
do
right
it
now.
Because they don't even have these.
So it's not a
buffs unless they
Pokemon
get
issue.
CKOs.
It's the way they played it problem.
Well, it is a transferable buff.
Like that- it
The
was
round
just
on. We might
kinda
see
sad, I'm not gonna
something
lie.
maybe spicy happen. The stance for Peru Unite, though, is to try and take this top tier 1 down. Although we are very much aware, and they are as well, that there is no amount of AOS energy enough to overcome this now, especially when Force Gaming has just scored another 100 on their home base, another 50 on their home base, 770 to 161. But Seismic Slam still trying to get the Elder Gods down into the Cotton Cloud Crash. and
Damn, you
into
got
a
Jungle
crash
Gap by a
of Charizard
Raichu?
straight to the floor.
Oh my lord,
Three
that's
members
crazy
down, more
work.
than over
Crazy, I tell you.
500-point advantage.
I think we all learned a valuable lesson
Unfortunately,
today.
for Unite, there is just no coming back from this, but that does mean Force Gaming have managed to keep their undefeated streak in the LATAM region with another win under their belt.
This is huge. This is massive. Force Gaming is unstoppable, undefeated. 8-0 is the record for the Brazilian powerhouse.
Rank number 1 to Force Gaming, and you know what? They did that all without a mega Pokemon on their roster just then. Incredible.
940 points is so many points. And we're going to rewatch this final stretch, Kelly. Honestly, just how fast they burned down the Blastoise is also how fast the Charizard was being burned down itself.
Yeah, you could see that the Mega Charizard was getting targeted by Falb on the Alolan Raichu, who was just chipping away at them, and they were just not able to sustain those hits. So I think Falb, yes, Mega Charizard ended up going over the side of Peru Unite, but it was just not an issue for them at all. But SOLOQ ended up receiving that MVP for that match on the Machamp, submission Machamp at that, with a 10-4-4 KFA.
Oh, such a good record. 308 points as well scored Keller. That's amazing. Majority, well, in this case, basically a third of the team scores was just on Kiluk's hands, which is crazy to think about. But we know as well that the hidden treasure of Force Gaming was Falb on this Alolan Raichu. 135,000 damage, 42% of team's total damage.
Wow, that is a lot of damage for an Alolan Raichu. That is just thanks to this team composition. One thing I'm also noticing is the recovery rate from Lel on the Eldegoss.
Second most kills was
78%
Psyduck.
Those pollen plants
Tempo fed
is
the Machamp.
actually really incredible.
It's super high, and if you compare it to Kea, 151,000 as well, you can see just how well the pollen puffs were working. And this graph representing that up until the 5-minute mark, Peru had no points scored.
Yeah, they really struggled. And I think considering that Anemo, yeah, they didn't end up having the 3 attack weights on their side, but they weren't able to get this Mega Charizard online. Having played it previously, they just had the answer to deal with it. And I've got to say, Salto as well. Being able to wipe that Mega multiple times, got to give it up to that Psyduck.
Oh yeah, the Psyduck plays were incredible. Angelzine as well with the Blastoise. I think the collective effort of Force Gaming showing that this team is so cohesive and they know exactly how to operate with each other, make those quick decisions in the important times when they're needed. And honestly, again, Kiluk, MVP for sure. But
Yeah.
Falb, honestly, Falb was MVP game 1. Falb is my personal MVP game 2 because, like you said, 138,000 on a Alolan Raichu is just so much.
Yeah, and this is a Pokemon that we don't really see very often, so it's really exciting when you get to see them shine. I know sometimes it can be hit or miss, but it's these hidden gems that we absolutely love discovering and being able to see have that spotlight in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series.
Absolutely. And we are getting things ready for our next match as well for Latam Regional League of Pokemon Unite Championship Series 2026. Keller, our next match will be CACM Esports versus Stamina Esports. So everybody stay tuned. We're going to be right back with more Pokemon Unite action.
Ooh. 5 minutes. The best region so far that you've seen. Well, I've barely been watching, that's the thing. Compared to like before, I've not watched a lot. Not only that, like EU just finished winning EUIC, so, and the best, like, EU just finished winning EUIC, and the best teams from North America this year were there, so it's like, EU winning it all? No, because there are no Asian teams there either. There was not a single Asian team.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series Regional Leagues. We are in Week 3, day number 2, and you are meeting us right in the middle of our Latin America coverage, the second of 3 matches. I am Zoinks, joined with Doom Snacks to take you through some incredible matches. We already had a great one between Force and Peru. Next up, we got a battle of LATAM North between Stamina Esports and CACM.
2 teams that have been doing, Stamina has been doing incredibly good in this league, and CACM has been doing great on lands. Let's see if they keep that energy going here. Stamina Esports, we're taking a look at them. Mufasa, Hitman, Anisas, Kira, and Minotaur. All names you should be familiar with if you follow this championship series at all. Stamina Esports has been around, and if you're queuing on the NA ladders, you probably run into some of these folks.
Yeah. Quite often. If you're up in that legend rank, I'm sure you've seen a fair amount of the Stamina Esports crew. Anisas on this team, definitely a star player, and leads Latin America in average KOs with 8 average KOs per game. Take a look at their coughs later on. That'll be a fun one to keep an eye on. I was also taking a look at some of the overall team stats. This team actually is the highest in the region for average score as well. So averaging over 400 points a game. Very, very interesting. But here's their opponents, Doom Snacks. CACM Esports, a team that's had a tough time in the regional league, but absolutely crushing it everywhere else.
Yeah, Texas, Donlux, Frank, Reggie, and Angel Cukes right there. Texas with the best head of lettuce going.
Yeah.
I got to interview him in person at LAIC, and those locks are moving, brother. They have a life of their own.
Yeah, they truly do. Much better head of hair than poor little Psyduck, who's just got those 3 strands of hair. But the reason I bring that one up is because it's their iconic Pokemon. I don't know if we'll be seeing it in this next one, though, as we do see a lot of teams try to steal it away. But CACM are actually going to focus on Anisas with their final ban, taking away the Scyther. Stamina Esports putting their best foot forward, getting rid of the Gengar.
Yo, does what?
We're gonna have
okay, to be fair,
for Donlux here, making sure that we've got a little bit of a sub action as well. We do see Bernie quite often, so Angela Cukes might be the one that is subbing in today.
There's the Mega Charizard Y.
We'll get that sorted out, see if our production
there
can
is
let
the
us know
Mega
exactly what the
Charizard
situation is
Y.
there. But we just saw it back-to-back games, and we're going to see it again. Mega Charizard Y. LATAM showing no fear to this main character energy.
Either that or they want that encounter rate number up. They thought it wasn't enough. So, we got to increase this just a little bit. Yeah, Bernie going to be picking up the Slowbro. As far as I was aware, Angel Cukes, I believe, was running under the moniker of Ranma at one point in time. Couldn't make it to EYC. Birdie filled in. We'll get it all sorted on our end. Either way, Stamina Esports are also going to be picking up their defender in Hitman on the Snorlax. Minotaur on the Eldegoss. So a very early pick of the support and maybe a bit of a surprise, not in terms of power level. I think Eldegoss doing great in the win rate department, but still not one of those marquee support Pokemon like something like the Psyduck that we've seen a decent amount. CACM might be looking to pick up, or a different option. Texas currently hovering over that Clefable, and they will lock it in.
So we just saw Psyduck shut down a Mega Charizard Y
It's so popular again?
a few short minutes ago. And Texas, who's known for playing Psyduck,
honestly, in my opinion, I don't think it was never not popular.
Face of that one, and we might not see Psyduck enter this match at all.
Yeah,
Koopa's one of those Pokemon,
the Slowbro being the
because of what
it
can do, it will always be meta.
Slow beam to catch it in the middle of its Mega Evolution while it just stands in the air, and you hope the rest of the team could deal the damage back the other way. Mufasa will pick up the Armarouge with the Shark Cadet Bros on either side of the battlefield, but Armarouge sitting at a much lower encounter rate, only at 3% in comparison to Reggie on the Ceruledge, who's climbed all the way up to 34.
Frank grabbing the Machamp, an all-rounder that we've been seeing more and more of as of late, as we have so many all-rounders catching bans. So unsurprising that there's new cream that rises to the top, if you will. Quick little switch on the side of Stamina. Kira going to be grabbing the Snorlax. Mufasa on the Charizard Y.
Okay.
Nothing quite shaken up on the side of CACM just yet.
The one thing I'm really interested in, Dupe Snacks, is Anisus on this Urshifu. We talked about it a little bit earlier, how more often we've been seeing the Blue Shifu, the rapid strike version of that Pokemon. However, earlier today, we did see that Wicked Blow. Anisus feels like the kind of player that is willing to go either direction based on the enemy composition. And I have to imagine a Clefable on a Slowbro on the other side would very likely mean I would prefer that Wicked Blow moveset, but there's also a world where Anisus wants to click a lot of buttons and play the Blue Shifu. That's always an available option.
Yeah, sometimes pressing buttons is just fun. It's a video game, you know, you just get to mash them down. But you're right. I mean, with the threat of potential gravity out of Clefable, of course, that single target pin down, the slow beam out of Slowbro, that Unite move, has an opportunity to really slow down any rapid strike Urshifu. So the single strike model with that Wicked Blow and Throat Chop might be the way to go here.
For one other added layer to it, there are very few things that can interrupt Slowbro from some of these major moments, right? But Ebon Fist could be one of them. Let's get into it. Game number 1 between Stamina Esports on your purple side versus CACM Esports on the orange side.
Here we go. Charcadet going into Path, which is pretty rare. It has a very difficult time. But, you know, when you paired it with a Cup Food, maybe the only thing worse at it than the early game, you have to make a concession somewhere. And it looks like Hitman is getting the short end of the stick here.
Yeah, Hitman does have that one tool. One of my favorite ways that Pokemon Unite has transported a move from other Pokemon titles is Incinerate. In other games, it will delete a berry that a Pokemon is holding, but in this game, it will reduce the amount of healing given by a berry onto an enemy Pokemon while that debuff is active. So maybe an option if they get a chance to be aggressive, but again, this early game might be rather tough into those face.
My man is trying to meet Chef in the weeds there with that point. Holy, I don't think that's going to measure up too much.
You don't think the Incinerate first move option for Armarouge is going to be relevant in this game?
Not as much as I think you'd like it to be, unfortunately. But you know what? That's a nice call out and a piece of information that folks at home might have wanted to know.
Emphasis on might.
But yeah, well, you know, I don't want to speak for other people.
All right, well, thank you very much. We'll see how it works out. So far for Armarouge, it hasn't led them to an evolution. As you see that poor little 4R Charcadet trying to stand against the range damage of this Mega Mewtwo. Why? Topside, though, Mufasa also trying to chase these evolutions. So Stamina Esports having a bit of a tough early game, at least in comparison to how fast out the gate CACM have been.
Yeah, they do have a lot of just slow start Pokemon, so it's going to see how they transition once they get them online. They're going to need some support here, but that Wicked Blow Urshifu is level 7. Big Wicked Blow there does do some damage, but it's the Ceruledge that takes care of Charmeleon early. And now the Machoke getting in on the action. 2 players down for Stamina back to back.
Armarouge picking up the kill on the Ceruledge there is actually pretty huge. Besides the fact that they give away double buffs, that's a lot of experience going over.
Finally, though, have to just give up the chase.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not a fan of people going single streak Urshifu. I feel like it isn't like
Ranma, who's here on this Mega
it's not bad,
get up in the face, and
but I feel like your early game is just so much worse.
Dawnlux not in this matchup. Ranma gonna move over to attacker. Bernie, their sub, playing the defender.
Yeah, I love all these name changes. You know, it's my favorite thing, Zoinks. It's just terrific for me. I'm a big fan. Heavy Slam attempt to stun down that Mega Mewtwo Y, unsuccessful, and here comes a well-timed Moonlight to help Ranma get back into the flow of things. However, it's 4v2. Kira's playing very well far forward. Here comes the support, though, out of CACM.
Oh, they lost it.
Going for the secure, and they do get a knockout in that process as they keep pushing forward. Now, the Snorlax did take care of that Reggie, but CACM's pressure was just too much.
Yeah, I mean, after that
they may have lost 2, but the thing is,
bonus for the energy amplifier as well.
They gave up 2 kills, but they got bottom and they got top at the same time. Not only that, they had the numbers advantage. Actually, no, not really. It was a 4-4.
Towards that tier 2, which does give CACM a big chance to get on the scoreboard.
But like, unfortunately, Machoke cannot
on the top side by doing
contest the objective in a 1-versus-1 against a single striker Shifu. So in that regard, it actually works out.
Fighting for the Swablu and Altaria. And now, just moving back along, we'll see where these teams settle out. CACM does have a composition that wants to brawl together through that Clefable, so we'll see if this is the opportunity where they decide to send everybody into the same direction.
Yeah, it's a little duel between these two Pokemon.
Charizard's level 10 now.
Everybody else
And they have
scoring
Unite
on the
move.
top side, big surf side, but they're all
There's their
running back to
Shifu
full.
Unite move. There it goes.
Charizard Unite is down, but they are taken out immediately. Subsequently, after that attempt, can they make more magic happen? Great eye down that Slowbro, getting that KO, and now leveraging that to close out the goal zone. So again, Mega Charizard Y online, CACM gotta respond.
Yeah, great call, Dupes next. And the target priority of Slowbro, perfect. There's a good chance that Bernie able to earn that Unite move at some point mid-fight and be able to hold down that Mega Charizard Y and kind of be the counter pick that it is born to be. But instead, that Pokemon eliminated from the team fight and not even a chance. So big play from that Mega Charizard Y. Stamina Esports, the road will get tougher from here on out with that Slow Beam constantly on the lookout for Charizard, but also they have Anysus to kind of counter the counter.
Yeah, however, the Cerulege is leading the lobby here, so they're going to have to be careful of that. That is a huge explosion of damage anytime Reggie wants to get in the mix, and we know that Reggie can take over games if left unchecked. And you can see that they've put a lot in the tank to support this player to make sure that they can do just that.
Yeah, experience per minute stat's going to be going wild for all my EXP per minute stat enjoyers out there. And Reggie's absolutely crushing it right now. Look how aggressive Mufasa is being dupe snack.
Oh, nice.
There's the ult.
It's
That
horrendous.
was a great Charizard Y Unite to counter the Cerulege Unite. You saw it queue up for just a fraction of a second. Great counter.
Slowbro was
Huge
not
infinite
there for that
sideburn is going to allow this push to rage on.
series
It
of
was not
events.
gonna be
They're
enough to
like,
stymie.
what ended up
Not
happening
hitting
was
all
Cerulege
five
United
targets
right in
at
front of
once.
Mega Charizard Y.
Not quite
But not only that,
favored
you guys
esports.
gotta remember,
There's
as
a
long
movement
as
right
Mega
now,
Charizard Y
and
has
all of a
full
sudden
heal,
that Cerulege,
Cerulege
which was leading the
cannot
lobby, is finding itself trailing that Ebon Fist wicked blow
threaten
through
the Mega
single
Charizard
strike
Y, because
burst.
all they do is full heal, and then they can Unite move immediately.
This match right now, and
Slowbro
he-
has to
but
be there for
also
any
it's
type
the
of play like
Arrow
that,
carry.
because they gotta get rid of the Charizard. If they can't do that, then they're not gonna win any fights.
Set up the gravity, Texas with an insult to injury lockdown in that maneuver. And a CAC
Like, yeah, they got
chance to
Armrouge, yeah, they got
respond to
Urshifu,
Dupes
but the
next.
biggest threat on that team is always gonna be that Charizard Y.
Crush it, break down that tier
So it's
one,
either one of
catch
two
up a
things
little
needs to
bit.
happen. They get rid of
We
it
say
in a
catch up
fight
a little bit because
early on,
Stamina
or
Esports is still
they have
leading
to
that
somehow
contest.
live long enough
247 to 195, and again, Anysus
until their Unite move times
player
out.
in the
And
room.
even then, they would still need to
I like that move. Give up the goal zone. you
score,
still have
get
a
the
small
objective,
score lead,
or
and you didn't
win the
give up
fight
that
after the fact.
experience, that critical, crucial experience, which you're going to need in this final Rayquaza fight. We have.
I need to
3
see the
minutes
so
left on
I
the
need to
clock. Heavy
see
Slam
them pull up the
susses out a
scoreboard,
couple.
because I wasn't paying attention to
Damage
see if
is going to be
Slowbro has
put
a
in
eject button or not.
onto Kira, but they're just trying to poach the Swablu and Altaria fire spin into a lot of targets.
Slowbro's just
here.
there. I don't even know why they're
Wicked
playing so
Blow,
aggressive
Urshifu
when
moving
Machamp is
in.
top
They're
lane.
trying to catch
Like, there's no
Texas
real,
and
like,
company.
you're not gonna
Randall
fight
as
that
well.
because you're not gonna
That's
burn your
enough
Unite
to
move
send
before the
them
objective.
scrambling.
Not only that,
And this
even if they don't
Armrouge
know
and
Machamp is
Charizard
top lane,
combination
you guys
is
do.
truly deadly
So you
amounts
guys
of
shouldn't
area of
be
effect damage.
playing so aggressive when you know you
CCM
have that
esports playing around this
disadvantage.
Clefable are naturally wanting to play close together and bunched
Is
up,
Snorlax
but
still good as a
Armrouge
defender?
and
Yeah, of course.
Charizard are honestly salivating at that opportunity.
Like,
Triple
Vaporeon and
Fire Blast there,
Blastoise
Brad.
are
Armrouge just walks into the mix
the most
and is
contested
getting
defenders,
value all at the
but it
same
doesn't mean that the
time.
other
CCM
defenders
esports
are bad
bringing
by
a
any
pretty
means.
solid
In this
answer
case,
to this, and
Snorlax.
also being enabled by
Like,
Spirit,
Umbreon's still good,
Snorlax.
Snorlax is
If
still
anybody
good,
starts getting out of
Slowbro's
the range of those
situational.
big pockets of area of effect, Kira's gonna be right there to heavy slam and block him back in.
Kira kind of
A lot of people started playing Trevenant now.
I'm gonna back up a little bit. Nice Fire Blast coverage to just shell in just a hair of damage. Hitman is right there in the mix. The Moonlight is down and the chase is on. Block to isolate. They're separated away from the Clefable. Pinned down is Ranma, taken to the skies, of course. We're gonna see.
Slowbro's
this
taking
Charizard
way
Y
too long
take
to
over.
Unite
It
move, man.
starts
God
early with a
damn.
U2Y.
Charizard Y's still alive,
You
it's
see the
over.
fist
Team
fly
fight,
from
T-Pain's done.
Machamp as well. Tons of damage put down, but it's not enough to stymie Stamina Esports. Everybody is split off of Texas, that Clefable, and the Mega Charizard Y and every friend it has in tow does a great job here. The Rayquaza rolls on. Here comes the Machamp.
Let me
with
put
the
it to you
save.
this way.
Can they
If you're
get in
playing
there? They
Slowbro,
slow down the rip to
and you're
isolate
uniting
first.
after the
Now
fact
Ranma's
you're
back
the
as
biggest
well.
carry on
They
your
still
team
have
is
their
dead,
Unite
or
move, and
not
they gotta
even.
watch out for that. Bang, there's the Infinite Cyber, but it's
That was really
still
close.
taken by Kira.
Okay, but like
They
if
were
you're
so
playing Slowbro,
close, though.
I
And by the time you unite move the Charizard, one of your carries is already dead, and it's a 5 versus 4 in the last team fight of the game. You're reacting way too slow. By the time Slowbro united, Mewtwo was already dead. And then Machamp may have united, but you also have to understand Charizard's already in their unite move. So unless you manage to kill them with that damage, it doesn't matter. One more thing as well, and like I can rewind it because the game's already done. So wait, sorry, right here. The worst part is, and I've talked about this when I played SOLOQ, but okay, like right here. You guys have to understand, when you're playing Mega Charizard Y against a bunch of characters that are melee, so in this case, Ceruledge and Machamp, specifically these two because they're primary damage dealers on this team comp, and they're melee. When you're playing Mega Charizard Y and you're in your Unite move, something like a Ceruledge and a Machamp can barely do damage to you when you're flying over this piece of terrain. Because if you're like pivoting back and forth on this little square that or rectangle that you see here, they can't get on top of you. And not only that, your auto attacks in your Unite move can still reach pretty much like everyone else that's on the enemy team. Like them, well, they're a little too far, but like the point still stands. Like they can literally just stay here and mitigate a majority of the damage that is going to be coming out from this. So there's so many things that went wrong here. Number one, Slowbro reacting way too slow. Like, you need to Unite move this guy. By the time they united, Mewtwo's already dead. So they're just not a non-factor. Not only that, Ceruledge has Unite move, Machamp has Unite move, but number one, as long as this guy has full heal, that Unite move is not doing damage. Number two, even if Machamp Unite moves, you're not going to get the CC. You're only getting the damage. So you just devalue so much of this enemy team comp because you're playing this Pokemon that is overpowered beyond belief. That at this point, it's just like the game was pretty much over.
Into the skies, of course. We're gonna see this.
Is they were outside and then heavy slammed in after the target reticle popped up. So honestly, Stamina pretty pumped. They only had one player in melee range, and this was this player, your player of the game, Hitman.
71,000 damage.
They are not respecting that Pokemon.
I was gonna say a feint, a cough of 14 there for them.
Let me actually let me see something. I want to see if Slowbro had a eject button or not.
On the Ceruledge, who's
So many already.
however, earlier.
Oh, they did.
On a Lucifu.
So why are they not ejecting to Unite move? I don't think I saw that the entire game.
14,000
Which is just strange, but okay.
Out of Mega Charizard Y.
I'm seeing Mega Charizard Y bans in the future, is what I'm hoping I am seeing. It's actually at this point in the game. But taking a look at our score graphs, I do think this illustrates quite well how close this match was, but it did feel like Stamina Esports always had a step ahead at any given moment. This Urshifu from Enisus leading the lobby quite a bit in terms of experience, and it felt like we were all waiting for that big Mega Charizard to show up, and when it showed up, it changed the course of this match.
It absolutely did. We've got the heat map here, of course, showing where Hitman elected to live. And we know Char Cadet started in the bottom path. They stayed in the bottom path for quite some time before exploring greener pastures here. If I'm CACM, I want to bring up this one point real quick while we're looking at these stat screens. We had the slow beam on Mega Charizard Y. You had the Ceruledge Unite, and in the exact same tunnel, you had the Machamp Unite. And it wasn't enough to take care of this Mega Charizard Y.
Yeah.
And that's from the team that had negligible healing.
Slowbro is only a counter to Mega Charizard Y if they're uniting the Mega Charizard Y. If you're not, then
ban the darn thing.
It's
Don't let it
irrelevant.
game. What are we doing out here?
Yeah, you can be clever all you want. And listen, if you're going to be clever, Game 1 might be the place to do it. On the Rayquaza map, sure. But we are headed elsewhere. We're going to our game number 2. CACM decided to choose draft side selection. They will be picking first. But in their choice of maps, Stamina have elected to move on from Rayquaza and go to Kyogre. An option that has not been as popular today. I think it has a lot of factors. A lot of players like that damage buff and kind of having a second chance to be able to turn things around if they lose the the Groudon fight. However, also it is the ranked ladder map right now, so I think a lot of players thinking about that currently. Stamina Esports, though, will be on the orange side this time around, and they will have the second pick and last pick, but they are going to stick with very similar bans with the Gengar, CACM. They're going to change things up. That Mega Charizard Y hitting the ban block.
Yeah, it's a concern. Gonna go ahead and throw that one on the job. 1% banned Eldegoss making its way through. Gonna have to force Stamina onto.
Oh, in case you guys can see the bans. So it's Mega Charizard Y ban, Gengar ban, Blastoise ban, Mega Gary ban, Eldegoss ban, and Mega Lucario ban. So there's Blastoise, there's Vaporeon, there's Vaporeon, there's Mewtwo Y, there's what? Cerulite, there's Mimikyu. There's a lot of things they can pick up. Scizor, or Scyther in this case.
That is honestly shocking to me.
It is for me as well. Reggie prioritizing that Scyther more than anything else, and CACM is throwing all their eggs in the Reggie basket here. As Stamina Esports locking in a Zacian. Minotaur may have been peeled off of the Eldegoss, but they're given a pretty darn good prize here in Psyduck if they want it.
Yeah, it's shocking to me to see that one go away, but then again, I gotta reflect, CACM Esports getting the Scyther, not only does it give Reggie an ultra-powerful tool that has made its name here in this region, you're also taking it away from any sus. So I guess a very, very powerful first pick, can't argue with it too much. Ranma onto the Mew and Bernie on the Crustle for these back-to-back picks. Stamina Esports now going to be highlighting their next options. The Mega Mewtwo Y still available, and it has been having a pretty solid weekend. I think just right around that 50%. Kira, if you pick Goodra, I'll love you forever.
Okay. Kira goes, no.
Yeah, no thanks. They actually heard me say that and then switched.
Exactly. Like, you're going to love me forever? No, not today. Hitman locks in that Mega Mewtwo Y. Kira.
I'll pick based on team comp. Let me see.
Support heavy core here for Stamina Esports. Texas grabs All Creamy, and of course, Buzzwole rounds out for CACM.
I do like the Alcremie switch up here a little bit. Obviously, you don't need the anti-mobility that Clefable was bringing with the gravity as much. A Pokemon like Zacian, while it does have small dashes, it also just feels like it gives itself unstoppable with every button it clicks. So I don't really know if gravity would be helping you a ton in that factor. Same with Clefable. Instead, you can really empower Frank's Buzzwole with these recover heals, and same with Reggie. If you can keep them up for just a little bit longer, that recover is going to be massive.
I agree. I'm really.
I would have preferred Stamina had a defender over double stamina. Oh, sorry. I would have preferred Stamina picking up a defender instead of double support. Personally,
gonna have to have some like very strategically placed dollops for.
I know Reggie is like,
right? Of course, building that big cake with the.
I know Reggie's like
a different beast.
Scyther enthusiast. So really, like, it really just depends on him.
Dollops are gonna be a little bit tougher for I think Reggie to manipulate around.
I'll say Stamina.
Is going to be able to
but that's not a confident vote. That's not a confident prediction. I'll say Stamina.
If Buzzwole is up in your face scrapping, it does open a nice lane for Reggie to engage. So they're going to be looking towards that, I believe.
Yeah, like a bug-type focused offense. We don't got a whole lot of those types of Pokemon in Pokemon Unite, but they're certainly strong currently at the moment, especially Buzzwole. It feels like a Pokemon that maybe power level isn't considered to be one of the top-tier Pokemon in the game right now, but just in terms of playstyle and comfort that a lot of these top-level players playing on the top path have with this Pokemon, nothing to be scoffed at. Of course, they also, I think, would love to be playing the Zacian. I think that's why we saw Stamina Esports pick up that Pokemon with one of their first picks. Not only gets them a strong one, but it also denies it away from Frank.
Reggie, unsurprisingly, going to the central area here because CACM is your purple team. Stamina Esports is your orange team. Stamina Esports up a game. CACM trying to capture some of the land magic that they've had and transpose this into the league because, quite frankly, they're struggling.
Yeah, and not to mention they are out of the one land into another pretty soon as this team will be traveling to Japan for the Asia Champions League. Would love to have a few more league wins under their belt before they make the trip over there.
Without a doubt. early in this lane, pretty evenly matched. I'll give the edge to Stamina Esports in the bottom path just because Dwooble needs to evolve to get online, whereas Kira...
I'll say this right now before anything happens. Whether CACM win or not is going to be completely dependent on Reggie. Like, either Reggie's going to carry the game or the team's going to fumble.
Will be the Mew, which obviously they'll get some value, seeing as that they are going to be playing in path for the majority of that match against that Pokemon. Reggie's Scyther are going to start doing some early damage, but it's the immediate response from Anysus. Gets one, looks for more.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
Hits. That's a Buzzwole down. Texas about to make it 3. Sarah Ledge going to steal that KO.
Whoa. Okay, I'm starting to understand why Anysus maybe picked this Pokemon first when they had that opportunity on their side.
That was a horrible, horrible start, by the way.
Psyduck were their first 2 picks from that orange side, and if they're making plays like that all season long, it's starting to make sense.
Yeah, we're starting to see why these builds are clicking. Stamina Esports off to a great start. CACM looking for a bit of a response, though, as Frank does have Mufasa in their sights.
Gonna pick up and put down Mufasa. They are gonna get back to their goal pad. Gonna pick up a couple berries, which means Minotaur is left low on HP. Big Bitter Blade gets 3 targets. Here comes Anysus. But no, it's a huge, huge counter engagement. They are able to knock out 2 as soon as the Scyther shows up. Reggie gets 2 more for CACM back in their pockets.
Oh, and that's so scary, too. Kira does land a Bubble Beam onto both the Alchemy and Scyther, who had almost no HP. 1 or 2 auto attacks that they are not getting out of danger. But they do get to rally back here, and Kira takes a ton of damage already. Headache procs very early dupe snacks. This Reggie Drago could be looking like a clean one for CACM.
Yeah, Reggie kind of kept back from their own engagement because of the headache, because one stun there would have spelled disaster for something as squishy as the Scyther. Like you said, might be lacking in the defense and HP pool, certainly not lacking in the offensive power department.
Yeah, they are forming strength in other directions and kind of getting close to the top of the charts in some of those. Big engagement, Frank trying to push him away, but it's up to the Regirock secure.
Regirock Frank's just kind of punching through it. There's a Scyther Unite, gonna be good enough for 1. They're gonna keep pressing forward. Dual Wing Beat doesn't find a target, but they're gonna go straight for the score here, as it looks like a ball toy was gonna try and stymie Reggie's score, but here comes Frank to punch that thing into orbit so that they can get their points in.
Just shy of a Unite move, too. If Frank just gets a little bit of damage, they probably get the Super Swole Slam. It can kind of force a fight in one of these moments. Stamina Esports trailing at a couple levels, except for Anysus, which feels like that's always going to be the case. That player, very similar to Toon Slim in some of these situations, always sitting at level 9+, and they're going right after that Reggie LA.
Yeah, it's getting shredded here. Ranma's moving in. Boosted auto is way too late. No real opportunity there. CACM peels back to pad. And it is Kira that is stuck in that rock tomb here. Regieleki getting worked on very well. We're looking for some good pulls here, but it doesn't materialize in a way that really leads to any knockouts for Stamina. However, CACM comes in. Nice Psyduck Unite. Going to try and stymie the damage output of CACM. Good rock tomb bubbles out from the Swablu and Altaria. And these teams are still going after. Dual Wing straight to the back line. Pop that Scyther Unite move. Psyduck is the one in there, but the headache stalls them for just a moment. They're able to cash in that knockout, but not on the Mewtwo. Mewtwo used their Infinite Cyburn. Entering into the fog is Mew. Those two working very well together, and it's Frank trying to close it back out. Couple teleports, gets them out of dodge, boosted auto, ton of damage, pick up a berry, and then take a deep breath, Zoinks, because they just fought for 2 straight minutes.
When am I supposed to take said deep breath, Deuce? There's no moment in which we have that opportunity. This game is ridiculous. That fight went on for so many different beats at any given moment. I thought CACM was winning it, and the Stamina had rallied back enough to win it, but at the end of the day, it's CACM.
It's so weird to see, like, okay, I was looking at this for a while, and I don't know if they're doing it because they want Hoopa to get their level 9 faster, but it looks so weird to see Hoopa split pushing in the side lane. Not even split pushing, just like, you know, split farming.
We haven't talked about it yet, but it is a
well, everything else is going on bottom lane.
So
like up until
for
this
that
point.
Some of these engagements here, as in our picture-in-picture, we saw another knockout by Reggie, putting the pressure on. Hitman cleverly waiting for a moment, trying to put pressure on Bernie, who has the eject button, but I don't think they're going to get out of this one. They get knocked out quickly, and we are rings unbound to pull the team through. Going for a stun on the Mew and the All Creamy, but we're still pressing forward. Sweet Scent is going to make Stamina take the long way round. Looking for more stuns with those big fists from the rings unbound Hoopa. Not going to be quite enough. Nice solar beam there, but Regieleki's already taken Cerulege Unite, but it only hits one target. Now they're going to have to leverage back in the middle. Psyduck uses theirs, uses that to go score. Regieleki goes in, so now we have chances for overcaps here as Bernie goes down to any sus, and Stamina Esports is finding their footing here and making chicken salad out of chicken scratch.
Really impressive to be able to do so in the face of the entire CACM roster. That was a full 5-on-5 fight, and Stamina managed to actually get the Regieleki to land. So all of a sudden, the big advantage that CACM Esports was working with is now mitigated. Those points are so extremely close. And again, the tail of the tape, Reggie versus Anisus, the two hyper carries, now sitting at tandem, and Reggie's in a dangerous spot, but they got backup.
Yeah, using that Scyther Unite here, quick knockout. That one's pretty easy. Now an X Scissor to try and see if we can get Reggie get some points in. They use that dual wing beat to get some of that HP back, and now they just have to retreat. Bernie still trying to do their work and bought some time, but is it going to be enough? The support core is down, so is the...
They overextended so much.
Getting collapsed on. Bitterblade is there, but it's the Mega Mewtwo that gets credit on what is a real team.
Like, okay, let me put it to you this way. It's very simple. They're overextending for the bottom tier 2. They're not accomplishing much. But either way, from a general perspective, you're never going to force a fight there because it's too close to Kyogre or Groudon, whatever. What object? The bottom line is, like, whatever the last objective is, you're not going to fight at that time because it's too late in the game. If you choose to fight there, you may get a kill, you might be able to score if you win the fight, but at the end of the day, you don't have your Unite move for the last objective. So them overextending there makes absolutely no sense to me.
Going to play at 6 points,
because it's going to yield the bare minimum that overall will not have any value in the grand scheme of things.
Of this Stamina Esports squad, we're gonna have to see who gets the utilization. Mufasa might be the top candidate for me.
The game is close in terms of points, but levels-wise, it's...
But here we go. Psystrike gonna get some early poke damage, and right now, both these teams just trying to force each other into bad spots.
Minotaur Phantom forcing back through, pinned against the wall with the solar.
They got the eject button from
Crustle.
Crustle.
That was put on Bernie. Meanwhile, Mufasa going for a flank, exposing themselves. Nobody willing to follow. Nice psychic pull on Bernie. Caught in the Sweet Scent. Rock Tomb down. Another big solar beam. X Scissor tries to catch Kira. Hitman is pressing them a little bit. Reggie wants a target, but forces out the Phantom Force. Now we're moving back a little bit.
Also needs to be careful. He doesn't have a eject button anymore. He's forced to Unite move.
Cerulege Unite hit 3 players on the backside, and the cake has been built. Everybody's going to be able to sit in the middle and get topped off. Mufasa's pinned against the wall. Another big solar beam ripped through. Now we're going for the rings unbound stuns. The pressure's on. Alcremia is already gone. We're going to find another target in the Crustle. The Buzzwole.
It's over.
The Scyther, and it's just the Mew left standing in the face of Kyogre, and Stamina Esports taking a 2-0 win. They're chasing the Mew. They're chasing the Mew. The Mew is out of dodge. The Alcremia is back, but in that time, Kyogre is taken. Stamina Esports. What a showdown!
That was so perfectly done.
It may have been a quick series, but at least we're one step closer to watching NA now. So what? There's one more Latin America best of 3 series, and then after that it's NA.
Inopportune look for CACM. The Alcremie Fluffy Cream Supreme had to pop a little too early, and everyone is able to peel back from Stamina Esports. Some big buddy barriers, a nice II lets them weather the storm, and from that point on, it's just Stamina Esports putting in cleanup work.
It's kind of crazy because if I'm not mistaken, I think CACM was one of the better teams last year.
Man,
and then watching them play now, like they're in sixth in their overall league.
A player like Reggie gets
and watching them play live,
no ping on
I can see why.
But when we are playing these regional league formats,
well, let's go back to the last team fight.
Not the case. You have to fight.
We got time. It's like they're about to start the.
What is the real
on this
regulates into our central
brick Phantom Force being.
Okay, so all things being said, despite the fact that they fed away a bunch of kills on the bomb tier 2, it's still a close game regardless. Like levels wise, Stamina has a slight level advantage. at least on their primary carries, which is the SOLOQ and the Zacian. Level 14 Scyther, level 13 Mew and Buzzwole. So at the bare minimum, they have their enhanced skills. So I would say levels-wise, slight advantage to stamina, because the carries are the ones that have the levels versus, you know, the other people. Points-wise, literally 6-point difference. So it's really close. The problem is, like, number one, the first thing that comes to mind is Crustal's positioning is just awful. Like, they're taking so much poke, so much damage, forced to use resources to get away because they're out of position, and then they go back and do some weird shit. Alright, we'll play it from here.
The top candidate for me at level 14, but Unite Move having the exit strategy, but here we go. Psystrike gonna get some early poke damage, and right now, both these teams just trying to force each other into bad spots.
Minotaur 4.
The number one, starting from here. Like, Crustal out of position, they're getting stunned by Psyduck, they're getting Phantom Force by Hoopa, they're getting pushed into the enemy team, now they're getting Psystrike by Mewtwo, so you can already see at this point, they're already at less than half HP. And they're still getting hit by Hoopa and Mewtwo. So there's Psystrike. Because they were afraid they were going to get caught out, they're forced to eject button, like, defensively, because they weren't sure if they don't do that, if they're going to die or not.
Against the wall with the solar beam, but look at all that damage that was put on Bernie. Meanwhile, Mufasa,
so nothing's really happening right now, but that being said, the Crustal is taking all the stuns, all the crowd control. They're back at full HP. They're exiting this support, the Psyduck. But either way, still taking damage. Once again, getting pulled by the Psyduck. They're healing because of Alcremie. They miss their X-Scissor, they go forward. Getting stunned again by the Psyduck once again. So Psyduck is doing a really good job of making sure this Crustal is staying irrelevant. And then this time around, because they already used their eject button, they're forced to Unite Move defensively, by the way. And while this is happening, I want to point out that SOLOQ is going in by themselves. Like, the rest of the team is, singling out the Crustal. So the only front line on your team is just separated from the rest of your team. So this guy's by himself, because obviously, player 1 and player 2 are, focusing this guy. And then he's completely separated from the rest of the team. Meanwhile, SOLOQ, this guy over here, Unite Move the backline, plus on top of the fact, despite the fact that Mewtwo is not over here, they have a global Unite Move, so they're still contributing in a way. So SOLOQ got a good Unite Move off, is diving the backline, forcing the Alcremie to Unite Move defensively, because obviously if everyone dies there, then it's going to be really bad. So there's the Alcremie Unite Move. Zacian still has Unite Move, Hoopa still has Unite Move, Psyduck still has Unite Move, and then in response, you burn the Mew Unite Move. So at this point of the game, Mewtwo and SOLOQ have united. And then on the other team, you have Mew, you have Alcremie, and you have the Crustal that you have united. So it's 3 for 2 in that regard.
And the cake has been built. Everybody's going to be able to sit.
There's the Hoopa Unite Move.
Mufasa's pinned against the wall. Another big solar beam ripped through.
SOLOQ goes in, plays aggressive, gets the Alcremie, Crustal goes down. At this point, Mewtwo's just Mega Evolving, and 4 people already dead.
The Crustal, the Buzzwole, then the Scyther, and it's just the Mew left standing in the face of Kyogre, and Stamina Esports taking a 2-0 win. They're chasing the Mew. They're chasing the Mew. The Mew is out of dodge. The Alcremie is back.
And then they just lose the fight. I also want to point out this as well. Like, this is the problem with people that play Defender, and, like, it's not just this game, it's just people that play this role in general. Like, the execution, as in, like, how people approach the game, is just so strange to me. So, like, you have Crustal over here, like, focusing on trying to zone out or engage, however you want to phrase it, on the enemy team, like, these guys over here. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, literally all 4 of them, are in this little bush because they don't want to get caught out. Like, your defender, the only frontline on your team, by the way, is more focused on doing their own thing that's completely separate from the rest of the team. Like, 4 members of your team are over here, and then you're by yourself. Even if, an emphasis on if, let's pretend in a different reality, Crustal got an amazing engage off. It doesn't change the fact that the rest of the team is not in a position to even follow up over here, because they're so far apart. Like, if they were to follow up, they would have to commit everything just to cover the distance, and then follow up on whatever play you're trying to make. So this right here is either one of two things: very bad communication between defender and the rest of the team, or just poor execution. Like maybe they communicate to Crustle, yeah, you should be doing this, but either way, it doesn't look like that to me. And then when it plays out, like we already watched it happen in real time. Russell's getting caught out, doing whatever it is that they're doing. The rest of the team in the backline's getting literally dove by Cerulege, and the backline's not going to be able to peel that Cerulege by themselves.
And the cake has been built. Everybody's going to be able to sit in the middle and get topped off. Mufasa's pinned against the wall. Another big solar beam ripped through. Now we're going for the rings unbound stuns. The pressure's on. Alcremia's already gone. We're going to find another target in the Crustle. The Buzzwole. Then the Scyther.
And then
it's just the Mew
just
left standing in the face of Kyogre. And Stamina Esports taking a 2-0 win. They're chasing the Mew. They're chasing the Mew. The Mew is out of dodge. The Alcremia is back. But in that time, Kyogre is taken. Stamina
and like you don't even need to watch the rest because at this point it's already over.
That was
I don't know. The defenders in this game make me question my things that I watch, I'll be honest. Okay, so we got one more best of 3 from Latin America. We got Force versus Tuzzy. Then we got the NA matches. So Lunex versus Citadel, so that's Lunex versus formerly YouTube Gaming. We got EG versus Extinction, and then I don't know who's playing third, but see them shortly.
All right, I've been crawling through the grass for a few games now, and unfortunately, we've only found one North American game in the tall grass. But it's a very interesting result, one that I think a lot of people may not have expected. So we can take a look at. Well, first of all, actually, before we take a look, I gotta say I figured out how to use my tablet for the telestration. Let's go! Tall grass has given me gifts, but we can take a look here.
Oh my God! TI Gang actually won
TI
a match
in the middle of the pack.
Can't believe it.
Only found their first loss yesterday, and I believe it actually was to a DQ. So we can pretty quickly go over to I suppose, the final fight of the match. You can see right here, I'll pause it, 212 for Extinction, 100 points for TI Gang, and pretty, I don't know, even-ish levels, but it's really all down to this fight, and I will say it's 1-1 record at this point in the set, so if I said it's an upset, you might expect what I'm going to say. So we're going to go through this pretty slow, and I'm going to pause. There's a few things, a lot of things actually happen really quickly, and honestly, it's kind of hard to see it if you don't slow it down. So we can start off here. We can see that the Psyduck gets thrown, and we're going to see the engagement as well from the Buzzwole. So it's going to be the Buzzwole on Extinction side. So throwing one more member into the path of this Surf all the way up there. That's not a very good arrow, but this is actually a really beautiful engagement that you can see, making sure that they all group up, combining your moves, starting the engagement, and you're going to see that as I click this and continue. Look, it's working. It's working. So we get to see that beautiful engagement, and then we get to see a follow-up with the Unite move from the Blastoise. So that's about as great of an engagement I think that anybody could ever ask for. And at that point, I'm honestly pretty surprised that they didn't win the game, but they didn't quite have enough damage to fully get the KO. And you can see here, I need to see this. I'm going to replay this actually a few times. If you look right up here, there is a Buzzwole beginning the Unite, and let me show you at 25% speed what this looks like. Whoop. It gets eaten up by the Mimikyu. So hold on, I gotta show this again. It is the funniest looking thing, but it's actually huge to the game. So I'm not just doing this for funsies. But you can see, starts the Unite, mid-Unite, boom, boom, perfectly eaten up. So that's going to prevent a ton of damage as well. And as that begins, the Eldegoss as well starts its Unite, which then heals up the entire team back to a huge amount of health. So that is a ton of resources gone for the side of Extinction on one of the best engages that I've seen, and they just don't get anything off of it. I'm actually going to rewind it because there's one more even thing happen. This all happens within like 5 seconds, by the way. That's why we got to love the slow-mo that we have. But going forward, there's another interesting choice. You can see right here the Gyarados, oh, I'm sorry, that's not the Gyarados, it's a different water. The Gyarados right here has a choice. It can either go up here and deal with multiple members of the enemy team at once, or it can target the their attacker in the backline, right? And it chooses the attacker, which I think is a really, really smart choice. A lot of times when you have that Gyarados Unite, you really just want to hit as many as you want, but being able to decide what the biggest target is, they do manage to get that KO very quickly, and this is actually a very quick full team wipe, essentially, for TI Gang, who managed to win their first, I would say, like, true victory of the season up against Extinction. So, very quick.
I wasn't even looking at this. What I was confused at was,
boom, boom, perfectly eaten up. So that's going to.
Okay, like I want to point out, I didn't watch the game. I'm only seeing the highlight from what this guy's showing. Number one, this guy's standing in the Groudon pit, and then autos the Groudon. So that means the Groudon is going to focus the only person in the vicinity, which is, you know, this guy right here. And then on top of that, if you see what happens in like the next couple of seconds,
a ton of damage as well. And as that begins,
this guy ejects out of the pit,
as well starts its
and now he has no eject button for the Gyarados that's gonna run at him to begin with.
A ton of resources gone for the side of Extinction on one of the best engages that I've seen, and they just don't get anything off of it. I'm actually gonna rewind it because there's one more even thing happening.
Like, bro, like what?
The Gyarados right here, in the backline,
and like, not to burst your bubble, but like on top of the fact, Talonflame was backcapping the entire time, so essentially they lost a 5v4 fight.
Right, and it chooses the attacker, which I think is a really. This is actually a very quick full team wipe, essentially, for TI Gang, who managed to win their first, I would say, like, true victory of the season.
Crazy.
Like, it's North America, guys. At this point, nobody should be surprised.
And you know what? Considering the Force at Force Gaming have been, the number doesn't really surprise me at that point. But they are going up against 2Z Esports, who are currently ranked number 5 on the leaderboard at that 3-5 set count. But we have Anthras, Mats, Kenes, Mazo, and Leozin. They are averaging 323k damage per game across the board for their health squad, and that is actually second in LATAM and second in global in terms of their damage per game.
Yeah, because we see the graphs for the most damage across players, and I believe there were 3 members of 2Z on their top 6 graph. So that is incredible performance that both of these teams have had so far. And into the first draft of this best of 3, we go. Rayquaza is your map, and the bans have already hit the board. A Cerulite Psyduck and Mega Lucario from Force Gaming, plus a Mewtwo Y, a Alcremie, and a Mega Charizard Y for 2Z Esports.
I feel like one of these just doesn't belong here.
Oh, fun fact. This is the first time Alcremie has ever been banned in Latin America. It has a 0% ban rate, so this is the first time it's been banned.
amongst the megas there. But hey, you know what? It has been quite incredible that we've seen so far here today. But another Pokemon that is quite incredible, definitely viable of a first pick, is going to be this Blastoise at that 96% encounter rate.
It's so good, and it's rivaled as well by Vaporeon and how great of a defender it is.
You know, the thing that I'll instead of pausing it, I'll mute it. The one thing I'm a little curious about, considering it's never been banned before, and I'll hide my camera because obviously I'm in the way. The one thing I'm curious about is whether or not they banned this Pokemon, not because they don't want to deal with it, but because they want to, like, ban something, like,
with a Crustle for even more crowd control.
Like, ban something that is, like, somewhat meta and competitive, but, like, more of a throwaway ban, so they can pick up two strong things. MQL, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a great stream.
Because those snipe shots can go across them. But look, we may have had the double Charizard in the previous matches before, but we have the other Charizard.
Oh!
Out this time round.
When was the last time I seen Mega Charizard X?
Did I get the letter correct, Soph? Yes.
Like, it's not a big thing. It's just like I've been waiting to see this Pokemon for so long, and every time I see it, it like ends up beating. I'm a little.
Exactly.
Numbers, letters, you have them down, Pat. Thank you.
There you go. Yes. All the letters of the alphabet.
I feel like I'm gonna get disappointed though.
Legends from
you know, I want Force to win just because they picked Mega Charizard X.
Alright. So, Force Gaming has finished that composition with an Inteleon, which we know is a very interesting pick for Force Gaming, because one of the many strengths that we've had from Force Gaming throughout regular season has been they nailed down how to protect their carries.
Okay, the question is whether or not it's jungling or not. Because I don't think Mega Charizard X works in lane. I think it's fine in the jungle, but not in lane.
Knows how to handle that front line.
Yeah, it's interesting as well that we ended up seeing 2Z picking up this Alolan Raichu. I know we have a different Charizard on the opposite time this time round, but I feel like the Alolan Raichu that Force Gaming ended up playing earlier was such a great counter into that Mega Charizard. So 2Z Esports taking a page out of their book. We'll just have to wait and see whether Kenneth can make this Alolan Raichu shine.
Yeah, we'll see as we get into game 1 of this best of 3. Force Gaming on your purple side versus 2Z.
Okay, it is Jungle Zard X.
Orange, both top 3 on ICs in 2023. 3-1-6. I'm in the past again.
Okay, by the way, this is precisely why. Like, this is precisely why I don't like Mega Charizard X for competitive. Only because even if you don't steal a camp as someone that's invading, if you force one of your teammates to leech experience, you don't get that level 5. And obviously, level 5 is your first power spike.
Safe as it can be, and going into
the EV successfully steals the red buff, which is obviously a big thing. And you still got your Charmander running around.
3 members here on the top side, including Falb as a Charmander, plus that Gossifleur and the Buzzwole. Lousy has to be careful, because they are outnumbered. And not just outnumbered, that teammate is a Magikarp, and we know how much they can do early game. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, they can flail about and splash about, but yeah, no, in terms of overall damage, it isn't a lot. But look at that effort gauge. It is quite close. So 3 members of Force Gaming are going to take that opportunity to go and get in some dunks, especially considering Kyluk on the Buzzwole is running those attack weight stacks. And Falb as well.
It's so important to know what the strategy is when you get into a game. And it looks like it's pretty straightforward here for 2Z Esports, as they have knocked out not just the Charmeleon, but also the Elder Gods on the 2 KO streak for Mats. Such a heavy hitter of a carry on the side of 2Z.
And look at this. We have 2Z Esports going and yoinking away.
And that's kind of what happens when. So the jungler went bottom, and obviously Charmeleon went top lane.
To go and reduce those cooldowns.
Not only did the bot lane die, that just allows them to play aggressive and invade when they have the numbers advantage.
Down here. I think we ended up having that Reggie Drago. Did you end up seeing who ended up taking that one, Soph?
That is a good question. There was so much happening with the invade that we kind of have to focus on what is on our screen, and sometimes some information gets missed. At this point, I couldn't say for sure, Kelly. But we have 4 members.
Charizard is so underleveled right now.
On the bot side as 30 seconds.
Like, look at the level difference between Mega Charizard X and Scyther. Scyther is almost level 9. This guy is barely level 7. Scyther just hit level 9. Charizard's dead.
The final hit that was necessary alongside Kenneth on that Alolan Raichu. Some more scores that go through on this pad. They're trying to maximize the overdunks. And what a...
Like, if people ever wonder why, despite, like... And this is the difference between SOLOQ and Comp. Like, some people might wonder, despite the fact that objectively Charizard X can still be good, why don't more people play it in competitive? It's very simple. Because they reworked the XP system, it's so easy to punish the early game in their first jungle clear. And then if they're playing stronger early game Pokemon, they can punish the fact that you take so much more time to actually be useful. They're level 9 though, so maybe they might make something happen. But they're
not able to do so.
Even though they're level 9, their Unite move at that level is not that great. They need to hit level 11 to actually start being a real threat. Because you want that cooldown reduction on your autos, or like your basic attacks. So you can, sorry, cooldown on Fire Punch is what I meant to say.
Yes, they are top side with 4 members of Force Gaming. Straight into your rock once again. What a highlight that Antares has been in this game. Now followed up by that dive.
Oh! That was a huge pickup right there. He may have died, but it doesn't matter. He just got almost 2 levels off those 2 kills. Because one of the kills was the Scyther.
And it feels good to be 2Z Esports.
Oh, 100%. 3 KO streak. We now have 2 level 11s on the side of 2Z Esports. And the rest does get chucked back into that middle.
Vaporeon needed to... Like, unfortunately, but like Scyther already united by that point. But Vaporeon was way too close to Scyther. So not only did... Not only did Charizard Flare Blitz the Vaporeon, but they were so close to Scyther that the Fire Punch connected with the both of them and they both just died.
I guess it just goes to show.
That was unfortunate. And then that's like another thing. When defenders... I know it's kind of chaotic, but like when defenders are like awkwardly positioned and then they get punished for it.
To get their way out of danger, but that
I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation on this, but Zathayamos. Thank you for the raid, I appreciate it. I hope you had a great stream.
Yeah, they are falling down very low in HP Force Gaming, but Matt will be able to get the objective and might even get the scraps as well. Look at that comeback when you line up every single ability. 2Z Esports wins the fight, wins the objective, takes this goal, and on top side, make it a 40 dunk too.
Yeah, but nonetheless, 2Z Esports still hold that lead, 169 to 109. We do have Vaporeon caught in a bit of a sticky situation, but once again,
I'm actually surprised that Buzzle was able to score that.
Useful for them to get out of the way.
Like Raichu was like right there.
So true, Kelly. Speaking of over the walls, I feel like
they scored 40 and they still got a kill on the holy shit. Oh, yo, if they picked up a double kill, like this guy is a Chad. I think they're just dead though. Like, they're gonna die eventually. It's just gonna take a little while.
Using the X scissor or whatever to make the damage at least connect a little bit. That is Matt to finish off this deal.
I feel like KLUX may have strayed a little bit too far from home, and into the wrong home at that because there was just nowhere for them to go.
It wasn't. But, you know, one place to go, this next Reggie Alecki here on top side. And all of the eyes and attention are here as Force Gaming has already started at 50% HP. And Soto zones out 2Z Esports from the stop side really
Yo,
well.
Charizard's
Although
crazy,
there
bro.
was a
This,
knockout that happened already.
like, unless he's trying to justify that by saying he's a distraction, like, that was a really weird play. This guy just dove the backline 1v4 and just, like, melted immediately.
And allow Force Gaming some breathing room to go and soak up all of the wild Pokemon, the yellow dots that are currently on the minimap. Otherwise, we can see on the minimap as both the defenders are down here. We have another Reggie Alecki spawning before the final stretch, and it's a Reg Ice.
This Regis could be very important for the team that has a lot of defenders going very low on health.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Soto to get it away, but it doesn't
I
stop
thought Inteleon
2Z
had
Esports
that.
from confirming that objective themselves, and Mazo will get that final hit.
That's a level
Yeah, get that
15
final
Scyther,
hit,
by the
giving
way.
them that HP
So besides the
regeneration
fact that
with Reg Ice
they
buff,
can't
and
get
that's
any
really
stronger,
going to
you also got to deal with a
get
Gyarados
through
and a
defender composition,
Raichu that
but
are also
this
problematic.
Gyarados to just go on in if they need to. I mean, they are the ones behind in points, but these Rock Tombs to go and block out, point out at the opposite team to try and get an isolation, but Salto's going in with a Blastoise.
Speaking of isolation, that's what they're looking to do. Although the Eldegoss is so low on HP, Max tries to finish them off, but the Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit anybody on the back. That Crystal uses that Rubber Rouser just to try to escape. They are isolated. 2Z Esports, though, takes down their enemy defender, and when the team reunites, it just rains chaos.
Oh!
Charizard X might just be able to do more too, as they are falling to.
Oh, he's still alive! Oh no! Buzzwole, help him!
That redemption coming back from Mega.
Charizard lived! Holy Chad, he actually lived through that. God damn.
Takes this victory here. Look, is still getting some.
They did not kill secure this guy. This guy life stole so much. And because they're standing so close to each other, they're getting the cooldowns on the Fire Punch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh my god. That was a crime.
Against 2Z Esports. They have those ray shields on hand. It's just whether 2Z Esports can put at the defense and get a pushback, but time
They don't even need to score, like,
with 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and around 60 points differential here now.
and that's literally the problem with
60 points
Rayquaza.
for Force Gaming, as they are still
Like, they have no
on
true
the
damage, so
lead.
even if they wanted to, they can't even
This fight,
stop that from
Hyper Typhoon
happening.
Doesn't hit anybody, but they're still chasing Fort Lelzine. They are ahead, 30 seconds to go. Seismic Slam onto Lelzine themselves.
Oh
They are
my
keeping
god.
down just alongside Max. This is Force Gaming really just sealing the deal to get this first 1-0 up in the series.
What a match and a half. I just feel like there was so
Nah, but like, yo, that is...
isolation, but Salto's going in with a Blastoise.
Speaking of isolation,
Like, it was looking so good for Tuzzy, especially with the... Like, especially at the fact that Eldegoss got so low that I'm honestly surprised that this guy didn't Unite move almost immediately. At this low HP, you are either, like, 500 IQ and you're just calculating the damage, or you're just, like, really slow on reacting. But, like, I'm surprised they didn't Unite move sooner when they got that low. But then on top of that, it's like, okay, so anyways, they're still kind of hanging around. The Blastoise Unite move hit one person, which is who? The freaking guy in the back, the Crustle, and they still look at Crustle's HP. By the way, you can't even see their HP before they united. Like, that's how low they got. Like, these guys are crazy. But anyways,
doesn't hit anybody on the back. That Crystal uses that Rubber Rouser just to try.
they got the
to escape. They are
Blastoise. It's 1-0 at this
2Z
point.
Esports, though, takes down their enemy defender.
Like, Charizard is in the middle of all of them. And in case you guys don't understand how, like, not even just Mega Charizard, just like any Charizard that has Fire Punch, Flare Blitz, specifically Fire Punch, every time you auto attack, you're reducing the cooldown on that Fire Punch. Because so many of them are standing close together, you're getting your Fire Punch that much quicker. And that's where majority of your damage is coming from. Because Fire Punch in Mega form does a shit ton of damage. But not only that, you're applying your burn debuff, which is like, sorry, your burn, which is like your amplifying your damage, and on top of that, if you're running Curse Bangle, you are also just reducing their healing.
And when the team reunites,
But then, like, look how low they got. The fact that they lived
reigns chaos, although
and
Charizard
didn't
X
die
might
is
just be able
absolutely
to do
insane
more
because they
too.
just clutched up in
And
this
they
entire
are
fight.
falling 2v2. Fab on low HP, trying
And then, like, whether you want to argue they're mega sandbagged or save them, whatever, at this point, their Mega's about to time out. They flare blitz. You can't even see their HP bar anymore. And then because they applied the Fire Punch burn to the Vaporeon, they're still getting the sustain and the health regen from, like, their basic attacks. Then, on top of that, they their Mega Evolution timed out. Gyarados goes in, and then they're stuck in a 2v2 versus Buzzwole and themselves. God damn, bro.
And takes this victory here. SOLOQ is still getting some damage onto Lelzine, but the
Charizard online, it was just very, very tricky to deal with, especially with that Blastoise on Salto. I think that was just such a great engage from them, knowing that they were able to take their hits and stall out the team.
And it worked out really, really well. And we have news too that for the second game of this best of 3,
I don't think it's it's not ban worthy though. They were doing fine against the Mega Charizard X up until that last team fight.
Which has been
So
just
they shouldn't be discouraged. Like they shouldn't feel the urge to ban it.
Quite a lot of Kyogres, though Groudon is still.
They just need to have better execution in
that
that last team
See
fight.
whether these game plans
They were
end up
playing Focus
changing,
Band?
moving on
Were they?
forward, whether we're going to see any mix-ups and compositions. I know we've
Very interesting pick for
No,
Force
they
Gaming
are
because
running
one
attack
of
weight and
the
policy.
Many strengths that we've had from Force
a little bit earlier as well. Will Mats end up picking up this Scyther again, or do you think they might end up pivoting to something else?
Well, we know that Mats has just really good speedsters. They have really good carries in general. Any Pokemon that is very focused on going for carries, especially if the type of carry is getting into the backline, having access, just going for those weak points and the squishy Pokemon in the enemy team. So something along those lines might be where we see here as we get into the second draft of the best of 3 with Mewtwo Y, Alcremie, and Mega Charizard Y banned on the side of 2Z Esports. Meanwhile,
All right,
Solar
I'm guessing
Mega
Blastoise
Lucario
first pick.
are Force Gaming's choice.
Yeah, which means Blastoise is still available, Mega Gyarados is still available there as well. So along with this Mega Charizard as well, which 2Z Esports
Oh yeah,
hovering
okay,
over,
Mega
but
Gyarados.
no, they're going to prioritize Marzo on this Mega Gyarados instead.
Exactly, and we know too that Mazo is very proficient in these types of Pokemon that have like a very high skill ceiling where you just gotta really know how to play the Pokemon to make it work. And I feel like
Okay, so I'm just gonna
is
mute it right
because
now. Just a reminder, guys, in case you guys haven't been following along, for this for this week of the regional league, Umbreon is banned. So Umbreon is not an option. I actually really do like the fact that besides the fact that you're taking away debatably the strongest defenders, like Vaporeon can function as a support with the healing, and then you're pushing people to, like, you're forcing people to pick like not bad defenders, but like slightly lower value defenders because you're taking away the ones that are most commonly played. So I do like that. So they're picking up Crustle, but Crustle has more play and competitive than it does in a regular ladder. Sorry, not Scyther. Zeraora into this team comp
access and a lot of high explosive damage
is always a risk, but I've seen this guy pull off some pretty nasty plays with his Zera.
Yeah, but not only that, we're going to have.
They're one of the few people that I've seen that have managed to
2Z Esports, so did end up trying to bring the thunder that time
like
round,
properly
but once it
execute
ended up
the
getting shocked
discharge
on
and
down,
volt switch
just
snapback
with
combo.
two
Like you
Thunderbird,
volt switch
electrical
in, you
one, it
discharge, and then
one, but
you volt switch back and you
how's
hold
it
them
got
into your
this
enemy team.
composition?
This is the only
Going
player
to
that
be
I've
a
seen
triple
playing
defensive
Zera
comp
consistently,
for
and they're
Gaming here, picking up this Mamoswine.
doing that on a continuous
Alright,
basis.
so with a lot of crowd control, with
I
a
think there were a
lot
few
of
games that I've seen people ban
survivability,
Zera against this
given
guy,
the
but
three defenders you
we'll
mentioned,
see.
Kelly, that will
I'm personally not a
allow
fan of
for
Zera into
Blaziken
3
to
defenders,
shine
'cause
on
that,
those
like,
supers, and we know that Kiluki has that sharp finger in regards
it's gonna
to
be
getting last
difficult
hits.
to,
But I'm
you know,
looking at
deal with a
this
bunch of
pick
crowd
now
control
for Falb, and it can
and
be
get
a
through
little
that thick
50-50.
front line, but
On the hands of this player, I feel like they can perform.
it's also worth saying that they have no
really
range
well.
whatsoever.
Although the early game from the Zero Aura on the side of Tuzi is also really, really strong.
Yeah, that's really interesting to note. I feel like when I see mats, I instantly pair them up with the Zero Aura, considering the previous plays that they've had. So I think Salto, we have seen it time and time again with that Pylo Swine. Sorry, the Swinub invade. So whether we're actually going to see Salto make their way across the map to try and shut mats down earlier on.
Yeah, these are good options overall, and especially because having a Blaziken on your team, you're waiting for the 3-tier evolution to actually come online.
You don't see a lot of
Bigger
Meow.
impact compared
I've seen
to
it.
the Zero
I've
Aura
seen it played a
on
couple
that
of times in
two
North
match, never
America,
needing
but
to
it was
evolve. Same thing.
it wasn't
goes
that
for the
impressive.
Hooper, not having to evolve, they do really well in defending and even enabling these invades to happen. And going into game 2, will Tuzi Esports be able to make this a tie of 1-1, or will Force Gaming once again continue their undefeated run and take this in a 2-0?
We will have to wait and see there. Well, looking at their mini-map, no invades. Well, they ended up stopping each other in their tracks. Instead, they're just going to put some pressure up in this top path, waiting for this Magikarp to fill up that effort gauge.
And with the Hooper on their side, we've talked about it, Kelly. Astonish is just such a good ability to secure wild Pokemon in the early game and to set up for those attacks. Though, Falb goes in already with an eject button, being very aggressive in how they approach the stop side.
Yeah, I love Meowth's passive in the terms of getting an extra random item. It's pretty much random roulette. You don't know what you're going to get, whether it's going to be an eject button, whether they do have that full heal, but it can just really work out in their favor. But they
So
are
close
able
yet so
to
far.
get out just by the skin of their teeth. Crustle Rock Tomb wasn't able to reach him there.
No, it was just out of range, Kelly, but I was out of breath as well, because honestly, that was scary. Now, Mazo on the top side, on that Mega Gyarados, dealing pretty well with 3 members of Force Gaming, while on the bot side, a lot of good dominance from Tuzi themselves, as in scoring on this bot tier 1, and since Force Gaming has left their war total alone, Tuzi has been taking advantage of it.
Yeah, take advantage when you have the numbers on hand. We do have 10 seconds left until a Regidrago does end up spawning on in. We can already see 2 members from Force Gaming making their way there, but Tuzi Esports looks like they're just sticking towards their paths.
And Regidrago has spawned with Force Gaming all over it already. Tuzi Esports decide not to contest it. They don't want the extra scrap right now. Now, though, Falb might be interested in that. They have quite a bit to offer when they have backup, especially from a Vaporeon.
Yeah, providing that disruption in the healing for the team. We do have that Combusken online. Just waiting it on out, but Tuzi Esports, they have the numbers advantage up here in the top path, and it looks like they're going to go make a push for it.
Yeah, caught between a rock and a hard place. Lel on that rock tomb has to retreat, while Tuzi Esports scored quite a bit of points, 93 to 50.
I'm not very surprised
15 seconds for Reggie
at the way this early game is going.
Yeah,
You guys have to remember
Hooper is going
that
to make their way downtown.
you got
Meanwhile, we
3
can see,
defenders
the
and a
picture
Blaziken on the
picture
side of
that
Force Gaming.
are able
Like,
to
their
get
early
in
game
some
is, like,
extra dunks in
Why
the
Nub's early
front
game
half,
is fine.
leaving it
Everyone
at
else is
12
kind of
kills.
like
They didn't have enough to break it, so they don't have that
mid.
space. Otherwise,
It's not great, but it's not terrible either. Like, they need time to scale
That was
before they
so
can start
much damage layered onto that
playing
Hooper.
super aggressive.
Crazy how Force Gaming managed to do that on a split second, and that allows for them to take Regirock uncontested. While on the top side, Mazo is soloing that Regieleki as we speak.
Yeah, and there's nobody from Force Gaming to go and contest that. It looks like they're just going to focus their efforts down in the spot path, but Andros has something else to say about that as they fight back with an X-Scissor. Meowth does end up coming out with their payday, knocking out that Alolan Raichu, but we have our defenders needing to retreat because they're quite low.
They definitely are going onto pad for safety. And now Soto will be going down pretty soon, or are they though? There's the backup coming from Force Gaming. 2Z Esports is falling at the seams when Falb gets to connect the damage on Meowth, although Angel Z might have been more than they could chew. And they have to retreat on the side of Force Gaming after having lost one player.
Yeah, losing the player, they just need
That was a
to
1-for-1,
go
but then
and
like
focus on
if
getting
you look
their
at that
wild
exchange
Pokemon back,
again,
getting their Unite moves back as
you
well.
can see how difficult it was for
considering they
Tuzzy
only have a
to
Forion, Unite move available to them now.
deal with so much bulk on the enemy
We see
team.
here on this
Like they
far
almost got
side,
2
and a
kills, but they
bit of a
couldn't
fight
secure
happening
them.
in the central area too, as a Mamoswine has found a bit of danger as they were trying to get some vision across central. Not a lot of yellow dots around the map, so both teams just trying to gather information more than anything.
I think that's a tricky part, considering both of these teams have managed to defend both of their tier 1s so well. They don't have those Indeedis that end up spawning on the sideline. So it does make it tricky, and it means that these players need to try and make some moves, make some space on the map, which Force Gaming are attempting to do up here.
They definitely are frozen in place. Mazo might be falling in. They do. 4v1 here. The Hooper with the Phantom Force is able to stop at least the first attempt. of
Oh,
scoring from Force
oh,
Gaming.
that's a
But we also have
huge
retaliation
pick right
from
there.
2Z Esports on the bot lane.
Actually, it doesn't even matter. Hoopa's not even level 9,
On that bot
so even
lane.
if they live, they
But
can't bring the team
much
there.
More points were scored by Force Gaming. in
Hoopa's
this
really
trade
underleveled. Holy
comparatively.
shit.
Now with Falb coming in as well. With
I was
Solar,
about to
they
say,
might
like,
be
Hoopa
able
dying
to
there is
stop
really
this
bad
push
because
for
now they
the
can't Unite
moment,
move
but you gotta
and
be
bring the rest of the
careful
team to
there.
defend,
Mazo
but they
with a
couldn't
lot
even
of
if they wanted
control
to,
that
so it
comes
doesn't even
from
matter.
a Blastoise and a Mamoswine. They're still trying to get some damage layered onto Soto. Finally, they go down. Angel Z using that surf.
This would be one of those situations that you wish you had XP share as a support,
Just trying to buy some time.
because you're the lowest level in the
They
game,
did confirm that Regia
and you're
Levy
like bleeding experience.
Job well done by Force Gaming.
They'll be
using
lucky
their
enough to get
defenders
2
as a
Unite moves.
distraction, allowing Kylux to go
Like,
and
they actually
sweat
might
down
Unite
that
move here
Regia
just to
Levy, who is heading towards tier 2.
use it, just
Thunderstorm
because.
Aerial is
but-
going to come out by that Raichu, but they're going to quickly retreat because the cat is here to come and clean on up.
They're very much proficient in that. Dentadas, though, is still standing strong for a good time, as a defender should, but eventually goes down. The Regia, like he's still pushing on the top side, means that 2Z Esports have to focus their attention there. They have just finished to clean it off, as Force Gaming is
Hoopa
using
is
the
going
time
to get 1
take
Unite
wild
move this
Pokemon
entire
themselves.
game.
Yeah,
And whenever they
considering
use
have
it, that's probably
lost
going to be the
both
last
of
team play of the
those
game.
T2s, they do have
So
a
they
lot of
need to make
comeback
it count whenever they
experience
decide
over
to
on
use
their
that.
side to go get their levels, hit those power spikes, especially at that level 13. The thing is, they are on the back foot in terms of points, 176 to 274 in the favor of Force Gaming.
And Tatis is on 50% HP, just triggering those Electro Balls that are laid on the map. And Josine is fighting between 3 members of 2Z, and they will go down, but there's still 1 minute left for that final stretch. Big defense that gets joined up here on the top side. 24 points out of 80 scored here on the top lane of Force Gaming. 2Z is not going to overcommit, they're just going to reposition.
Reposition, we do have the option of either objective in the top.
All
and
things
bottom that are
considering,
spawning
levels
in
wise, it's
at
pretty even for the
much
most part. Like, there's
same
a slight
time,
level advantage
but
for
Falcon
Force,
is going to opt
but it's
for
not like,
division in the tall
oh!
ground, diving straight onto Kenneth. Wow.
That's a very late Unite move from
That is
Meow,
some good
by the way.
vision and positioning there
I don't know if that was like-
Gaming had, because 2Z was right there to back it up, but they were just a
Okay,
split second
um,
away from being able to do so.
Yeah, Meowth no Unite move
Thankfully,
for
they do end up respawning before Groudon does
last
end
objective.
up appearing, but Force Gaming, they have control of this central area, as we do have 2Z Esports trying to make an entrance, but the Surf is going to block them out.
Oh, but there's a good Rock Tomb there on that Blastoise. Maybe the Hydro Typhoon here would be the greatest choice ever, and it is. All the members of 2Z Esports on the ground as Force Gaming is still layering the damage onto Antares. This Crystal is not going to stand for much longer, although when you have Mazo coming in as the Dragon Current is flowing onto this Blaze Against face. 3 KO streak for the Mamoswine, really, as this Gyarados is still chasing Falb, but Falb will survive. And this is such an interesting move that both teams have had so far. Nobody has touched ground on.
Because they not defended, but because the team fight went relatively even, Meowth might actually get their Unite move back for a second. But yeah, Meowth got their Unite move back.
They are able to Volt switch their way out of that, but Volt Tackle has now locked onto that.
Oh no.
Meowth is able to pick
Oh
up
no. It's over.
In a 1v3 while the Groudon is being taken to shreds, and it's Force Gaming with that Blaziken who take it down. He looks once again with that last hit secured, just always on point. Falb takes down the bot tier 2 as now Force Gaming is looking to get a 2-0 completely sealed. 500, 600, and 792 points to 176.
Force Gaming have done it again. A force that is forged in steel, unable to be broken.
There did some, like, okay, I'm gonna point out one thing. I was talking about it before the game started, but, like, the Zera did not work out this entire game.
This central
Not to mention, I was waiting to see if they would... I think they only landed that combo once the entire game, which is, like, snapping with their Volt Switch to, like, tether someone with their discharge.
But the surf is going to block them out.
But, like, they tried so hard to get into the middle, that, like, in the middle of the enemy team, and, like, they're just standing there. And then they use their Unite move. Who do they even use their Unite move on? Well, like, they're on cooldown right now. So, like, they use the discharge, they use their Volt Switch, they snap back. So now they're on cooldown for everything except their Unite move. They're kind of just standing in the middle of the enemy team. And then they Unite move, but that Unite move does no damage to anyone. And then they just die immediately. Hoopa United, but not that great of a Unite move.
This Crystal is not going to stand for much longer, although when you have Mazo coming in as the Dragon Current is flowing onto...
Like, if Gyarados was able to clean up, like, get a kill here, or...
For the Mamoswine, really, as this Gyarados is still chasing Falb, but Falb will survive. And this is such an interesting move that both teams have had so far. Nobody...
And it's still relatively close, like, it's... What, 98-point difference? So it's not the biggest lead you've ever seen, but at the same time, these guys have no range on their team right now because Raichu's dead. And even then, Force Gaming are forcing the objective in a 4 versus 4. Like, Blaziken is technically up, but they're not there yet. Not only that, if you look right now, Meowth is uniting the... I think it was Zera. Hold on. Yeah, so Meowth is here. They got their Unite move back. They Unite move the Zera, and unfortunately for Zera, they snap back to the Hoopa with the trick. Like, they have the trick shield on them. They snap back to where Hoopa is, and because they position themselves in a way that they're behind Hoopa, Hoopa's taking majority of the damage of that Unite move. And now Meowth just runs at both of them and clears both of them in a 1 versus 2. Like, Zera doesn't have Unite move, Raichu's right there. Doesn't even matter because the rest of the team is doing the objective. Like, they just have a really beefy team composition, and
takes down the bot tier 2 as now Force Gaming is looking to get...
Force Gaming has a winning streak, 8-0, soon to
but
be fine.
They win 2-0, and now we can watch some North America games. So you know what? I'm happy. I'm fine with that.
Performance, what a spectacle, what a delivery. I don't know, everything that this team is showing in regional league. All of the players in this team with their combined experience on lands and worlds and everything. I am so excited to see them play in the East.
I want to make note of this average experience per minute. If I'm remembering correctly, in one of the previous weeks, Zoink said the benchmark for him to be impressed is over 1,500 average experience per minute. Don't quote me on that. I could be wrong because I'm not good with numbers, but average experience 1,510 is actually quite a large amount they are getting. And really, I mean, this just goes to show how they were such a powerhouse throughout this set. Being able to get those KOs, being able to farm up 35 wild Pokemon. This is one speedy cat indeed.
They are. Absolutely, they are. And I love to see that, for example, the gameplay, like the speed and the sneaky that is involved in Meowth just kind of reminds me of maybe what people wanted to do with Sableye once upon a time. But the time is gone, and it's all about Meowth now, and the amount of damage that this Pokemon can do on the late game is really interesting because it requires a lot of build throughout the game. It's not just you having that amount of damage from the get-go. It's all about getting those levels, being on the lead, having as much of those points scored as possible. 278 definitely feels like a good place to stand on.
I feel like this is all that Meowscarada ever wished they could be, but unfortunately they are not. Meowth has taken over that top speedster cat in the meta currently. And you know what? I love it. I love Meowth. Meow. That's right.
That's right. How is it in Portuguese? Hold on. I think it's...
Ooh, yes. Teach us.
Hold on. I am... Hold on. Let me try to think. I really want to know what it is. I forgot.
It's okay. It'll come to you, and you'll just have to tell us then when the tabs are buffering on in. But sit tight, folks, as we do end up getting prepared for, I believe we're going to be doing a winner's interview here, as Soph is going to find that out. But yeah, some incredible matches from the LATAM region. That does end up bringing us to the end, which means we do have NA next on the table. And I see a smile from Soph. I think she's ready to teach us a lesson or two.
I wish I didn't find it, really. I have a couple of things like in my head, but I don't think it's the actual like quote. It's a shame. Google wasn't that helpful this time around, which is, it's okay. That's fine. It happens. But we can still talk about this match, right? It was incredible. Just
Yo, stop yapping. Let's go. Move on to North America. It's literally going to be nighttime by the time they start. I want to see North America. Let's go. Hustle.
Want to see them play in
like don't get me wrong, no disrespect to the people broadcasting, but like, yo, the yap, I didn't order the yappuccinos. I want to see the gamerinos.
We have that interview ready with Soto from Force Gaming.
This is why people don't like watching competitive Yay. There's more talking than it. Why are we doing an interview? This ain't Worlds. Oh my god. This is literally the first interview of the day.
Do you want to do the interview in English? I can accommodate you with Portuguese. No worries.
We can do it in English.
Sounds good then. So, don't we like to start?
Yeah, I was gonna say
their job is to yap. I know that their job is to yap. I don't want the yap. I want the games.
Solto, Force Gaming.
You take out the yapping, and this broadcast cuts down from like 10 hours to
about your
like 4 hours
in the league so far.
We're feeling really good. It has been an amazing performance, but I have to be honest, I get kind of nervous because I don't really like being the undefeated team, if that makes any sense, because it makes me really nervous. But we are managing to do really well coming into week 2, so hopefully we can keep this going.
You know what? I totally get that. There's a lot of pressure to try and keep that win streak going, but so far it has just been absolutely incredible getting to watch you.
Thank you.
And I think Soto, honestly, with the fact that you feel, the pressure of being the undefeated team, how are you feeling in regards to going to Japan soon? Because that will be your next challenge. So how has the regular league prepared you for this next challenge?
Oh, we're really, we're really excited for Japan. It's always like we went in 2023 and did an alright campaign, but we're really hoping to do much better this time. the other teams in the region. I feel like LA is the most competitive region, like in regards to any team can win. Like the team in the bottom spot can take a game from us and any other spot. So it has really been helping. The teams here are really good, and we are hoping to do really well.
Well, I hope that for you as well. I'm so glad that you have been having a good campaign so far. And do you have any last questions, Kelly?
No, I was going to say, are there any shout outs you'd like to give out before we wrap on up to anybody that might be tuning in and supporting?
No, just go next, bro. End the interview. Go next.
I want to shout out my parents because they are always watching. They get really nervous because they don't really know what's going on in the game. But they still watch. And shout out to the entire Force Gaming organization. They're always watching. I feel like my phone is being bombarded with messages right now. But yeah, anyone who cheers for us, thank you. Yeah.
All
Thank
right,
you so much, Soto, for coming in and chatting to us. I guess all the best with the rest of the region.
NA doesn't start till 6 p.m. Eastern,
With
sadly.
your trip over in Japan.
Oh, don't say that to me. That's another
Definitely looking
37
forward to that one.
minutes.
Thank you so much, Soto.
Do not ever say that to me.
Thank you guys for having me.
Oh, of course, it was a pleasure. You know, thanking the parents is always something that makes me feel so happy. It's a lovely, it's adorable, and can you imagine the amount of pressure these players are facing, not just with being undefeated, but going to Japan
Oh,
soon.
hustle!
They're
I'll pay you to move it along.
And it's wonderful to
Like,
see
whatever you get paid
Brazil
for these
represent
broadcasts, I'll pay you
West
double
in
to
their
go to the
regard,
next game.
On top of the fact that I agree when he says that Latam is one of the toughest regions right now.
Yes, it has been very much difficult to get a read on them, and especially looking at
Kiko. I
the
don't know if I pronounced that
Singapore,
right. Thank you for the good
but
sub to
that
Andy.
is
I appreciate
time
that.
to wrap out Latam for now. As
Yo,
next
what's
up,
your
we have
what's your
Live
PayPal?
and
I'll give you the money. Just move it along.
Gaming versus Citadel Gaming, and not only that, we're also going to have another interview with Chef and Celeste from Lunex. So don't travel too far, folks. Don't get lost in the tall grass, okay? We'll be back very soon.
Okay, at least they went to the intermission.
Hey, everybody,
No!
we
Why?
are back with Celeste from Lunex.
Fuck the interviews! No disrespect. Just go to the next games,
But
bro.
A lot has happened since yesterday. So,
Oh, yo, kill me with a rock, bro.
Impressive matches. That's actually a huge understatement. So, congratulations, being one of the first teams, actually the first team to take down an undefeated team in North America. Any thoughts on how well the team's been playing over the past, I guess, 24 hours?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like very proud of how everyone was playing. I wasn't sure if we would come out as strong as we did, but we came out really strong, and it felt good, right? Like everyone's morale is pretty high, obviously. So we're just looking forward to the rest of the league.
Yeah, I mean, of course, obviously that match was great, and then the match that you had after that as well was really good. But there's still more matches to come. You are certainly breaking out of the pack, which is very impressive. Now, do you feel that anything changed, or is this just lucky timing as far as when the team has come together to click?
Yeah, I think it's definitely we've had more time to get used to each other. You know, we had close games with Dignitas before as well, and I think we finally were able to figure out how we want to play together instead of just individually, and we're playing more as a team finally. So
it's certainly showing, and now you get to prove it. Your next match, I believe, is up against Citadel. How do you feel about that match?
Yeah, I feel really confident in the Citadel. We played them, I believe, last week as well, and it was pretty smooth games, so we're all feeling quite confident going into the Citadel match as well.
All right, well, great things from the team, and it's just going to continue to get better if you stay at this pace. So congratulations once again on some recent success, and good luck in your next matches.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Oh, fine. Okay, let me see who's playing. So we got Lunex versus Citadel, EG versus Extinction, and Root Dig versus IX. Okay. So no, okay, so there's no TI, there's no... I always forget their name, bro. That other team that's in last place with 0 wins. Why am I brain farting so hard right now? Yeah, it's just them two. There's no TI and there's no, whatever esports. Okay, here are my predictions before anything happens. I predict Lou Next to win. I predict EG to win. I predict Root Dig to win. Those are my predictions for today. Whether it happens or not doesn't really change anything, but those are my predictions. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, CG, like Citadel, these guys are just stuck in their 2022 tendency of never adapting the gameplay. I think Extinction... Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Extinction is the old Nemesis squad, or like part of the old Nemesis squad. So I think I'm gonna be honest with you, like I feel like they fell off. Like Nemesis used to be considered like a top team, despite the fact that they've been in the league for so long. Not just like this league, but like in Pokemon Unite for as long as they have. And, you know, respect to them, because I think they kept majority of the core roster for almost the entirety, with a few, like, roles, like, a few roster swaps here and there, but I think that it's a combination of other teams getting better and them underperforming. And then Root Dig is just Root Dig, I mean... They are the quote-unquote fan favorite. But they didn't beat EU at EUIC. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Alright, in the meantime, let's just play an ad really quickly while we wait for the start.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the PUCSRL's week number 3, day number 2. We are now into the NA region. That's Zoinks, I'm Doob Snacks, and we've got a heck of a matchup to kick off, like I said, the NA region. Walk us through it.
Yeah, we got a really hot team right now. Loon X Gaming are going to be competing against Citadel. This is a team that had some amazing momentum. Exactly. Looking to continue that one from defeating Root Dignitas and handing that team their very first and so far only match loss in our season. Some really incredible performance from our players across the board. I think Oblivion Celeste leading the team, at least in terms of the damage numbers
SA
for this
done.
Squad. But don't forget,
Was it APA or MLA format? Let me see your references.
This team's looking sick right now, Dupes Next.
I'll proofread it for you.
Great, huge wins for them yesterday to catapult them into that 3rd rank, and they're looking to keep that rolling here today. That being said, it's not always easy for these teams ahead, because across from them is Citadel Gaming sitting at rank number 5 here, but a lot of players right there are used to playing in some high profile matches. Aquilo, Immortal, Flareon, So Sad Sam, and Fui, and Flareon's electing to hold the Tinkaton with the hammer pointed to the sky.
Yeah, the debate is out there about which is the proper way to hold the hammer so far. We have a few examples in photos. I think we've seen wrong examples at least a couple of times up until this point. You can be the judge if you think Flareon's hammer position is correct. But either way, I am excited to see what this team, Citadel Gaming, is going to bring to the table. They're always one of our most exciting teams in the North American region, especially in terms of Pokemon selection. And that's what they're going to do here, Deucex, in our draft screen.
Yeah, pick those Pokemon, but first I gotta pick the ones that nobody's gonna get to play. Slowbro, Mega Gyarados, Cerulege, Mimikyu. It looks like we're gonna get a Blastoise band to round out Lunex Gaming. They're going Mega Mewtwo Y, which means now Citadel Gaming has to see if they're gonna allow Blastoise to enter this game.
It's a really interesting choice, right? Because Citadel Gaming very likely would be putting Fui on the Blastoise and playing it more like a damage carry in that top path. Have not seen Immortals playing very much of the Surf Blastoise.
There's Blastoise and Zard Y. One of those is getting picked.
Slowbro. They do have the option. Here it is. The Mega Charizard Y going to be a very...
I'm going to say this right now before the game even starts. If Citadel lose this game, it's because they didn't ban the Zard Y. Like, this shit is like,
solid
oh my god, bro.
And Mimikyu, two of those lockdown here, Dupes next.
Well, we're going to have to find out as Vaporeon and Blastoise are selected by Citadel Gaming, really looking to become water gym leaders themselves here, and two strong Pokemon in their own right. However, will they be able to stand up to the heat of the Mega Charizard Y? That's the question.
I was curious if we were going to get a third water type into the mix if it passed over, but no, Lunex Gaming is going to deny that opportunity as well. The Psyduck will be locked in for tie-dye, and IMAX going to pick up the Crustle. So far, no healing supports built out on the roster of Lunex Gaming. Oblivion, though, playing that attacker role, will be able to play a little more passive, play from range, but they are going to have to contend with constant poke damage from Flareon's Mew, probably their most iconic Pokemon.
Without a doubt, and if it wasn't that, it's what Celestial is eyeing up right now, which is the Inteleon. Flareon's really solid on that Mew. Celestial going to grab that Inteleon. We saw some liquidation games yesterday. Okay, Ludier grabbing the anchor. Gonna be playing that all-rounder. It looks like in the top path.
When was the last time I actually forgot this Pokemon existed, Delmise.
Damage anchor here, and SoSad Sam is gonna round it out with a
Wait, it has a 2% encounter rate? Who else played it?
High games and some very low games so far this weekend.
And I feel like Lunaire's pick is based a little bit on what they expected Citadel Gaming to round out that draft with. So said Sam, a phenomenal central area player, but they do have a very strong proclivity to playing those attacker-style Pokemon. Pokemon like Decidueye, Alolan Raichu, and even something like the Gardevoir from time to time tend to be the most common picks for Citadel Gaming, not to mention Flareons on their range attackers as well. Lunex Gaming, they want to bring that range a little bit closer with this Delmise pick.
It's gonna be a fun one. They got to get some deep hooks with that anchor shot. And this, like you said, this doesn't feel like a fly-by-night plan. This feels like that's something that maybe Lunex Gaming has sculpted based on the drafts that they've seen so far. Of course, Mega Charizard Y not getting banned, targeting different players there in that draft, getting themselves a Mega Charizard Y. And you have to take a look. They banned Slowbro first, so this might have been in the cards with some of the studying they've been doing of these teams.
Yeah, someone look at the corkboard that they have with the red strings all over it. There has been some theory crafting done in the Lunex locker room. I think so far this is really exciting. We'll see how it plays out. I like that Delmise on paper, but you got to remember, Lunaire is going to be pivoting from a damage role to a utility role. Let's see if it works out in game number 1, Dubsacks, as Lunex will be your purple team, Citadel Gaming your orange team.
Celestial going to that central area, wanting to get Inteleon online as quickly as possible, and then I imagine we'll see Oblivion rotate back through and start getting some of that experience themselves. Meanwhile, while we've got a little bit of a scoring mission here from Oblivion, we've got a Kilo sent on a denial mission in the central area, forcing Tie-Dye to come through and check the legendary Pokemon Hoopa.
Yeah, so far, no last hit secures for a Kilo, but obviously going to be buying a lot of time. It's doing a lot of damage to that poor little Sob, like you see on the left-hand side of your screen. They will be peeling back some more. Evolution to this Umbreon. Been saying for a long time.
That is unfortunate. Good invade.
EVs like Umbreon and Vaporeon are pretty tough, but this Vaporeon getting to that evolution is massive.
Lunex Gaming winning their last matchup against Citadel Gaming 2-0, scoring over 1,000 in both games.
Okay, so Citadel Gaming looking to make the run back a bit prettier than last time. Lunex Gaming maybe entering this one with a bit of confidence after that last match score. That is diabolical from this squad.
Big swipe there from the anchor. That is a knockout, and Charmeleon getting the support they need to collect a knockout as well. Now, they were sent packing, but able to take somebody with them on their way out at least feels like a consolation prize.
Absolutely. A 2 KO streak for Alolan Raichu is going to put Sam definitely ahead of the pace, especially over Oblivion's Mega Charizard Y for quite some time. Celeste the one picking up that central area role, though. We'll see if they can catch up as they have just hit parity at level 6. But as I say that, Sam skips ahead to level 7. Immortals making sure that Celeste has no easy entry to this 8-minute battle around the birds.
Yeah, Muddy Water Vaporeon there is going to help to get a knockout on the Crustle, pivoting right back into the middle. And they want to put pressure on. There's a well-timed headache, enough to at least save Celestial, and that's the least you can ask for there.
Celestial's not having a good game right now.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming.
He is not having a good game right now.
So far in this matchup, finding great spots to earn a little cheeky KO.
Oh, so far anyways.
Streaks from
still early game though.
With this Alolan Raichu, but most importantly, just getting a solid experience lead. But now Lunex Gaming is starting to get some of their damage threats online. If Celeste has hit that Inteleon stage, Oblivion just shy of the Mega Charizard Y.
A lot of damage there on the Immortals, and that Liquidation has just enough in the tank to track down and get the knockout. That means the birds are going to belong to Lunex.
If Mew body blocked even one of those, the Vaporeon would have lived. Just saying.
Nice little
the eject button.
Now that's an X scissor out of IMAX picking up a KO. So Lunex Gaming is definitely in control down here as they go for an early break. They saw the Portal Hoopa and they say, let's limit your transitions from top to bottom.
Yeah, not to mention, I think they really want this bottom, Reggie. It's going to be that team-wide experience and buff. And again, these late-game scaling Pokemon would absolutely love to have that on their side. They're going to try to rotate up. Currently, it's only Lunaire going to have to defend this Tier 2 on the Delmise, which I did talk a little bit about the end of the draft screen. It's more utility than it is damage focus. So Fui is going to be in a dangerous spot as this Blastoise is going to get more powerful and more powerful as this match goes on.
We do have the Mega Charizard Y with their Unite move, something to keep track of here. Immortal's doing a great job finding spacing, though, for Citadel.
Yeah, this Vaporeon playing the flip turn allows them to be a lot more mobile. We've been seeing a lot of Aqua Ring Hydro Pump Vaporeons in today's matches. However, this flip turn and Muddy Water really allows you to just be a presence all over the place. Play for positioning more so to defend your own team. You're a forward offense Vaporeon this time around.
Yeah, great call out. Fui, as well, as you mentioned, going to be playing this Blastoise as a damage carry role, going to be spinning to win. We've got the Rapid Spin, and I believe it was Hydro Pump there is what we'll see out of them. So that's just that constant flow of damage.
This is a pretty slow game for the most part.
To stop once they get spinning. So
both teams are playing relatively passive. There's not much to fight over. Like, there's not a lot of farm on the map. No one's invading. No objectives on the map, like top or bottom.
Spin will add some extra damage, and I think one of the most important factors, a lot of damage reduction. Once we get to that Rapid Spin Plus a little bit later on in this matchup, this Blastoise is going to be able to shrug off so many of those Liquidation Inteleon attacks, or even some of these Mega Charizard Y empowered Fire Blasts and Flamethrowers, or at least that's what it's going to be like on paper. We'll see what it happens when we get down to practice. We're hitting the 5-minute mark of this quiet game so far, and the Reggie's going to be spawning in top and bottom, both teams playing for what path they already have the advantage in. Tie-Dye just with a bit of a recall on this. Psyduck is going to see if they can spot Immortals, and they do get
the Altaria camp spawned right in between the Liquidation. That's so funny.
Just a tad, but now the Mega Charizard Y focusing on the Regirock. Again, both these teams just playing to whatever path they already had the advantage in. Easy experience for one with the Goal Zone break. Easy Regieleki walk in the other.
Well called out. Regieleki is walking. Lunier's going to have to take care of that as the Delmise. Now, the team-wide experience was taken by Lunex Gaming, and we'll see when they finally decide to engage. I feel like we haven't had these teams really meet up to scrap in a minute.
It feels like we've had Unite moves ready to go for like 3 minutes at any point in time. I think I called it out before, but like a cold.
I mean, at this, if they don't fight, like, if neither side
either way, these teams are afraid
takes a fight within the next like 30 seconds, the one fight you're gonna see in this game is going to be the last team fight.
These two teams matched up. A quick reminder that our stats team told us these were 4-digit game wins for Lunex Gaming in a 2-0 fashion. Last times these teams squared off, Citadel Gaming at that 4-4 record would love to right that wrong.
They're attacking this goal zone now. Decent pull straight up to the sky.
Blastoise dying without uniting is crazy work.
Rings Unbound Unite move, Charizard Unite move, Rebel Rouse. Everybody's throwing everything in a kitchen sink in this. And it really seems like we're scrapping 1 for 1. Back into the action is Citadel Gaming. They traded 1 knockout for 1, but they're fighting from the pad, which gives them a small advantage here. Great knockout on that Vaporeon, and it looks like that is enough work for this team to escape. Trying to get the Psychic down, good surf separation, well done.
Yeah, nice work from Tie-Dye, and honestly, shout out to both of the supports. I think Aquilo with a really heads-up play when they use that Hoops Unbound to use a really safe Hoopa portal. Actually electing to put that giant ring behind the goal zone allowed So Sad Sam, when they were caught by a Crustle with the Rock Tomb, to actually tap down on that control stick and teleport away from the battle. Really cool play from Aquilo, where sometimes we see Hoopas just throw that portal
I'm gonna be honest,
and play for that forward pressure.
I was kind of hoping Lunex would play more aggressive in this game. Like, try to force more aggressive plays. But both sides have been playing extremely passive, which makes the game feel longer because nothing's happening.
Type scenario. Citadel Gaming focusing on top, Lunex Gaming taking bottom, and really these levels are looking solid for both these teams.
We're even keeled across the board. I mean, to be fair, maybe that one team fight that we've gotten in this entire matchup could be shades of what we're about to see. And if Lunex Gaming's going to take any lessons from it, they're going to need to protect Oblivion's Mega Charizard a lot better. That Pokemon used their Unite move and was almost immediately deleted thanks to So Sad Sam's Alolan Raichu damage, and same with Flareon's Mew. So we'll see where the level up is here as Immortal spots out that Mega Charizard, and great poke by that Flareon Solar Beam. That is going to be great spacing, and what this double attacker composition allows you to do. Reminder, Lunex Gaming, no healers to mitigate this poke damage. Instead, gotta rely on some of these big plays and forward offensive pressure. Hopefully Lunaire can set up one of those.
Quite a bit of damage going on Rayquaza here. Celestial goes in, they expose themselves, forces out.
Oh my, yo, he's by himself though. He's by himself. Vaporeon, what are you doing? They're flipping. They're flipping. They're flipping.
Big Unite move by the Delmise on the backside, but Aquilo's too busy securing this objective to care about what Lunex Gaming is doing. Can Lunex Gaming get knockouts before Citadel Gaming can bucket these points in? That's the question here.
Okay, well, Lunaire did break the Rayquaza shield on Mew. However, it might not matter. No one recalled in time, and I don't think the Psyduck respawn's going to be there.
Oh, they got it off!
Score, it won't. Hundo Burger in from this Mew. A score attempt on the bottom side. You can see the Hoopa's going to stop it. There is no score for Celeste, but they can still battle with this Hoopa.
Hoopa might die.
4 seconds in currently Citadel Gaming with the lead.
Hoopa might actually die.
Hoopa
died.
Tie-Dye uses Psychic. There's just not a lot of damage between these 3 characters.
Okay, Raichu stopped it. Blastoise, go top!
Citadel Gaming's ability to space out and this Mew to cover, they're going to have a good job, a good effort on taking this down because of the stalwart defense. Spinning to win on top, the Hydro Pumps are there. There's an extra layer of damage, and that's going to prevent Lunex Gaming from getting any points in. What is NA cooking this weekend, Points? Because Lunex Gaming, who took down some of our best teams yesterday, just lost to the 5th ranked team in NA, Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, Citadel Gaming get a bit of that salty run back. Double defender, double attacker, and conceptually it shuts down this Lunex Gaming offense. We saw that split push at
This
the
was
end.
such a weird game, by the way. I kid you not. This was a weird-ass game.
And Celeste Inteleon down towards
It's not very often that you see teams play so passively.
Able to fend off one, and Immortals Vaporeon.
Because it honestly felt like nothing happened this game, up until the very end.
Honestly, Immortals
But yo, Vaporeon don't, like, bro, I genuinely thought Vaporeon was phrasing, but okay. I just want to point out, the only reason I thought this was crazy is because I couldn't see that they were flipping the Rayquaza. Like, I saw them hitting it, but it was still over half HP at the time. Then the camera focuses on here, so I'm thinking, okay, he's diving 1v3, like he's either lost his marbles or I don't know what's going on. Then he died, but then the camera pans back and they're flipping the Rayquaza and it's at less than half. And then I think Hoopa secures it.
Do with that space, well, they rip red.
Yeah, I mean, out of sight, out of mind, right? We were following that Vaporeon. All of Lunex Gaming lost sight of what the real prize is, and that's that boss.
Citadel Gaming the cushion they needed to defend those goal zones and hold off Tie-Dye just moments away from being able to stop that one via the jump pad. Citadel Gaming's jump pad timing working out a little bit better with So Said Sam's.
Benny gives me 30-year-old vibes.
By my look here,
Are you age hating?
Leading the lobby in damage,
Nintendo?
and really, Mega Charizard Y, not the difference maker we anticipated. At least not the one that I anticipated. Really, kind of a ghost in this fight.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, I really do think Citadel Gaming's double attacker angle was a good response to it. Mega Charizard Y, it does have that Unite move, and it leaps into the sky, but it's still susceptible to damage. And so said Sam and Flareon's both committing Unite moves almost immediately after that Pokemon happening. And Citadel Gaming, they had this game plan going into this matchup. You gotta remember, they knew Mega Charizard Y would be an available first pick. They are on orange side. Oftentimes, we find these powerful meta-defining Pokemon demand that last spot in the ban phase, especially when you're on the second pick slot, which is what Citadel Gaming chose to enter into this game with. So, an entire draft strategy to allow Mega Charizard Y through, and it works out. Citadel Gaming, with the help of a great tank push, take down the Ray, and they take down this first game.
Very well done by Citadel
Old.
Gaming. A win that I believe they just needed.
It happens to everyone. We all get old.
Just for, like confidence, self-confidence. And Flareon's is no slouch here on this Mew, so it's awesome to see them get the nod on one of their, like you said, premier Pokemon, what they are known for. And that heat map just shows that Flareon, once they got online, was everywhere on the map, doing what they could to support this team.
My favorite spot on the heat map, of course, is they're right in the top right corner of the Rayquaza pit. Flareon understands when that 2 minutes hits, that is their job as this Mew. Show up, float right there, and make sure there is nothing to stop your secure opportunity on this major objective. In fact, I think if you took 4 to 5 members of this team and overlaid those heat maps, that red circle would remain on every single one of them, except for the Vaporeon, who was elsewhere. But great work from Citadel Gaming, playing to that major out of Rayquaza secure. They had a points lead even going into that moment, but they knew their board position was just that much better.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Immortal, with the great job getting into the face of Lunex Gaming and pulling 3 players away from the pit, leaving just the Crustle just floundering in the middle, right? Tie-Dye floundering in the middle. And because of that, hey, it's a weighted flip. Is it guaranteed? No. But do you have the advantage? Yes. The Mew is there. You are Rings Unbound Hoopa. You can put the stuns in the middle. And although the Hoopa was going for the stuns, they secured the darn thing anyways. Citadel Gaming up 1.
Yeah, they're looking good. And Deuce Snacks, I think it's time we start talking about one of those picks. What did you feel about the Delmise? Because I think it had moments, I could kind of see the vision a little bit. Oblivion was honestly waiting a long time to use the Mega Charizard Unite moves and try to get the easy pickup after a nice anchor shot. You pull a target that is normally playing really far away into melee range, allows for Oblivion to enter into that sky, burn the countryside down stage a little bit safer, but it did feel like that lack of.
What do you mean everyone pays
an
taxes?
important factor without having that top side damage that Lunar normally is bringing to the table. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, I think it's an easy thing to scapegoat here, but I don't think Lunex Gaming executed on a strategy particularly well.
Fair enough.
You go Mega Charizard Y, you weren't fighting. What are we doing here? You're trying to use the Delmise to set up your.
Yeah, I'm reporting you guys to the government. What do you mean you don't pay taxes? That's tax fraud.
To lay in damage
That's crazy.
So you can have like that big power.
Yo, where do you guys live? I want to pay no taxes.
So what are you doing? So that was my problem. When 30k is the most damage you laid down and everybody was scattered across the map, nobody was fighting, and you only got to use 2 Charizard Unite moves. You're fighting. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Go fight.
Okay, I like that pick. I kind of have to agree. They didn't hear no bell, and I don't think they heard a bell to start the fight. No, they missed both bells, unfortunately. But here we go. We're getting into our next game.
Jingle
Banning
bells!
away that Sarah-Ledge, one of Select's best Pokemon in recent months, so it makes sense to be taking away that hyper carry. But
You're
we're
lucky
seeing
that the
two
government doesn't
side
watch my Twitch
screens.
chat. Otherwise,
First
they'd be
round on to
tracing
the
it.
new map, though, in Oblivion will return to the Mega Charizard Y, hoping to have a bit better of a performance than they did in that game number 1.
Well, Citadel Gaming, the path has been laid the same.
Yo,
except
I
that
better see
Porygon
if you're
has been
picking Mega
eliminated
Charizard Y.
from
I
the
better
equation
see you guys
here.
playing
So Citadel
aggressive,
Gaming
man. None
does
of
have
that
the opportunity to go back
AFK
into
until the last 2 minutes. That's
We'll see
crazy,
where
bro.
they end up. Flareon's really prioritizing this Mew, wanting to get that selected, but no. Mega Lucario, which found a ban earlier, is getting selected now, which means Immortal might actually have to carry this Blastoise.
Yeah, I was talking so much in that game number 1 about how that rolls-wise and stylistic-wise likely wouldn't be the case, but Immortal's changing my mind, going to be locking in the Blastoise. We'll have to keep an eye on the moveset and item builds to see where they want to go with this one. On the other hand, Lunex Gaming going to make one swap of their own. Snorlax going to be the choice for Lunex Gaming. I do like that in partnership with the Mega Charizard Y. Either Crustle or Snorlax can fill that role pretty well, but it's also a decent option, especially when a Kilo is picking up that Hoopa.
That has to
You guys
be a
are weird,
preference
bro.
for IMAX. We've seen way more
you guys
Crustle
are
than we
weird.
have Snorlax in
I'm
those
just here
types of
trying to watch
spots.
some games, and you guys are
Lumiere
being.
going to the Machamp, which I think
I don't
is
even
a
know
very
what you guys
solid
are.
pick, a little less,
Get a roomie too.
a little less saucy than the Delmice here. But Celestial on this Talonflame has a great opportunity to crash land on top of So Sad Sam and get some quality knockouts.
Now, I'm curious if Flareon's is picking for themselves or if they're picking for...
Bro, for a second, I thought he locked in Candle. I was about to say, but that is
From
crazy.
that player is obviously fantastic. It will be the
Playing
Dark Ride
Chandelure in
We'll have to watch
2026?
if
I was
either of those
about to
players
spaz
swap out
out.
those picks or if they will remain the same. But again, this will likely be more of that double attacker style of gameplay. I know Darkrai fills that speedster role, but with that safe damage that it can pull off with that Dark Pulse, it does feel like it fits into that attack
Zendo,
style
man.
time and time again.
I tend to
like-
agree. I want to see Tie-Dye be more in the mix. I mean,
You're
Lunex
talking about
Gaming
walkers?
a
Buddy,
fighting machine,
I think
and
you
like
still got a
said, didn't
curfew,
hear
don't you,
either
man?
bell ring, the
You're
one
too
that
young.
started, the
You're
one
still
that
writing
finished.
essays.
Because I think they have a lot of
You're a
things in
youngin'.
their
You're like
toolkit
the
to
the
create
guy from the
problems.
Jedi Temple
And
that gets
Citadel
chopped in
Gaming
half
doesn't
off
wanna
screen.
fight you. Run through an entire path, just 5 minute bowling ball it, wreck it in half, and take everything under the sun. That's what I want to see Lunex Gaming do. You're building a hurting bomb. You gotta put it on somebody, and you gotta detonate it somewhere.
Bro, you got
Yeah,
homework,
I
you
think
got
that's the
essays,
number
you got a
one game plan for
curfew.
Lunex Gaming. If I slipped into the planning room, I would write.
Yo, don't
detonate
make
as
me
big as
tell
I
you to
could
go
on
to
a
sleep
whiteboard.
right now, man. It might be
My
past your
everybody's
curfew right
room has
now.
a whiteboard in it. That's the world I live in, and it's the world I wish upon everyone else as well. So, but that's what I'm writing on their strategy meeting. Let's get detonating because
Bro, you're still a baby, man.
Gaming is still
You're a youngin'.
Expected a heater of these constant team fights.
This guy just finished high school. Now he's in college.
Very, very safe. Neither team ever wanting to play from disadvantage or take any risks. Normally something we applaud for these players. Let's see what happens in game number 2, Dupes next. These teams will be reprising their roles on either side. Let's get into game number 2.
Lunex Gaming, your purple team. Citadel Gaming, your orange team. And I want you to know, Zoinks, that I actually put away my whiteboards before we start broadcast, just so I'm not infringing on your trademark.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, yeah. Trademark. That's actually better than this virus that I've been trying to consider my whiteboard presence to be. So I will take it. Thank you very much.
Oblivion quickly knocked out Immortals and Flareon's on the scene there, so we didn't have a rotation.
Yeah,
That means
good
So
point.
Sad Sam is on this Inteleon. We'll see what mode they select. As Celestial has hit path and they're looking to put pressure on Immortals, taking a ton of damage, and they want to get this knockout. Yes, although the K opener was taken by Citadel, reactionary one was able to be cashed in by the central area player on Lunex.
Good protection mode there from IMAX as well, making sure they're body blocking the Darkrai, not only for the auto attacks, but mostly blocking those hypnosis attacks. That can be devastating if Celeste gets picked up by one of those. You see another one end up just shy of hitting that Talonflame. Again, Talonflame, the strongest attack stat in the game from level 13 onwards. But early on, the defense is just not there.
Not there at all. However, a great job by Celestial to be knocking on the door of that level 7. 30 seconds now. Of course, we do have Reggie Drago in the flow because this is the Groudon map. Rayquaza doesn't have Reggie Drago.
Well, at least
do.
At least Celestial's having a better early game than last
What
game.
shows up on the map, also Groudon and Kyogre, the major change is the top and bottom paths are randomized about which set of Reggies will be showing up in them. Regieleki or one of the other original trio. More on that later. First and foremost, Dupes next. We got Reggie Drago and it's Lunex Gaming, the first ones on the scene, and aren't even going to start doing damage. They will allow it to naturally path downwards. Ooh, Celestial picks up a big KO on a Flareon's.
Heavy slam eject button to buy enough time for these points to go in. So really trying to get these stacks online for Lunex Gaming, and IMAX doing a great job purchasing time at the low rate of one heavy slam.
Yeah, it's true. The eject button comes for free in that exchange, I think. So impressive stuff there. Also, we got to see Celeste's choice on this Talonflame, one of the 2 fire flying Pokemon on their side. They are going with the Brave Bird. So Talonflame absolutely crushing it in the top path. Looks like Lunex Gaming looking to put an impact on both sides. They got the Mega Charizard Y farming up down here, and a ton of points going in for Lunex Gaming on the top side as well.
A completely different pacing here out of Lunex. They're doing great on their levels. Level 10 out of Celestial, and it's not even just ticked over to 7 minutes. You want to talk about hitting 9 at 7. How about 10 at 7? Looking good right there. However, Oblivion gets their Unite move as well, and now they're burning things down. Secured by Mega Lucario, but a ton of damage being put in our picture-in-picture. Tie-Dye is there for the support, and so is the rest of the team, looking to keep the screws tightened on Citadel.
Oh, that Lucario is starving. Oh my god, they're level 6, man.
There it is, Oblivion.
While the rest of the team is fighting and dying, this guy is like, we gotta start a GoFundMe for Lucario, man. Gotta feed the children on this one.
I don't know if they clipped.
Holy shit, they went from level 6 to 9. Never mind, man. They're okay now. They're fed.
Gaming collapse on Lunex. A snipe shot rings true before the
They were level 6 in the top lane. Like, oh my god. They're level 10 now. Bro, they heard me shit talking. They're just like, yo, I'm not gonna take that line down, man.
Damage can be tough if it's giving you that slowing effect, but they make it to the score and they make it to the portal. So very important for Citadel Gaming. They now have that score lead after back-to-back impressive fights. One on the defense, one on the offense, but uh-oh, Flareon's in some danger.
Good little psychic catch on Flareon's there as they were just kind of hang out trying to see if they could steal themselves a buff. But look, they see that Oblivion is low, and they're going to have to drag the Snorlax into the Nightmare. Not a premier target, if I do say so myself. We're going to keep putting down some damage, but it's not enough. Celestial knows exactly when the Nightmare is over and creates one of their own.
Yeah, you can see Flareon's actually trying to not use Dark Pulse while in that exchange, so that maybe they could actually use it right as soon as they come into that one-on-one. But Lunaire,
oh, they missed!
That's a wall, and unfortunately,
they missed their Unite move
with it either. So let's not going to fight anybody. A Mega Charizard here to make up for it.
Big Brave Bird back in as they want this engagement. Inteleon steps up. A couple good snipe shots are going to put the damage down. Immortals bubbling out a bunch of players here as we're going to keep this thing moving. Inteleon marching forward.
Yeah, another one of these exchanges, Dupes next, but that Hoopa portal is so perfectly placed, it allows Citadel Gaming to play aggressively and then get their attackers back in great range position every single time, like this kind of breathe in, breathe out situation we have from Citadel Gaming. And now is the time to keep your focus as we are halfway or over halfway to this match, and we are so close in scoreline, 186 to 183. Levels looking pretty similar across the board, the exception being, of course, Celestial on the Talonflame.
Yeah, and they're going to keep trying to push that advantage. You message there's a really solid break point for Talonflame at 13, and that has been met with 4 minutes left in this game, and we are like humming if you're Celestial. Lunier gonna try and
Did he get
out,
buffed?
dodge
No, he
some
didn't.
Snipe shots. Oblivion providing cover in the form of offense right into the middle, pinned against the wall, and that was just well executed by Lunex Gaming in tandem to get a quality knockout on So Sad Sam. The portal is open up top. Now as Immortal's gonna go through it, not quite yet. They're caught in that guard.
Yo, Machamp should have united, man. That was a free kill.
He's gonna keep just putting the pressure on. Another big fire blast on pad. Ekes out the surf. Here's Celestial to clean up the trash.
Oh man, Immortals holding it down for quite a long time, trusting in those surf shields.
Oh my god. Yo, Inteleon spawned and then just died again instantly, bro.
Yeah, able to get out of dodge, which is exactly what they want. You can't give up a knockout now. Taida unfortunately misses their psychic, which allows Flareons to enter the Dark Pulse. Nobody can collapse.
Am I the real comfy bot?
And
Who said I'm the real comfy bot, huh?
There are
Who
3
said
minutes
that?
left in this one.
Yeah, and Lunex is so happy about how that situation played out. They get the Regieleki and then they make.
How are
the
you playing
perfect
Unite right now if you're
call
watching
that
Unite right now?
Sam needs to be farming up their Unite move. They are likely alone in the central area.
I'm not playing
Oblivion
Unite right now. I'm
and
literally just
Strike
watching
well
Unite.
Together set up that play. Very, very big for them. Allows them to score a ton of points.
Why
in
would
bottom
you
half
even ask
you
if I'm
follow
the real
flow
comfy
chart.
bot?
So love that from Lunex. They're going to have a strong
Like, what makes you
lead going
think
into
I'm
this
them,
final
huh?
stretch. But Citadel Gaming could change that with this topside push. You see Hoopa and Lucario, Kilo and Fui looking to put in a bunch of points.
Honestly, Lunex Gaming does not care about Regieleki at all. They've avoided it now for 2 consecutive games. They want that team-wide experience. They want everybody on their squad to be as large as possible at all times. They'll even up the score on the backside. But in this particular case, they're doing both roles pretty darn well, as that is a great, great KO on Inteleon late in the game.
Yeah, that's worrisome. They know where Flareon's is too. That recall animation not gonna complete, and Lunex, they smell blood in the nightmare. Taps one Pokemon.
They're flipping. They're flipping again.
Citadel going for the rip straight away. Brave Bird in and secured by Celestial. They get one bite at the apple and they eat the whole darn thing. Citadel Gaming gets eviscerated in the middle, and Lunex Gaming, their day is saved by one Brave Bird out of Celestial. The biggest thing moving on the map makes the biggest play for Lunex.
Incredible rotation.
Bro.
Yeah, I think we saw Snorlax
Inteleon,
to get within range.
Inteleon spent more time in base than actually playing the game in the second half of the game.
Gale Wings, Talonflame, the incredible Brave Bird.
Who's the Inteleon on Citadel?
This Pokemon is doing
Yo, they got a
monstrous levels of damage with those Brave Birds, and they explode.
Oh, Sam, bro.
Big point sleep. We still have a minute left on the clock, Dude Snacks. But currently, with Darkrai going down, this is just getting harder and harder.
Yeah, it certainly is. Great catch and well worked. You know, you saw the submission right into the heavy slam knockout before the.
We're going to a game 3, ladies and gents. Game 3.
And now Citadel Gaming's may be wondering, is this Mega Charizard Y still the problem, or is it just Celestial?
Yeah, I don't know. We might have to go back to the drawing board yet again. But shout out to Lunex Gaming for reading their whiteboard, in which, of course, it said detonate. It did a great job there. They are probably going to be a little bit shy of those 4-digit point totals that they got in this team's last showcase, but getting pretty darn close, Dude Snacks. 927. We might see a little bit more pocket change get thrown into the mix, but how about a bit of a damage farm as Lunex start teeing up even more blows?
Yeah, I mean, Lunier lining up a big-time Machamp Unite right there. I feel like we didn't see much out of Lunier this game again, unfortunately.
They're going to ban the Charizard.
Just tracking Celestial the
2
whole
games in a
time.
row.
I mean,
This time around, they're
that's
going to
a
ban
huge
it. Watch.
difference maker here. Lunex Gaming, great bounce-back game. Didn't lose faith in that Mega Charizard Y, but I like the adjustments they made in their approach across the rest of their draft.
Yeah, me too. Some big flexes there, and just obviously trusting in a meta power pick. It works out quite well. So Lunex Gaming, 961 to 183, but don't let that landslide point change up fool you. This was an extremely close game number 2 between these two teams. A lot more fighting. Clearly, Celestial wanted more action in this next game as the Talonflame was getting to work, but so sad Sam's Inteleon was a pretty major factor in my mind, too, Snacks.
Yeah, it was finding some quality targets. Yeah, I mean, just allowing these defensive stands to happen. You know, you see that big ring around the Inteleon after it used its Unite move. And unfortunately, right here, Citadel Gaming, a couple players caught out. Hydro Typhoon is down there. but it was way too early to go for any sort of secure. Citadel Gaming, unfortunately, losing 2 key players immediately going into that Groudon fight, and the pressure was just too much. Lunex Gaming comes out ahead.
A couple of big sweeps in that moment, too. We talked about the Brave Bird actually getting this secure, but Lunaire also teeing up some nice things, had a nice Machamp Unite move that covered basically the entirety of the Groudon pit, or at least anyone within range. So great coverage there from the all-rounder player. But Oblivion is going to be our player of the game with 9 knockouts, 4 assists, a 13 cough. Very respectable, but I think the shining number on their stat sheet is going to be that 89,000 damage, looking a lot better in this game number 2.
Yeah, I think tripling their numbers on this same Pokemon from game 1. That is called flipping the switch. They didn't miss the bell this time around. They actually caught them both. So hopefully they stay on this trajectory here. Citadel Gaming, on the other hand, they've got a mystery to solve. And is it start with not letting this Mega Charizard Y through?
I mean, that's always going to be my recommendation. Dude, I feel like you and I have talked about that Pokemon. We've talked about Blastoise, but in this particular set, it feels like that Mega Charizard Y might just be too devastating of a threat to let happen, especially if it's going to be putting up 90,000 damage numbers like we just witnessed. At the end of the day, though, I think the major factor might be Celeste's Pokemon choice and how Citadel Gaming wants to draft around it. A Talonflame, a very different look in that last game, and it looked pretty amazing.
It really did. And the pressure they were able to put on the Inteleon So Sad Sam in those opportunities cannot be understated. But also, Oblivion and IMAX and Oblivion and Tie-Dye finding their way into the backline as well to get some quality knockouts for themselves. So really stressing on multiple angles here. Great draft, not shying away, like you said, from the meta picks, and Lunex made it look a heck of a lot better in game 2 than in game 1.
So obviously, Lunex has been one of the hot stories of our week 3, at least for North America. Big wins over big teams in that first day. But now, if you really want to be considered one of the best in the region, you also got to win the games you're predicted to win. You don't have many matches left in this season. We're past the halfway point. If you want to fight for a top playoff spot, which again, our gauntlet format for these playoffs is going to be very important. Seeding is literally the whole thing. So you're going to want to get up there. You got to win these matches as well. 1-1 is fine as long as you're walking away with the match score win. On the other hand, Citadel Gaming would love to be the force that stops Lunex Gaming's momentum. That would be huge for them and honestly help put them into that top 5, top 4 ranking as we continue on throughout this season.
If our rankings on screen are accurate here, it says Lunex Gaming at number 4. I believed them to be at number 3. Might have had a little bit of switch up based on how some of our matches went today that we haven't talked about yet. But Citadel Gaming still at number 5, properly reflected. It is worth noting if Citadel Gaming wins right now, they advance to 5-4. Lunex Gaming drops to 5-4. And as we know, the team that wins the head-to-head, well, I guess this would bring them even. We'd have to go down the tiebreaker lane here. But there's an opportunity for Citadel Gaming to leapfrog Lunex.
Yeah, I actually don't know if map head-to-head is the next tiebreaker, because then Lunex Gaming would feel awesome about the 2-0 win they had in the first matchup.
Sure, yeah.
But surely I'm not in charge of this anymore.
What should you
But
get from Subway?
it sounds
Meatball
like
stub.
They are truly tied.
Meatball stub, and there's no other
Here we
better
go.
sandwich.
Oh, I see. That's what predictions are like. IX and
That is
Lunex
it.
are now in a dead even tie.
Everything else
in
is just
terms of where
wrong.
they are in rankings. Well, let's get into the band stoops next. Ooh, Lunex is now targeting out Immortals very heavy with the Slowbro and a Vaporeon ban, but they're going to add Hooper to the mix. Mega Charizard Y left through yet again, as is Psyduck, as is Blastoise.
Lot of awesome options for both these teams. I
Mega
wouldn't be surprised to see the
Charizard.
Mega Charizard Y again. I know this Hoopa ban is targeting Aquilo here, but Aquilo has been in the game for a long time. You can see by the jersey they're wearing in this picture. They've been around the block at the World Championships here. So I'm pretty sure they've got another Pokemon or two they can play.
Yokohama jersey is sick, but if Citadel Gaming is going to do what they did, Doomsnacks, and choose the Rayquaza map as a contender, I think taking away the Pokemon that secured Ray in that game number 1 might be a worthy call-out. So they are going to ban away the Hoopa and give Citadel Gaming a little bit less of a presence around that major objective. They do, however, give up that Blastoise, which the Hydro Typhoon makes it so difficult for melee Pokemon to get a big secure on the Rayquaza.
It sure does. And Mega Lucario selected for Lumiere. So we are just building hurting bombs on both sides of this map here between these two teams. Tie-Dye grabbing Psyduck again. Unsurprising. So sad Sam insta-lock on the Inteleon and Immortal grabbing Snorlax.
So Sam feeling it after that
Inteleon again, bro? Did you not learn your lesson after the last game? You spent more time dead than playing the game.
On that Inteleon, Lunex Gaming have a couple more.
Yeah, apparently Citadel do not give a shit about Charizard. Why? Just, they've let it through every single game. Like, and their second pick, so it's very apparent that they do not give a crap.
Lock in the Decidueye.
Okay, Aquilo got to round this thing out, and they get their choice of any supporter they want. Right now, they're hovering Eldegoss. Is it going to be this? Is it going to be a Blissey, perhaps? We've certainly seen.
Oh my God, is that Decaduki?
No, we're going with
the dukiest bird in all the land.
Lock to round out Citadel Gaming's draft.
I can't believe it, man.
This is going to be an interesting
Someone playing
matchup,
Decaduki in
Doomsnacks.
2026. Crazy.
Well, Oblivion making the choice because it's Mega Charizard. Why? But I think Celeste making the decision for this.
Can you guys believe that Decidueye has the 4th highest pick rate this week? 4th highest. I don't even know why.
I don't think so.
What's even crazy is like the win rate is barely positive. Like last time I checked, the win rate of Decidueye was like 50 point something. Like, and I'm not even talking about like 51 or 52. Like it's like 50 like 34. But yeah, it's the 4th highest pick rate. Explain. Someone needs to explain that shit to me.
Celestial grabbing this Decidueye also helps with their secure tools since we are back on the Rayquaza map. If they do go with that Spirit Shackle, it doesn't quite have the range of a Snipe Shot. But don't forget, Snipe Shot can be body blocked, whereas that Spirit Shackle can run through targets. So might give them the securing edge. Because behind that, Citadel Gaming, behind their Snipe Shot, they have a Spin Pump Blastoise, because it's in the hands of Fui. And on the side of Lunex, they have this Mega Lucario with that power-up punch. That's a great secure option as well.
Yeah, it is so strong. Mega Lucario, just in these final team fights, it is so powerful. Of course, you mentioned power punch, it's secure. Close combat just for damage output and HP restoration, and its passive also helps. So let's get into it, Doomsnacks. Our first game 3 of the North America region today as Lunex Gaming and Citadel Gaming bring this one to a third. Lunex, your purple team. Citadel Gaming, your orange team.
IMAX sussing out the invade by Aquilo and just walks straight at the Gossifleur, decides to smack and clap it right there, see what else they can do. And Aquilo's fine using Leafage, using everything they've got in the tank to deal some damage here because all they're doing is buying time for that Rowlet to clear.
Yeah, exactly. If they can get that spacing, force Aquilo out, it's just one less thorn in that poor little Rowlet side. Aquilo laying out quite a bit of damage, though, as IMAX is going to try to retreat to the tall grass, get out of vision. But it's Celeste with the KO, but her surprise attack for the Dart Tricks.
Eject button through the wall into the berry to save themselves, and IMAX doing everything they can to bring parity. Now we've got a 4v3 as we have Lumiere rotating early, and the Inteleon is going to get a knockout on IMAX, however.
Yeah, that 4-on-4 favoring Citadel a little bit more just due to all that early damage that had been done to Lunex Gaming. So they're going to try to rally back a little bit, but it's going to be Citadel Gaming's runway to utilize. So said Sam, putting in a dunk of 16 and getting very close to that Inteleon evolution. Almost at 6, just need 7.
And they're going for they're going for a triple invade.
IMAX there, Barry populating just in time to make sure they don't get knocked out. However, Citadel Gaming living in the central area, and they're finally saying, we're going to bully you until you become real characters, and they're doing a good job of it.
Yeah, that poor little Charmander is getting attacked by quite a few members of Citadel Gaming, but it makes sense. Pokemon Unite is a game of advantages all the time. Advantages and disadvantages. And when you're playing out of advantage, you got to make sure you do everything you can that doesn't slip out the other direction. especially in this endgame. Reminder, everybody, this game 3 will be decided by the fate of Rayquaza, one of the most powerful endgame bosses we have.
Will boil down to that secure. Again, on the side of Citadel Gaming, you have the snipe shot Inteleon. You have a spin pump Blastoise. On the side of Lunex, though, you're going to have this Decidueye. We're going to confirm what moveset it did select, as it's getting beat up pretty darn well here, trying to survive, and it is unable.
Yeah, IMAX is only at this level 4, just doesn't have enough tools in the belt to actually push off all these.
Celestial's gameplay is confusing me right now. I'll say
just has
that.
to go down sort of
I'll leave it at that.
unceremoniously on this Decidueye. Oblivion at this point in the game also desperate for experience and stacks, so they will just go down themselves, looking for an attack weight build-up. Get this Mega Charizard Y leveled up a bit faster. Citadel Gaming off to the races in terms of EXP. Points-wise, it's close, but levels-wise, they are crushing it.
Yeah, especially because Lunex favors these basement Reggies, right? The one that provide team-wide experience. Oh, Celestial able to clutch it up under Citadel Gaming, and that's worth everything for them right now because they were behind on that experience.
Yeah, that's massive. And not even a long charge on the Spirit Shackle, by the way. You saw Celeste basically shoot that arrow from the hip. They knew they had to fire now or not at all, and they play it off perfectly. So said Sam, and the Centellion's been doing a fine job of getting wild Pokemon so far, but kind of struggling to get all these snipe shots to land. Oblivion getting a little more confident as well on this Charizard, actually starting to start the central area invade. And that red buff, that one comes from Citadel Gaming's central area.
Able to dodge. Wow, that spin pump came out of nowhere. Tons of damage in.
I cannot believe Lucario scored that. That's crazy to me.
By Snorlax. Heavy slam by Immortals with the eject button is trying to reposition. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit anybody. Knock Arrow in a tumultuous place, and they are taken care of. You can't be that close when you use that maneuver.
You found Knock in a tumultuous place. That is a challenge that you cannot overcome, I think. Citadel Gaming, great work from this Snorlax to keep this space open for these scores. And now the Unite moves come out. Again, this Mega Charizard Y is not always safe in the midair, but they are dangerous.
All right, KO Shrika 2 for Lunier. Big close combat, gives them a ton of HP, and they're going to be able to take the Regieleki because Tie-Dye provided space. So a good little reaction here out of Lunex Gaming. Give them the circumstance. They have a great opportunity for an over. They could have tightened up their math a little bit, but I don't think they're that upset with where they ended up.
Yeah, I think if anything, the clock is ticking now about getting down to that basement objective. You don't want to allow Citadel Gaming to go 2 for 2 on those basement Reggies. Instead, get that Regieleki in your favor and start bringing the momentum back towards your side. On the other hand, Citadel Gaming taking a lot of time to farm up in that central area, but Aquilo just trying to help out So Said Sam with the quickness. Eldegoss in the back pocket of Inteleon, trying to clear that central as quickly as possible.
Citadel Gaming tried to secure the first one, but don't forget that Miracle Spirit Shackle came through and saved Lunex Gaming. Maybe their entire game. Good power nap. Stuns 2 pops up.
Oh, Owl again.
Through for Lunex Gaming yet again. This is going to be the impetus to fight. The Hydro Typhoon is down, and so is the Knock Arrow. Showtime, Mr. Mime is going for it in the back line. They're going to see if they can get more. Now it's Celestial popping pumpkins with these Spirit Shackles. And Citadel Gaming is looking at what just happened here, and it's nothing but question marks above their head.
Ooh. Yeah, that was amazing. Top to bottom, except I gotta stop it just shy.
Okay, number one. Considering Snorlax had vision of the Decidueye the entire time, Mewtwo needs to Unite move a lot earlier. They need to Unite move before that objective goes down, not to secure the objective itself, but to stop Decidueye from channeling their Spirit Shackle. That's number one. They Unite move after the objective's already gone, and at that point, it's already done so. Number two, obviously, Inteleon also has Snipe Shot, so you should be executing better. Number three, it's like, I feel like Snorlax is trying to zone, and they have their Unite move with like the Power Nap, whatever. But like, they're not zoning the guy that is threatening the objective as well. Like, there's a lot of things that they're doing like weird.
Over a minute until the final stretch, so yeah, I think this is what we would.
And then don't even get me started on the fact that once again they didn't ban the Mega Charizard Y, and they're struggling against. Look, like this, like they can't do anything against this Charizard.
Using a
This guy's literally just
for that Mega Lucario right at the 3-minute mark, and now they're fighting. They want this Regieleki to go in. The Mega Charizard Unite was used as well. We are finding good targets. So Sad Sam is striking them down with these snipe shots, and IMAX barely makes it out.
Charizard United, Snorlax United, Eldegoss United.
For these mega Pokemon.
I don't know who else United, but those are 3-minute Unite moves, by the way. So they'll eventually get them back, but depending on how they allocate the farm, they may not have it immediately for Rayquaza.
Mega Lucario gonna get the path Pokemon. Mega Charizard Y gonna go for the central area Pokemon. Celeste, maybe a bit of a bait play towards this Registeel, or is it? I guess when you consider this Decidueye so strong to get the last hits.
Spirit Shackle is there. IMAX peels back. They know if Celestial goes down, it's like a critical loss. Okay, Infinite Cyburn goes down out of Citadel Gaming. Blastoise has already been taken care of.
They lost the Mewtwo Unite move. That's a huge Unite move down.
We're gonna have to reset here.
They tried to take that fight, but by the time they took that fight, like, Decidueye already secured the objective.
Okay, just now Lunaire does get the Lucario Unite move, so that could be a big exchange. But oh my gosh, the poke damage being traded.
Oh, that was close.
Versus Decidueye, a tale of our two snipers, already off to a great start. This poke damage going to be very important, but Rayquaza already getting down to about half.
Celestial chunked right there. Knock Arrow is down because we have the Mega Charizard Y Unite into the
Snorlax didn't have Unite move.
Snorlax bites the dust. We're spinning to win in the middle, but now it turns into a full-fledged retreat. Showtime over the wall, but the rip was on the entire time. They put down the Knock Arrow and they use Oblivion to frontline, and they easily snatch the snake out from the hands of Citadel Gaming. And Lunex just needs one hundo burger here, and it's easy work. Tie-Dye leaving with the KO streak of 2 as well. 10 Jack, Queen, King. Citadel Gaming just got aced.
All right, well, Lunex Gaming on 2 Rayquaza maps in this match. They will get 1 loss and 1 win with this one. There's a full minute left on your clock, but reminder, these buffs not being transferable usually.
The game's already over, guys. All right, the game's over. I don't even need, like,
in such a way.
It's done, so it's finito. It's not even like close. There's 0% chance that they can come back from this.
That Mega Charizard Y creating a path, and I guess a path backwards. So everybody for Lunex Gaming went great. We'll just take this Rayquaza. Great play call.
Very well done, well executed. The knock arrow was tons of damage. Couldn't have Citadel sustain in the central there around that Ray pit, and because of Mega Charizard Y, of course you have to go scrambling after that. Well executed. Lunex Gaming, they're going to improve to 6-3 in our NA Regional League.
All right, and the question, does Lunex get back to their 4-digit victories over Citadel Gaming? A reminder, one of the best teams in the league at average score. When they win hard. We'll take a look at what the final result is, but what really matters is this is a 2-1 victory for Lunex Gaming, and they will advance to 6-3, rapidly climbing the ranks of the North America Regional League here in Week 3 especially.
A lot of fighting in this game today.
Yeah.
I really like So Sad Sam's snipe shot, and Talion looked pretty darn good. But this is when Lunex Gaming finally seemed to find their footing in that top path push. Now we had just raucous, just pure calamity down here. You saw this Unite moves one after another, after another, after another. But it's Lunex Gaming that gets the positive of that exchange.
Oh, this got so scary. You saw that Decidueye going, all right, I think I'm going to be within good range. That and the Charizard Y being the major damage components to break through that Snorlax. The Eldegoss just holding onto the Unite move, hoping to find a better opportunity to use it. And there is none that arrive. Instead, Lunex Gaming from this point on, just crush it. Oblivion going to get your player of the game.
I don't even know what to say. Like, I genuinely don't. If competitive UCS players are playing like this, like, what hope is there for your typical random player that you encounter in solo queue? Because I just witnessed 3 people on Citadel burn their Unite move before before Rayquaza. And they just, like, the game was already over before it even started. Like, how? Like, you watch this game from, like,
reach out, teams will be decided.
from here.
All right, that's a Regieleki secure, and there's well over a minute until the final stretch. So yeah, I think this is what we would come to expect. An offensive push from Lunex Gaming with the responses there from Citadel. 3 to 4 members already there.
Okay, I made one mistake. It wasn't just Eldegoss and Snorlax. Blastoise also
A
united,
late
by the way.
Unite move for that Mega Lucario right at the 3-minute mark, and now they're fighting. They want this Regieleki to go in. The Mega Charizard Unite was used as well. We are finding good targets. So Sad Sam is striking them down with these snipe shots, and IMAX barely makes it out.
Yeah, you are right. This is a scary spot for these Mega Pokemon. They are going to need to get a lot of experience or last hits quickly. The Unite move charge going to be paired. Why going to go for the central area Pokemon? Celeste, maybe a bit of a bait play towards this Registeel. Or is it, I guess, when you consider this Decidueye so strong to get the last hits?
Spirit Shackle is there. IMAX peels back. They know if Celestial goes down, it's like a critical loss.
What is? Did he secure with an auto attack? Hold on, let me take. I'm trying to.
Spirit Shackle is there. IMAX peels back.
Okay, there's a Spirit
They know if
Shackle.
Celestial goes down.
Maybe a bit of a bait play towards this Registeel. Or is it, I guess, when you consider this Decidueye so strong to get the last hits?
Spirit Shackle is there. IMAX.
Yeah, that's the first Spirit Shackle.
peels back. They know if Celestial goes down.
Oh, it was a Spirit Shackle. Okay. Went pretty quickly.
It's like a critical loss. Okay, Infinite Cyburn goes down out of Citadel Gaming. Blastoise has already been taken.
At this point, they already. By the time Mewtwo united, they already. Like, once again, this has happened numerous times this game. When Mewtwo pops their Unite move to try to make something happen, but it's already after they lost the objective. If they were trying to turn that into the last team fight of the game and then transition to Rayquaza immediately, they have to pull the trigger sooner. The problem is that, like, besides the fact that 3 people, so Blastoise didn't have Unite move, Snorlax doesn't have Unite move, Eldegoss doesn't have Unite move. It's literally just Mewtwo.
Care of. That snipe shot is just
Them
a
by
good
themselves
shot. We're gonna
don't
to
have
reset
that
here.
capacity to force a team fight in that situation by themselves
gonna give
without more
Squeeze
resources.
some time to get
So
back
now
in
it's
the
like,
mix.
keep in mind, it's a 5 versus 4, right? Like, okay, technically speaking, it's a 4 versus 3 in this specific moment because 2 people are still in base. But you gotta keep in mind,
No
like,
Mega Unites. Okay, just now Lunaire does get the Lucario Unite move, so that could be
Inteleon got
Oh my gosh,
tagged with a
the
Spirit
Pokemon
Shackle, by the
traded
way.
Either way, Inteleon versus
Getting healed.
Decidueye, a tale of our 2 snipers, already off to a great start. This poke damage going to be very important.
So it was a nice snipe shot to land on Decidueye, because obviously Decidueye is a valuable target,
Already getting
but
down to about half.
they got no gas left in the tank.
Celestial
So
chunked right there.
at this point, it doesn't matter who Charizard Unite moves. Like, Charizard could Unite move Blastoise, and it doesn't matter because as long as they get into that Mega Evolution form, they're still gonna get that
Tale of our
damage
2
off
snipers,
overall.
Already off to a great start. This poke damage going to be very important, but Rayquaza already getting down to about half.
Celestial chunked right there. Knock arrow is down because we have the Mega Charizard Y Unite into the Hydro Typhoon.
And then at this point, Mega Charizard. So Snorlax died. They just got their Unite move back after they died. Now it's a 5 versus 4. But you also have to keep in mind, like, they're not even, like, you got 3 people over here, and then the other 2 are ripping the objective. So there's 2, and then there's 3. Mega Charizard by themselves is enough to push back all these players when they got no frontline now. They got no frontline, they got no damage, they got nothing left to offer. And they can't deal with the Mega Charizard. So number 1, I don't know why Citadel are so stubborn as to, like, once again, you guys can play the game however you want. Like, if you have a specific strategy in mind, sure, whatever. But, like, I don't know why they're so reluctant to ban this Pokemon out when it's very obvious that this Charizard is giving this entire team so many problems. Not only that, the moment they get into their Mega form, at least based on this team comp right here, there is nothing that you can do to peel this Charizard from getting to your backline. If they want to go face first into the Mewtwo or the Inteleon, they can if they want to. It's really just dependent on the situation. As long as these guys are zoning off the 4 people that are alive over here, there's nothing that they can do to contest this objective. So it doesn't even matter, like hypothetically, it doesn't even matter if they get the Charizard or not, because at the end of the day, they're still getting the Rayquaza. And it just becomes almost impossible to play this endgame. Like, quite frankly, the biggest mistake was literally burning all their resources defending that Regieleki, because it just means that, yeah, you defend the tier 2 goal and you preserve a 13-point lead, but in exchange, you lose your entire, like, all the capability of potentially 5v5ing the endgame. So, like, you have to think about it like this. Is your tier 2 more important, or the Rayquaza, or the last team fight of the game more important? And, like, 9 times out of 10, it's always going to be this objective. Especially because it's Rayquaza. Like, Rayquaza's more stronger than all the other objectives. In hindsight. But
lower than some people have been anticipating. Do you feel like there is still something that the team is looking for?
what happened?
Or do you think that it's something that is just going to click? Any thoughts so far on the results this season?
Yeah, getting off to a little bit of a slow start, making some changes, moving things around. I think our performances have kind of been not up to our standard. We were losing a lot of close sets.
Is there even a Citadel left lately after the amount of times they keep crumbling?
Even though we really think games should be going our way. So we're hoping
it's a broken Citadel.
Hopefully get things
the Architect,
just
didn't finish the blueprint, and now it's half a building.
Just still figuring out, how can we close out some of these games a bit better.
Yeah, definitely. There have been some close calls. Another close call is how many weeks ago was that now? But the previous match that you had against the team that you're about to play, Evil Geniuses, I believe that was a 1-2 where they just barely closed that one out. How prepared are you for this next match?
Oh, we're really prepared. We know the implications of it, especially Oni tiebreakers are really important in this league. So we've been, really focused on them, whatever iteration they might be showing this coming around. I know there's some toxic Pikachu playing, but regardless of who's playing, I think we're ready for them. Last set, we really felt like we should have won. So we're going to feel even stronger about coming into this set.
So many matches have been so close. Last thing, so there's been some slight like roster shifts that y'all have had. Do you feel like you're getting closer to kind of deciding like what everybody's going to be playing, who's going to be playing, or do you think that maybe it's still a little bit up in the air?
I think we kind of have the iteration we want. I think we know what we do best. I think sometimes at this point, we're just kind of straying, trying to figure out what might be a little bit better to do. But I think at our core, we know what we need to do, who we need to play through, albeit trainer, metallic. So I think as far as, comps go, if we don't iterate too much and we don't get away from what we're doing good, I think we'll be fine. So.
All right. Well, like I said, we're all huge fans of all of you, and we know that, there's a championship potential within all of you. So good luck. We're looking forward to see what the team can do for the next half of the season, and good luck with your next match because that one is going to be awesome.
Thanks, Wondersh. I appreciate it.
We are here with Roland from Evil Geniuses, about to go up against Extinction. But since you're here, Roland, your interview is always great. I have a special Zapdos lightning round interview for you. I'm going to ask you 10 questions, and you have to answer them as fast as you can. Don't think about the answer, just first thing that comes to mind. You good?
Yeah, okay, sure. Hit me.
All right. I got my trusty book here with my questions. All right. Ready, and favorite pizza topping?
Pepperoni.
Favorite color?
Black.
Coffee or tea?
Coffee.
Favorite Pokemon?
Snorlax.
Choose one Pokemon to be added to Unite.
Giratina.
Ooh, most overrated Pokemon in the game.
Urshifu.
Most troll teammate.
Mate.
Your teammate.
Oh, Vin Diesel.
Okay, choose one caster to duo queue with.
Deucex.
Who on your team would win in a foot race?
Christmas.
And how is your next match gonna go?
We're gonna win.
All right, and last bonus question. Any shout outs to any of the fans out there who have been cheering your team on this season?
I want to shout out Unk, Kratos. I love you, bro. Thank you for always supporting us, man.
All right, well, truly good luck. We've loved watching the team all season, and this next match should be very exciting.
Should be. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything on here. That's why.
Are they playing Christmas music? Yo, get this shit out of here, bro. They ain't nowhere near Christmas. You're way too ahead of the time. No. I don't want to hear no Christmas Pokemon Unite music. What the hell? Bro, like, y'all are crazy, man. Like, production team. Change it. We got 2 more best of 3s and we're donezo, guys. Donezo, finito. Yeah, okay, I gotta check something really quickly. You're gonna see a black screen for a second, guys. I just need to check something very quickly. It'll take not even 2 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series NA Regional League. I'm back here with Kelly, and we're going to be covering a very special match with Evil Geniuses that are now on 7-1 record, tied for their first place there with Dignitas against Extinction. Kelly, how are you feeling for this one?
I'm quite excited to see how this one ends up going. I know in terms of earlier on, Chef did that coverage for Extinction, did end up losing to TI Gang in that 1-2. So very much surprised about that, but we'll see if they have got their affairs in order here to come back against one of the top teams in the region. Rank number 1, Evil Geniuses there, Kyrios, Vin, Roland, Pika Diff, and Ducky. So for all you Pika Diff fans out there, they're coming in, subbing in for Chris Smith here today.
It's really cool to see them play back onto the Sky Ruins and just helping out Evil Geniuses today, substituting that for Christmas, like you said. And on the side of Extinction, they are currently on that 3-4 record. Oh, now 3-5 because of that off-screen match you just mentioned. So ranking 6 right now, a little bit more towards the bottom of the standings. And that team is Rex, Metallic, JL, Burrich, and LG. Not Train LGC anymore, just LGC. Although we are used to calling them Trainer. And this team leads in NA for average points, KOs, damage, and healing per game, which is very interesting considering that they are ranked 6. If I'm not mistaken, that was something that Chef also mentioned earlier on an interview.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to lead in terms of their stats, I feel like, are they stat damage farming here? I mean, KO farming, I mean, the fact that they're just able to go and rack up all of these numbers there is quite impressive. But numbers only tell part of that story. You can have the most damage.
You unwashed? No, wait, I didn't see the scoreboard. Let me see.
Rank side.
They have got their affairs in order here to come back against teams in
I thought you were talking about
And
Sorry,
it's
I thought you were talking about
very
TI in North
difficult match
America,
to
not
be up
T1.
against. Yesterday we had a very interesting match as well between Rude
Who you
and
picked to win
Evil
Worlds at this
Geniuses.
stage of the
So
season?
two North American teams that were and are
Oh boy,
tied
man.
for the
That's
first place here on the
that's a
North
big
American
ask.
Regional League. And today, Evil Geniuses having
I'd probably
lost
I'd probably just pick a
yesterday,
Japanese
see if they
team.
have revised some of that strategy, or if they already feel confident from the get-go, considering that they're facing a opponent that
NA
is
lost the
lower in
EU,
the
so I can't pick a North American team because NA lost the EU. I also don't think EU's the best. So I will default to an Asian team.
And we'll just have to see what they end up rolling with here against this tough opponent. I mean, we start off with that Rayquaza once again. So, how are we going to see these team compositions come together when that draft does end up picking off? Are we going to end up seeing any Mega Charizards? I am surprised we're even seeing this Mega Charizards led on through in draft.
I totally agree, Kelly. And as we get into draft, we shall know soon. As the first Mega that has been banned is the Mega Gyarados, and going against the Scyther Sizzle Mimikyu ban. One thing I'd love to mention is that Extinction is on the purple side that they have chosen there as their first pick, and we have been seeing a lot of these Pokemon on the first pick, the Blastoise and the Mega Gyarados, and they're not going to be available.
No, there's still one more ban left here for Evil Geniuses, but they have picked up like the Mega Gyarados along with the Inteleon, only rocking that
Mega Charizard!
And
Mega Charizard Y.
Well. So very much
First pick, easy.
To the side of Extinction.
Like, come on.
Rather than just these top meta picks that we have seen time and time again.
And we talked about it. It's going to be in game, Kelly. That's the Mega Charizard. Why? And it's so powerful that even sometimes the Mega Charizard X, we are seeing a lot of power coming from them too. Evil Geniuses decide to go for their carry first with that Miraidon pick and a Mega Lucario, so good presence there on the top side and good damage per second with their attacker. On the side of Extinction, they're hovering two supporters right now, one more of a utility and the other one a little bit more of the crowd control. That's the word. That word.
Yes, crowd control, 100%. Psyduck does definitely bring that to the table in terms of their kit. But you know what? Another Pokemon that does bring that is Ducky, who has locked on in this Crustle. We have seen some incredible Rock Tomb plays here today. And look at that, switching over to the Vanguard belt, a Vanguard Bell, just to go and counter the CC that Extinction are bringing to the table themselves.
And pairing that with a Clefable too, so plenty of healing and a lot of survivability to that Mega Lucario on Kyrios too. Now with a couple of hovers happening here for the side of Extinction, including Mewtwo Y, the extra bit of range damage alongside it, and a OG Lucario too, that's going to be facing each other on the top lane. The last pick for Evil Geniuses is a Cerulege, so there's plenty of rip potential on the side of Evil Geniuses, but a lot of survivability too.
I feel like the question is in these Pokemon names. Mega Charizard, why? And Mega Mewtwo, why? Why are they both on here is absolutely a wild business there. But I don't know. We've already seen, just because you have two Megas, just because you have a Mega on your team doesn't mean that they
the
are
fuck calls it that?
indestructible. Curios is also rocking that Mega Lucario as well. And it's really just going to come down to
it's not often you see regular Lucario though. That's
to
I think that might be the first
whole game. It's 10 minutes.
I think that might actually be like the first Lucario that I've seen today that wasn't Mega.
That final stretch, the final 2 minutes, and who ends up winning that one.
Absolutely, and they have a couple of options as well, because on top side they also have a Lucario, so good early game that is going to be fighting against a Mega Lucario, but not Mega until they actually get their Unite move available. So a couple of things to take into consideration in regards to that early game you mentioned, Callie. And as well, I am curious to see what's going to be the path of having two supporters on the side of Extinction, because they have the Psyduck and the Hooper. I think there is a room where you can have the Hyperspace Hole to apply more of that healing to your squad as we get into the game one of this best of 3 Extinction on your purple side versus Evil Geniuses on the orange.
Yes, we are going to have that Charcadet, soon to be a Cerulege, heading into that central area for Evil Geniuses. Otherwise, on Extinction, it is going to be this little Charmander soon to turn into that Charizard and Mega Charizard. But it's just a matter of securing these wild Pokemon. No invades from the Hooper, no threats from JL this time round either to try and shut
It's actually
down
crazy.
Trainer here.
Nobody feeling too aggressive or
based on the team comp, like, okay, if you look at the draft, oh my god, Lucario versus Lucario. What I was gonna say is, based on the team comp that Extinction drafted, it would be safe to assume that Charizard is jungling. I'm honestly so shocked to see no invade on a Charizard jungle. That is a jungler's, like, dream come true right there. Just being allowed to farm your entire jungle without anyone bothering you.
For happening with Evil Geniuses needing to retreat because they're at quite low HP.
They really are, and it is confirmed here that we have a Hyperspace Highway Hooper on the side of Extinction, which makes sense with the fact that they already have the Psyduck in a more utility role. And like you said, with their 4-person rotation to the top side, they now need to return to their own lanes and actually get some XP gathered.
Yeah, 100%. It's just about getting these levels on board. I mean, even then, in terms of these points, it is quite low, meaning that many of these members on either side haven't been able to get their attack weight stacks in. I believe there's a total of 4 attack weights equipped between these two teams as well.
Oh yeah, and that means they need to get that Eos energy and they need to dunk, most importantly. Right now, Evil Genius has collected all of those birds in central area, and they're defending pretty well here on the top side. Oh no, actually, never mind, they're not defending pretty well. They're outnumbered, and Metallic goes for that berry as well, stealing that away from Evil Geniuses. And they make it a 2 KO streak for JL on this Hooper, and they're able to score even more.
Ooh, I'm actually loving this look from Metallic. We have the Lucario that has opted for the E-Speed combination. So does end up having that choice, whereas that Mega Lucario is locked to that close combat combination. So I think just being able to provide a little bit of extra maneuverability when weaving in and out between Evil Geniuses. We'll just have to see how this one ends up panning out in their favor. But so far, level 7 in comparison to level 6, they
Wait a minute.
are definitely top.
I just realized something. When you're playing on tournament mode or whatever mode they're playing on, you still have to select your moves before the start of the game? Or, like, do you still have 2 different moveset options when you're playing the game?
That Lucario has been taken down, and back to the Pokemon Center. Vin has started the regular.
Oh, you do?
Maybe it's going to be stolen.
That's
here.
so stupid,
no,
bro.
It's still Extinction who takes it with that Hooper play from JL.
This goal is left on 10 points, so Evil Geniuses aren't not too fussed about losing that one because that's only going to end up being a 10 over dunk. Instead, that allows Lucario to go and get these Indeedies, but JL is aware of this. They just want to harass him a little bit more and steal away that comeback experience from them.
Yeah, and it's so important to do so because many of these Pokemon are hyper carries and they need to get those levels to get there. Right now, all of the players are just gathering that energy and those points. Some vision as well that's being acquired by Evil Genius's Clefable, but they need to be careful. There are two members of Extinction just right there. Vindo has eyes on Metallic and they've seen each other. There's a hyperspace hole that goes out to help out if necessary. Straight onto the Clefable. Roland takes a big beating here. Now JL also low in HP, 3v2 for the side of Evil Geniuses as they're trying to get something on Metallic or a cannon. And it looks like Metallic is just soloing everybody and it doesn't even matter. If
This is
they don't have
so okay, if that's true, as in you can't like as in they have to pick their moves in advance. It's so unfortunate that you can't pick your moves mid-game now, because if you're like, I'm not saying this is a fact, but there's a good chance that if you know that Lucario's going extreme speed, then you'd probably go Gravity as Clefable to stop it from that, like to mitigate that playmaking potential by a significant amount. But now, because you have to pick your moveset before the game, they went the safe choice, which is Follow Me, and because you don't know if Lucario's going extreme speed or Power Punch. But that's just stupid as hell.
a 50 Gubbins Charizard, a 40 Gubbins Cerulege as they face each other. Curious in a very bad spot there, just trying to get away from Metallic on that level 11 Lucario in comparison to Evil Genius's level 9 Lucario.
It's not only just a level 11 Lucario. I'm looking at Trainer here, rocking a level 12 Charizard. All Unite moves are on hand if they decide to use it. But look at this. We have the Rings Unbound coming out from Hooper. Unfortunately, they weren't able to secure that Regirock, and that is still going to go over to the side of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, it was pretty close though. Good attempt there. JL has to use the eject button here, but they are not going to be able to escape. It's a certain knockout for Evil Geniuses.
The fact, okay, like, I'm not throwing them under the bus,
Evil Geniuses rotation across the map. That said,
but like the fact that Evil Geniuses are getting gapped this hard, it really goes to show the difference between who's Pika Diff subbing for? Chris Smith, right?
Because this Mega Lucario was honestly starving.
Okay, now they managed to stop the bleeding, but
now being close to that level 12, Evil
like, is this like the difference between Pika Diff and Chris Smith? Because
yes, they are still behind, but slowly catching on up, and it's important,
like,
especially because I feel like this Cerulege just.
Before I started watching this game, you would think that Evil Geniuses would probably clap the number 6 seed.
Level 13 mark, which is what we want to see.
But oh my god, like they are not doing well. Like they managed to make a play right there, but
over 100 points in the lead compared to Evil Geniuses.
it looked like they're struggling, man.
Where exactly is that Eos energy going towards? Well, that's the question. Now you got a nice knock up there by the side of Bora Reach onto Evil Geniuses just to zone them out and say, okay, we see you. You're not going to overcommit on our central. There are no gubbins to be found, no wild Pokemon. Just stay where you are.
Now, this is the win condition here for Extinction. There's 30 seconds left until the final stretch, and Evil Geniuses have recognized
this could be the last team fight of the game, depending on how hard they want to commit.
Tier 2 to go and protect them from a Regieleki. So it looks like they're going on in. Lucario is trying to close combat, but thanks to that hyperspace hole, that is going to go and save 2 of those members from Extinction.
Doing pretty well. JL was caught there on the rock tomb. On the backline, Metallic goes, but they're alone.
Oh!
There's the infinite side blend as well.
Okay, they trade 1 for 1. That being said, Lucario burned their Unite move for that one.
Although they were shut down themselves. It was a 1 for 1 in this trade. Miraidon is at the Pokemon Center. Lucario as well for Metallic, just the same as both teams are gathering back here in the central area.
But one thing to note is they did end up using 2 Unite moves on either side, but both teams still have resources available. Evil Geniuses, they're the ones that are behind in points currently, so they have to make a move. There goes the Clefable, using the Fulmy straight onto the side arc.
Charizard was like 1 HP from dying. That's crazy.
Looking there for that seismic slam as well. The rubber rouser doesn't hit anybody really here. JL's trying to escape from Evil Geniuses and is already 2 members down on the side of Extinction. This Charizard is trying to escape, but even the Crustle is giving them a hard time, trying to fly over the wall here. Rayquaza is getting attacked. There's the damage.
Oh my god, dude.
Extinction, who takes the Rayquaza at the end of the day.
Yo.
You can't go under it, you can't go over it, you have to go through it, and that is just what Extinction did. The flames went through the wall, got the secure.
Dude, look at the HP of Charizard, by the way. Or was it? I think it was, okay, I think I went too far back.
Back here in the central area.
But one thing to note is they did end up using. There goes the.
Look how low they are. The fact they didn't die here was insane, man. They needed to kill Charizard there. Holy, and he just barely escaped.
Using the Fulmy straight onto the side arc, and Mega Lucario is able to finish.
And then they come back and Unite move, and then it's just over.
Looking there for that seismic slam as well. The rubber rouser doesn't hit anybody really here. JL's
No, like I wouldn't say it's over, but like it came down to a flip.
This Charizard is trying to escape, but even the Crustle is giving them a hard time, trying to.
And then Metallic
fly over the wall here.
with the resets, like just applying so much pressure in this fight.
It's actually Extinction who takes the Rayquaza at the end of the day.
When you can't go under it, you can't go over it. I feel it a little bit like a side up right now.
This stupid thing should not be allowed. Tell that to the people that are playing the game, man. They have bans. They could literally choose to ban the Mega Charizard Y, but they don't. They let it through.
What a great comeback there at the end.
Team YouTube, or sorry, Citadel CG, they played 3 straight games, let it through. Now Evil Geniuses are playing, they let it through. Their second pick, and then.
But that was some damage that Trainer RGC was doing.
I swear to you, people are not respecting this Pokemon. It's just strong. It is objectively, rancidly strong. That needs to, and it needs to be nerfed.
Running the original Lucario as well, just demonstrating that they don't need a mega form to go and.
Why didn't they ban it? I don't know. I'm not playing for their team.
Actually works so well in their favor. Just being able to weave and dodge between these players, and just provide that damage over time while we have that Charizard pretty much just burning down the house.
And it makes sense now that, well, it's the Mega Charizard Y that gets
I
MVP.
don't know.
211 points scored, 10, 2, and 3 KFA, and 87,000 damage. And what I was going to say, Kylie, the fact that we saw that fun fact, this team has the most average number of points scored, most damage in the region. It's starting to finally come into those victories they needed.
Yeah, the victories they need in order to try and take down Evil Geniuses and have their redemption arc, considering the first time they ended up going up against each other, Evil Geniuses were the one to defeat them 2-1. So whether Evil Geniuses can try and do a repeat here, take this to game 3, we'll have to wait and see. But even then, yeah, Metallic on the Lucario, 72k damage. That's pretty impressive for just a regular old Lucario player there.
It really is, Kelly, and it's come very close.
I'm gonna be honest.
To how much damage
I'm actually surprised. Well, okay, like
on the Mega
no disrespect to LGC, I'm actually more surprised Metallic didn't get MVP. Because I thought
stats as well. I'm not mistaken, the highest
they kind of carried. Like they put in work that game.
5,000 on the hands of. Was Miraidon, so really low compared to what we saw, for example, yesterday against the Rudig squad. So what exactly changed here? Was it the Mega Charizard Y? Do we have in a specific, like, maybe they got flustered because OG Lucario was beating them up?
It's a combination of things. I know we hound on Mega Charizard Y a lot, but in the end, it really just came down to the team coming together, working together really well to go and take advantages where they could. I mean, obviously it was a bit of a messy fight towards the end there for Extinction, and they were outnumbered there. But yeah, Trainer coming in with the Mega Charizard to as I said, just pretty much burn the house down, Rayquaza's house down in the middle there.
Yeah, there was nothing left. There was nothing left, and I have to say, it's every time I see that fire spin, I'm just like, it's so big. It's just as big as a fanciful firework coming from that Delphox that we know and love, and well, we don't see in competitive for a while, but I do love that Pokemon quite a bit in Unite. So I want to see the Mega Charizard Y band. There's just nothing that could rival this to me. It has to happen. Please make it happen. I know Evo Genius has probably thought, okay, we can let that slide. We're going to take the Mega Lucario. We're good. There's no Mega Gyarados available, but we can still do good with this Mega. Please. Ban the thing.
I guess, yeah, either ban the thing or depending on what side they end up opting for, if it doesn't end up getting banned on out, they could potentially steal it for themselves. If Evil Geniuses do find it to be a valuable pick, maybe they just want to make a statement here. Hey, we can win a game without a Mega Charizard Y. We've already seen it here happen once today where that Mega Charizard Y did end up getting defeated. So it isn't unbreakable. It doesn't have that 100% win rate,
Doesn't. It really doesn't. Even Mega Charizard X as well does not. Let's have a look at the average recovery numbers here for NA, because the top one is rolling on Evil Geniuses, just followed up by Bora Reach on Extinction. So our two squads that are playing right now in this best of three, but include in that two more members of Extinction, Kelly, with Rex and JL on this top 6 as well.
Yes, pretty much just having that recovery, allowing them to go and sustain these fights. Obviously, you have Rex and JL rocking those supporters there, those tanks to just go and do that. But, the fact that Bora Reach, in that last game, they ended up playing that Mega Mewtwo Y. So clearly, it's not just the recovery they're receiving themselves, but the recovery.
Oh, that was the name. Allies. Aftermath Esports.
Absolutely.
Dude, I was trying to remember that name for so long and I forgot. That's the team I was forgetting.
Final stretch. Of course, getting a lead is good, and doing a lot of damage is good.
Have they even won a game yet? That's the real question. I think they're like, the last time I saw them, I think they were like 0-6 or 0-7.
Really want to account for Extinction.
Yo, after Meme Esports, they are the meme team of North America.
And you have, once again, another member of Extinction that is part of the same top 6.
They were 0-7.
Rex on this damage-taking graph.
You know what? It makes sense that JL is here. I feel like in terms of their gameplay, normally end up seeing like going in with an invade earlier on, just being an absolute nuisance in and amongst the mix of wherever the action is happening, or getting caught off all alone. But
somehow they won a match at EUIC.
Being able to get away to go.
It wasn't it wasn't on the live stream. It doesn't count.
Stats.
8 actors.
Yeah, and getting into our second draft, Callie, we have a Groudon map for Game 2, and Evil Genius is choosing that purple side for the first pick. So far, we yes, I'm happy. Yes. What do I see, Kelly? What do I see? Tell me. What is just in front of my eyes?
I'm wondering, is it the palm up band? Is this what you're excited about? Is it the Intelligent? Oh no, I think I know. It's this Mega Charizard Y finally going on in there and not getting free parking.
Oh my god, guys, they finally banned Mega Charizard Y. Wow.
Yes, exactly. Don't want to let it come through. Honestly, Mega Lucario, Mega Gyarados, dude, just send them all together on the same bus.
Oh wait, it wasn't even them though. It was Extinction.
Game in particular. Now, first pick here. We know.
I mean, it makes sense that they ban it because they're second pick. They don't have they're not gonna get it if.
To be picked as Purple's first pick, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, especially considering how much of a nuisance Rex was on this Psyduck
Alright,
last
I'll be right
match.
back. I'll be
Being
back
able
before the
to
game
secure
starts. I'll be
this
back. I'll be
over
gone in
on
like
Evil
2 minutes.
Genius's side definitely can see why it needs to be prioritized, but Mora Reach going and locking in this Miraidon for themselves. So I guess it's an eye for an eye on either side.
Yeah, it really is. Because unfortunately, therefore, Evil Geniuses, we didn't see that much damage coming from Picadiff on this Miraidon, but Extinction is very confident to choose this one as their own first pick. Evil Geniuses go for the Mr. Mime plus Clefable combo here, while Extinction is choosing their supporters now will go for the Blissey plus a Crustle.
We have seen some triple defender comps come on in, but I think we are yet to see a triple supporter composition be rocked in draft. So Evil Geniuses, yeah, rocking that Psyduck, Mr. Mime, and Clefable. I feel like I know Mr. Mime is fitting in that supporter role.
Damn, that is a low damage team comp. I will say that. Like, triple support with Machamp and Glaceon. Like, you are putting a lot of like you're putting a lot of emphasis on like Glaceon and Machamp carrying you. I don't know, man. I like. I'm not saying that they're gonna lose. I just don't like their team comp.
Yes, going on in, looking to make some stomps there.
I mean,
whether they can just
Picadiff is going double special, like double glasses, so technically they have a decent amount of damage too. But
as well, I know we were talking about this before. Both that
yeah, they're not going like the support build. They're going like special attack build.
Or whether it ends up being an icicle spear for that.
Picadiff does count as like supplementary damage, but still, I still don't like their team comp.
What are you thinking Vin's gonna rock here? So.
But we shall see.
So their own team is the one that rocks Clefable, so they don't need to worry about gravity. But if we look at the other side, having the Crustle, having the Serena, the Mimikyu, I kind of feel like the Icy Wind might be the best option considering that the enemy team has so much maneuverability. You kind of need to match it in some degree. And because you have the Blissey, the Serena has a lot of, lifesteal and shields with the passives and how you stack up with the abilities in order, it makes sense that you would have something that does that burst damage because it's gonna take too long to actually take them down with the Icicle Spear. They are a little too bulky, but getting into this game too, Kelly, Evil Geniuses, your purple team, Extinction, your orange team. Well, Extinction is trying to get themselves into a 2-0.
Yeah, so they were defeated by Evil Geniuses previously in that 2-1. So whether they can do it with a 2-0 sweep, that would definitely demonstrate their growth here in the league so far. But down in this bottom path, we do have this Machop that is trying to come online, being paired up with Ducky, literally on a little Ducky here, the side Ducky.
Oh my god, this makes me so happy. Thank you for noticing that, Kelly. That is incredible.
It was meant to be for Ducky.
It was, and it was meant to be for the both of us to be casting this game in particular. Right, Extinction, having Mimikyu there in the central area will spot Ducky on the side up, which we mentioned. There might be a big rotation there for the top side. 16 Gubbins were taken there by Trainer RGC, so they have guaranteed those Swablu Altaria. Now, for this top side, you have the evolution there from Clefairy to Clefable. Now, Roland having access to that Moonlight, they are able to sustain their carry much better.
Gotta say, Soph, you were on the ball because you called it. Finn has rocked that Icy Wind, and we can see why. Straight dash over the wall that JL tried to build. There is just no stopping them there, but great headache from Ducky to go and save Curious on the little Machop there.
Oh, they were so close to being sent to the Pokemon Center. That was not even funny. Ducky, though, eats that laser to the face.
You know, now that I think about it,
they gotta be
I wonder if they went. I wonder if they went triple support to compensate for the fact that Picadiff is subbing. Because correct me if I'm wrong, Picadiff is not an attacker main, right? Like, wasn't he like a defender? He was either defender or support main. So it actually makes kind of sense why they would do this and put more of emphasis on Vin Diesel and Kyrios carrying
and with that berry. But even then, Maridon actually
Because
decided
it
to
like
go
it was
and
very
put Reggie Drago
telling, at least the way game
into the
1
top
went,
half.
that
Interesting choice.
like it was
here.
not
We were a
working
little bit
with him on
scared of
attacker. And it, like I'm
contesting
not
lane
saying
right
it's
now
only his
against
fault, but
the Evil Geniuses squad there.
like
Finn
EG were
can do a
not
lot of damage
dominant
with
by
the
any
ice
means
cream
last game.
Glaceon. So for
Considering
the
they lost,
extension,
too.
Go here to the top side. Serena is finally online on that level 6. Trying to dive in here. Trainer with that Trick Room Mimikyu. They are going to go for the zone and score themselves as they don't want to overcommit.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They were on 0 points for the first 2 minutes of that match. Metallic being able to finally get in 2 attack weight stacks and a third if they are able to bypass this Clefable.
They're still staying here on the top side, and that's a sneaky
Oh,
blessing
Trick
from
Room
Extinction,
Mimikyu.
just trying to get even more vision while Evil Genius is
You don't
not
see that
able to
very
take
often.
down Reggie still on the bot side. There is a Reggie like
It is a Trick Room
available against
Mimikyu with
Sunflower
Shadow
Extinction.
Claw.
It doesn't look like it's going to be contested, especially given the rate at which it was taken down.
Oh, but look at this. This goal is perfect. 20 crashes on in, leaving this at 2 points. This does leave option for a pretty big overdunk, but looking at the points that they have on the side, they don't really have enough. I mean, Serena does have the most at 27, but I guess with Extinction currently prioritized up in that top half, it's going to give opportunity for
They got a
Evil Geniuses
31-point
to go and
overtap
get
on
in
bottom.
another 40
Pretty
of their
nice.
own.
And they equalize it pretty well, Kelly. 136 for Evil Geniuses compared to 105 for Extinction. But it doesn't stop that Serena.
I mean, all things considering, Evil Geniuses are doing better this game than last game.
Because of that tier 1.
I'm just a little bit concerned for their
With that
late game
safeguard,
scaling is
trying
all.
to keep the Serena in a good position, but straight in that submission with the Ice Skull Spear coming through as well. Venus trying
Oh,
to
the
get
submission,
with the
huge.
With that Unite
That
move,
actually
huge.
saved the
Finally,
Mr. Mime.
Metallic will go down.
Yeah, even with an eggs boost there, it just isn't enough to go and sustain that Serena. Roland trying to run away from the claws of Trainer there. They're deciding to just retreat on out, considering there is some wild Pokemon in that central area for the taking.
Yeah, and it's very important to do so right now because we're getting into a point where the level 13 is very close to in the horizon. Level 11 for that Glaceon, 10 for the Mimikyu, and they really have their eye on the ball because in regards to score, that's pretty close so far.
Yeah, we're only reaching that halfway mark in terms of scoring. It's quite close. In terms of this leveling, it is also quite close. But looks like Clefable's just going to go and get in another 20 dunk. Meanwhile, Curios is flipping that Serena upside down.
It wasn't even the Queen Ascendant to flip somebody upside down. It was the Machamp. Now, this Registeel has gotten started, and immediately the Machamp gets completely evaporated. Trainer goes in with that Trick Room, gets the extra movement speed, and Extinction will secure that Registeel. Now, this pad, it is vulnerable right now, though that wall with the Showtime will stun Drainer LGC in place. Now, JL stuck between that wall. Wiz going to go down. That Crustle follows, and now Extinction has to disengage.
Yeah, Extinction recognizing they have the prize of the
It was a good
Registeel.
safeguard
It's
to
better
save the
just go and
Mimikyu,
retreat
but the
from
problem
whatever
is
wild Pokemon is available
Crustle
on the
also
map,
got
considering
crowd
there's
like
a lot
Crustle
of
got
yellow
CC'd
dots
at
available
basically
on
the
that
same
map.
time,
Ooh, Rex gotta be
so
careful here.
they couldn't pop their
Very close
Unite
to enemy
move.
territory, but there's
Because they were
a
just
Reggie like
perma-stunned.
on the top, which is important.
This time around,
for
they're
both of
going
these teams to
aggressive.
contest. Rubber Rouse on 3 members. Green Ascendants straight onto that Glaceon, but not able to really finish them off. Now Metallic is still going for the stomps, trying to take Vin. Vin is down, so no side deck available.
Oh, huge. Oh my lord, what the
It's almost an ace. No,
Okay, yeah.
just not an ace because Mr. Mime is bumped off.
Yeah, Mr. Mime was out of action. They were in another universe there, allowing Extinction to go and break this
Why
2-2
is
pad.
okay?
Now, this is
Like,
a
why is
massive
Mr.
threat
Mime?
to Evil
I'm not
Geniuses, considering it's
like. Why is
followed
Mr.
by
Mime
Extinction,
split
which,
pushing? Is
you know,
my
whenever Evil
question.
Geniuses is around to try and contest. This is going to be heading to that home base.
And Extinction not only win that fight, they take this Reggie Alecki as well. 2 home base, as you said. 30 seconds for bottom Reggie, though that could get contested. But both of these teams, they gotta be careful. A bunch of Unite moves were used. JL almost taken down there, but it's the Machamp that has to run away.
They have to run away because they know that they're not going to have the backup from either the Mr. Mime or the Glaceon that have to go and shred down that Regieleki. But considering they are now out of action, Extinction have the numbers advantage going into this team fight at 3 versus 5.
Oh, a lot of damage onto JL. They used that Rock Tomb to engage on the Machamp, but backup from Evil Geniuses was huge. Extinction has full control over Regice. They're able to confirm it. Now they need
That
to make
Regice
it
is
central
super
because it's
important.
15 seconds for final stretch.
Like some
Yeah,
people
getting
think
close
some
to
people
this
really like
round of it,
Registeel
that's soon to
because
about to
obviously it
spawn.
gives you a lot of
We do have
offensive
JL that
capability.
doesn't have their Castle United
But
available just yet,
with
nor
this
does
team
the
comp
Machamp
specifically,
on the
especially
other
because
side.
Blissey went Helping
So,
Hand
at
and
the moment,
Safeguard,
it's a close
having that
battle,
sustained for
so
the last team fight
really,
is actually
the
huge.
ball's in
It makes a
everybody's
difference because
palm
it
You've really
prolongs
been
you
able
from
to go
having to
either
recall the
way. Now,
base.
some damage comes through from
I honestly think like
Mirana,
Regice
past
being
their
that third
head, so Duncan's not
Reggie
gonna
is
have that
probably the
available. They
best.
are in the middle and in the thick of it. Now caught between a rock and a hard place, going on to Vin. They use the
Mimikyu Unite Machamp, but they still have Unite move.
onto Roland. Now Curios has to flash away because they were under huge fire. Now trying to get some more damage. Borrow Reach is poking Evil Geniuses, but the Moonlight is just able to get everybody back up to safety.
Yeah, that is the benefit of Moonlight to go and
Yo!
replenish the AoE healing, but Vin able to make a dash and escape, sliding on that ice like an ice skater. They ended up surviving that one.
Oh yeah, Alicia Lu all the way skating on that glacial stage as they are pushing here Evil Geniuses to try to come back on this.
Oh my god, dude. It's over, it's done. Curios and Pika, Curios and Vin are dead. They don't even need Groudon. They can take the fight here. Like, don't even risk it. Just straight up take the fight and push.
They want to take care of the rest of Evil Geniuses, but it's only Pika Diff on the Mr. Mime that is remaining, and JL is on the job of blocking them out. But Extinction securing the Groudon. This is going to go and give them that boost that they need to go and take this game to.
I guess you can say it was the Pika Diff, guys. Oh my god, bro. EG losing to the 60 must be so disappointing. I got my prediction wrong, by the way. I actually got my prediction wrong. Okay, in my defense, though, I thought they were playing with their full roster. I did not know they were playing with a sub. Alright, like, that doesn't count.
7-1 now is on 7-2.
These are the storylines that I absolutely thrive for. Just being able
God
to
damn, bro. That was just sad, man.
Second half of the season,
We are moving on
really
towards
just
our final
demonstrates
best of
the
3 of the day, guys.
the
Final best of
persistence,
3.
the determination,
Root
the
Dignitas
hard
versus
work that
IX, and we're
Extinction
donezo for the
have
day.
put into the
Well,
league
I'm still
so
gonna do my
far.
sponsor
Love to
stream,
see
but
it.
yeah, we're done with Unite for the day after this.
They are building a very good strategy overall that consists in having such good mental to play against.
Ow.
the
Wowzers,
biggest,
wowzers.
most important
One more
enemy
best
right
of 3
now
to go.
were the top 1 seed, and they had a lot of good composure, nerves of steel.
Alright, in the meantime, guys, I'm gonna play an ad.
Phased by how much
While they're
firepower
talking.
they had there.
I'm gonna go look for a
Evil Geniuses,
snack.
a couple of
Go
good
get up,
plays and
stretch,
setups, but
use the restroom,
Extinction with
go eat
JL,
something,
with the Rock
or just
team,
chill out and
just
hang
how
out.
much Trainer
In the
was
meantime,
able to
guys,
do as well on
thanks for
this
hanging out.
Mimikyu
Appreciate it. Hopefully, you
made
guys are
such a
enjoying the
big
games. I'll be back in just a bit while I go look for a snack.
On that
Right?
Blissey as well, just providing the shields and the helping hands when the team needed it. Like, they just did incredibly on there. But Bora Reach, the MVP for this match, is going to be on that Maridon, dishing out 72k damage with a 5-0 and 6 KFA. No feints this time round, just shows how well protected they were.
Oh yeah, and that is coordination. That is just a team that knows exactly how they need to play. In comparison, we saw just a little bit of, cracks and openings in the defense walls from Evil Geniuses because there were so many times that Vin had to use the glacial stage defensively to get away or force out those Moonlights to come in clutch, the follow me's for the shields and all of that. It's just Extinction showing that they know how to read their opponent really, really well.
Yeah, really just showing their evolution here today. No time for extinction, to be extinct just yet. But even then, gotta say, looking at this graph, it was pretty close between these two teams, especially coming into that final stretch. Not knowing who is in the lead. I mean, Extinction may have known considering they managed to remove both of those tier 2 pads, but I don't know, unless they have a maths whiz on their team, it's close battle. You just got to roll with it.
Yeah, and you got to have all the focus and know exactly what the team needs to do to make things happen. But the highlight to me, those rock tombs coming from Extinction were so incredibly good, setting up so well for that trainer LGC engage with the Shadow Sneaks, especially having that extra back damage from Bora Reach.
Yeah, I think having Trainer on the Trick Room this time around as well, knowing what they were going up against in terms of that Clefable, the Psyduck, and the Mr. Mime, just turning those slows into their benefit actually paid off really, really well for them.
It definitely did. And I'm happy to see as well that it felt like Metallic was just running in the breezy field of flowers every single time, because that was the case with the OG Lucario, that was the case with the Serena. But enough about Metallic. Let's talk to Bora Reach. We have an interview ready, just lined up to talk to him. Congratulations, Bora. That was such an incredible game.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh,
Okay.
Bora. Yeah, you go first, so.
All good.
Yeah.
So, this was an interesting game overall. You played the same Pokemon in both of the games of this series, but it felt like there was a little bit of a change in how the team was playing overall. I do want to talk about Metallic's picks. The fact that you guys were facing in game one a Mega Lucario and you still chose to go for the OG Lucario. What was the thought process in that? Like, a lot of confidence?
Well, yeah, I mean, Metallic's been practicing it. It's something he's been working on. So anytime he's been wanting to play lately, we have a lot of confidence in him. Confidence in him to get to the back line. It's, such a great answer, even though it's a Season 1 mon. It really does better than most mods about getting to backliners. So especially with Dawn on the map, it felt like a really strong pick there and definitely showed out to be.
Oh, 100% definitely showed up and made those plays, but headed on into the second half of the regional leagues, you've already defeated one of the biggest titans of the NA region, being Evil Geniuses. Is there another team that you are very much looking forward to going up against and maybe getting that comeback arc once again?
I mean, I feel like the easy answer here is Dig as well, as long as EG, being the 1 and 2. But I think we're really confident in beating everyone. We just need consistency to do so. I think we've shown that we can beat top to bottom. So I think regardless, we just want to end the second half of the season pretty strong so we can set ourselves up for a decent playoff run. And I know we'll beat anyone.
Yeah, and speaking of consistency, Bora, we know that the numbers for you guys have been just high up there. The top of the league in NA for damage dealt, for recovery, for points being scored. So tell me a little bit about what has changed from being this team that had a lot of consistency during the games but not actually reaching the victory to a team that has now just beat the top one.
I think talking to each other and really listening to one another. At the end of the day, all these guys have gone to Worlds, placed well, so it's just we know we are capable of beating anyone and everyone. But even when
Are you doing Resident Evil after? Well, I already beat Resident Evil. Like, I'm gonna do another playthrough, but
really trying to focus on listening to one another.
I will
what we want to do and just
do it
following
probably
through
like
the
in a few
comms and our
days.
game plans
I want to
that
give
we
myself
put,
like
a lot of effort in and making in advance. So.
100% making those improvements along the way, learning from those lessons. Love to see that you are working on that as a team. But thank you so much.
All right. In the meantime, guys, I'm still here. Like I'm back now, but I'm gonna be eating, so the camera's gonna be off because I'm self-conscious when I eat in front of you guys.
Here today, but we're gonna say goodbye to you as well. NA isn't finished just yet, Soph, because we still have one more matchup to go.
Yes, we do. And that would be the just mentioned Root Dignitas against IX Gaming. So the top one, they were tied with Evil Geniuses, now untied because Evil Geniuses has lost that specific series, and we're getting things ready on the way for the next match. But before that, we have an interview to throw to. So give me Chef with an interview from Root Dignitas.
We're here once again with Riker from IX, and I'm going to give you the same Zapdos lightning round questions that we gave to Roland a few moments ago. It's going to be 10 questions. You got to answer each one quickly. Don't think about them too hard, okay? You ready?
All right, I'm ready.
All right, this time I'm not going to pretend that I'm holding a book. All right, first of all, favorite pizza topping?
Ooh, pepperoni.
Favorite color?
Blue.
Coffee or tea?
Oh, tea.
Favorite Pokemon?
Cinderace.
Choose one Pokemon to be added to Pokemon Unite.
Gallade.
Most overrated Pokemon in the entire game?
Megazard Y.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Most troll teammate, maybe you.
It actually could be me, but I'm gonna say Liko. It's Liko.
All right. Choose one caster to duo queue with.
Ooh, I think Doob Snacks would be really fun.
That's what Roland said. True, accurate. Who on your team would win in a foot race?
Ooh, I say Smugglex.
All right, and then last one. How is your next match gonna go?
We're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win.
Easy confidence. And then I'll give you the same bonus that I gave to Roland. Any shout outs for your fans that have been supporting you this entire season?
Oh, the biggest shout out goes to David SP, the owner of IX. I know he's watching right now.
All right, that's good. That's a good shout out. You can't go wrong with that. All right, well, thank you for playing our game, and good luck in your next match. It's going to be a tough one, but we've all been enjoying the way that team's been playing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And we are back with our classic interview. Inder from Root Dig here to answer some questions for us. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Chef. How are you?
I'm great. We're almost at the end of the day. It's a long day of Pokemon Unite. So first question I'm going to ask you is a little bit of a meta question. There's a lot of megas that are very strong in the meta right now, whether they're banned or picked or whatever. Their encounter rate's super high. Which one do you think is the most impactful between Mega Charizard Y, Gyarados, or Lacrio?
Well, when a all-balanced player, you shouldn't be getting nothing done with all the movement and crowd control. That character was countered by all the enemies. Also, no screen time for him. I know you made a lot of mistakes, but Mega Lacrio would be after me, my number one.
Yeah, it does get counted by a lot of enemies. It makes a lot of sense, but thanks for that. Hopefully that didn't give away too much of the team strategy. But going into more serious questions, obviously we saw both teams yesterday from North America that were undefeated now be defeated. Do you feel like anything has changed as far as mindset? Obviously the lead kind of stays in a similar area. Do you think your team feels different from before that, or do you think you're feeling kind of the same just moving forward?
I think it's definitely a good wake-up call for my team that, we need to sort of get in better shape going into some of the more bigger in-person events. Also want to give a shout out to SlashCan. He did say that NA is a pretty weak region, and I guess, I don't know if it's showing that it's weak, that the undefeated teams are losing, or if it's competitive, but just wanted to, he did mention that.
It's definitely a weird region. So, not a weird region. Every region is weird.
I find it funny. I don't know. I think it's just the way I perceive it. I find it funny when Inder says, "Shout out to Slash for saying that we're losers," because they're a bad region
as well. How are you feeling about all the regions?
Yeah, within the Western sphere of Unite, I think, all three of the major regions, EU, NA, LATAM, they're definitely, they have their top teams. I have a good showing. LATAM definitely seems to be one of the deeper regions. On these weekly UCS matches, it's really hard to predict which team is the best team, though Force being completely undefeated, they look really strong, as they did at LAIC as well. And then on everyone's mind is Japan, right? Like, which region is going to be the region to test Japan. Are they really as good as people make it out to be? Maybe Japan is just the best, and maybe everyone else is, one step behind. And I think this mid-season ACL is really going to show kind of which international region between East and West has what it takes.
Well, you have a pretty quick match at ACL to, I think, maybe make a little bit of a decision there on that one. So we're all looking forward to that one a lot. But last question, any shout outs, any words for any of the fans that have been cheering on Root Dig all season?
Yeah, of course. Shout out to everyone in the Twitch chat that comes to support us, the members from my stream, the tier 3s, all the Root Dig girlfriends, the staff behind Root Dig, Zero In, and the amazing products that Root has to offer. They do a great job for us, and just Dignitas as general as an org, they've been really helpful and really able to allow us to focus on what matters most, and that's winning.
Just snack. Oh, I'm done.
That's
I was eating with my camera.
Well.
I finished.
Right, well, apologize to the org for me calling them Root Dig all the time, but good luck on your match. It's going to be a great one to end off tonight. So appreciate you talking with us, and good luck.
Thank you.
Back in 20 seconds? I didn't get anything. Well, I got dinner. I got dinner.
Welcome back, everybody, to the North America Regional Leagues for the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are at the end of week number 3. Just one match left here for our NA squads, and it's going to be Root Dignitas versus IX Gaming. What's up, everybody? I am Zoinks, joined with Doomsnacks. Doomsnacks, we got a fun one for this next match.
Great way to close out the weekend. Of course, Lunex has been on a tear. IX has been on the chase. Root Dig is trying to maintain their one loss in the NA region, because we just saw EG lose to Extinction, who lost to TI Gang in the same day. Yeah. What is this region, brother?
I don't know. Specifically this week, I would say leading up the first 2 weeks of league play, it was a pretty straightforward region. We had a couple of teams at the bottom, a couple of teams at the top, and then a lot of teams contending in the middle. Well, we have upset the apple cart this weekend. Root Dignitas hoping to get a little bit of that produce back on the right track. That is our stat. If they can win here, they can take that first place position. For IX Gaming, though, ranked number 4 currently at 5-3, ranks 5th in average KOs per game and damage. So just below their ranking so far, but are performing in the top side of our bracket, or at least in playoff contention in some of our major stats for this one. Reminder, these two teams have played once before, and IX Gaming was the team that put a little bit of pressure on Root Dignitas and pushed it to a game 3 before. Definitely getting a lot of good looks for this roster and set them on some great momentum to start the season. We'll see how they can do in the second run back.
Yeah, and they have to do it here. Like you said, the second run back is an important one for them if they want to try and keep pace with Lunex Gaming, who was behind them in the standings for quite some time.
Final game of the day. Root Dig versus IX.
Yeah, and maybe Extinction now too with the win over EG. I don't know.
No, man.
This middle section of NA
I'm kind of hoping it's a 2-0
to say the least. But
in either direction, just so I can
banning phase. And Doomsnacks, we have a much
do my sponsor stream really quickly.
1% ban rate in our regional leagues, but it will find its spot there. Zealot not going to have that option, nor the Mega Lucario. Psyduck available for Ender, though.
Healthy?
Yeah, also Mega Gyarados available as well, so we'll see who they want to prioritize here. I do want to shout out Waylord. Her, picture there, her, esports picture, taking the selfie with the Altaria is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely crushing it. We have good pictures. We have not great pictures. Liko is killing me right now with this.
Didn't Riker say Liko's the biggest troll on the team?
Yeah, well, they did To be fair to that, Riker did volunteer for themselves first. Sure. The biggest troll, but then Liko was immediately after. But all right, Wailord will be on the side deck, and Riker will be picking up that Mimikyu. So Toon have playing a lot of this Pokemon in the central area throughout week number 3. Not going to have access this time around. Zugra going to go to the Crustle. Ender going to pick up that Eldegoss.
Okay. A lot of options remain open here for Root Dig, not tipping their hand too early. Liko and Smuglax. Smuglax going with their namesake potentially, Snorlax. Yes, Liko gonna lock in Inteleon. We saw the item switch and locked in quickly.
Yeah, item switch before the locked in, by the way, is crazy work from Liko, but they will have that Inteleon and, of course, the Snorlax for that backup. Root Dignitas still have 2 pretty terrifying damage dealers to lock in their Pokemon selection.
Ooh, Meowth
Jungle attackers, and this might be the first time I have seen Toon picking up the Meowth, a Pokemon that in Latin America has been tearing it up. Specifically, Fulb on this Pokemon has been making the newest speedster look amazing, but Breezy's gonna bring out the Pawmot for the battle.
Yeah, a high stocks up on Pawmot in the last couple weeks within the league and at EUIC. Meowth, on the other hand, having, we'll say, a back and forth type of presence here in the Thea Sky Ruins. We've seen it be not so great, and of course, today you saw Fulb have a great game on Meowth.
Yeah, it really does take a special kind of player, I think, to bring out the full potential of this speedster. He honestly is probably the biggest role of that variety, where you really need high-skill players to be pulling it off. But Meowth, even with its sure hit,
yeah, I just realized they banned Machamp.
Moments with that Pokemon, of course, built in with the battle items. But I think the biggest one being, when do you use that Unite move, and how often do you use it? And Meowth with an energy amplifier equipped with Toon, I think they're going to get the chance. If they see that Inteleon, it is on site. Coins are going to start flying in the face of this intel.
Oh, yeah. They're going to be spamming that at every opportunity. I know Toon does not shy away from the battles, and if they're packed with energy amplifiers, they are using it because they want to use that Unite move. So hopefully that'll get spammed off cooldown, and we'll see some pretty intricate and fun Meowth play from this Root Dignitas squad.
I can't wait. It's going to be a fun matchup. On the other side about IX Gaming's composition, I'm curious about where these Pokemon will be ending up in path, but I don't have to wait too long because we are headed into game number 1. Root Dignitas, your purple team, IX Gaming, your orange team, and it will be the Pawmot headed into the top path to contend with Zealot's Mega Gyarados.
Yeah, Zealot going the long way there on that Bunnelby, skipping the 2 and then jumping the path with Ender. Definitely have identified the best way to get this effort gauge up on the Magikarp. You're going to see under the HP bar that little light blue line grow and grow as they struggle to try and get to that Mega Gyarados.
Yeah, Magikarp not going to have a lot to contend with. Just flail and splash like the good old days. However, already over halfway full. Once that gauge is at the top, you already mentioned it is a terrifying evolution. A bit longer until we can get to the Mega Evolution, though. First goal of the game, going to go over to Meowth. First KO, going to go to Crustle.
Well done here. Sussed out by Ender. I think they saw Riker enter the tall grass there. Going to make sure that Zealot doesn't get into too deep of waters. And Ender, not quite evolved yet, is going to have to hang tough as this Gossifleur, as the 8-minute birds are there and the engagement.
Oh, they went play rough.
Yeah, going with the play rough Mimikyu. It has not been my favorite option. However, into a waterfall Gyarados, it does have the
I
ability
genuinely
to
wonder if that was intentional or not. Because I was playing Mimikyu today, and by default, like, your moveset is selected as Shadow Sneak and Play Rough. Like, obviously I don't know, but because you have to pre-select your moves in advance, I wonder if they forgot or if they actually did that intentionally.
One of those middle wild Pokemon for themselves, working back to path here as they are going to go with the Bubble Beam build, so no Surfs out of them quite this game. Zealot already moving through with this Mega Gyarados, able to hit Gyarados very quickly, and that's going to be an awesome thing for Root Dig to start in this game.
Yeah, they're going to have it for this first set of Swablu and Altarias. And I say had, and well, they certainly did by the time code, but those wild Pokemon already deleted. I think Otter's Alolan Raichu making quick work of it, who's at a casual level 8, by the way, already on this Pokemon, out-leveling their path opponent in the Inteleon already by 2 levels. So a huge advantage for Root Dignitas to work with. There's a Pokemon that have been struggling to find levels, though. That Meowth only at level 6 so far, but getting a lot of the scores early game.
Yeah, so Meowth actually went to the bottom path first, allowing
that makes sense.
Allowing holy smokes Otter to get that central area, get to level 8 quickly, and then they obviously swapped right now to try and get that Meowth online as quickly as possible. We are going with those electric landmines here. We're going to be putting those all over the place. Nice X-scissor into a mine that was set. Reggie Steel hits the map here, and quickly dispatched of was Zugrug. So this Registeel is getting worked on. Smuglax has to eject out, but they still get knocked out. That is a rough look for them, and all of a sudden the Registeel agency, I believe, will belong to Root Dig, but no, this Liquidation Inteleon Liko, no trolls today. Riker and Liko getting it done between the two of them, getting some quality knockouts here, and Wailord's in for the support.
Yeah, Liko starting that entire fight with a KO onto Toons and Meowth. So basically punishing the focus on the Snorlax. The acrobatics stuns them just for a moment, and the Liquidation able to follow up. After that, they're able to dodge Inder's Eldegoss, make it back to the goal zone the entire time that's happening. Riker's Mimikyu is getting into position to do just what was asked of them in that sweeper role. So great option for them, and will be a big objective over to IX Gaming. However, it's Root Dignitas holding the score tempo right now with a Regieleki push on top side.
Yeah, we don't want to undersell this IX Gaming team. They are a Worlds qualified team. They qualified for Worlds last year in the home of the world's largest marble, Anaheim. So these players are used to playing good, and they are leveling up from their big-time regional kind of last chance qualifier run last year into this league this year, and now scrapping to remain in the top 5. So, you know, definitely a threat out here is IX.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword, though, right? With IX Gaming having these big level-up moments. So maybe in tournaments past, they'd have a chance to kind of take teams by surprise where they weren't expecting the level of gameplay that they did. Well, that's changing pretty quickly with this team.
Wow, Zealot knocked out very quickly. Inteleon Unite is used, and they're going to use that to bully and close out a goal zone. Did we do our math right? It was close, but I do think we're able to shrink that goal zone a little bit before the 31 went in, and at least make it an overcap of about 10. Our score currently tied.
I know a couple of guys who got some abacuses to be selling out, but either way, I think IX Gaming can be okay with an even score line right at the middle way point of the match. And they're not done yet. You can see Psyduck and even Mimikyu poking their heads into the enemy central area, seeing if they can pick up any EXP. Smuglax just shy of their Unite move, but they do spot Zealot's Gyarados, and they're going in.
Good heavy slam, pinning Zealot against the wall. We have the Alolan Raichu Unite on top of Regirock, but the chase is on Liko here. They can't quite get to the back line. They're paying their attention to the Regirock, and they are able to secure. They're looking to convert quickly. Wailord taking a ton of damage. The Palmok goes down first. The rest of IX collapses on pad. Wailord's not going to be long for this world, and on cue, they are dispatched up. We are still pumping in some liquidations here, but Zealot is putting the pressure on Smuglax. They are able to close the goal zone, score lead back in the hands of Root Dig, and a nice little push for their effort.
It's an interesting play call by IX Gaming to kind of give up that goal zone, right? They had the Snorlax Unite move with a buddy barrier to maybe keep Wailord in that fight. They elect to not give up that one and try to keep their Unite moves ready for this next team fight around the Regieleki. It's a pretty big risk. Root Dignitas getting a solid overdunk on that top side. We'll see if it pays off here.
Another isolation attempt there by Smuglax. Mimikyu Unite does get a quality knockout on Otter. We're going to roar forward. Breezy moving back. Gets back onto pad here because they're looking for their next target. Breezy wanting this Palmat to get some action. We are going to have just enough distraction for that goal zone to be sieged, and now it is gone, and now IX Gaming takes the lead.
Yeah, huge overdunk as well. With Mimikyu getting into that level 12 range, they can now carry 50 points of Aos energy. So that is a big surge back into this game, not to mention a Regieleki will start walking. However, I think it might be a bit of a fool's errand to try to guide this Regieleki towards the tier 2, seeing as we are a minute away from the final stretch, and any knockout here could be devastating to deal with headed into the end stages of this game. Root Dignitas will be able to clear it quickly, but most importantly, IX Gaming will know that their points lead is very safely positioned currently.
Waylord working on the Swabloon Altaria. Riker kind of caught in the rock tomb here, but not enough pressure back the other way. Heavy slam, good cover again to make sure that Riker isn't plucked too early. And now Toon has an opportunity. Good bubble beam, pollen puff down, and the pressure's on. Waylord gone. Their timer is
I was just about to say, Palmon's
low
top lane, so you like
be back at full strength here.
might be risky to try to fight there. But either way, Psyduck ended up getting caught out.
Good setup by Zogrug to set up that rock tomb. So Psyduck, since they're not going with the Surf build, there's no mobility options. It just doesn't have a chance to get out.
There's a slight level advantage on the side of Root Dig. They're down in points, but they also got that Registeel.
These two teams will be postured up with a very close scoreline and very even positioning up outside of this Rayquaza pit. IX Gaming kind of having the favor of the poke damage with this Liquidation Inteleon, but the Alolan Raichu from Otter has yet to make a big mark, already setting up some of these very devastating landmines. Riker not going to find anybody with that first Shadow Sneak, but keep an eye on where that Mimikyu plays around the tall grass.
Raichu's out of position. Oh no!
Takes to the sky, tops off Otter quickly, forcing out the Alolan Raichu Unite. Now Zealot moves forward, tons of damage on Riker. Riker picks up the Buddy Barrier off the Unite move and pops their Unite move themselves. Meowth does take care of Breezy. Riker goes down.
Wow.
The Toon Show. We said there's no commercial breaks, and there certainly isn't there. We're working on Rayquaza immediately. The rest of IX Gaming is nowhere in sight. They've been completely bullied by this singleton Meowth. Meowth, that's right indeed. Rayquaza.
Snorlax died without uniting. Palmot died without uniting.
Yeah, IX
I'm actually surprised Mimikyu didn't Unite move Raichu immediately.
To this series, one Rayquaza shield broken, I believe.
Okay, this game is over, but like going back to here, like I was so confident Raichu was gonna die. Like heavy slam into Raichu, then they get blocked by Snorlax. They also get tagged by the Shadow Sneak here. But then literally the freaking like the Eldegoss Unite move comes in clutch and not only heals the Raichu, but also knocks back Riker.
Takes to the sky, tops off Otter quickly, forcing out the Alolan Raichu Unite. Now Zealot moves forward, tons of damage on Riker.
And then I don't even know what happened to Snorlax, so let me see.
Isolated pin to the wall. Eldegoss takes to the sky, tops off Otter quickly, forcing out the Alolan.
Oh, they're standing in Raichu's Unite move and they got melted.
Damage on Riker. Riker picks up the Buddy Barrier off the Unite move and pops their Unite move themselves. Meowth does take care of Breezy. Riker.
Heavy damage, Meowth. So
that was a very anticlimactic endgame. I thought like it was really close overall, and then when that happened, and then it wasn't close.
Picking apart IX Game's positioning little by little and setting themselves up for a fantastic game #1 win. Root Dignitas off to an amazing start.
Yeah, Root Dig off to a great start. Amazing team fight there at the end. IX Gaming did have a solid game plan themselves. And weren't too far off, so it's unsurprising that IX gave Root Dig some fits early in the season. You can see right here where they were able to have this big time counterpunch once they get the knockout on Meowth. If this is that opportunity here, I'll be keeping an eye. I believe that's when that went down. Now we have the Inteleon Unite that was able to be leveraged with a push because Breezy got the KO streak of 2. A lot of good damage here, and another goal zone that's going to be broken to give them the lead.
Yeah, Breezy and Riker had a lot of really cool combo duds. I think this is where it gets scary. Otter gets caught by that Shadow Sneak from the Mimikyu and drops the Unite move immediately in response, but also is able to KO the Snorlax, who's
all right. We got game point for
a lot of shields,
Dignitas. They win one more. That's it for the day, guys.
In that fight,
BCS is done until next time.
That damage stick a little bit more, especially from this Meow. Fury Swipes Assurance. That's Toon Slim. 7 KOs and 6 assists.
7 KOs, 6 assists. A great cough there out of them. I have to point out, unfortunately, Breezy and Smuglax did not use their Unite move in that final fight, and you hate to see it because it seemed like they weren't that far off from being able to turn the tides, and leaving 2 Unite moves unused on the table has got to hurt.
Yeah, I think just at least in the Snorlax's position for Smuggler's, just a bit of an overthinking moment. You know what I mean? You're hoping to get close to one of your teammates to drop that down and be more of a supportive moment. But if you go down, it is also not going to do much help. Breezy, on the other hand, they might have even used it early and got it again. Just how Pombat's mechanics work with that Unite move. It's hard to track sometimes, but either way, they go down while having that yellow dot up. So IX Gaming gonna have to go back to the drawing board. I don't really dislike a lot of factors of their composition, but just Root Dignitas kind of outplaying them in that final fight so extremely well.
I have to agree. Really a low damage game compared to some of the ones we've seen today. This almost seems to be the way that NA is approaching the game. Like one more slow, calculated game, and then it's just like an absolute flurry in the next one. So maybe we'll see the battle numbers grow a little bit here in game number 2.
It's interesting you point that out, Doobsnacks. I wonder if it's a symptom of these teams now having just so much more experience against one another compared to past seasons. I mean, the Regional League, not only are you playing against each other, it's the main thing that you're seeing on the broadcast every time. And I think these teams are getting very good at exposing the mistakes that they see commonly from these other teams, prepping for it, planning for it. And so now these teams have gotten to the point where they're so afraid of making some big mistakes. They're trying to play a little more cautious, a little more passive, and the teams that can play more expertly in those situations are the ones that are going to prevail. Root Dignitas so far, the namesake there. We are going to be moving over to the Kyogre map next to Doobsnacks as IX Gaming have selected that map.
So IX Gaming has selected that map, huh?
Mm-hmm.
IX Gaming selected the map instead of the side.
I believe that's the information I've which is interesting. Yes. Maybe this team does prefer the second pick position anyways, and thinking very likely that that Root Dignitas will pick first pick, seeing as that they did in the game 1 when they won the coin flip. So, hey, we want second pick anyways. Let's just pick our map, and we'll probably still get the side that we want. Could be. I might be just reading too much into it. If we get an interview with IX Gaming after, I like that. We can ask them.
You know, I want the map selection, side selection to become a factor in when the choices you have to make when you win or lose. So if IX Gaming is leading the charge on that, I'm all for it. I'm going to say they want the second side. They'll let Root Dig pick whichever side they're on, and they're going to get the map they want in Kyogre. Shades of Team Peps from EU grabbing the Kyogre map here.
I was actually going to say, in that same vein, we might see a composition from IX Gaming that follows that direction a little bit more. Maybe some double defender action, or at the very least, maybe Wailord's Vaporeon makes a showing on this map. A Pokemon that loves all the extra healing available at any given time. Could see that opportunity. But Root Dignitas are going to be flexing their own strategies a little bit as Mega Mewtwo Y, but now the Mega Gyarados is also going to hit the ban block.
All right, IX Gaming still targeting down the Machamp. Mega Charizard Y is going to be banned. And of course, Mega Lucario going to be banned as well.
Shout out Mega Lucario. Will also hit the ban block, which of course leaves a few powerful picks up and available. A Pokemon like Mew we've seen in these first pick positions a couple of times, but yeah, the Psyduck is going to be the first and foremost one. Would not be surprised to see Wailord pick up something like that Vaporeon here again, like I mentioned before, and Smugglax could make the rotate onto the Trevenant. It has been a great pick for them.
All right, we'll see where we end up. We see the hovers. Is this what we're going to lock down? Vaporeon makes sense to me. Hoopa makes sense as well, right? Try to get it out of the hands of Ender. Because Zugrug can flex to the duck as well. They've 100%. Had some cheeky switches like that before, but they're saying Mimikyu and Hoopa.
I'm pretty sure both Toon and Otter have also played the Psyduck in some offensive manner. So yeah, I do think it could show up at any given moment. That is a great call. Zugrug will play the part of Crustle for 2 games in a row. I think they looked so phenomenal in that last game. And Zillit, if they banned if their own team banned Mega Gyarados, fine, very well. We will go to the more standard build of Gyarados. Smuglax gonna change over to the Trevenant, though. I'm pretty excited about this. I think the major highlight reel moments from Smuglax have been on the tree. So this is gonna be an all-star player on an all-star Pokemon. And Liko taking the Meowth away.
countering with the Meowth into the face of a base model Gyarados, a Crustle, and a Psyduck. Now, Root Dig did have the Alolan Raichu last game. We'll see if they grab it this game. Venusaur into Alolan Raichu. We're doing stuff out here, brother.
What on earth is this Toon Slim build? I am genuinely excited. I honestly believe it's probably going to be some kind of anti-dive, so I think we're looking at...
It looks like Pedal Dance.
Pedal Drain would make the most sense to me. If Liko and Riker want to get up in your face, and now even Breezy on this Dodrio, hey, how are ya? That's going to be a tough Pokemon to actually take down in time before that healing factor can start to take root. Speaking of root, we might not be that build. I mean, Muscle Bend would make me think that build, but wouldn't you put Big Root on it? Just all in? Maybe not. Who knows? We'll see what Toon Slim decides to lock in near the end.
Whew, okay, this is what we're doing. I'm excited. Like a lot of Rocky helmets, you know?
Yeah.
We're just doing it. I love this.
The helmet meta
great
has
game.
shifted. If you want to look at week 1 to week 3, we are looking at some brand new stuff. At one point, EXP share went away, but now it's kind of back everywhere. Rocky helmets, there's a new bell. There's a lot going on.
So there's a potential Pedal Dance Giga Drain Venusaur in the mix. Meowth is seeing play and doing solid. You love it. You love to see it. And that's what's fun throughout these regional leagues. As these teams get this more information, they're kind of like evolving around each other to kind of get the next level up. And it's a lot of fun to see that go down.
It's my favorite thing about these regional leagues, the constant adaptation, and then, of course, how we slowly build a little petri dish of individual regional metagames, and sometimes even individual match metagames, which I feel like we've headed into now.
Just really fostering that innate bacteria in our petri dish here. As we get into game number 2, Root Dignitas, your purple team, IX Gaming, your orange team in game number 2 of this best of 3.
All right, here we go. It will be that standard Gyarados for Zillet this time around. No form of Mega Evolution. However, Waterfall and Dragon Breath receiving recent buffs have made this Pokemon still extremely powerful. But this time, Wailord has a little bit more to say on the offensive side of things.
Oh,
With
it's
this
lane.
Hoopa, the ability to
Oh,
astonish
I thought it was
just
going to be
with this
lane
helps a lot
Raichu,
in
but
the
it's
early
actually
game. Not gonna be
lane
taking that
Venusaur.
red buff, though. Riker needs all of it to get this Mimikyu up and running quickly.
Breezy trying to keep that sprint gauge up and doing a pretty good job. However, cutting off the Hoopa. Wailord
What were the
goes
best
down
matches
to
so
a
far?
quick attack by Otter and company.
The best?
Yeah, great little play by that squad, that trio that's moving up towards the top side. With
Best.
Otter with that first clear, both buffs ready to work with, and is going with the Electro Ball, that minefield setup again. One of the best secure options in the game. Multiple
I don't
mines,
know.
also Thunderbolt,
Truthfully, I honestly don't know.
Kyogre HP.
It's gargantuan. I like how Otter always has the mine down before the birds pop up. Like, we're just.
I think the most
Huge
surprising matchup
explosion.
was the EG
Really makes
one,
it hard
but
for IX Gaming to even
it makes
step into
sense
the mix.
considering they were
And for
playing
the K opener back-to-back
without their
with
full
two
roster.
offense on that Hoopa is Root Dig, so they're feeling very comfortable here in the first part of.
Yeah, it's been an interesting area of the map to try to target out, right? Of course, Dodrio being that speedster Pokemon, and Breezy having a tough time knowing when to do that damage, especially since the wild Pokemon is brought into the tall grass, making it invisible. Breezy having no idea where the HP bar was at, had to take a risk, but didn't want to risk it as much as getting stunned by Ender and then getting coincidentally KO'd. Bottom side, we do have that Meowth trying to path against an Ivysaur, a sentence I didn't think I'd be saying headed into week 3 of our regional leagues.
Neither did I. Gyarados did get online in the top path here, and so did Dodrio. Pressure's on. Nice knockout on the Crustle by Liko. So they're actually doing reasonable compared to the Meowth play that we saw at Attune in game number 1, where the early parts of the game were tough for them. Riker getting the Reggie Drago for IX Gaming. Zealot is so low. Nice counter engage. Wailord gets one. And then all of a sudden, the Dodrio goes back down.
Yeah, Otter just able to use that Surge Surfer passive of Alolan Raichu. These auto attacks able to move well during them, but also chaining that damage.
I think the one thing, like the common trend that I've noticed after watching all these matches today,
Nice trades here as Liko with the full heal is going to take down the Alolan Raichu.
is that there's a lot of teams
through on top. And so those battle items become
Did I
incredibly
feel-
useful here for the Meowth, and great early.
A lot of
work
teams had very
by
questionable
them.
bans
Still
today.
haven't quite seen
And
what
that-
type
that's
of
just me being
dinosaur we've got yet. I don't know
honest
if you
and
noticed,
blunt
but
about
I'm
it,
working
and
on this
polite at the
Regieleki.
same time.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Like I watched every single region so far today. Like I watched EU, I watched Latam, I watched NA, and then a majority of the matches I watched today, it's like, how, like, what is this draft? Is what I'm asking myself.
And there it is, the dance of petals, Dupes Max, as Toon Slim is going with the anti-dive Venusaur.
An unfortunate even break here, so 80 points is where IX will be.
Who did Root Dig
However,
lose
I think
to?
They're okay.
No one, they're
given
playing right now.
that moment and the team fight wins they're able to get in back-to-back moments. Great game 2 now. Good response from IX Gaming, and we've rolled a potion here on Lico. So they're okay to scrap for a little.
Oh, are you talking about like
We are
overall?
very
Yeah, Fury
I don't know.
and Assurance, I think, is the most common moveset
I don't
we're
know.
seeing from that Pokemon. We're probably gonna see that one.
It must have been like a
long range shadows,
like one of those days that I didn't watch.
but mostly
Yeah,
just
yeah, I don't know.
information,
Truthfully.
because it will pop up on that mini map.
Looking for an opportunity, and Riker barely dodges Zugrug's pressure there. Wailord gonna see who they want to trick to dive back through. Lico puts damage on Regice. Good bubble beam on Smuglax into the back line. Here we go. We're playing a little rough. Riker getting cut off. Forces out the Alolan Raichu Unite, which opens up the window on the Regice here. IX Gaming is going to take that. Mimikyu is yet to go down, and they're going to actually get a knockout in that intense exchange. That is the regular Gyarados Unite move, swirling up and looking for knockouts, and they are going to take care of Riker in this flurry. Smuglax is low. Smuglax is going to be gone here in short order because Breezy already bit the dust. Smuglax doing the best they can with the Trevenant to hang tough, but unfortunately they're not a new kid on the block. Back through the trick is the Meowth. Couple bubble beam ticks, but nothing to be worried about just yet.
Well, Pokemon Unite, you were correct. It is a close battle. this one is really tightly contested at the moment. Lico being the major difference maker for IX Gaming, but Zealot's Gyarados being the major difference maker for Root Dignitas. Chaos being traded either way, but the Gyarados on one side of the battlefield, the Meowth on the other. These speedsters can just make these fights so disjointed, and that favors really neither side when at the end of the day when the dust settles.
Big rubble rouse, decent stun, going straight towards the Regieleki, secured by Riker. Good cover fire by Breezy, doing a little try-fly action with that try-attack. More damage in on Zugrug here. Ender gets the headache, doesn't hit anybody, but at least creates space so the rest of Root Dig can work on this Regieleki.
Oh, big Hoopa portal up here from Wailord to get a push onto the top tier 1 since they got the Regieleki going the other direction. These scores are going to rapidly fire in. Breezy really needing some stacks clearly, as that is another very close to even goal zone break. IX Gaming's points lead is not going to be gigantic, but at the very least, they're starting to hit some of these power spikes, namely that Dodrio getting the attack weight stacks online.
Pedal Dance on Smuglax, Giga Drain is there, Woodhammer is out, and we're trying to trick. Nice, we're marking him with the Forest Curse. That Trevenant Knife pops up. It does just mark Ender, however, good reposition Woodhammer. Can't get anybody with the Horn Leech, but we're still scrapping here in the mix. Stepping up is Riker, looking for some more damage, popping that Mimikyu Unite. Right around the corner, though, is Lico, looking to cash in and deliver with those golden nuggets, and they do. This Mimikyu Meowth tandem looks great, my friend.
It's so deadly, and even the Mimikyu call out, grabbing Venusaur right after the Unite move. So maybe you don't negate that explosion damage from that Verdant Anger, but at least you slow down that Pokemon from its amplified damage post-Unite move just for a little bit, and then as soon as that play with me ends, Meowth gets the job finished up. Man, there is essentially it's a triple assassin composition when you really play it out that way. Dodrio, Meowth, and Mimikyu becoming such a tough duo or trio to deal with. Like you say, you wanted to say duo, but it is this trio that is dominating right now. IX Gaming off to a great lead, and we're 45 seconds away from the final stretch already.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a barn burner. These teams have scrapped a ton. Breezy feeling good with their speed. Okay, just going after this wild Pokemon takes a huge chunk of damage, and Ender moves forward in the tall grass. Meanwhile, Regieleki is getting worked on by IX.
Yeah, they're going to knock out that Reggie Alecki. So another objective goes to their favor. But again, reminder, this clock is going to be an important factor. But with the speedsters on this side, namely Dodrio, potentially Meowth, that Reggie Alecki landing, it will keep the debuff on the goal zone into the final stretch. Both those Pokemon very capable of backcaps. And it looks like Lico's Meowth's going to get started with it. But Smuglax actually wants to get this fight started now.
Yeah, straight into the rip, right into the middle. Rings unbound. Kyogre's getting shredded. We're have to putting all our abilities there. Forest Kirk is marched.
Oh my lord, the full-on flippity-dippity special.
Back through. 2 players down at the snap of your fingers, and Root Dig is the one in the control of those phalanges on the end of your hands to snap. They are making the calls here. Now they just got to go in and score because they are down still. Getting a couple.
Oh, that's it, guys. Actually, no, the game's not over just yet.
Yeah, Riker, the only original member.
Okay, now it's over.
Still standing at Zealot.
It wasn't over before, but now it's over.
A single Kyogre buff taken away. Root Dignitas have a lot to work with. They still going to get this score lead, but it is going to be tough to push through, especially with those Kyogre debuffs on the goal zones. Here comes IX Gaming's rallied up defense, but Root Dignitas is getting a bigger and bigger lead, and they're showing no signs of stopping.
No, 454, 3-1-2 on the side of IX. Root Dig, of course, in the lead here. They've got 55 seconds to make some magic happen. They want to rip some of these buffs off of these players, but the sustain looks very real. Meanwhile, Root Dig's just taking more KOs. Meowth is down. Trevenant is down. The flow is continuing. Hoopa's down. The points are going in. And unfortunately for IX, this looks like the end of the road for this match against Root Dig.
It wasn't even a team fight. It was just a full-on flip.
Powerful in this situation.
But
fun. Trio get damage. Another objective goes to their favor, but it will keep the debuff
like right here
into the final stretch. Both those
so like these guys are like literally just sitting in the pixel brush. The problem is like initially it might have looked good for IX because oh we might be catching out Zugrug right here, but the problem is like they don't care. Because that just gives them the signal to go, like, especially if they're committing to it. Like, they choose to flip the Kyogre, but it makes it doable because 2 people are bottom. And, like, if Zugrug is distracting them, especially one of them being the Mimikyu, it's, like, all the more reason.
Yeah, straight into the rip, right into the middle. Rings unbound. Kyogre's getting shredded. We're have to putting all our abilities there. Forest Kirk is marched. Right into the middle is the Dodrio, but it's
and no one's on Otter, by the way. Like, I just want to point out that Otter is standing on the outside of the pit. Like, he popped his Unite move and he's just free hitting. Like, no one is, like, he didn't even get touched that entire time. And he's able to secure it with, like the Electro Ball. What is it called? The fucking Electro Ball and Thunderbolt, I think?
At the snap of your fingers, and Root Dig is the one in the control of those phalanges on the end of your hands to snap. They are making the calls here.
Time surviving for long enough to secure the Kyogre while we're all throwing damage on one concentrated area. Real hard to dodge that.
And that's it, guys. We are officially done UCS for the day. It's too bad I didn't get to watch the other matches. Like yesterday's matches. I don't know if I'll watch them. Maybe I'll just watch them off stream. See what happened. And then if I see any matches that are worth interesting, maybe I'll just watch on stream. But
had truly an impossible choice, in my opinion.
Honestly, bro, the amount of Mega Charizard Y that I saw today was
that maybe he'll stop the secure and make it
dangerously scary. Like I'll say that, dangerously scary. I did not expect to see so much Mega Charizard Y today. And I think out of all, like, you know what's even crazier?
The Giga Drain, the Pedal Dance.
I think there was only one game that I saw in which Mega Charizard Y lost. And in every other game, every other game that it made an appearance, it won, regardless of which region.
Quietly doing what it needs to. Yeah, definitely leading the charge for Root Dig, but I mean, Lico's Meowth, 7 knockouts on the other side. One thing I do want to say about IX Gaming, if they could tighten up a little bit at those boss monsters, their first 8 minutes looked good. Both games, you know, there were some moments where they looked behind, but they rebounded well. They found quality opportunities, and when you're doing that against the team of the caliber of Root Dig, you have to think that there's something there. So IX Gaming is down right now.
Let me see
but
here.
They are not out, and they are
we just play an ad and then I'll
forward for them to make.
100%. Yeah, this is obviously going to be a tough one. I think.
All right, for those of you that have been watching Pokemon Unite up until now, obviously we've been streaming for quite a fair bit. That is it for UCS this weekend. It's done. There's no more matches after this. I don't know when the next UCS weekend is, but obviously I'll probably be streaming that weekend at some point. I'm gonna make the jump, or like make the switch to marathon category. I gotta do my sponsored stream, and then after that I'll probably, you know,
they needed to put away. They were able to do
end
it
stream
against
for the
Evil
day.
Geniuses and now against IX Gaming. Maybe not a flawless record anymore, but I think this Root Dignitas team looking excellent once again.
Yeah, they have to also feel good that Extinction was able to upset Evil Geniuses. So not only did they, grab the #1 spot here in NA, they kind of see a big falter from, as you have mentioned, their in-region rivals in EG. So Root Dig comfortably on top right now, but it's the perfect opportunity to fall asleep at the wheel and let somebody sneak up on you. So pedal to the metal, grab some caffeine, and race to the finish line.
Exactly. Now is the time to get to work. You got another, in a couple of weeks, you got another event to play out for these regional leagues. And then basically right after that, we're taking off. You got to be competing out in Japan. Incredible.
Download something else. Shoot, I should have.
Much more of that attacker-based role in this game, trying to be that counter dive option and let Otter get to work in the central area as much as they can with the Alolan Raichu. So good stuff from Toon, playing the Venusaur in one game, the Meowth in other. I don't think you can really pick two Pokemon at different mechanically as those two on the spectrum, but either way, Toon made it both look great.
So now that we saw some back-to-back Meowth games that were both of pretty high quality, what's your thought on Meowth?
I'm loving this Pokemon. I do think there is a little realm of some RNG every now and then. We saw Liko maybe get away with a situation or two where they shouldn't have due to a pickup passive giving them an eject button in a couple of spots, you know. Maybe not as many goal hacker rolls as we have seen in the past. So I think there is an element to that, something similar to Clefable and the natural randomness of its Unite move. But I think when this Pokemon works, it works. It is extremely strong, and we're also hitting that era of the competitive league where these players have gotten a lot of experience on it. So let's take a look at the slow down final stretch moment here at 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the rip is on. They know Meowth is there. They know that Smuglax tried to pull Zugrug as well. Rings go unbound, get everybody into the middle. You can see Otter right there just sitting in the kitchen. They know what their task is here. They put the Alolan Raichu Unite down. Look at all those mines just sitting on top of Kyogre, and we're waiting for the opportunity to detonate those in a way that's going to do massive amounts of just hanging out. Watch Otter hanging out and bang, setting off that gargantuan explosion. And I mean, that damage was undeniable, and there wasn't much IX Gaming could do there. Watch those 3 orbs on the left-hand side of your screen.
Watch Smuglax with this Trevenant right now, by the way. Pulls 3 members into this Dodrio push at the same time. Like, they literally took out every other threat except...
Okay, guys. Just swap categories, but okay, hopefully that's not too loud, because it's my first time playing the game, so my settings are not perfect, but I'll adjust it when. Alright guys, welcome to the sponsored segment of my stream. This is going to be my first time playing this game. This stream is sponsored by Bungie. Marathon is a sci-fi extraction shooter where players take on the role of runners, entering the world of Tau Ceti 4 to scavenge resources, survive high-risk encounters, and extract successfully. Marathon is developed by Bungie, the studio behind Destiny 2 and the original Halo series. Alright, so this is going to be my first time playing. I'm going to, figure things out as I go, but I'm looking forward to trying out a new game and seeing what it has to offer. Keep in mind the game is not officially out yet. It actually comes out in just a few days. This is more like a temporary server or like a private server that is temporarily available before the official launch. I believe it comes out on March 5th, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check that before I misform. Yes, so it is coming out officially on March 5th. It is going to be $49.99 Canadian dollars, so whatever that is for my American viewers. But I'm going to try my hand at this game and see what it's like. It does have controller support. I am playing on, computer, PC, Steam. So it does have controller support if you're someone that, like myself, likes to use a PlayStation controller or an Xbox controller when it comes to playing sci-fi shooters. I'm just connecting my controller right now, and then we'll get started. I'm sure this is very important, but I will accept it. Nobody reads the terms of service, guys. We just want to play the great games. Up, adjust the brightness settings for display until barely visible. Windowed mode. Let's do windowed. Sorry, borderless. Text size. I like my text chat. Oh, no. Voice chat. At the risk of... I don't know what the game is like in terms of voice chat, so I will put mine to push to talk. And I'm not sure. I think I'll... Crossplay is enabled, okay? Enabling proximity chat allows for a more immersive experience and is the only method to directly communicate with opposing crews. Hold right on the directional pad during runs to broadcast your voice to opposing... Okay, so that's my push to talk, which is right on the directional pad. Perfect. I was gonna have to look up what it was.
It is a historic day across the solar system.
The enormous UESC marathon.
If the volume is too low, guys, or too high, let me know, because otherwise I'll adjust it.
Establish a new home for humanity, and with it,
I think it's okay, but maybe I'll crank it up a little bit more.
The people of Earth and Mars are watching.
Everyone is watching.
Breaking news, contact has been lost with the Marathon colony ship.
Official messaging from the UESC is that nothing is amiss.
The people just want to know what happened and what is the UESC doing about it.
Still no answers. No answers.
Shocking news today.
If they're losing contact with the Marathon colony nearly 100 years ago.
After decades of citizens demanding answers.
A message has been received from the UESC Marathon.
A distress call. A threat.
An invitation.
But the message has been leaked. It reads,
somewhere in the heavens, they are waiting.
Initiating runner defragmentation protocol. Evaluating shell integrity. Evaluating vital signs. Evaluating recognition response. Executing neurological subroutine. Establishing passphrase.
My last breath fell quiet like dying embers. My first thought hummed through a silver thread.
Where is death? Loading memory packages. Liminal buffer status 26%.
Buffer. Subject is a runner. A disconnected consciousness inhabiting a bio-cybernetic shell. Assert. Subject's psyche is preserved outside their body in the event of shell death. Stay with me. Subject exists only in this liminal state while their next shell is being woven. Please stand by. Yesterday, I walked with feet of fragile flesh. Today, I drift as light across the grid.
There's a lot going on right here. I'm trying to pay attention, which is why I'm not talking, but I think it's an overwhelming amount of information at in a short amount of time.
Runners are mercenaries, hired to salvage from the ruins of the human colony on Tau Ceti 4. Proceeding with suboptimal durability settings. Liminal buffer status 100%. Runner defragmentation complete. Your shell will be ready momentarily, and you will deploy to Tau Ceti 4 for your first assignment. Please prepare for consciousness transfer in 3, 2, 1. Initiate. Good luck.
Oh, that's nice of them. I kind of hope there's a tutorial mode or something to allow me to practice before I get into it. This is only like the demo or like the early access. No active contract. Oh, okay. So we're in the game.
Your neural interface is malfunctioning.
They're like just left trigger to sprint. I'll try left stick.
Your perception matrix has been damaged. Your shell too. Search the area for repair supplies, while I'll find a way to access the colony systems.
Okay. We need supplies, we need to repair stuff. Access the side.
Engage your heal systems to use an item to repair your health or shields, depending on which is lower. Your health and shields restore separately. Be sure to recover both. Authorization terminal active. Use it to interface with the colony systems.
System access granted. Welcome to New Cascadian.
Uh-oh. Wait, I don't have a weapon. Okay, they're obviously after me. Can I get out?
I recommend you not follow those orders. Stay calm. Your newly acquired systems access will allow you to navigate the colony. Search this structure for a way out.
Gotta get out, we gotta get out, we gotta get out. Okay, Wait, there's the waypoint. Go, go, follow the waypoint. Well, follow the waypoint.
Look for a drain or vent cover and try to break it with your knife.
Vent cover, vent cover. Oh. Oh wait, wrong one. Get down. The game is made by Bungie, the same developers that made Halo. This is a unique game all on its own. Oi! Oi! Oi!
Everything on it belongs to them. If you want to survive, you'll need a weapon.
Yeah, I need a weapon. Give me a weapon. How high can I? Oh my lord. Whee! I come in peace. I don't want to hurt you until I get a weapon. Wait, hold on. I was thinking I need to jump up there. Hey, hey, stop that. No, no, no. I'm literally just picking up everything because I don't know what's valuable and what's not. Okay, I know where I need to go, but I don't know how to get up there.
Don't wander too far. This entire region is thick with data corruption. Too deep into the red, and your shell will devour itself.
Hiya! Did I pick up your gun? Okay guys, how do I get up there is the real question. Like it looks like, okay, I have a boost when I double jump, or I jump and then I boost, but oh, we got a shield. Oh, that's pretty cool. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scream. Okay, I'm trying to see like what part of the building attaches to that. There's a fixed area, so I know I'm going the wrong way if it tells me that I wander off, but okay, let me see the controls. Oh wait, I just have to figure it out myself. No worries, guys. We're smart. We're smart people. Surely we can figure this out. I did.
Systems critical. As your shell's functions deteriorate, you will experience discomfort.
I didn't know that was a bomb.
Regret. There's nothing I can do to alleviate full body collapse. I will prepare a replacement shell for your next attempt at survival.
I thought it was just like a chest or something, or like a container that had items. Revive me! Help! I don't want to walk in towards the light. Guys, I'm dying. Help! Okay, I may have made a boo-boo. And I messed up. I done goof. Try again. Okay, that was the warm-up, guys.
Your neural interface is malfunctioning.
Oh, whoa.
Your perception matrix has been damaged. Your shell too. Search the area for repair supplies, while I find a way to access the colony systems. Engage your heal systems to use an item to repair your health or shields, depending on which is low. Your health and shields restore separately. Be sure to recover both. Authorization terminal active. Use it to interface with the colony systems.
System access granted. Welcome to New Cascadia.
So we're trespassing on a military facility. Are we the bad guy or the good guy? Because they don't look very happy to see me.
Stay calm. Your newly acquired systems access will allow you to navigate the colony. Search this structure for a way out. Look for a drain or vent cover and try to break it with your knife. Keep low, keep quiet. By syncing your systems with the colonies, we've secured you permanent access to all of New Cascadia. Know when to pick a fight and when to make an exit. All that matters now is staying alive.
Okay, we completed an objective. We escaped that part of this. So this time, I'm gonna make sure I wait for the markers to pop up so I know where I'm going.
believes Tau Ceti and everything on it belongs to them. If you want to survive, you'll need a weapon.
Okay.
Another runner. Check the remains for weapons and
Oh God, Timmy! Timmy! He's gone! We got a grenade, I think. That is a lot of stuff. We'll just take all the bullets. We'll take everything. Backpack full? Well, I do like an assault rifle, so how do I clear my backpack? Ooh. Okay. What do you want?
I've located an active exfiltration
Teabag.
point near your location. Marking it on your map. Exfil points are the only way to safely move solid matter off-world. That includes you. Scavenge the area for additional assets if you need them. But be careful. Die here, and you'll lose everything.
Okay. Point of interest. Ooh.
Prime ability is charged. Use it during combat to unleash the rage in your Calibrating your destination. I'll see you on the other side.
Run an attempting exfil from perimeter zone. All UESC forces converge.
Oi.
Your tactical ability is ready. Use it to deploy your personal shield.
Okay. We're not dying, right? Oh my! For a second, I thought I died. I'm like, it told me to stay near it. Dude, I was about to spaz out. Okay. Exfiltrated. Took me 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Welcome to the Marathon Server Slam. Thank you for joining us. The Marathon Server Slam runs from February 26th at 10 a.m. PT to March 2nd at 10 p.m. PT. In this test, you will have access to new tutorial and onboarding, zones, perimeter, dire, marsh, 5 launch runner shells, scavenger mode with Rook, 5 factions, limited progression, codex progression, all launch weapons, earn reward bundles for launch. Okay. I would like to do perimeter. I am a beginner and I'm not afraid to say that, so let's do that. Yo, my guy has that gamer posture. Look at the hunch on this guy. That's gonna be me in like 1 year. Molecular disassembly complete. Transfer to destination in progress. Freeze it. Oh no, okay. I was about to say it didn't freeze, right? Perimeter, beginner. Oh, I kept my stuff. Nice. Okay.
System checks complete. May you operate at peak efficiency.
This. Got a car. This is my car? Let me in. I chose this because it was the beginner. It was the only thing that's a beginner, so I'm not. Oh! Heard that. Out of bullets. I'm guessing I need to clear the facility, and then I'll be able to progress, but I don't have a mission objective, so I'm just gonna assume I get rid of everyone I see. Hopefully that. I hear a lot of stuff going on in the area. What is that? Apparently that was a grenade. We have a shield, we have a grenade. So something I have to figure out is, like, how scarce are bullets? Because I'm out of ammo for my assault rifle, so should I drop my gun or just keep it and hope I find bullets? Question. I can hear a bunch of explosions. And shooting. Who's fighting? Wait, I'm over here. can hear someone walking around me. Is he good? Are you good? Friendly? Bad?
Signal recall window closes in 20 minutes.
Wait, was that another player? I'm so confused. Okay, wait, hold on. If we were teammates and I didn't know it, I am so sorry. I am so very, very sorry. And if you were an enemy, then I'm not sorry. So I don't know. I'm new to this. Oh, do I have to go over there? Okay. That's a place of interest, so I think that would be a good starting point. And then whatever happens along the way, happens. There's a lot of noises going on around me. So like, especially because it's my first time playing, I don't know if it's like people walking around or just the ambient noises. I keep second guessing myself and I keep turning around. I just got here, so someone else is around. What this? This is the sponsored segment, sponsored by Bungie. This is a demo of an upcoming game called Marathon. It's a sci-fi shooter where you play as mercenaries that are called runners. And essentially, it is a sandbox shooter game. But I believe I'm playing what is the tutorial mode right now, so I'm still learning things. However, I'm pretty sure I encountered a new player such as myself, or like myself. Whoa, 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 whoa. No. Are they not dying? That guy, whoever that was, like, I know it's an NPC, but they took a full clip of bullets. Like, why are they so much stronger? Do they have, like, armor? Like, stronger shields? Overrun AR. Like, how do I know which gun is better, though? Like, how do I compare? Oh.
Connection collapse in 15 minutes.
Here's someone walking around me. Hold on. I'm gonna try to get to that marker. So why is this a point of interest in the map? It was a point of interest, but now it's not.
Warning, reinforcements detected.
Uh-oh. Maybe this beginner mode is supposed to simulate what it's like in a real match. In terms of like, this is the map. And instead of facing real players, I'm facing NPCs. They're gonna give me a feel for the area. Here's... Where? Okay. Oh shoot. I'm really low. Oh my god. No, no. No, leave me alone. No, get away! Get away! Oh wait, am I watching someone's POV? Hey, yo, buddy. Okay, I think I get the gist of it. So if it's like, I'm very sad. Okay, let's see if I can... Praxis sponsor kit. Is this my sponsored setup? Okay. I got clapped by a guy with metal tentacles.
Runner, welcome to Perimeter. You are not alone.
Not alone. So. Do they take fall damage in this? Oh my god, there is fall damage. Does this feel like Halo? No, it doesn't. The reason I say that is because that's so much. The reason I say that is because I feel like Halo is a bit more simplistic with the gear that you have. Like, it's a bit more simplistic with the gear that you have in this game. And I don't know if this is like the final product or how much of a difference there'll be from this demo and the official launch in a couple of days. Like, I don't know if anything major changes, but there seems to be a lot more in terms of equipment that you can use in this game. And for better or for worse, that could be overwhelming. Like, it could be good because there's more to learn, but at the same time, as someone such as myself that's playing this for the first time, there's a lot that I don't know. Like, if you, well, I want to go into a safe spot, but come on. Then you want to, come on. No, I did the tutorial and then I just started playing Perimeter. Oh my god! They stabbed me! That was a real player, by the way. So when it says UESC, like recruit or turret or whatever, I'm assuming that's just, those are just NPCs. But when I have an actual like real name like that, that's a real player. I got eliminated, guys. Oh, let me see. So you can choose your shells, which is essentially the type of character. Destroyers seek conflict. Advanced weapon systems, a personal defense barricade, and increased movement abilities allow destroyers to take the fight to any threat or rival they encounter during a run. Vandal, combat anarchists, enhanced movement. Vandals are troublemakers. Amplify movement abilities, help cover ground at incredible speed, changing any encounter in their favor. Micro-threats allow a secondary jump to reach higher ground, and the built-in disrupt cannon provides instant offense or defense when it is charged and ready to fire. Intel specialists, threat detection. Recons use intel as a weapon. Everything about recon shells is gathered is geared toward identifying threats and providing insight. So basically, you're like a scout, is what I'm getting from this. You provide information for your team if you're playing like assassin. Active camo and synthetic smoke deployment allows for unseen strikes or the perfect cover during hostile engagements. The ability to move undetected makes assassins valued allies and least enemies. Field medic. I want to try assassin.
See everything.
Let's try assassin.
Observation. The settlers here valued expansion over survival. They're now deceased.
I'm getting hit markers. I don't know, like, but it doesn't seem like I'm doing damage. That guy got, well, that NPC got killed. I feel like this is the type of game, like if you're, how should I put it? If you're more like hardcore, I feel like this. Okay, if that was a real player, I'd be dead, because I think they tried to punch me when I was turned around, and I almost died. But what I was gonna say is, I feel like if you're a bit more hardcore, this is one of those types of games in which having turtle beaches would helpful, or like a really good headset so you can. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me. They were an assassin, brother. Also, that was a real player. Woohoo! I got a kill. So we can use our ability. I'm very curious to see how effective camouflage actually is. But the thing is, this is in first person, so I can't really see my body. I'm kind of hoping I like run into someone, and then when I use camo, whether or not they can accurately still shoot me will give me an idea of how potent the camouflage is. Hello, anyone around? Trying to test my camouflage. I didn't realize those were birds of the fictional variety. I kind of just thought they were like cameras or something. This is a pretty big map though. Like there's like 5 different 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 different sections in this map. Not including like the in-between areas as well. I don't know how... They still see me. It's a 73-second cooldown for my camo. And when I used it, that little spider thing still chased me, so... It's not as potent as I would like.
20 minutes remain.
So what'd that do? Oh, it's oh. I like the idea of just having an ammo crate of sort. Oh! It kind of freaks me out when I see like a red laser just pointing in my direction. I have no idea until like I have no idea if it's a real player or an NPC that's just looking at me, eyeing me down like a juicy lamb chop. Drinkable cheeseburger. Oh my god, my gun wasn't loaded. My gun wasn't loaded! Oh my god, bro, I'm trolling! And that was a real player too. That's so embarrassing. I wasn't paying attention to my clip. No! Someone save me. That was quite unfortunate. Okay, I get the gist of the game now. So now I want to... I want the full experience. I want to face, like... I want to... Everything runs on Cyber Acme. Yeah, we got a sponsor within a sponsor. We're gonna be sponsored by Cyber Acme.
Welcome home, runner.
Hello.
I'm Oni, your onboard navigational intelligence. Your consciousness and my neural programming are inexorably interlinked. Think of me as a friend, one you don't yet remember. You may still be experiencing some memory degradation from the damage to your perception matrix. But worry not. Cyber Acme is here for you. I'm here for you. Per our arrangement, you've come to Tau Ceti to scavenge the ruins of a long-lost human colony. Now that we've successfully calibrated you to new Cascadia systems, our next step is connecting with factions who will pay for your services.
That did not... that sounded a little
Unified
awkward, but
Earth
okay.
Space Council is equipped with advanced, faster-than-light communications technology. Commandeer it, and I should be able to reverse engineer direct contact with faction representatives.
Complete contracts to earn rewards and faction rep. You must activate a contract to earn progress. Completion rewards. I don't want to jump into any of that. Oh, Dire Marsh. match. I'm a little confused. I think the one thing I'm confused about is like, does every single mode have NPCs in them? Or do I progressively unlock stuff? Or like, I play and then I progressively unlock different game modes, and then eventually I'll reach that game mode in which there's only real players. I think that's the only thing I'm a little unsure about right now. Oh god! I walked into that iron. Sorry myself. I feel like I'm just a sitting duck out here. There's a bit of frame. Oh, you know what? I thought I had a second weapon, but I don't. I should have picked up a pistol. Unfortunate. Oh my god, I got a kill. Real person. Camouflage works. Finish him. Where's your stuff? Give me. I would really like to see what the camouflage looks like from like the other POV, because when I camouflage it, like it genuinely looked like they couldn't see me. Like the He also had limited stamina as well.
Remain.
You know what? That's good enough. Someone's shooting at me. Let's get out of here. I'm out of field stuff too. I don't know if I should just hang out here for a little while, or you know what? Let's go through here. Like, I'm on the verge of dying. Somehow managed to fall into a hole and escape, but almost dead.